Proved to be a short day at the office for Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic, which meant day two's key action saw a number of the leading candidates for the ladies' title progress, including the top seed.
Driven forehand winner in the end from Angelique Kerber, who now clenches the fist and celebrates and is somewhat relieved, one would imagine.
Another contender into round two is the world number 3, Karolina Pliskova.
She started the week as one of the tournament favourites, and after a 6-1, 6-4 victory over Evgenia Radina, nothing to suggest she won't be going a long way in these Wimbledon championships.
Today at Wimbledon, Andy Murray faces a man who created a seismic shock here 2 years ago.
Serves out wide, it's an ace! And Hurricane Brown has blown off course Rafael Nadal yet again at Wimbledon. A sensational performance from the German qualifier here. It's the biggest victory of his life on the biggest stage of them all. Dustin Brown.
We've commentary on all the key moments, plus big-name interviews with players and celebrities, and we'll bring you the full Wimbledon experience, all the colour and all the action from every corner of the All England Club and beyond, right here on the Wimbledon Radio Channel. Welcome to day 3 of Wimbledon 2017 on the Wimbledon Radio Channel, when until 10:30 you can also watch us on the Wimbledon Channel. It's another beautiful day in southwest London. Warm now, hot later, a sign of things to come over the next few days. I'm Marcus Buckland, situated on the golf course in the Lavazza tent next to the queue, in the company of former world number 6 Wayne Ferreira, former British number 1 Lucy Earle, and former top player and coach Claire Curran. Some have dressed for the cameras. Others, Lucy, have come au naturel.
Well, my memo was look athletic. Did you get the same one, or? Yeah,
that comes naturally.
No? Does it?
Allegedly.
I thought I'd gone for the tracksuit look.
You're looking very healthy, very fit, very tanned. Claire, you're not matching your mic quite as much today, but you've got rid of the coffee that poured down the top a little earlier. How are you?
I feel great today. I mean, the coffee was not a good start to the day, but that was after the big traffic jam that I had coming in here. So I've taken a few deep breaths and I'm ready to go. Yeah,
you've had a stressful morning on the A3. We thought you were just drooling with excitement, and then we realised that someone had tipped the cappuccino down your front. Wayne, cool as ever. Quiet night last night, which went on a little longer than you anticipated.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It was quiet. I didn't really go out anywhere. Stayed just in the house and had fun with a couple of friends, drinking, hanging out. It's good.
Yeah, just a typical night in the life of Wayne Ferreira. We're hoping, actually, in the next 10 minutes or so, that we're going to be joined by your doubles partner in the gentlemen's senior.
Brave man to play doubles with me, I'll tell you.
You're still fit. Goran Ivanisevic is partnering Wayne this year, and hopefully he's been in action on the HSBC Court 20, which is just in front of us, playing with Tim Henman, amongst others, and also Anton de Beek. And if you watch Strictly Come Dancing, you'll know exactly who he is. And Judy Murray as well, who did extremely well in Strictly a couple of years back. So Goran, who's done so much, of course, over the years, been coaching more recently. I cannot believe that it's now, 16 years since he became champion.
Yeah, it's a long time already.
Right? It's incredible.
Time flies.
And in fact, it's 30 years ago today that Pat Cash won his title in 1987 and made that never-to-be-forgotten climb up into the players' box. Where do the years go, Claire? I'm getting a bit worried about all this.
Well, I remember whenever Wayne was playing. Wasn't that long ago, was it?
Well, it's 25 years.
25 now.
Yeah. 27, I think 1990 was your first.
1990, 27 years.
27 years since you first played here?
Well, 1990 was my first year.
And how many Wimbledons did you compete in altogether?
I did 16. It was a fun time.
Consecutive, I think, actually, if I remember. Wayne had the... Were you trying
For
to beat
Pete
Sampras' record back in...
No, back then it was Stefan Edberg's, but Roger now has the record. He's got a few more than me.
But we were just talking before we came on air for Wayne, before he came, whenever he first came here, how much the grounds would have changed.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. I remember the old Court 1, talking about people having your family sit below the ground, and it was a fun court. It's changed a lot over the years, so it's obviously got bigger and better, but there's a lot of charm still in it, but a lot of changes.
Yeah, we just walked past Court 1 on our way here, and of course they're in the midst of renovations, year 1 of the 3-year plan, which will end with a roof. Yeah, it's interesting, actually, the fact that Wimbledon is now a week later. I mean, I'm not scientific in any way, and of course we did have play on the middle Sunday, but I am suspecting they'll have less and less need for the roof. But it's going to be great that from 2019, Lucy, the 2 big courts will not be affected if we have a deluge. And in the 21st century, that's where you need to be.
It is. I mean, it'll be amazing, won't it? And it's always unusual when the roof's on and you're on centre commentating. You forget that everyone's sat outside under an umbrella because play's happening. And if you've got that on 2 courts, then it certainly takes a lot of pressure off the organisers.
It does. We'd love to hear from you once again today. Thank you so much for all your correspondence over the first couple of days, be it by Twitter or email. Our email address is radio@aeltc.com. You can tweet us at WimbledonCHNL. We always have a daily social debate. And today, well, across the decades, which player has performed the best under pressure? I mean, that's a tough question, but it's one I'm going to throw straight at you, Wayne.
It's a tough one to answer, really. I mean, so many of the greats have performed well under pressure in so many different times. It's really hard to pick and choose. I mean, the one person that really, I wouldn't say under pressure, but somebody did well and always fought back was Michael Chang. I mean, he could be down 6-love, 5-1, and he always looked like he was going to win. And so many times I saw him come back from the dead and win so many matches so far. He's always one that stood out to me as a guy that never gave up. And he won so many matches he shouldn't have.
OK, I'll give Lucy and Claire just a couple more moments to think up their answer. In the meantime, we shall pay our first visit of the day to the practice courts at Orangi, and that's where we find Barry Cowan. Morning, Barry.
Good morning, Marcus. We are slackers, officially. We start at 9. It's the people that have to start very early on, and I have... How many gentlemen? One's left. 3, 4, 5 gentlemen who started at 7:30 this morning, Marcus. They're already sweating because they are the official water deliverers. Chief water deliverer, who actually has the easy job because James is the forklift truck driver. But he gets his other 4 or 5 men who have to bring all the water in every day. They start at 7:30. They deliver, bear with me, Marcus, for the numbers, 8,232 bottles to the ground every day, which means 106,000 bottles during the championships over 3 weeks. Here at Orangi, it's 1,800 bottles a day. This is a tough job.
It's a great job. We are very privileged to be here on site in all the exclusive areas and access to places that other people would probably cut their right arm off to be.
And what happens in here? Is this the main water office?
This is the main storage.
Do I have to knock?
Practice courts. It's a secret knock.
You see.
Yeah. There we go. And you'll see that this is a day's supply for the practice courts here in Orangi. So in here is about 150 cases of water, 12 bottles a case. Do the maths. It's a lot of water, and that's just for the practice courts.
I'm not going to do the maths.
No.
Okay. Can I have a bottle? After my interview, I'll have... Oh, that's very kind of you. So the normal standard 75 cl bottles, but I believe there are a few players in the championships who have very special requests. Tell more.
Well, I think they like to have their pre-match sport mix made up in advance, and they prefer it in 1.5 litre bottles, and it's the top players, actually. It's Andy, it's Novak, and Stan, but of course only Andy and Novak are still requiring the water at the moment. And yeah, we drop them off at the men's dressing room, and they get the 1.5 litre large bottles.
Oh, because we see Murray walk out with the special bottles. You don't put the special mixture in, do you?
No. I don't think he would trust us with that. It's something I'm sure his team work out every day. He's got his own personal requirements. You know, hydration is obviously a really important thing for these top guys. Every little percentage counts on the court, doesn't it?
Well, guys, thank you very much. I better not keep you too long because I know that your day doesn't stop here. You've got to continue to work throughout the day. You've got to continue to supply water for the match courts. So, guys, carry on.
Don't forget the ball boys, ball girls.
Oh, absolutely. Ball boys, ball girls. That's usual for me, Mark, because I do always forget something.
You do, but we've learned to forgive you over the years. Barry, thank you very much. It is a day for water. If you're arriving, a lot of people in the queue who hopefully have already covered themselves in the sun cream, make sure you drink plenty. It's Hit the 80s, mid-80s today. We're heading towards temperatures around 90 degrees Friday and Saturday. We're set fair as far as the weather is concerned. And I'm delighted to say that Goran Ivanisevic has joined us here on the golf course. He's already played some tennis this morning. Morning, Goran.
Morning.
What were you doing on court 20 at such an early hour?
I played a lot of tennis already from 7:30. Interesting kind of tennis.
Well, interesting to be having to play tennis at 7:30, but you had Tim Henman on court. I think you had Anton de Beek down there as well. So it was a mixture.
He is a character. He's dancing all over the place.
Is he a good mover on a tennis court?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, he gets
actually, it's a small court, but you have to see him on the real court.
So you reckon he's got some potential?
Yeah, why not? Maybe next year wild card.
Tell you what you could do. Maybe you could replace Wayne Ferreira with him in the senior invitational doubles, because you guys are going to be a team, aren't you?
It's my partner. I don't change my partners. You know. I have a good partner.
I tell you, he's lucky. I'm lucky to play with him. He's an unfortunate one to have to spend some time on the court with me. Poor guy.
Do you guys get to choose who you will play with in the invitational doubles?
I don't think so.
No, they just pair us together. They felt like we were a decent pair this year.
Well, I've got to say, Goran, we're on camera as well. You are looking so fit. We just mentioned that it's 16 years since you were the champion here, but the years have been very well. You've looked after yourself, and the years have been kind to you as well.
Yeah, but being coach for 4 years, it takes a lot of stress of you, and so I don't eat a lot watching the matches. But now I'm trying to stay in good shape and go to gym every day. So.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask you about the coaching side of things, because you were with Marin Cilic for quite a while. You've been with Thomas Burdick as well. Just how stressful did you find that side of the sport?
It's very stressful. It's easier to play. When you play, you can break the racket, do something on the court. When you coach, as soon as you sit down at the chair, you can't move. Your player knows what he has to do. Sometimes he's not doing the things that you talked about it, so it can be very stressful.
Yeah, how were you able to keep as calm as you did? Because the camera's often on the coaches these days, and we know that as a player, occasionally, very occasionally, you like to show a little bit of emotion, didn't you?
Yeah. I was doing some strange faces during the matches, but you have to stay positive for your player. You have to show him good vibes, good emotions, and in the end, you can't do anything too much.
Yeah, it is important, isn't it? Because players will look up at the box, and if they see something untoward, it could knock them even further off course.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to have a positive reinforcement, especially when things aren't going well. You want your box to kind of pump you up and keep you going. It's an important part. I mean, your team are there to support, and they need to be there for you.
Lucy, did you find that a problem when you were playing, and now as a coach as well? Are you always aware of the body language that you're trying to portray, in particular for some of the younger players that you're mentoring at the moment?
Definitely, because it does have an impact, and obviously so I think you've got to know the player as well, and some players look at you more than others, so it's understanding what that player might need. Sometimes you've got to be calm, sometimes you've got to show more emotion. There's one particular player I have, 1 minute he's telling me to get fired up, the next minute he's telling me to calm down, and I think he's probably watched too much of Andy, because you're then sat there and not quite sure what to do. But that's part of them developing. But it is important. I think the biggest thing is you've got to understand the player.
Yeah, and Goran, you had some epic matches when you were with Marin Cilic in particular. I'm thinking of a couple of big five-setters over the past couple of years. I mean, it's tough. And as you say, if the player is not quite doing what you planned in advance, I can imagine the frustration that's starting to boil within.
Yeah, it does, but in the end, you can't do anything. You can stay positive. You can, just give him some positive vibes. He's not allowed to coach, although everybody is telling something, so everybody is kind of coaching. But when you play on center court, you cannot yell. It's too far, so you cannot tell him too much. But still, a little bit, move your legs, throw the ball a little higher or something like that.
Do you think they should relax the rules a bit and allow coaches to coach? Because as you say, it's going on behind the scenes anyway. Would you actually welcome the opportunity to go on court, as happens, of course, on the ladies' tour?
On the court, no, I will never go. Even if I'm allowed to go on the court, I will never go on the court. Why? But from where I'm sitting, why not?
Why wouldn't you actually want to go on the court and have a chat?
I don't know. I don't think it's necessary to go on the court. But everybody is doing it from the chair. like I say, on center court is not easy because you are pretty far away. But on the other courts, they all look at you. You know, you tell them, maybe some of them they have some signs. You tell them a couple of things. Anyway, sometimes help, sometimes didn't help. But overall, I think they should allow that from the chairs.
Yeah, I mean, a little twitch of the eyebrow might mean something. Well, we know it's going on. Don't
It does.
we?
I mean, and occasionally, most of the time, it's not really things of huge importance. Like as Goran said, it'd be something like, move your feet a little bit more, or get more pumped up, or maybe throw the ball higher. I mean, little subtle things like that. I mean, there's always something going on. Trying to get the player to do the stuff that you've told them to do. It happens all the time. I don't think it's something that you can ever get rid of. So I think the coaching thing is always an open discussion of if it's right or wrong. And it's some people say yes, some say no. But it's a tough one. But I think that the guys should learn how to play on their own as much as possible.
Yeah, I guess ultimately it's man against man, or lady against lady when you get out there, and you've got to try and find a way for yourself. I'm just having a look, by the way, at the Gentlemen's Senior Invitational doubles draw. I mean, it's a high-quality affair. There's Todd Woodbridge and Mark Woodford are the defending champions. Now, you guys are in Group A. You've got, well, actually, I say it's a high-quality affair. Chris Wilkinson's playing, so they were obviously struggling just a little bit. But Chris, part of our team, of course, good morning. He's not arrived yet. He was out last night, by the way. He's playing with Jeremy Bates, Richard Krajcek and Mark Petchy. Actually, the closer I look at this, the more I realise it's not high quality at all. And then there's Woodbridge and Woodford. And in Group B, Andrew Castle and Michael Chang, who you just referred to, Jaco Elting and Paul Harhus, Henri Leconte, Cedric Pearlin and Patrick McEnroe and Jeff Tarango. Obviously, you guys have fun out there, but I'm still guessing that because you're all so competitive at heart, that this at Wimbledon still means something to you all, doesn't it?
Yes, I won it 2 years ago, so I'm okay. But if Wayne wants to win,
I think he does.
never been a Wimbledon champion. Never been a Wimbledon champion.
I think it means a lot to him, Goran, this year.
Okay,
I've been coming here for 40 years now to try to win this thing.
So let's go practice. I mean, what are we doing here? Yeah, in the
This is
wrong place, man.
This is our year. This is it, Marcus.
Well, I think, Goran, the main thing is to keep him out of the IMG house, where he tends to gravitate towards the end of an evening and then stays there for a little longer than he should.
I know. We're going to talk about it.
I've been going to bed early. I've been preparing. I've been practicing. I'm very professional this year.
Earlier morning earlier. Or
I'm just emphasizing earlier. It could mean anything.
But of course, the action gets underway in the second week. We've got a couple of questions coming in for you, Goran. One from Andy Schooler, who wants to know which player you found the easiest to ace. I think there were a few over the years. Was there one in particular you'd like to show up?
Believe it or not, maybe one of the best returner in the history of tennis, Agassi. Every time when I play him, I had at least 20 to 30 aces because he was guessing. So sometimes I hit like 15 aces and then he gets 4 times right and he breaks me. Then I go crazy.
A lot of people also want to know just how often does your mind hark back to that astonishing success that you enjoyed so late in your career in 2001?
Not very often. When I come here, then a lot, but usually not so much.
I would think about it every day if I had one.
Yeah, but it's interesting because to me it would be. I mean, it was the fulfillment. It was such an extraordinary story, Goran, because you came so close on so many occasions, and most people thought your chance had come and gone, which perhaps made it all the more special in the end.
Yeah, when I was supposed to win, I didn't, and then that one, it's just. I still cannot explain how I won it and why and what happened, but I don't care, to be honest. I see my name there, and that's the most important thing.
They can never take that away from you. And, of course, you've just been playing with Tim Henman, and we chatted to Tim last week, and he's always asked about the rain-delayed semi-final. That was a big opportunity for him. But ifs and buts and maybes, and with roofs now, it could have been a different story. I don't suppose you care too much about that.
I don't care, but it's not my fault. It's All England club fault. They didn't build a roof back then, so why blame me?
Who do you think is going to become Wimbledon champion this year?
Wow. Okay, I picked Federer, so Federer.
At the age of 35, he does appear to be playing better than ever, doesn't he?
He's playing great. Him and Nadal, they're really in the best form, so we'll see what's going to happen.
Davor Budusin wants to know who you think is the best player of all time. Would that also be Roger Federer?
I can't pick one. can put Rod Laver, Bjorn Borg, Sampras, Roger. It's very tough to pick one.
Yeah. Jem has got a question as well, going back to the big day, but she wants to know what was going on in your head when you passed your racket to the bull boy.
I had no idea what was going on. A lot of things.
Bull boy was very pleased, that's for sure. Well, listen, I know you're a very busy man. You've been playing tennis since 7:30. You're going to be pulled here, there, and everywhere for the rest of the day. But thank you so much for coming to join us. And please keep an eye on Wayne. I think this is important. If you're going to be successful, I mean, he's had too many wooden spoons at this place. He wants some silverware.
Don't worry.
Okay.
It's a pleasure to be
He's going to take good care of me.
We hope.
Yeah, I'm just going to hopefully get him to serve for me. That'll help.
That would definitely be a big, strong plus. Goran Ivanisevic, thank you very much indeed. Lovely to see you this morning. We will move briefly from here to Robin Bailey, who's lurking in the queue. Hello, Robin.
Hello, Marcus. Yeah, we're not too far away from you, are we? But we're moving with the queue. And I've got a couple of people lined up, or several people, actually. This is Nikki and Sarah. You're very local. And the thing is, it's a beautiful scene in the queue, you know. There's people with lovely hats, there's loads of colours. I've worn specially my pink shirt today, and well, these two ladies are perfectly attired. You're local ladies, Nikki?
Yeah, I live in Aylesfield, so literally just around the corner.
And what a lovely hat. Can I just say that is a floppy hat to remember?
Thank you. It's my summer hat, perfect for a bit of Wimbledon fun.
Lovely. And what about you, Sarah? That's also you've gone floppy, but obviously contrasting nicely with your partner.
Absolutely. We always aim to coordinate on days like this.
And this isn't the first time you've been to Wimbledon?
No, this is our third year here together, joining the queue.
Have you been worried about the temperatures? Because we're looking, I think, at 28 degrees top temperature today.
Do you know what? I think it just makes it more fun. If you're kind of ready for it, prepared with hats, then it's fine. You can just enjoy it.
And sunscreen and all that kind of thing?
All in the bag, all ready for it.
Good. Well, look, I don't want you to lose your place. Carry on there. I'm just going to depart from my colleague here and find a couple of people over here. I've got Akhilesh. Thank you very much, ladies. Let me move down a bit. Akhilesh, Abhilesh and Arava. And they're looking for me, and I'm going to stick with them in the queue. Hello, guys.
Hey.
Right, now, the reason I'm talking to you is because you're ex-ball boys, but you're actually in the queue queuing for tickets today. So how long have you were you a ball boy?
For 4 years, yeah.
And you, sir?
I was for 5 years.
Great stuff. And you must have seen some brilliant matches. Give us a hint of the sort of things that you saw.
Oh, yeah, we saw plenty of great matches. I think one of my favourites would have been in 2015, Wawrinka against Gasquet on court 1. It's just great tennis. It was
and disappointing, obviously, that they dropped out in the first round.
Yeah, it is. They play a really great style of tennis, and it's a shame that they won't be playing, but we still got Federer and Murray, so plenty to support.
And a highlight for you, sir?
Murray Federer semi-final in 20.
Murray Federer, fantastic final, semi-final. You must have great memories from that.
Absolutely. Just the quality of the tennis was astounding, so didn't really have to do much work because they're just so good.
Yeah, brilliant. Lovely to talk to you. Enjoy your day. It's great that you're queuing. I'm going to move back towards you and talk to more people a little bit later, Marcus.
OK, Robin, thank you very much indeed. I noticed actually that Mary Rhodes, who of course will be taking over a little later today, just tweeted and wanted me to ask Goran if he still follows West Bromwich Albion. I didn't see the tweet in time. I wish I had asked him that. I remember seeing him at a couple of West Brom games. Do you know that?
Still does,
well, does he? Yeah.
Still does.
Poor fellow. I mean, to be given West Brom. I know Mary's a season ticket holder, but come on.
I don't know if he was given it. I think it's just what he chose, right? I mean, you don't get given what, do
well,
you?
I think because he's very close to David Law, who's a very respected broadcaster and journalist and promoter, and he's a massive West Brom fan. So I'm thinking that was the original connection. But he needs to pop down and see Spurs. I forget, Wayne, who your team is.
I don't really follow a team.
Well, that's poor.
I know.
You're a sports fan. Why not football?
I don't know. Never really got into it too much.
Disappointing. Lucy, are you
I'm Man United.
Just well, actually can't say. I used to say, well, you're the glory hunters. Not so much anymore.
Exactly.
Actually, a good season. 2 trophies last season. Claire, do you have a team?
A total glory hunter. I am Man United, but I'm starting to lose a bit of interest.
But you just won 2 trophies.
No, but not the Champions League.
Well, you're in it now next season.
And they're so far off winning the Premiership.
So
who should I switch to? Who won it last year?
Can you switch at this age?
You cannot. You cannot switch.
I thought I can still pick one there. So
you can still pick. That's why you waited, is it?
That's the one thing. People who switch football teams, that's a very...
I was going to switch to Tottenham Hotspurs.
Oh, no, you can do that. That's okay. No, that's fine. You're allowed to do that. I need your answer for our social debate. Michael Chang, as far as Wayne's concerned, in terms of a player who's shown so much determination over the decades under pressure. Lucy, where would you go?
Mine was Justine Henin. I think just the fact when she retired in 2008, do you remember there was that sort of pass the parcel, wasn't it, in terms of who was going to be world number one? And I think it had a massive effect on Ivanovic, Jankovic, Safina. All of them really struggled with having to take the mantle of being world number one. They each had a go, and it just showed for me how much pressure Henin dealt with for so many years, holding that spot.
Similar, actually, to now, that there's a big opportunity for a lot of the players. Which one will grasp it? That's going to be fascinating over the next couple of weeks. Where does your vote go, Claire?
Well, I'm going to go to the men's there, and definitely Roger Federer for me. And it's just really, when you look at it, it's the longevity of his career, and it's sustaining the world number one. But it's what he kind of goes through. Every time he goes into those press conferences, he's dealing with 4 different languages, and he gets a lot of questions. I mean, even yesterday, he was getting a lot of quite difficult questions in the press room, and he just absorbs it and deflects it. That's what he does so well. He just deflects the pressure. So it's Roger Federer, and lastly with him, obviously, it's how he's evolved his game with all the great players that are coming through around him.
Well, do tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL. Tell us who you think. You can email us as well, radio@aeltc.com. For what it's worth, I'm going to go with Andy Murray, who ended that 77-year wait on the men's side by becoming British champion here in 2013, and the focus and the weight of expectation on his shoulders as that fortnight developed. I don't think that can be matched. But let us know what you think. Barry's still at Orangi. Who would you go with, Barry?
Repeat the question.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. It's all going so smoothly, and then we come back to Cowan. It pays just to listen.
I was just horrified. Sorry, Marcus. I was just horrified that Claire Curran says that she's lost interest and she might change football teams.
Oh, you were listening to that bit then,
yeah,
were you?
I was just scratching my head thinking, why would you want to do that?
Well, Barry, I did say at the very beginning that I was a glory hunter. I admitted that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Barry, it was all about the 90s for me, and Man United were way ahead there.
Yeah.
We won't talk to Barry about his...
I've actually, while we're on the football theme, I made one friend and made 2 enemies. Because I was speaking to 3 stewards, Marcus. 2 of them are on centre court who are Chelsea fans. Boo. And the one who was on court 1, yes, a Reds. Liverpool fan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Smart guy. So he thinks that Federer's going to win the tournament. Smart guy.
Well, you share a lot in common. Is he also apoplectic with rage that Petra Kvitova has been installed as favourite in the ladies' game?
Am I the only one who...
Yes.
I'm really?
Yeah.
You're angry that...
Just angry.
but she's also... Well, she's not angry, but she's a little surprised that she's been installed
but
as
she's
favourite.
playing it down. That's the psyche that these top sportsmen and women produce. No,
anyway,
I don't blame her.
I guess I should tell you where I am.
Well, can you just answer the question first of all? Across the decades, which player has performed the best under pressure?
The person that springs to mind straight away is maybe Jana Novotná, actually. Having choked in the Wimbledon final, to go through what she went through, and then to come back and win the championships. I think that's a sensational effort.
Pete Sampras has got a vote, having to squeeze through against you in 5. That was pressure. He would never have lived that one down, would he, Baz?
Yeah, because he'd have to... His worst ever loss.
I think he would have retired on the spot. Anyway, where are you? I know where you are. You're at Orangi.
Where am I? I'm in Orangi Park. Of course I am. Right by the entrance. It's a few players are starting to filter in. A few coaches. It's getting a little busy. Of course, at this time of the day, because you can't start practicing until 10 o'clock, players will go straight to the gym. They'll warm up, make sure they don't pull any groin muscles like I did the other day. And then they're ready to go. When the nets come up at around 10 to 10, they're ready to start their practice. Because, of course, if their first match on 11:30, it's a quick turnaround for them.
It is. Thank you, Barry. Is that enough from you for the moment?
Unless you want anything more.
No, you'll actually like this tweet from Pamp, who's been in touch and says to Wayne Ferreira, pick Liverpool and you'll never walk alone.
Great.
Actually, it's Pam. It's Pam C, not Pamp. Apologies. Pam's in Gibraltar and she's flying in tonight to join the queue. Mark Forster's been in touch. He agrees with me, actually. He says that vote has to go to Andy Murray. You know, British media pressure, and he's still managed 2 titles. Ollie Cardo's been in touch. Roger, always been able to perform under pressure. His experience and calmness have kept him at the top, so he's agreeing with Claire. So do keep your tweets and emails coming. Across the decades, which player has performed the best under pressure? Tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL, and you can email us as well, radio@aeltc.com. Now, yesterday was a strange sort of day in many ways, wasn't it, Claire? We had, unfortunately, those 2 retirements, which equally made it a perfect start perhaps for Novak. Got a set under his belt. Roger got a set under his belt. But I presume it's far too early to make too many precise judgments in terms of how well they're playing, or at least how well they appear to be playing at the moment.
Well, they had a great start to the tournament, didn't they? And I don't think either of them would have been that disappointed that that they only got a set and a half. They would have obviously liked to play 3 sets, but in terms of just saving their bodies for what's to come, that would be fine. They got a nice little run out there, but it was an unusual day. I haven't seen something like that happen on centre court before, where you've had 2 withdrawals, and it's probably a bit of a shame for the people that came to watch. But on the bright side, the 4th match that went on to centre court was, I mean, that was a fantastic match between Babos and Wozniacki to finish the day. So, yeah, it was just definitely a funny day.
These things can happen, unfortunately. It's produced a lot of debate about what could be done in terms of having lucky losers standing by, and we'll talk about that a little later. But let's hear first from seeds 2 and 4, starting with Novak.
Well, it was great to be back on the center court. It is the cradle of the tennis history right here, and it's obviously a very special feeling to walk into this court. I got back many memories that I've had in the past, and I was fortunate to play so many matches and get some trophies as well in my career in this court. So it was definitely nice to be back. Of course, you never like to end up a match this way, but I heard that Klijan had the issues even before walking onto the court. I try to just focus on what I need to do, execute my game plan. I started serving well. I played well on my series games, not so great on the return games, but when it mattered, I made a break. But you could see that he just he wasn't moving. Once the ball was a couple of feet away from him, he just would let it go. So, yeah, it's just unfortunate. I'm sure that he didn't want to finish this way because it's Wimbledon. Obviously, it is a very, very particular tournament for all of us in the season. So I wish him all the best. Wish him the recovery. From my side, I'll try to rest and recover and prepare for the next one. I obviously had a lot of matches in Eastbourne, and so I had enough match play.
Well, it feels great to be back on center court. Clearly, I was hoping that Alexander was feeling better today, but he's had a rough one this year. He's had to pull out a lot of matches, so you always wish for somebody that he can play his Wimbledon the way he wants to play it, and he wasn't really able to today, but he tried. For me, obviously, I'm very happy to be back and getting another win here. It's great news, and I'm feeling healthy myself, so I'm very happy.
Yes, so Federer, from a personal point of view, delighted, but it has led to this conversation about what could be done to change the rules, and the Sydney Morning Herald has focused on this particular issue, saying that Federer has urged Wimbledon to reconsider the situation. And Federer did point out that the Association of Tennis Professionals, the ATP, which runs the men's events outside of the Grand Slams, is trialling a new rule this season to discourage half-fit players from beginning the tournament. And Wayne, what in essence that means is that if a player does pull out before his match, he will still get paid, but a lucky loser can come in and the crowd is treated to a competitive match. It seems to make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think it's something that needs to be looked at and maybe addressed, because, I mean, it was obvious that both of them yesterday came in with a pre-existing injury, something that is obviously not going to allow them the opportunity to win the match and compete at the level that they should. So, I mean, I'm not going to say anything about the guys, don't know them well enough to judge them, but it looked pretty obvious that they were out just for the prize money. And that's really, really disappointing.
How would you see that work, Lucy? I mean, the possibility is that either the player does pull out, gets all the prize money, the lucky loser comes in and at least has the right to fight for second round prize money, or perhaps you could share it to some degree. Obviously, there'll be some costs if a lucky loser does hang around in the hope that they're going to get a match. So it's not quite as straightforward as it might seem to be.
That's right. I mean, as a lucky loser, you still get some per diem and obviously come through the qualifying. So they're almost getting their expenses paid. And I mean, I think from the lucky loser's point of view, they're going to take that chance whether there's prize money or not. I think there were 7 retirements in the men's first round. So it's certainly something that you think has to be looked at. I think the Australian Open, they're keen to maybe look to do it, and as you say, the trial with the ATP, because I don't think it's good for anyone. It's no good for the crowd, and I think Roger and Novak, they almost still haven't had their first round to get through, so for them they would have wanted a full match.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens in that regard, but it would certainly
just
seem
quickly
to make
on that,
sense.
an interesting thing would have happened that if they had both pulled out and lucky losers had come in, the number 1, 2 and 3 seed would have played a lucky loser. Andy played a lucky loser.
That's right.
And that would have been interesting. I think it would have been the first time you could have had the first 3 seeds to play lucky losers.
Yeah, I think that would have been a first. And of course, Andy had actually lost to lucky losers in his 2 previous matches, to Jordan Thompson at Queen's and also to Borna Coric in Madrid. So it just goes to show that a lucky loser can come in and then do extremely well. And I think Luca Puig did that, excuse me, in Rome a year ago in the Masters event there. And that really propelled him towards the upper echelons of the men's game. Another player who has had some injury problems of late, but who would appear now is heading back to full fitness just in time, is last year's finalist who is through to round 2.
Milos Raonic,
7-6, 6-2, 7-6.
the number 6 seed, so won his first grass court match of the season.
Yeah, I did a lot of things well. I have to be happy with just progressing through. Obviously, I would have wished to have more matches on grass leading into this tournament, but I'm happy with the way I dealt with things. I didn't make the most of the opportunities in the beginning of the first set. Sort of felt like a deja vu of 2 weeks ago, but then I really stepped up and did a better job from the rest of the match.
Such a good player, Claire, such a bright man as well. We know that his father is a nuclear scientist or something like that, so the genes are there. And, you know, if he is fully fit, just in time, he could be very dangerous, couldn't he?
Not a lot of people are talking about him because he lost first round at Queen's Club, but I don't think any of the top guys are going to want to play him. And I think if I'm right, he's in, whose quarter is he in? He's in the top of the draw. Sorry, I've just thrown that one in, but
everyone reaches for their orders of play. Who can get there first?
Wayne will tell us. But you know, the thing about Raonic is he's just been improving. He's obviously got that very big serve, and he hits a lot of aces, gets a lot of free points on it. But I think over the course of the
top of the bottom.
Okay, bottom there.
Alexander Zverev is the highest seed that he'll come up, seeded 10th, and first seed in his section is Albert Ramos Vinolas, which I think he'll come through. But Zverev's going to be a tough.
That's going to be a great match. And actually, from a perspective of if they get there, Zverev against him, that's going to be could be the kind of turning point for Zverev. But no, I think he's certainly a contender. He hasn't been talked about, and I think possibly as the tournament goes on, and also the weather condition is going to play a big factor in it. It's getting very hot through the weekend, and he's dangerous.
Here's another interesting article from the Japan Times discussing another player who's had injury concerns, but Kei Nishikori, according to the Japan Times, believes he can win Wimbledon this year after breezing through his first round clash with Italy's Marco Cecchinato 6-2, 6-2, 6-love on Monday. That match lasted just 72 minutes. He's confident he could eclipse his best performance at Wimbledon. That was reaching the last 16 in 2014 and 2016. And he aims to, quote, win the whole thing. That's my goal. I hope I can make it. Wayne shaking his head.
I don't think so. I don't think he's got the game, first of all. There's too many guys that are better on the grass than him. He's not playing well. He hasn't had much success. I think he's trying to say that he wants, but I just don't think he has enough.
He's
very surprised.
His first match today on #1 court against Sergei Stakhovsky. Are you going to shoot him down in flames as well, Lucy?
It's the different psychology, isn't it? Most of the other players that have been marked as ones to win the tournament, they've played it down. He's playing himself up. That's not an easy draw for him, though, today. It could be an interesting match against Stakhovsky, and one that I think perhaps Stakhovsky could come through.
Yeah, I agree. I think Stakhovsky's got the type of grass court game that could be very difficult for Nishikori. Obviously, Nishikori returns well, and Stakhovsky serves big and comes to the net a lot. So that's a tough task for him. I think Stakhovsky has a really good chance to win that.
Okay, the deciding vote here, Claire, in terms of Nishikori's...
I'm going to go with Lucy all the way there, with what she said, that this could be, well, actually, you were both saying it, but this could be an upset today. But and also agree with Wayne. I mean, it is tricky to see how he could beat those top guys on the grass courts.
Okay.
It's tricky. Does he have the game?
The Japan Times 1, the panel 3 in favour of Nishikori not doing the business this year. But you can understand why the newspaper is going to be as supportive as possible. I still can't get over the astonishing numbers of media that surround Nishikori. You always know when he's about, because suddenly there's about 400 people milling in front of him, and then he comes through, and he's a very shy man, actually, isn't he? But it's astonishing how popular he is, and all the different deals that he's struck. I mean, talk about the weight of expectation on Andy Murray's shoulders. He's in a similar position in that regard, isn't he?
Well, it shocked me the other day whenever I saw him come off the court. There was hundreds of people, and it looked a little bit like the old pictures of Bjorn Borg walking around Wimbledon. He's just, I mean, he's an absolute superstar in Japan.
Dovi, by the way, Dovi Owen has just tweeted us. He's going back to the football theme and says, Wayne, maybe you could answer which local team you support. Pirates or Chiefs is the suggestion, or two suggestions. Interested?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I've been out of South Africa for such a long time, but when I was back in the old days, I was a Chief fan. Guys, the Chiefs.
Keep these tweets and emails coming. We seem to be digressing onto a football theme, but whatever you have to say or to ask us, we'd love to hear from you. This is the Wimbledon radio channel. I'm Marcus Buckland. You can also watch us on television until 10:30 on the Wimbledon channel. You'll see Claire Curran dressed delightfully once again. The coffee stain has gone.
Mm-hmm.
Luciale, who's ready to go straight onto the practice courts.
She's probably done she's probably already done 4 hours in the gym this morning, Lucy.
This is the fittest lady I have ever met. Have you done any more of those scary, what are they called? Strong women? Iron Man.
I've done 2. I was due to do one last September, but I was travelling, so I was unable to do it.
Crazy.
Yeah. And Wayne is dressed perfectly for any occasion, so he can morph from the IMG house to a television studio, and then maybe we'll go and practice with Goran Ivanisevic a little later. The pressure's on, but nightclubs are banned over the next few days. Wayne, let's head back to the queue. Robin Bailey.
Marcus, I can actually see you now. I've actually walked from over there. And, you know, you are on telly over there. And they're loving it. They're loving the fact that the Wimbledon channel is on all the time as you go all the way down. It's no ordinary queue, this. The fact that there's colour. Look at the honorary stewards. They say, we can't talk to you, but they're lovely. They're so, so nice. And you're doing a fantastic job. I know you can't talk to me, but I'm going to talk to you. And I found this lovely family from Germany who, can you believe they didn't know this was Wimbledon week when they came over for 5 days in London. This is Thomas, and you're here with Sandra. And listen, this is 9-year-old Robin. This is Robin here. Robin speaks to Robin, and also we've got David as well, little David, who's 11 years old. So, Thomas, how come you didn't know this was Wimbledon week?
Well, we didn't know, actually. We wanted to visit London. And we're extremely excited to be here. It's the longest queue I've ever been in.
You're not used to queuing in Germany in the way that we are, yeah.
But it's so good organized. It's fantastic, really. I never saw something like that.
And Sandra, there's so much to do. I mean, it's so much to see and so much to do in the queue as well. It's not just like you've got to just wait your time and it's boring.
No.
People like me as well.
Yes, it's you learn new people.
Have you met a lot of people and talked to them?
Yes. I don't know the names because they come.
They're waving to us over there,
and they very nice and friendly, and everything is so calm and fine.
It's a lovely atmosphere, no doubt about that. Thomas, you're from Frankfurt, yes?
Yes, near Frankfurt, a small town.
Okay. So it's a 5-day trip, and I would imagine the trip to Wimbledon is the highlight, surely?
Of course, yes. Of course. We wanted to visit London, and with the children, it's also very exciting. There's so much to see, but one just thought about Wimbledon all the time, so we're really great feeling to be here. Yeah.
And so you're going to get ground passes today, so you can go and see whatever you like?
Yes, we hope so, yeah.
Well, remember, the strawberries and cream, you've got to do all that sort of stuff, the champagne bar, all that kind of thing, the Pims. Make sure you do all those things that are quintessentially English. And quick word with you, David. Who are you looking forward to seeing today or getting a glimpse of?
I don't know what a glimpse of is.
Well, OK. Who do you think will win the men's singles championship this year?
I think it's Federer because he's the best on
You're going with Federer?
grass, yes.
Your English is brilliant, by the way. Me at 11, couldn't speak German. Listen, thank you very much. I'll let you go on your way, guys. Just a word about your moment, Marcus. The Andy Murray moment has to be the biggest pressure moment, surely, in 2013. I don't often agree with you, as you know,
few people
but
do.
that was the moment for me when the weight of expectation was on his shoulders. He almost crumbled, but he got there in the end.
Thank you, Robin. And by the way, you say you couldn't speak German when you were 11. I know for a fact that you can't speak German now at the age of whatever you are. So don't pretend you're struggling with your English, never mind suggesting that you've picked up German since you were 11.
I studied French for 8 years at school. Have you ever heard me talk French?
No. Double Dutch is what you tend to specialise in.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Robin Bates. Actually, the first time I've seen Robin actually work in the queue, it was interesting because he was talking to that delightful German family and everybody else was cowering as far away as possible just in case his beady eye caught their eyes and they were asked if they were going to get a glimpse of somebody. Tough question, wasn't it? Talking of people who ask tough questions, we're going to go to court 14. That's where Barry has picked up a guest.
I am, Marcus. I've moved from Orangi Park to court 14. And as usual, every year I always get the great job of being able to interview the court coverers. And well, boy, they've got an easy job today, haven't they, with this sun due to get up to 30 degrees. And as usual, chief court coverer, George Spring, fresh from his cattle farm. Morning, George. Welcome to the championships this year. Do your cattle like this weather?
Barry, it's the other side of the world, so it's very cold in Australia at the moment, so I think they'll be
I know that, but do they like this weather?
They love this weather, Barry, yes.
And do your crack team love this weather?
They certainly do. They really enjoy being on the beautiful lawns of SW19 when the sun's shining like this, yes.
And how many of your court coverers have you got? 3, 6, 9, 11 of them. Are these your finest?
There's a few of them that I would rate up there as the finest. There's a few that I've brought along to learn from the others, yes.
Well, I've obviously got to ask you the question, which are the best and which are the ones that must improve?
Well, I think let the audience judge that, Barry. Ask a few questions and they can judge, yes.
OK, right, I'll have to go along. Well, first of all, Marcus, do you remember last year? Well, I certainly remember interviewing Winston, and Winston provided the cookies. Do you remember?
There again? Is he there again?
You weren't listening, were you?
No, I was. My microphone was briefly taken
Do you remember Winston from last year who provided the cookies?
Yes, I do remember Winston.
Well, I have fallen out with Winston because Winston has not provided the cookies this year. Winston, what's happened?
George let me go at 11 o'clock last night, so I didn't have time, I'm afraid, to do any baking.
Right, he's failed. So down on the bottom,
someone else
rung of the ladder.
Out with
we'll go
Barry.
along. Hello, sir. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
You've got to state your claim for being the best court cover out of the 11.
Oh, that's a good question.
Failed. Next one along. You've got to put a case.
I think I bring the best banter to the court and I keep people going.
Very good.
I'm really good at flapping on the ends when we cover the court.
Got the best bribing with the cookies.
And you are an ex-tennis professional.
No.
You had your chance, failed.
Great at running tapes.
What sort of tapes?
Green tapes, purple tapes.
If doubtful.
Just live and dream covers. Dream about it, live for it.
Like it. Good answer, George. George, nod of approval over there.
I'm chairman on this court. I've come back from 4 years ago for a big return this year.
Final return?
Could be whether I need to come back for a supervisor for the promotion.
Yeah, not bad. You actually were doing well at the start and you dipped at the end.
I think I'd say I'd bring the energy to the team, keep the team going throughout the day.
And good body language as well, like it?
I'm a really good umbrella holder for my court.
What do we think? Bad answer?
Barry?
No. Yeah. Oh, hang on, one more.
Yes. Oh, I've travelled thousands of miles from Australia to get here.
No, failed because he's Australian.
Well, this girl should be on the list. She was holding brollies on centre court yesterday. And what are the odds that a pigeon pooed on her head as she was holding the brollies? Is that good luck?
That is brilliant. You are the winner. Fantastic. So where are you going today then? Which court? Centre again?
Well, fingers crossed, but I think court 2 is my court to be on, so I'll wait for the Eagle Hawk to come over and find me again.
The Eagle Hawk. But seriously, Marcus, these guys, well, they've all got a smile on the face, which is obvious because they have got the easiest day here at Wimbledon. Are you just putting your feet up now? Why? What? But the sun's out. You're not going to be doing anything, are you?
For the players as well, though, that's the thing. We're there to, attend the players as well, their needs with the umbrellas, etc. If it's sunny day like this, we always need to be courtside as well. So.
Yeah, that's what always shines through, doesn't it, at Wimbledon, Marcus? There's so many people around the grounds who do so much hard work to make this championships as great as it is.
And then there's you.
Yeah, and then there's me. It's downhill.
Thank you, Barry. Was it Jeremy Paxman? The way he was grilling. He's obviously looking to develop his skills as an interviewer. But Barry caught 14, and yeah, they do a fantastic job. And he's absolutely right. So many unsung heroes throughout the club, working from the very start of the day to dusk. It's tough, but they love it. And, of course, it's a privilege to be part of these championships. Just a reminder of the order of play for today. As usual, centre court and number 1 will start at 1 o'clock. Joe Conter against Donna Vekic. That's a repeat of the final in, what was it, Nottingham a few weeks ago, which Vekic won, of course. Then Andy Murray and Dustin Brown. Everybody looking forward to that. Dustin Brown, by the way, hasn't cut his hair for nearly 20 years. An interesting little fact. Rafa against Donald Young, the third match on centre. We've mentioned Kei Nishikori kicking off proceedings on number 1 against Sergei Stakowski. Then Venus Williams against Qiang Wang of China and Beatrice Haddad-May of Brazil, who beat Laura Robson in the first round. She's got the number 2 seed Simona Halep. And then play starting at 11:30 on the other courts. Heather Watson, she's first on number 2 against Anastasia Sevastova of Latvia. Jo Wilfried Songa and Simone Bolelli are then followed by Florian Mayer and Marin Cilic. And on number 3, Victoria Azarenka, going to talk more about her in just a moment, against Elena Vesnina. Also on that court, Alias Bedne, who had the great win a couple of days ago against Ivo Karlovic. He now plays Damir Zuma. Jerzy Janowicz, the Pole who made the semi-finals a few years ago. Maybe he's just gearing up for another run. He plays Luca Pouille of France, who's seeded 14. Camilla Giorgi and Madison Keys are also on number 3. On court 12, you'll see the likes of Gilles Muller against Lucas Rossol. Fabio Fognini's up against Jiri Vesely. Alina Svitolina plays Francesca Schiavone, the very experienced Italian. And Yelena Ostapenko, the reigning French Open champion, is also on court 12 against Françoise Abanda of Canada. And looking further down the list, how about Sam Querrey, second on court 18 against Nicholas Bashilashvili of Georgia. Radu Albot's also playing on court 18, so of course Peter Markata will be interested in that because he's our Moldovan correspondent. He's also putting together 40 facts about Latvia ahead of the match tomorrow, featuring Ernest Gulbis and Juan Martin Del Potro. I think everybody's looking forward to that. And there's an awful lot of doubles matches getting underway on the various courts as well. I mentioned Victoria Azarenka playing first on number 3 against Elena Vesnina, and that brings me to an article from the Times of India with the headline, "Nothing Impossible for Women," says Victoria Azarenka. And she goes on to say that the American beach volleyball legend Kerry Walsh Jennings was her inspiration. The 38-year-old Jennings, a 3-time Olympic gold medalist, came back from 2 pregnancies and was 5 weeks into her 3rd when she competed in the 2012 London Olympics, where she topped the podium again. Quote, "If you're passionate about what you do and love what you do, then you can do that. Guys have the luxury to never stop their careers. For girls, it's tougher." And of course, we've had a pregnant woman in the draw. We had her on the radio yesterday, didn't we? And Victoria Azarenka has come back so quickly. She won her first round match, and who knows how far she might go this week.
seems that Victoria Azarenka has been the inspiration for many women on the tour. Obviously, Serena Williams followed that up. I mean, we were mesmerised by the fact that she won the Australian Open. I don't know how she did that. I was barely at that point doing my running laps with Wayne Ferreira around the track. But these women are incredible, and the fact that Amanda Manila played 16 weeks pregnant. But it sounds to me like Azarenka's thinking that maybe she's just going to keep on having more children.
Well, why not?
Yeah, she could have 3 or 4 out there and play.
Well, for me, the most impressive was when Kim Clijsters came back after having her baby. She came out and like a third tournament back, won the US Open. That was pretty inspirational, actually.
Well, where is Vika at in terms of causing some problems at these championships? It's too much to ask her to go deep this early,
It is difficult, isn't it? I mean, she played Mallorca, one of the warm-ups where she lost in the second round, so she hasn't had many matches at all. So you've got to be aware of that factor going through 2 weeks. She made the semi-finals a couple of times, but I think maybe it's just a little early for her. I do think she's going to quite quickly get herself back up to the top end of the game. Decent first-round win. It was a tough match, I felt, against Cici Bellis. She came through that in 3 sets, and she felt she got better and better as the match went on. So it'll be interesting. I think it's maybe a little early, though.
I think we'll probably know a lot more after today, because Vesnina, obviously, she's last year's semi-finalist, and she's a great doubles player, number 2 seed here in the doubles. But that's a real tester for her. I think that's probably one of my picks for the day of a great match, Vesnina and Azarenka.
Azarenka's got a decent record, hasn't she? She's 7-0 in terms of the head-to-head, so she'll certainly be looking to take that on.
Yeah, but I think that's when she was really in her prime. I mean, she's really the underdog trying to come back.
Absolutely.
You would have to give Vesnina the thumbs on that one.
Yeah,
I think she's going to come
I think so.
Okay, well, looking forward to that. The match I think everybody is really looking forward to today is second on centre court, Andy Murray up against the very entertaining Dustin Brown. Here's the defending champion on his centre court opponent.
In terms of the match, I expect him to be very aggressive. I think he'll go for his shots. I think he'll come forward a lot. And he's unpredictable. He's going to go for it, but also, he hits a lot of drop shots. He can play slice. Sometimes he hits 2 first serves, or goes for a huge second serve. It's it's not easy to play players like that. He's obviously had big win here in the past against Rafa, so whether he respects me or not, I'm going to go out on the court and expect him to play great tennis and give it a good shot, and we'll need to be ready.
Yeah, well, Andy mentioned there that Dustin, of course, beat Nadal a couple of years ago. He's a fantastic player to watch. I just wonder with Dustin Brown, as Andy Murray, in fact, before I ask you that, we're just going to nip back to the queue because Robin has been joined by somebody. Hold fire, Wayne. Robin?
Yes. Marcus, yes, I know you're talking about centre court later and Andy Murray and everything else. We're on number 20 court, which, as everyone in the queue knows, is sort of halfway up, and it's lovely and spongy underfoot. I'm really loving the surface. And this is a court that's kind of been set up by HSBC Bank, and they bring in some of the stars. You've already spoken to one of them, of course, Goran Ivanisevic, a champion here at Wimbledon. And another of the, well, not tennis stars, but one of the stars is Anton Dubek from Strictly Come Dancing with the stars in various countries as well. Anton, I know I spoke to you in the car park, I think it was, a couple of years ago. And I know you love Wimbledon, and you're just soaking up the atmosphere in the queue here. They're all getting a good fight, all waving to you as you go past. There's one.
It's so quintessentially English, isn't it? That you all these wonderful people are just queuing for the tickets to get in for the day, and only in England could that really happen. It's just a brilliant tournament. Of course, it's the #1 tournament of the year. I know the other majors and many tournaments around the world will disagree, but there you are. And it's an incredible place to be. And what I love about Wimbledon is that it hasn't changed over the years, although it sort of has evolved. So although it's like a grande dame, she's right up to speed with everything.
Moved with the times.
Moved completely with the times. And it's just a beautiful place to be. And I'm, delighted. The weather's fabulous and crowds are in and the tennis is good, and brilliant.
Do you play a bit of tennis?
I do play a bit of tennis. I enjoy tennis enormously. I got back into it when I started dancing with Judy on Strictly Come Dancing. We would train by day and then play tennis by night or in the evenings. And she's a wonderful coach. She's the best coach I've ever had lessons
So your game
from
improved
ever.
for that year?
Well, I hadn't played for many years since I was, at school and young and just after school. I played a lot of tennis in those days. And then as soon as I got, with Judy, she just got me back into it. And I love it. I just think it's great.
She's actually, I think she might be doing an interview at the moment just behind us, so we might get a chance to grab her. But this surface is beautiful. This would actually be a very, very good dancing surface, wouldn't it? You've got spring in your step on here.
Apart from the AstroTurf, yes, the spring is good. We like a nice...
Not the slide, though.
The slide wouldn't work at all on this. But if they could change the actual AstroTurf to wood, this would be perfect, because it's got a nice bounce, a nice sprung floor. We like that. Good on the knees.
So, since your association with Judy on Strictly Come Dancing, has this become a regular event for you? I mean, you're now almost part of the Wimbledon family in many ways.
Yeah, well, I keep sneaking in on a ticket from Judy. She's very generous. She invites me along, and it's lovely to come. And I know some of the guys and stuff. I know Andrew Castle, who's done Strictly Come Dancing as well, and Tim I know as well. We've played golf and one thing or another. And so it's lovely. You get to come a few times, you get to know more of the guys. Goran today, for example, has been wonderful fun. We played doubles together against Tim Hemman and Judy Murray.
Oh,
I'm not going to tell you who won. All right, we did. But so, and they're super fun. It's just great.
Do you get starstruck? But in the way that some people are about the likes of you and Judy? Do you get starstruck when you see Goran over there?
I love to meet these guys because I watched them and I've supported them, and and that was an incredible semi-final against Tim all those years ago. And
that dashed rain break.
I know.
We hated him for a while.
All three of them. And I think we were all delighted when Goran went on and won it, because I think he really was sort of the crowd's favourite. And they say never meet your heroes, because they're always a disappointment. But he's not. He's a lovely, lovely fella.
So you're here. I mean, obviously you're doing a lot of interviews with the likes of me, but I mean, just soaking up the atmosphere of this queue. I'm on queue watch today.
Yeah.
I mean, the atmosphere there is beautiful, and they've got to dress up carefully because it's 28 degrees.
Oh, it's hot. Yes. Listen, if you're going off the shoulder, make sure you get some cream, and definitely bring a hat. It's a beautiful day. The crowd's great. I love this, though. This is...
The colours.
Everyone's in a good mood. This lady over there is already on the Pims, and why not? She might not make the front of the queue, but she'll be asleep in the car park 12. But it's going to be... I mean, it's wonderful. Look, brilliant.
And the atmosphere, it seems to me, is similar to the feel-good factor you get from watching Strictly Dancing with the Stars to Wimbledon generally.
Incredible. People love this sort of event. We people doing things, and we love to support them, and it's lovely to be involved. It's because things like Strictly Come Dancing, it's very difficult to get tickets to. Can't get tickets to Strictly Come Dancing. And it's the same with Wimbledon. It's so difficult to get tickets. I'll take that challenge. And so when you're in, everybody's enthusiastic, and that's part of the fun of it.
Anton, it's been lovely talking to you. Are we out of time with Judy? Can she come and have a... She's on the phone. She's doing another interview. Maybe we'll catch her a bit later. It's been a pleasure as always. And I will tell all my friends what a nice guy you are. That's Anton de Beek on court number 20.
Court 20, not in the car park this year.
Great stuff. Yes, the HSBC court 20. And if Judy gets off the phone, Robin's very dogged. I'm sure he will stick a microphone in her face and we'll hear from her. And as Anton was saying, what an inspirational coach she is. My son was lucky enough to spend an afternoon being pushed and prodded by her, and she's fantastic. Nearly as good as you, Lucille. You're a tough coach, an inspirational coach. I mean, we're blessed. Claire as well, who is actually, you've got three youngsters as well who are sort of making their first steps in the game.
I need to get them Judy's way, don't I? Because I mean, so. Judy is a pro especially she's done so much with the performance players, but what she does with the kids and. I mean, I struggle a lot as a coach with that age. I think Lucy and I are a little bit more similar, but I think Lucy's much even tougher than me.
I like working with the young kids.
She is strict, I'm telling you.
I will bring I will bring my 5-year-old over to you. For the afternoon.
I remember watching a session that Lucy was putting on, and when all the balls had to be collected, she said, "Right, I want them back in the basket inside 30 seconds, and if they're not, there's trouble." Took them 32 seconds, so she collapsed the basket, all the balls came out, they had to do them again, and then they had to do about 30 press-ups, but they learnt very quickly, and after that, those balls were returned within 30 seconds, and they respected her for it.
There's no wasting time on the tennis court picking up balls.
Absolutely.
I do have to say that it's a very, you have to be very, very good to be able to teach a young kid to play the game of tennis. It's a hard job from a fundamental, and, you know, you've got to do it in a way to teach him, but you've got to make it fun. It takes a special breed.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, I think as a parent, and Wayne, and you have your children are playing tennis, your son's playing tennis, but it's very tricky as somebody who is a coach to go out with your kids and play tennis with them at a young age, and that's something which obviously Judy has been able to do, and she's done it so well. But I know from my own experience, it's really hard.
Yeah, and she's got a book out at the moment, and she was also saying, and this is something that everybody who has children in the sport will appreciate, just how expensive it can be. And she was saying that she had to borrow a frightening amount of money to finance Jamie and Andy, and of course it's paid off very handsomely for them. Before we went off to Robin in the queue, when I was going to ask you about Andy's opponent today, Dustin Brown, and he is wonderfully entertaining, and he has beaten Rafael Nadal here before. He's had some other big wins as well. Watching him, do you get a bit frustrated at times? Because he will always do something extraordinary. To me, if he was just ever so slightly more disciplined, he might be considerably more successful.
Then he wouldn't be fun to watch, would he?
I don't mean that he goes into a straitjacket and plays conventional tennis, but just occasionally, big points maybe, play the percentage shot slightly more often.
Yeah, I do have to say, I watched him play in his first round match. He had a break point and he tried to do this ridiculous drop shot from the back of the court that didn't even make it to the net, and we were like, oh, what are you doing? I mean, yeah, it is a bit of an issue for him, but I'm interested to watch him today, because what he does do well is attack. I like the way he chips and charges off the second serve, and Andy's always obviously known to have a very soft second serve. I'm curious because guys don't attack it as much as I think that they should, and I think he's going to attack it like crazy today. He's going to become running in on everything, and it's going to be entertaining. And again, you know, as you said, if he can show some discipline and really do what he needs to do today, which is, you know, play aggressive, come to the net as much as possible, put Andy under a lot of pressure. If he can sustain that through, you know, through a 5-set match, I think he's got a chance. I wouldn't say he's got a great chance, but he's got a good chance. But it's going to be definitely an interesting match to watch.
Lucy, if Dustin Brown turned up at the JTC, your academy, the junior tennis coach, I suppose junior, he perhaps doesn't fit into that category now. But if he came along and said, right, coach me, how difficult would it be to try and get him just to buy into what we're saying occasionally, maybe just play the percentages a bit higher?
It's tough, and I mean, I think sometimes you can get guilty if you've got a player that's so skillful that you then try and put them too much in a box, and you're trying to get them to play percentage tennis. You've got to get the mix. They have to do some of the drills where there's repetition, but you've also then got to give them the free rein, because it's for me it's about trying to build up the bottom bit when he doesn't play well at all and he gets all his decisions wrong. If you can build that bit up, then the top bit's open, as we've seen. He's beating Nadal here. It's tough. You've got to try and get in their mind, which can be very difficult, because I think players like that, and I've had some as juniors, they just picture this incredible shot on every single ball, and they don't want to maybe miss the opportunity to try it. And as I say, one happens, 1 in 50 maybe, and they'll still have a go. It isn't easy, and it can be difficult. I mean, we've seen so many talented players where on their day they can be incredible, but you watch them on another day, and I mean they're at a much lower level.
And I think on that, one of the things that's so important for in the coaching relationship is timing. And obviously, you know, with Dustin, you can probably, there's a couple of things that you could definitely say to him. But it's when you say them, and that's his key, and that's all about understanding the person that you're coaching and really getting a good grasp of when you can do that. And I think the exceptional coaches are able at times to just say nothing and to step back and then to pick the right moment in which they make that call to say that.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Second meeting between the two men this afternoon, back in 2010 at the US Open. In the round of 64, Murray came through 7-5, 6-3, 6-love. That's the second match on centre court today. We'll have a look at Jo Konta's prospects shortly as well. She's first match on centre against Donna Vekic. Before that, it's back to Mr. Cowan.
Hey, Marcus, how are you doing?
We are enjoying ourselves. We're being replenished with coffee by the very kind people at Lavazza. So we're flying here, Baz. At the moment.
Really interesting chat, actually. It's always fascinating and listening to you talking about coaching and development of players and when to give the information. And one gentleman who's got a job to do today later is Michael Joyce, who is now working with Victoria Azarenka. Victoria is warming up on practice court 4 against Vesnina, and when we're looking at a potential shock in terms of seeds going out, that would definitely be one that I'm looking at later on. They've played 7 times. Azarenka's won all 7 meetings and has won all 14 sets. So I think, Claire Curran, you're commentating on that match later on. Are you expecting Azarenka to come through?
Well, I think that's one of the things, Barry. It's one of my favourite matches of the day, and as you say, 14 sets to 0. Well, that pretty much puts Azarenka absolute favourite for the match, but it'll be interesting to see how she is competitively, having had so much time off. But I think both of these women play quite a similar game style, and obviously Azarenka has just done it an awful lot better. Big heavy hitters from the back of the court. They're trying to get each other off balance. So it will be interesting how the match pans out. But I definitely think Vesnina's got a much better shot based on the fact that Azarenka obviously is coming back from such a long layoff. And she hasn't played this quality opposition. You know, she hasn't played that type of player for quite a while. So I'm at least expecting Vesnina will get a set today.
Marcus, would you believe me if I just said I've seen the best shot so far this year at Wimbledon?
Well, no, because play hasn't started yet today.
On practice court 3, there is a lady warming up with her coach, and I'm not kidding, he has just hit a shot between his legs, top spin forehand lob for a winner.
Wow. Who is that?
I said a gentleman. Whenever you say a gentleman, or as we say the other day, the Argentinian fellow or the Serbian woman, it's because we can't pronounce the name or we don't know who it is. So please forgive me.
Well, go and find out. And yeah, I mean, this is the beauty. You can wander around the courts actually. And
yeah, but if I say, excuse me, what's your name? And he's in the middle of his business.
Who's he with? Who's the player?
Well, I said I don't know.
Well, I thought you had the practice court sheet.
No, he won't have remembered to pick that up.
Would you want me to quickly go and get the practice court sheet?
Don't worry, Barry.
They're too late. Once again, either not listening to the question, not reading the preview notes, as was the case yesterday, not bothering to pick up the timetable for the practice courts when you're heading off there.
I've got it. Am I still there? I've got it.
It's gone.
No, please, I want to redeem myself.
Who is it then?
Jennifer Brady, coach. Come on, Lucy, you must know who that is because you follow the ladies' tour.
I don't know who she's with.
I do know. I know who that is, but the
you
name's,
should know the coach.
The name's slipping.
Well,
South African guy.
Well, don't look at me.
I like it, Claire. I like your answer.
Blonde, curly hair.
Just because he's South African doesn't mean
I think we've got to go for Plan B, Barry. Go and ask him.
Yeah.
Excuse me, what's your name?
You know
You're
what,
allowed in here.
You know, Barry. Now that you say he's South African, I can, you know, assure that was probably the best lob or best shots. I mean, it has to be because he's South African. So.
I know he went to Georgia Tech University.
Who, the coach?
Yes.
But you don't know his name?
No, forget.
That's even worse.
That's terrible.
It's better if you say you don't know them.
Do you know what? I wish you hadn't brought this up in the first place, Barry. It's just going from bad to worse.
I know.
Thank you, as always, for we're taking you out. The producers just said, "I'm going to take him out." It's the most sensible thing I've heard all morning. You are listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. Delighted to have your company this morning. You can still see us as well on the Wimbledon channel for another 17 minutes. You'll see Claire Curran. You'll see Lucielle, who's now delving through all her notes, desperately trying to find out.
Roger Anderson.
There we are.
There we go.
Roger.
Okay, I know Roger.
There you go.
I didn't
bit
know,
late
I didn't,
now.
I didn't know he was coaching. I didn't even know he was
skillful?
here. He was a good player. He can hit the ball well.
Is he related to Kevin?
No, he's not.
No. Okay, well,
he was on the tour. He played on the tour and did well for a while. He's a good player.
Let's get back to what we do know. And Joe Konta starting proceedings on centre court today at 1 o'clock against Donna Vekic of Croatia. And this is interesting because, as we mentioned a short time ago, Konta lost to her in the Nottingham final recently.
If it is her, then that's another great opportunity for me to play against someone who who the last time I played a very good match, and it's another opportunity for me to try and find a way to come out on top this time. But most importantly, I'm looking forward to having another round here and competing the best that I can in that match.
Jo, obviously talking before she knew that Donna Vekic had made it through, which she duly did. And bearing in mind what happened between the two recently, Lucy, what's your assumption as to how things will pan out on centre today?
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? I mean, obviously on paper that was a shock loss for Jo in the final in Nottingham, and Vekic plays well on grass. I mean, neither player have gone past the second round, so I think that's maybe something to take into account. You would think on this stage that Konta will be able to come through that one, but as I say, Vekic is dangerous, and I think, I mean, Jo Konta, I mean, the run that she's had, obviously last year making the semis at the Australian Open, and has backed it up. You know, she's cemented herself in the top 10, but still yet to perform here, and we don't know in terms of the expectation, the pressure that we've seen the other Brits go through, even though she's top 10, whether that will become a factor and how much further she'll go. If I was at a push, I'd go with Konta, but I think it is going to be a good match.
Yeah, I think everyone's looking forward to this one, Claire. Well, it's got the potential for a bit of a banana skin, hasn't it?
Well, I'm a little bit worried about it because obviously Vekic won that match in Nottingham, and I watched that match, and at the very beginning of the first set, Konta had an early break, and she had an opportunity to get a double break and really establish herself in the match, and she didn't do that. And for the rest of the match, it felt that they were just kind of playing a little bit of cat and mouse. And it's the serve of Vekic that's the big concern. But also, she's such a tall girl. She's got quite big, swings. She can really hit the ball pretty hard. And also with the weather today, it's a very hot day, just like it was in Nottingham, which I think helped Vekic. It's very, very tricky, and I think that for Konta, if she gets through this match, having beaten two players that she lost to, well, her confidence will just be at a high.
Yeah,
and I hope, obviously, from a British perspective,
of course,
we'd love to see that.
Well, I think the fact that, I mean, she then went on and did well in Eastbourne. I think she seems fine in terms of the fall that she had there, obviously withdrawing in the semi-finals. So in me, it's just interesting to see how Jo deals with the expectation here, having, as I say, only made it through to the second round before.
We should stress that we are strictly neutral here on the Wimbledon radio channel, except when Brits are playing, or in Wayne's case, when there's a South African out on the court, even if he's just practicing and nobody quite knows what his name is. But he has produced the greatest shot of all time, according to Barry Cowan, Roger Anderson. There we are, a new name. Back to another name, Robin Bailey in the queue.
Thank you, Marcus. We've already spoken to a lovely family from Germany. It is an international queue, no doubt about that. And Marcus, you will know more than anyone that my record interviewing Japanese visitors to Wimbledon is not great. I have had my problems in the past, but Adusa is going to change all that. Adusa from Tokyo.
Yes.
Welcome to Wimbledon.
Thank you very much.
You are really looking forward to it. You're dressed for the part. Lovely bright colours today. Have you got the sunscreen and the sunglasses and all that kind of thing ready?
Of course, yes.
28 degrees.
Oh, really? Such a like in Tokyo also.
Well, so it's something that you know, so there will be no problem there. Just tell us a little bit about how long you've been queuing.
Maybe 5 hours.
5 hours.
Yeah, maybe.
5 hours to get to this point. And are you going to get on one of the show courts?
Yes, maybe more soon.
It's not the obvious person that you're looking to see today. Who's the player that you want to see more than anyone?
I want to see Rafael Nadal today, so we will try ourselves to get soon. Yep.
Brilliant. And you are with a friend as well today. I know she doesn't speak such good English, which is where I've had my problems in the past, to be honest.
Okay, she's my mother.
Oh, it's your mum, is it? I tell you, she is looking fantastic, and that is a lovely compliment for you before you get into the top of that Wimbledon queue. Brilliant. Have a lovely day, Marcus. Just to say also that there's a couple of other people that I spoke to earlier who actually are from Clapham. They're not far away, but they are, I think, 3,000 in the queue. Now, number 3,000 means that you don't automatically get on a kind of show court. If you're in the top 2,000, you've got a much better chance. So that's the kind of reality of when you queue here at Wimbledon. You've got to get here earlier. They started queuing at 6 in the morning, and as you just heard, 5 hours ago, they were here a bit earlier, so they've got a much better chance. So, that's a bit of advice from Robin in the queue. Get here at 5 or before if you're going to get on those show courts and see the big names.
And as he speaks, this is kind of surreal. Robin's just walked past us. He's forgotten that we're here. He's all by himself, staring into space, proffering this advice. And he's a charmer, isn't he? With the mother and daughter. He's a danger in that queue.
Nearly
Robin,
made a big mistake there, didn't I?
Another one, yes. Thank you, Robin. It is good advice. But listen, don't worry if you don't get tickets for the show courts. There is so much to see on the outside courts, particularly in the first week and the first few days of the second week as well. So actually, in many ways, it's a magical mystery tour, because you can just rock up on, let's say, court in, and suddenly you'll see 3 or 4 names that you will certainly recognise. Ryan Harrison, for example, is playing doubles today with Michael Venus, and Ryan's been in terrific form. Very promising young American who appeared to lose his way, but is moving in the right direction again. And there's a Japanese player, for example, on court 11 as well. 4th match, Naomi Osaka. And, Kevin Anderson, Wayne's just pointing out, Kevin Anderson of South Africa on court 17 against Andrea Seppi. And the Bryan brothers are playing doubles on court 17. So wherever you go, you will not be disappointed. Just had an email, actually, from, and a tweet too, from, why have I pressed the wrong button, from the ambulance service here at the All England Club. Just reminding everybody that lots of sun is predicted today, so please remember to drink plenty of water, wear suitable headwear and apply sunblock. And I noticed actually that Robin's not got a hat on, which perhaps explains why he was just wandering up and down in a slightly strange manner just a few moments ago. But yeah, put a hat on, drink plenty, and you're going to have a fantastic day. A case of slip, slap, slop on the first Wednesday of the championships. Now, back to the show courts. Third match on number 1 features Beatrice Haddad Mai up against the second seed Simona Halep, and this is what she's had to say about that.
I have to check how she's playing. I will have to talk with my coach. Of course, it's going to be a tough one. She beat Robson, which Robson is playing well on grass, so I will see what I have to do against her, and it's nothing special. It's just a match, and I have just to do my best tennis to win it.
We'll get Claire and Lucy's thoughts on Simona Halep in just a moment, but with a degree of trepidation, we are going to rejoin Barry Cowan.
Hi, Marcus. I've got a special guest with me, actually, a doubles great who's now coaching Milos Raonic, Mark Knowles. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Barry. Good to be out here in beautiful, sunny London.
Former finalist of the doubles. Do you remember that year and what happened?
I do remember it. Played Bjorkman and Woodbridge on court 1. Should have never lost to those guys. Not just joking. Obviously a great team. Lost a tough, I think we lost 7-6 in the 4th. Really tough match, and Wimbledon's always been a special place for me. Played it many times as a player, even a few times as a junior, so it's really nice to be back as a coach.
Well, Mark is currently applying his sun cream, so he's come prepared, which you probably didn't have to do too many times playing here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, Barry, as you know, there were many times we needed the umbrella more than the sunblock, but the weather's been great. Starting at Queens, the weather was really nice. We had a little bit of rain in the practice week, which was good timing, and the weather looks like it's going to be perfect for most of the fortnight.
And you're working with Milos for the grass court season. How's that been?
Oh, it's been great. He's a really hard worker. Obviously, his game speaks for itself. Very physical player. Gives a lot not only on the court but also off the court. So, it's been really nice so far. Had a nice win yesterday against a tricky opponent in John Leonard Struff from Germany. Nice to get through in straight sets, and he's ready. He's playing good tennis, and looking forward to the next match.
Yeah, we saw him have a brilliant run last year. Really, he played some sensational tennis, reaching his first Grand Slam final. So, what has he been working on to make himself even better this year, to go even further?
Well, I think the biggest thing for Milos in 2017 has been health. Obviously, unfortunately, he had to miss a bulk of big events earlier in the year. And, the most important thing is he's feeling really good physically right now. His game is there. He's put in the work off the court. And, you know, it's just match practice when you play on grass. Obviously, having to lose a little bit early in Queens, a little bit earlier than he would have liked, just kind of makes that a little bit tricky. But, you know, getting one match under his belt here, he knows that he has the game that will translate very well on the surface, as was backed up by the big result last year, making the final. So he really believes in his ability here and knows how he needs to play to be very effective.
We were talking, he's an ex-doubles partner of yours, Daniel Nestor. Good morning. Good morning, Daniel. Yeah, I was going to ask you, we were talking a little bit about coaching and how you change your methods working with juniors to working with older players. So is it a case of just selecting the right time, working, of course, with Riccardo Piatti, but just selecting the right time to give Milos the information?
Yeah, I think exactly. You know, I've just been brought on to join the team, so obviously not going to try to reinvent the wheel, especially for Milos, whose game translates so well on the surface. So, you know, it's just a matter of kind of delivering the message, as you mentioned, Barry, kind of certain things here and there, tinkering with him a little bit, and most importantly, you know, having that belief and that mental confidence out there and to handle adversity. You know, the champions, they find solutions out there, and, you know, that's an important message.
Well, Mark has got a great knowledge. He remembers everything. So I'm sure he will remember his wins or maybe losses against Wayne Ferreira.
Yeah, I remember some. You know, the memory's kind of getting a little bit scattered, but...
Which means he lost more than he won.
Exactly. You don't remember those as much.
Thanks, Mark, very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Mark. What was your head-to-head record? Can you remember against Mark Knowles?
I didn't play him that often, but actually him and I may be wrong on this. We made the quarters or the semi-finals. I think it was the semi-finals together at the US Open. We lost to Woodbridge Woodford. I believe it was the semi-finals. So he was phenomenal to play with. He's a great doubles player.
And interesting to hear him say there that Raonic physically is in a really good place at the moment, which backs up what we were saying a little earlier, that although not too many people are saying too many things about him, he's definitely worth watching. And just before we went back to Rangi, we were discussing Simona Halep, and an interesting quote from her actually in the programme today. She says, "Here, no one is talking about me being favourite, but I still feel that I have a chance." So, where does Halep stand in this very long list of female contenders, Lucielle?
I think she's got to be somewhere in there. I mean, she's certainly not one of the favourites. I mean, she says it herself that she isn't being talked about too much. And obviously had that heartbreaking defeat at the French Open. It was interesting to see her first few rounds here in terms of how she's responded after that. She's in quite a tough section of the draw, actually. You've got Kvitova down there, Kontas down there, Svitolina's down there, Vesnina or Azarenka, they're both in that part of the draw as well. So it wouldn't be one of my top picks, but I don't think you can put her out of the equation. She made the semi-finals here before, quarter-finals last year, so she certainly knows how to play on the grass.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I like watching her play, Claire. There's something engaging.
Yeah, and I think actually the last couple of months on the tour, since she played really the Fed Cup match, she started her clay court season where she changed her mentality slightly after Miami, whenever she had the discussion with Cahill. I think she's been so mature in her performances and also her approach, and I think she will have come away from that French Open devastated, but still really willing to learn, and she's got something to fight for here, and it's the #1 spot. You know, #1 is up here, and also obviously there's a Grand Slam, so it's a case of is she going to stand up and take it? There's so much to play for, but I think with Halep it's going to depend a little bit on her draw and the matchups of each people that she plays against. If she comes up against the big hitters that Lucy's just mentioned that are in her half of the draw, then that's going to make it a little bit difficult, but we just don't know, because there could be some upsets, the draw could open up for her, and she could be somebody that could then go through.
Okay, we've got a minute to go, so very quickly, 15 seconds from each of you. What's going to be the highlight today? Lucy?
Well, I'm up first on centre. I've got Konta and Vekic, so for me, I'm looking forward to that one, to see how the Brit does, see if she can get a revenge from Nottingham.
Wayne?
Yeah, I'm commentating on the Dustin Brown Andy Murray match, and I'm interested in that one. I think it's going to be a fun match to watch.
Yeah, it's a popcorn match, and Claire, it doesn't have to be a match you're commentating on, but
no, I'm not commentating on it, but I'm the match between Heather Watson and Sevastova from Latvia, second Latvian player in the draw. That match will be a good match today. We haven't talked about that. We'll be interested in that one.
Okay, Claire Curran, thank you very much indeed. Lucy as well, you can get back on the practice court now as you're dressed for exactly that. And Wayne, it could be the nightclub, it could be the IMG house, or Goran could be waiting to hook you onto a practice court as well. And we'll hear from all of you guys later on. Don't forget our daily social debate across the decades. Which player has performed the best under pressure? You can tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL. You can email us radio@aeltc.com. We're going to say goodbye to our Wimbledon channel viewers, but we'll be back here again at 9 tomorrow.
Well, good morning and welcome along to the Wimbledon channel. It is Wednesday, the 5th of July, and set to be the hottest day of these 27 Wimbledon Championships so far. This is the live scene at the All England Club at exactly 10:30 a.m. every morning, British summertime. The crowds are released through the grounds to go and find the seats that they choose. It's a very orderly queuing process here at the All England Club. Many people queuing and camping overnight, and the efficient system, allows people to move up to certain stages throughout the grounds during the morning, and then at 10:30 the security guards move out of the way and people disperse to find seats, not only of course at centre and number 1 that are ticketed, as is court number 2, court number 3, and indeed the outside courts have some terrific matches on today, as we regularly see in these opening few days of a Grand Slam, and those are some of the outside courts that are dressed and will be ready for action that begins at 11:30 this morning across all the outside courts, and it will be 1 o'clock this afternoon on centre and number 1. So plenty more happy campers arriving at Wimbledon, and I guess we could be part of that as well, because we are on the most beautiful court in all of tennis. Cara Robinson alongside a 7-time Grand Slam champion in Mats Wilander. Many people, Mats, call this their favourite court in all of tennis. Was it yours?
It was walking onto it.
Yeah,
not necessarily. But I loved the first week. When the grass was real, it was green, and it was somewhat easier to play in the first week because it's a little bit more true. The bounce is truer, and the second week, then obviously you see that it gets worn out, and it's difficult to move in the second week because there's some green grass, there's some brown grass, and there's some no grass spots at all.
It's interesting you mentioned the trueness of the bounce, because grass can be unpredictable, can't it? And much more so than other surfaces.
Yes, it can. Yeah, it's very difficult to find your timing properly. You have more miss-hits on grass than any other surface, I would think. But yes, it's fun. There are different points that you play on grass, because you have to hit the slice backhand, slice forehands, there's some drop shots, and it's a fun surface to play on.
Well, I did mention the temperature. We're going to be trying to push up to 30 degrees centigrade today, over 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So hopefully everyone has bought their sun cream hats and they'll be protecting themselves against what is a beautiful British summer's day. And as a player, you guys are used to playing all around the world in all sorts of climates. So this isn't a heat necessarily that's going to affect the players in the sense of it being too much. But still, how does it affect the conditions?
Well, the tennis balls fly faster through the air, so the surface usually it bounces higher. Of course, it dries the grass out a little bit, but it's more about the tennis balls. And no, it's not too hot for the players. I think players never really mind the heat. Yes, recovery can become a problem if you play a long match in the heat, but the actual match you're involved in, I think the weather doesn't play much difference.
Were you an ice bath kind of a guy?
No, we didn't have ice baths in our days. At least I was never offered to go into one, and I wouldn't have, no.
Still never had one to this day? Oh,
I swim in alpine lakes in the Rocky Mountains where I live in Idaho.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll take that. We'll take that for Mats's version of an ice bath. There's some incredible matches we've got to look forward to today. Which one stands out most to you?
Well, Andy Murray against Dustin Brown, because Dustin Brown a couple of years ago when he beat Rafa Nadal, he wasn't really known, but now he is, and he's fun to watch, and he is really dangerous, and he's a proper professional player these days who tries as hard as anyone, even though he has all these trick shots and it seems like he has more fun than other guys. He does try 100% all the time. It's just that's the way he plays.
Well, let's just take a look and remind ourselves what happened 2 years ago in 2015 on this very court in the second set against Rafa Nadal. The Rastafarian came through in 4 sets, and he really, I have to say, gained a whole new fan base in the process, didn't he, Mats?
Oh, really, he's so talented. He's extremely quick, and he does have a huge serve. Goes for his second serve sometimes, takes risks all over the court. I think the trickiest shot that he hits is he sometimes moves forwards for a second serve return, and he hits a drop shot. And so you have no idea what to expect with him.
He's 32 years old to Rafa Nadal's 30 years, so they're similar in age back then. Of course, he's playing Andy Murray today, who is 30 as well. It's going to be a treat for anyone on centre court today, because they've got Britain's #1 ladies player Johanna Konta up first, then Britain's #1 males player Andy Murray, and then the third match on will feature Rafael Nadal. Let's hope that we don't have any of the situations that arose yesterday, which was incredibly unfortunate, and I think a first for these championships to have 2 matches in succession with a player retiring really after just 1 set. There was a lot of I suppose a lot of criticism or a lot of debate that came out of that, Mats, in terms of how these situations can be prevented in the future. What's your take?
Well, I mean, obviously they come out and they're hoping that they can finish the match, and they're hoping that the injury isn't as bad. And yes, you do practice with injuries, so you do know that you have a slight injury, but practicing and playing a match is completely different. But Martin Klizan here, it looked like from pretty early on in the match, it looked like he was limping a little bit, and he wasn't really. But again, when you play a match, you're tense, your muscles are tense, obviously you're more nervous than in practice. Practice, you're relaxed, and it could feel good there, and suddenly it doesn't feel good in the match. But so on the ATP World Tour, on the men's side, there's a rule where if you are injured and you are straight into a tournament, you can pick up your prize money, but you can have somebody, a lucky loser from the qualifying, take your spot. And obviously if that player, then the lucky loser, loses first round, he doesn't get any money, but at least he has a chance to win a round. And I'm not saying that Alexander Dolgopolov and Martin Klizan did that at all, but it did happen, and I think it needs to be discussed and trying to figure out how we avoid that, because it wasn't on court 22, it was on the center court, and it was maybe the most sort of awaited matches in the tournament, with Roger Federer back here, and then Novak Djokovic with Andre Agassi coaching him. I think that, it's a shame for sure. It's a shame for the fans. It's a shame for the players themselves, obviously.
Well, a bit of an anticlimax, really, in succession, and a disappointing day for the fans on centre court. You could hear them almost booing when Alexander Dolgopolov had to retire as well, because they couldn't really believe what they were seeing, one match after another. They were then rewarded with the Caroline Wozniacki and Tamea Babos. Caroline came through in 3 sets, so that one did go the distance. But you mentioned the players, because for Roger and for Novak, actually how frustrating is that not to have really got a full match under their belt in the opening round?
I think it's a little bit frustrating, because you want to play full matches here, especially on the Wimbledon center court, because you don't get a chance to practice on, of course, on the big courts here at Wimbledon. You do at other Grand Slams, you can warm up on the court you're playing, but here they're obviously trying to save the grass. So for Federer, he came out and he played extremely well. He served unbelievably well, and I think for Federer maybe it's less important, but for Novak Djokovic, I think he would have liked to sort of get a 2-hour workout out here and really try and figure out how he's playing.
For Roger Federer, as you say, he's come into this with the experience of having won Halle already. He's had some good grass court. Having said that, Novak Djokovic has won Eastbourne. There were some people commenting on the BBC earlier on this morning that perhaps they might play a set against each other in practice, Roger and Novak, because they both missed out on getting much in yesterday. Is that something we would honestly see? I highly doubt it.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. But I think there's a good chance that both of them went out and they practiced for another hour afterwards.
Yeah, so we won't be seeing either of those guys until tomorrow. It was a difficult day. There have been several retirements, actually, throughout the championship so far. Nick Kyrgios, excuse me, was perhaps the most highly covered retirement on the first day. Then you have a different side of affairs, Mats, where Feliciano Lopez had to retire yesterday, but that was at the end of a match on match point through an injury that he had evidently sustained in the match on the day, which is a very different situation to a player that comes out looking visibly injured from the start.
No, that's a completely different story. So yeah, I do believe if you're carrying an injury and you walk onto the court, you have a responsibility to somehow finish the match, push through it, just like you did in the warm-up in the practice, just like you did in the practice the day before, because they would have practiced every day, those guys. So I think that definitely a rule that needs to be looked at.
Okay, well, we'll see how that develops in future years here at the Wimbledon Championships, and indeed all of the other Grand Slams. That is just a taster of really what happened yesterday. We haven't even started to get into today. There are so many mouth-watering matches set today at the All England Club. We're going to get you prepared for all of them as we gear up for a big day on the Wimbledon Channel. Stay with us. Well, good morning and welcome along to an absolutely beautiful day at the Wimbledon Championships. Temperatures are set to get up to at least 27 degrees centigrade. That is over 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And there you are on the hill having a wonderful start to your day. Many picnic makers enjoying the scenery here at SW19. We've also got a wonderful day of tennis ahead of you. And it all starts in just under an hour's time, about 50 minutes. It will begin at 11:30 on the outside courts. One of those ladies who will be playing at 11:30 is the new mum herself. Victoria Azarenka plays a semi-finalist from last year, Elena Vesnina, out on court number 3. And actually, she's one of the great stories of the championship so far, isn't she, Vika? Because it's just so good to see her back, having welcomed baby Leo in December.
Yeah, and it's really impossible to know how she's feeling. She looked really good in her first match because she had a tough opponent in Cici Bellis, the young American, who, again, I misestimated another match because I thought Thanasi Kokkinakis was going to win, remember, yesterday. And I thought that Victoria Azarenka was not going to be ready to win a match here at Wimbledon because grass court is not her specialty. But today she's up against Vesnina, which should be most probably a little bit too tough this early in her comeback, I would think. But Victoria Azarenka, she plays with such great heart. And then now having a child, it's very difficult to say what kind of mindset she walks onto the court with.
She's certainly popular with the fans as well. The opponent, as you say, Elena Vesnina, had a career best year in singles at Wimbledon last year, reaching the semi-finals. But Victoria Azarenka is a former world number 1, and she is back in action here at Wimbledon. Rob Walker has been watching her practice.
Well, another superb day of tennis in the offing here at Wimbledon, and another lovely morning down here at Arangi. You might, during this little update, hear a helicopter buzzing around. Even the news cameras are here trying to get the bird's eye view of the world's best tennis players. And we're now looking at Victoria Azarenka knocking up on practice court 4 here at Arangi. Azarenka through to the second round. She's up against Elena Vesnina. What a match. They're first up on show court 3. And Azarenka is back now as a mother. It's her 42nd slam, but her first since the French Open last year. Remember, she is a double Grand Slam champion, having won the Aussie back-to-back in 2012 and 2013. She's a double semi-finalist here at Wimbledon, and she is making her return after time off to have a baby. Lots of famous sportswomen believe you're a stronger athlete after childbirth, most notably the marathon world record holder Paula Radcliffe, who believes you gain a stamina that you didn't have before pregnancy. So Azarenka, who managed to beat Bellis of the United States in 3 sets, coming from 1 down in that one. She won Miami last year and Indian Wells. She's beaten Serena Williams in 4 big finals. She is one of the world's top players, playing here under the special preserved ranking of 6th. But what a matchup against Vesnina. Vesnina came through in 3 sets as well against Anna Blinkova. She won Indian Wells this year. She won the doubles gold with Makarov last year at the Rio Olympic Games. Has also won the French and the US Open. And perhaps more importantly, as far as this match against Azarenka is concerned, last year Vesnina made the semis. She arguably didn't do herself justice against Serena Williams in that semi-final, going down 6-2, 6-love. But she is a world-class player, and it's the fact that Azarenka is coming back from having a baby that means they meet as early as the 2nd round. It really is going to be a fascinating match. Azarenka leads their head-to-heads 7-0, but of course she is still on her way back to full fitness. I think I read a couple of articles in the lead-up to the championship that she was talking about how she felt she had a different perspective on life, and she was looking forward to the second half of her life as a tennis player. Still only 27 years old. Vesnina's already 30. So Azarenka, if she is able to recapture the kind of form that took her to 2 Grand Slam titles, she does still have quite a few years left at the top, injuries notwithstanding. So a really, really special match on court 3, and those who are lucky enough to queue up early enough to get in will be witnessing a real treat of a match. And it's possible that both women, Vesnina and Azarenka, could be experiencing a second successive match to go all the way to 3 sets. A really rip-roaring match in prospect, and many people will be watching Azarenka very closely indeed, just to see whether that touch is indeed still there after time off for a very special addition to the family. You can still hear the helicopters in the background. This is the place that everybody wants to be. I'm sure it's a pretty good view from the chopper, bird's eye here at SW19. It is absolutely baking today. It promises to be a glorious day of tennis. There is barely a cloud in the sky. We're all set for top quality sporting drama once more here at the world's most prestigious tournament.
Well, wouldn't it be amazing if Victoria Azarenka became the first mother to win the Wimbledon singles here since 1980? She certainly had a good start, winning her first round match, and she does play that difficult opponent today in Elena Vesnina, who Matt's just reminded me won earlier this year in Indian Wells. So she's certainly kept up some of the form that we saw from her at the Wimbledon Championships last year. But just watching Vika in practice there, you notice something's changed with her serve?
Yeah, I think that she's a little bit bigger in her motion, and she's using her legs a little bit more. And she always had great ground strokes. She always was a pretty good mover, unbelievably good attitude. And if she had a weakness, it was the serve. So if she can come back and serve better, much better, because that looked really good in the warm-up. Obviously, playing a match is completely different, but it's just a bigger motion, and it looks like there's more leg action, and there'd be more power then.
And she looks incredibly athletic, doesn't she? She looks almost fitter than ever.
It's difficult to see on TV, but I think you're right.
Yeah, I met her on Saturday for some of the pre-round media interviews, and I said to her, you'd never think you've had a baby. You look amazing. But it'll be good to see her play again. She begins action on court number 3, Victoria Azarenka against Elena Vesnina at 11:30 this morning. Well, what have we got set for you on all the show courts today? Let's find out. It's time to say good morning to Nick McCarville.
All right, Cara, that's right. Victoria Azarenka starting off the day on number 3 court. But let's take a trip around the All England Club via our beautiful touchscreen here. We're going to start on center court. Johanna Konta taking on Donna Vekic. Now, on paper, this match might not jump out at you, but if you look here, Donna Vekic actually scored a win in the Nottingham final just a couple weeks ago. So this is danger zone for Johanna Konta, the British charge, obviously winning just her second ever Wimbledon match a couple days ago. She's got quite the contest against Donna Vekic to start there. Of course, the center court crowd will be behind their local hope, and then everyone will be out in arms for Andy Murray taking on Dustin Brown. Is this a danger match for Andy Murray? It could be, should Dustin Brown play well. He took out Rafael Nadal here in 2015. Same court, same round. We'll see how these guys go. To close out the day on center court, there he is, Rafael Nadal, making his return to center court. First time since 2015, since that Dustin Brown loss. He takes on Donald Young. Nothing much for Rafael Nadal to worry about, I don't think, here. He's 13 match win streak strong against left-handers, and that Donald Young is a lefty himself, and you can see Rafa 2-0 head-to-head against the American. Kei Nishikori kicks things off on number 1 court. This is an interesting one against Sergei Stakhovsky. 2-0 the head-to-head in favor of Stakhovsky. And Stakhovsky also loves playing on the Wimbledon grass. He took out Roger Federer here a couple years ago. This one will definitely be one to watch. Kei Nishikori, his backhand is the stronger side, but Craig O'Shaughnessy is telling me that Stakhovsky loves to sneak in on the backhand slice. He's going to use that against Kei Nishikori today. And then Venus Williams, she's back on number 1 court, the 5-time champion, taking on Wang Qiang. We'll see how Venus is going to do after that emotional breakdown in press just the other day after her first round match, talking about the car accident that she was involved in, that a man died in a couple weeks after. Venus obviously emotional. Can she use the court as a sanctuary, taking on the Chinese player Wang Qiang? Simona Halep will close the day on number 1 court, taking on Beatriz Haddad-Maia. Haddad-Maia is the player that took out Laura Robson in the first round. That should be a walk in the park for Simona Halep. And then Heather Watson kicks us off on number 2 court. Watson obviously having a great run in Eastbourne. Can she keep that going? She won her first round match. She takes on Anastasia Savastova, the number 18 seed. And Savastova is 1-0 in this head-to-head. So we'll see how that goes for Heather Watson. Joe Wilfred Tsonga, the number 12 seed, always a joy to watch on the Wimbledon courts. He's taking on a qualifier, Simone Bolelli, a couple 30-year-olds out there doing battle. Joe Wilfred Tsonga just having a young child. He's a new dad. And then Florian Mayer taking on Marin Cilic. Cilic, always someone that's lurking in the draw. Is he going to be a challenge here? Now, we were talking about this at the beginning of the segment. Victoria Azarenka taking on Elena Vesnina. Now, these are two players that have been around for a while, but Azarenka will hopefully have history on her side. 7-0 against Vesnina. Vesnina was a surprise winner this year at Indian Wells. She took the title there, I think, to the surprise of a lot of people. Now, one match that's not going to appear up here on our screen is Petra Kvitova. She is actually to be assigned. So will she go on one of those show courts should things go quickly? Yesterday we saw Caroline Wozniacki get a late afternoon match on center court after those two unexpected retirements. We'll see where Petra lands against American Madison Brangle. That's what's happening around the grounds today. Let's check in now with Rachel Stringer.
I'm down here with Judy Murray and Anton Dubek. Guys, I've just seen you having a lot of fun there, doing a bit of dancing. Obviously, we know you were partnered in Strictly. Is that something you still like to do together?
We do it 3 times a week, and just to keep a hand in. And we're thinking about going on tour together, but our diaries need to sort of tie up, really, that's all.
Judy, this is the first time you've heard about this, so the 3 times actually training and then going on tour?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just after we finished Strictly, Anton has a tour with his proper dance partner, Erin Bogue, and I came and danced on 3 of his shows for a bit of fun. But I haven't danced since then, and when we were training, we tried to train at places that had tennis courts and dance studios so that he could teach me to dance and I could teach him to play tennis, and it worked pretty well, didn't it, partner?
Perfect. Best. Absolutely brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I really, really enjoyed it.
Well, how is that going then? If she's been teaching you tennis, are you getting better, or are you good now?
Am I good now? I mean,
Is he? Judy, I'm going to ask this question because I'm not sure I'm going to get an honest answer out of Anton.
He is actually very good. He doesn't get the chance to play very often, but he has incredible footwork, as you'd expect. He has good hand-eye coordination. He doesn't listen very well because he's too busy being excited about everything. But if he had the time to play a lot of tennis, he'd get good very quickly. And he has this slice backhand, which he calls his heartbreaker. And the first time he showed me the heartbreaker, I said, "Why do you call it the heartbreaker?" And he said, "You see it coming, and it breaks your heart."
Oh,
you are smooth, aren't you, Anton?
I don't like to brag.
And have you ever then? Okay, this is a question.
Yeah.
Has Judy ever let you play against her sons? Or practice with them?
Oh, listen, can I tell? Yes? Yeah. Well, we had a lovely afternoon, didn't we? We played a doubles match with Jamie and as she is now my wife, Hannah, were partnered together, and naturally,
of course,
me and the partner were here, we were together, and we played them in a doubles match. I'm not going to tell you the result. We won.
We did.
I was actually surprised.
From that moment, actually, I think that moment of playing against us, Jamie was the number 2 in the world in doubles at that time, and it was that moment really that inspired him to move to the number 1 in the world. And I think from that game he found an inner steel, I think, don't you think?
He owes us a lot, really.
So.
Yeah, that
we want a
beating.
whole chapter in his book.
So obviously his recent title at Queen's down to, well, definitely you, Anton, and obviously Judy.
I think you can trace it back to that day.
There's always a start point in every success, and, well, it's not for us to say.
You're taking credit for Jamie. Are you going to take credit for Andy? Then I'm going to go on to the girls as well, so maybe Jo Conter and Heather Watson as well. Do you know much about them, Anton?
I know a lot about them, but I've never met them. I've never played against them. I've not played Andy, have I?
It's only a matter of time.
Anyway, let's get on to Andy. Obviously, he's back. He's playing against Dustin Brown today. How is he feeling, Judy? Is he feeling well?
I think you would need to ask him that. He played very well in his first match, and he's playing Dustin Brown today, who is one of the great entertainers of tennis. You know, he's one of the biggest personalities, a real showman, huge variety in his game, a lot of unpredictability, loves the crowd, loves the big occasion, great smile, dreadlocks. I mean, he's worth going to watch wherever he's playing. So I think that's going to be a fun match today.
I would say probably the second biggest character on centre court will probably be you, Anton. Will you maybe get up are you watching in the Royal Box and yes, do that?
Well, no, unfortunately I'm not this year, but given the chance, love, I tell you, it'd be marvellous. It's an incredible atmosphere in centre court. I've been lucky enough, Judy's invited me along, and it's a wonderful, I mean, everyone says this, you know, you hear this all the time, but it's a wonderful arena because it is quite, you know, it's not a 50 or 60,000 seater. It's sort of intimate. There are plenty of seats in it, but everybody feels close enough. And it must be incredible for the players because the crowd is right there, right next to you. The roll box is there, and you can see all the boxes with all the commentators in there, and you can just imagine what they're all saying. It's really an incredible theatre.
Do you guys think you'd ever push the boundaries maybe to get a chance to dance together on centre court? Do you think that could ever happen?
I'm not sure the heels would work on the grass, to be honest.
Flat shoes, ballet pumps.
Yeah, we could do Charleston.
Charleston.
It would be good for a little Charleston.
I think we should do it sort of at the dead of night. Security might be chasing us off, but let's give it a try.
Judy, just a quick word as well on the girls. Obviously used to captain the Fed Cup team. We've got Jo Conter playing first up on centre court, then Heather Watson playing a little bit later. Big day for both of them. Jo's never got past the second round.
Yeah, I mean, Wimbledon and the Slams are still a relatively new thing for Jo Conter. I mean, it's just in the last 2 years that she's really pushed herself up to the top of the game. So, but yeah, I mean, you know, to go out and open play on the centre court is a big thing for any player, but she'll have the support of the crowd behind her. She played well in her first match, and it's all about staying calm and just focusing on what you have to do, not getting distracted by everything else that's going on around you. And there's a lot of hype and a lot of potential distractions at Wimbledon for the British players in particular.
She is actually playing the lady that upset her at Nottingham. Is it quite easy for Jo as a professional to bounce back from that and forget that, what happened in Nottingham?
Yeah, I think, I mean, the thing with tennis is there's always another match around the corner. But the great thing about any defeat is that you learn from it. So she's got the learning from having played the opponent a couple of weeks ago, and she and her team can create, hopefully, the right battle plan to give her the chance to win today.
Perfect, thank you. Maybe both of you, can you just end on a little, I don't know much about dancing, but is a something. They're gonna finish for us like this. How beautiful is that? Thank you so much, Judy and Anton.
Oh, you've still got it, kid. You've still got it. Give one of those sultry moves. You have no idea what I'm doing. Give him a bow, Martha. Give him a bow. Thank you so much.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation to play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
Well, good morning, everyone who is watching us and enjoying this wonderful day from Hemon Hill. I hope you're all settled and ready for some wonderful tennis matches. Picnic rugs are out. I hope the food and drink is flowing as we get you ready for the tennis that will start in just about 30 minutes' time, 11:30 on the outside courts. And, of course, it will be 1 o'clock this afternoon here on centre and number 1 courts. And speaking of centre court mats, we've spoken about how incredibly warm it is. We're lucky to be in the shade now as well, thanking Tom over here. But Andy Murray's the second match up on today. You said it's the one that you're most excited to watch because it is against an opponent that we all love here at Wimbledon because of what he's done in the past. Dustin Brown has reached the third round twice. He actually beat Leighton Hewitt quite famously in 2013, then Rafael Nadal in 2015. Now in 2017, he plays the world number 1 and the defending champion, Andy Murray. Andy said that he expects him to be aggressive. I expect him to play great tennis, and he goes for it. And another point is that he has a very big second serve as well. It's almost just the unexpected, but I suppose Andy had that in his first round encounter with Bublik as well.
Yeah, he did a little bit, but it's interesting how he said in the press conference that he would enjoy watching this match himself, not so much being part of the match, Andy Murray, because of the show. And I think it's difficult for the players when they play against Dustin Brown to know if Dustin Brown... I mean, he does obviously care about winning tennis matches more than I would think anything else, but it doesn't seem like it at times. And I think it's difficult for players to focus and really want to sort of dislike your opponent, if you will, because that's kind of what you have to tell yourself. And with Dustin Brown, I think you can get caught up a little bit in what he does, and and you forget that you're actually playing yourself.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because Bernard Tomic was incredibly honest yesterday, wasn't he? Walking off court saying he just didn't really want to be there, he wasn't interested, he's used medical timeouts before as a way to buy a bit more time in the match. I mean, I guess we have to applaud him for his honesty, but it's a sad thing to hear, isn't it?
It is a little bit, but he also said, I mean, he played his 8th Wimbledon and he's 24 years old, so he started when he was 16 years old. He's played a lot of tennis for somebody who's that young, and I think that, I mean, I can completely relate to him, and I think a lot of players feel the same way. We just don't come out and say it in the same way, because obviously when you go out and say it, who's going to pay attention? The whole locker room now knows that Bernard Tomic is not there mentally all the time. So that means that they're going to try much harder against him, because they know that he can sort of go off and take a walkabout, so to speak.
That's interesting that you can admit now that you had moments like that in your professional days. How do you deal with that if you don't feel physically present on the court? Sports psychologists are part of the team, I suppose, now as well?
I think that it turns around, but yeah, the problem is that you don't really know when it happens. I mean, it's happened to me in first rounds, it's happened to me in big finals as well, where you're not quite there, you're flat emotionally. I'm not sure bored would be the word that you would use, but a lot of players are flat emotionally. It could be because you're nervous or because you're not nervous at all. So being nervous is a really good thing.
Yeah.
People always say, oh, yes, we get nervous. We get most probably more nervous when you're a player than people realize. Somebody like Rafa Nadal is extremely nervous before, but that just means you care. So when you go out and you're not nervous, which is I think what Bernard Tomic is trying to say, that's a problem.
Yeah, because everyone always says nervous energy is good. It's good to feel those nerves coming into a match. I'm sure two men who won't be bored this afternoon, Andy Murray and Dustin Brown, and nor will anyone who gets to sit on this court and watch that match, or indeed if you're watching at home or on Hemon Hill or anywhere around the grounds today. That's just one of several big encounters we've got coming up. We'll get back to preview some more of them, but for now, let's check in again with Rachel Stringer.
Goran Ivanisevic, how are you doing?
Good, and you?
Very well, thank you. How are you enjoying Wimbledon this year? It's beautiful, as usual, isn't it?
As usual, it's beautiful. We have sun, which is a miracle, kind of, great to be here, queuing with all the people, playing tennis with them a little bit. It's fun.
We know you surprised people back when you won through a wild card all those years ago, but who surprised you so far? I know we're only on to day 3, but who do you think maybe could upset the apple cart a little bit?
There are a few guys, but let's say first 2 favorites for me are Federer and Nadal. Number 3, maybe surprising for you, Cilic. And then we go with Andy and Djokovic. But then is Raonic there. It's pretty open. This Wimbledon is open by men's and women's side.
Do you think that's nice? Do you think that's good for Wimbledon, that it is quite open this year and a chance for fans to see someone new take the titles?
It is. They're always hoping to see someone new, but for past 15 years that didn't happen. Always 4 same guys. And who knows what's going to happen. We're going to see on Sunday.
And did it maybe surprise you that Sam Wawrinka, he did get knocked out in round 1?
That is quite surprised. He was a little bit injured, I heard, and tennis, amazing tennis player. Only Grand Slam that he misses is Wimbledon. Usually he's not doing well here, but it's a surprise. But that's Grand Slams. That's why Grand Slams are so special. Wimbledon, we can see a lot of surprises.
And just a topic on a lot of people's lips at the moment is the fact that quite a few players keep retiring. What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, but they have to kind of change the rules or find the balance, because all those players, they earn to be here by the ranking, by the winnings, whatever. And what you should tell them, okay, you're not allowed to play. It's 35,000 to lose first round. So on ATP now they're trying to do, if you pull out, you get a prize money and you get the other guy chance maybe to win a round or whatever. So they need to find somehow I don't know how they're going to do it, but everybody has rights. So
do you think that could maybe be done by putting some fitness tests in place prior to the players arriving, or maybe on 2 days before or something, just to double check they're in tip-top condition?
But you can fake fitness tests sometimes, you can say I'm good, look at Dolgopolov, it looked pretty okay first set, but there were rumors that he's going to pull out. So you can never know who is going to pull out, who is not. Something can happen. Maybe you think you can do it like Nick, with his game, with his huge serve. You can always hit 15, 20 aces and win the match. So, but definitely has to be some kind of rule change in the next couple of years.
And Goran, you're not playing now. You're around here doing lots of different bits and bobs. What else are you doing this championships apart from down here with HSBC?
I'm BBC 5 Live commentating a couple of matches, which is great to be part of the team again. And I'm playing my little event on the second week with the over 45s for the first time. I'm getting older, so it's always something to do here.
Always busy. Thanks so much as usual, Goran.
Thank you.
It's day 3 of the daily debate with IBM. We are looking at who is the greatest Wimbledon champion. What makes great? Hashtag what makes great. Join the debate. Interact with us on social media and let us know your thoughts.
I'm loving the daily debate. We are starting with the Wimbledon greats. So this data set started in 1990. It is all compiled by IBM and it's only focused on the Wimbledon champions.
Yes, performing under pressure.
I'm going to go back one here. So it's all about the data. What does the data say about these players? And it's very important to understand that all points in a match are not created equal. You know, you need a minimum of 24 points to win a set. 1 or 2 of those points will be critical to the final outcome. The other ones are more like building blocks that help you get to the finish line.
Yes, we are first going to look at saving break points of all the male players. Sampras here, top of the leaderboard.
80%, I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. And one of the things with Pete over the years is that when you watch him at the start of the match, kind of, you know, the 2-all, 3-all, you could almost call it the boring time of a set. He's so even, he's so calm, he's so collected. But when it gets to the tiebreaker at the end, he's exactly the same. Very calm under pressure, and I think that has helped him elevate to the top of this leaderboard.
Yeah, does that type of personality make him greater than the others? Looking at the women, Navratilova, when it comes to saving break points, she's at the top of the leaderboard. And interestingly, Kvitova is second behind her. Is there something to do with the fact that they're both lefties on a grass court?
Well, of course there is. I mean, I'm a lefty. I'm going to give love all day long to the lefties, but it's really important to understand for these lefties up here, when they LEFT, we'll go Y. Yeah, we'll go Y. It's very important to understand when those break points arrive, 3 out of 4 are going to be played in the ad court. And when they're in the ad court, they're standing there, they've got that lefty serve. We call it the can opener, and they slide it out wide. So they've got their big strength against the backhand return moving sideways. So it's almost a little unfair, but don't tell all the righties that. Yes, now on to the returning side. So we've done serving, we're now returning on the break points. This is really interesting here. Nadal has been number 1, well, is number 1 in this area at 42.5, but what we're now looking at is the average of points won when returning versus the average on break points. And we see right here, Goran elevates 7.2% over his tournament average, so he's really stepping up. And once again, you know, we have another lefty, but this is on the returning side, so a little bit weird, but a little more love for the lefties.
Maybe we all just have to try and play tennis left-handed. The women, Martina again, and Kvitova second behind her, break points converted. We spoke about how as being a lefty is a benefit when you're saving break points, but converting break points, they're still both at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, doing extremely well there.
Double faults. Now, double faults under pressure, whose serve cracks. Federer, we see only 1.7% of points lost throughout the championships overall have been through down to double faults. But even Nisovic hits the most of all the Wimbledon champions. He takes the highest amount of risk on serve.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we can explain that a little bit. We have Sampras and Goran down at the bottom there. Their game style is to go bigger on second serve. So they're going to accumulate more aces, even on second serves. They're going to serve a few more double faults, but it's the mix that it's important, and they've certainly got the runs on the board. They are Wimbledon champions. Deuce points won when returning. This is very interesting. So deuce point, you know, it's big. We've won 3 points each. Let's have a look right here. Andy Murray has been the best at 42%. when returning, this isn't serving, when returning, it's a huge number. On the backhand side in the deuce court, he's going to be blocking that return probably deep down the middle. With the forehand, he's going to take that cross court back through the deuce court. Goran, not so good. Now remember, you've got a lefty in the deuce court. They're probably serving a lot out wide to his backhand. He's getting stretched out wide, which is probably why that number's so low.
Yeah, but Andy Murray, renowned for his returning skills. No surprise he's at the top there. Back to double faults on the women's side. Sharapova hits the most, more than any of the other great champions. Given how many kinks she has in her serve, the work she's done to it over the years, that doesn't surprise me. But Navratilova, her serve is rock solid under pressure.
Yeah, the same motion again and again. I mean, it's just so simple. With Maria, you know, the motion can get a little bit funky, but I think she just takes a little bit too much time. You know, if there's a first serve fault, you know, there's a lot of getting ready and a lot of bouncing the ball, and she takes the most amount of time between the first and the second serve. I don't really recommend that. All of a sudden you start thinking a bit, and in these pressure situations, those double faults can occur.
Yeah, so maybe the less time you have to think about it, the least likely you are to double fault.
Ladies, tie breaks won. So we're really into the pressure moments right now, and this is amazing. Martina, at basically 87% of the time, she's winning those tiebreakers in the big moments. Lindsay Davenport is the only one below the average of the top 10 at 44%. I mean, can you just imagine facing Martina in a tiebreaker here? She's going to be making first serve. She's going to be swarming the net. You're going to basically have to hit 5 backhand passing shots to win that tiebreaker. I know I can't do that.
But she is cool and calm under pressure. She knows how to play those big points, and that is why she is leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else. So, what does Watson tell us? Let's just remind you who Watson is. Watson is IBM's artificial intelligence platform. He's analysing interviews, media coverage, pre- and post-match coverage, as well as to how players deal with pressure. Serena Williams, best performing player under pressure. Pre-match pressure.
Does that surprise you?
No, I mean,
doesn't surprise me at all.
There's a lot of talk about Serena Williams year after year. Every time she comes back here, how does she deal with it? How does she get over that hurdle? How does she get on into the zone when she steps out there on the court?
Yeah, and what we're looking at here is the pre-match pressure, all of the hype that goes on in the match. She's so calm, she's so collected, and then she does put pressure on herself. Maybe that's not the best thing talking about it, but, you know, Watson found a lot of references about pressure from her press conferences and interviews. Number 2 was Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, second to Serena. Okay, in the pre-match pressure build-up, he scored less than her. Maybe that's because there's not as much attention on someone like Djokovic as there is on Serena Williams. I guess people want to see her as a top female player perform under pressure, but during the match, when it comes down to the crunch, it's Djokovic who has better numbers dealing with pressure.
Right here, this was third, I believe. Roger Federer was very similar to Djokovic. The pre-match pressure Roger deals with, we've all watched his interviews. He's so cool and calm, you know, speaks so well and tries to deflect. And you know what I like about these guys here? They always say, well, I'm not the favourite, he's the favourite. He's like, no, he's the favourite. And they all want to push that down so that that pressure meter pre-match doesn't build up. But in the match, I mean, who is better than Novak? He is so good under pressure. The last couple of finals that he was here against Roger, I mean, and just amazing.
So, let us know your thoughts. Hit us up on social media, #WhatMakesGreat. Who is the best at performing under pressure? Which Wimbledon champion do you think scores the best?
I think it's a lefty.
So I've got Sinead Windybank and Rebecca Duke here from Wandsworth Carer Centre, and they're supported by the Wimbledon Foundation. Firstly, Sinead, I'm going to bring you in and ask just a bit about what you actually do, please.
So at Wandsworth Carer Centre, we're an organisation that supports unpaid carers. So usually friends or family members who are supporting someone who might have a health condition or an illness, or might be older and frail, maybe someone with dementia or substance misuse issue, or also mental illness as well.
And where are you based and how do people find you?
We're based in the borough of Wandsworth. We've got our main office on Wandsworth High Street, and we have a second office in Balham as well.
And Rebecca, I know you actually been involved in the Carer Centre. What have they done for you?
That's right. I've been involved with them in various ways over the years. They've helped with filling in forms for benefits, this kind of thing. They've helped by providing counselling, personal counselling. And I've attended a yoga class through the Carer Centre, and they also have a mental health support worker who I've been in contact with, and they've also helped with signposting for various adaptations for the home when I lived with my mother and looked after her.
So should they just tell me about the other classes? Rebecca just mentioned yoga. What other classes do you put on which people can benefit from?
We have a walking group with a group of carers that go walking every Wednesday, every week. We also have a number of different other types of peer support activities as well as support groups. And some of those are condition specific, so that carers who are supporting someone who is caring for someone with, as mentioned, mental illness or dementia, or an older person or learning disabilities, can come together and share their experience with one another. And also we invite guest speakers where they can come and hear from professionals about things that they might need to know related to their caring role. We have one-off events, trips. We've just done 2 trips, one to Greenwich, one to Kew Gardens as well. It's been Carers Week in June, so we've done a lot of celebratory activities as well, again to bring carers together and also to promote our services. We had a bake-off in the second week of June, so we did that at Southside Shopping Centre, and again it was just a bit of fun to get people coming together, talking about carers and promoting the Carers Centre so that carers can find out about who we are and what we do and how to access our support.
And more specifically, what does the Wimbledon Foundation do for you? What actually benefits have you managed to get from their support?
Well, it's been brilliant. We received enough money from the Wimbledon Foundation to provide 3 sets of yoga courses. So we provided 3 6-weekly sets to 20 plus carers. So initially there's 20 places for carers to attend, and we've had enough people sign up to attend those that we were able to offer another session, another course with a new set of 20 carers, and a third course with another new set. So we've had over 60 carers join in and attend yoga sessions on a weekly basis, which has been amazing. Carers have fed back that they found it really useful to meet other carers and have that space that's just for them, and where they can learn a technique and do an activity that's relaxing, that's calming, that helps take their mind off their caring role and also teaches them how to relax and look after themselves a bit better.
Obviously, you've both been invited down to Wimbledon today. And Rebecca, you nearly missed the interview because you were sneaking off over there. And I wasn't sure it was because Andy Murray's about to come out and start warming up. But just how have you found this whole experience?
Well, this is obviously the beginning of the day, but obviously it's very exciting. I used to come to Wimbledon as a schoolgirl and queue up outside in the days where you could kind of people would pass their tickets on to you. But it's just a kind of course to celebrate really and enjoy a sunny day and to see the tennis and meet other carers. It's fantastic.
Well, I'm going to leave you guys to it because maybe you can spot another world-class athlete over there. Jo Wilfred-Tsonga is warming up. So you guys just turn around and enjoy the day. And thank you so much for chatting to me.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, one of the players I love watching, either down here at Irangi or in a match context, is Jo Wilfred-Tsonga. And there he is, the big barrel-chested Frenchman, knocking up down there in the corner on practice court 5 in the beautiful sunshine. Tsonga is up against Simone Bolelli, the Italian, and he will be contesting his 600th tour match. That is how long the 32-year-old Frenchman has been around. He's a father now, and I'm sure that welcome addition is good news for his personal life and his tennis, putting it into context. Semi-finalist here in 2011, 2012. He beat Great Britain's Cameron Norrie in straight sets in the first round. Looking pretty good. Quarter-finals of the Australian at the start of this year. Runner-up there, of course, back in 2008. Quarter-finalist last year. Remember that classic match against Andy Murray, where he forced Murray en route to his second Wimbledon title to 5 sets. It was a gripping encounter. He really is such a showman when he gets on court, Tsonga. I remember a couple of years ago, he crashed into, accidentally, of course, a spectator in the front row. And then at some time later on during the match, he went and gave them a towel and had a handshake and got a rapturous round of applause from the crowd. He just seems to engage with the public, Tsonga. He's a man who wears his heart on his sleeve, big, powerful performer. and he's just so good to watch every time he takes to the court. Bolelli, his opponent, has reached the third round of the slams on 5 occasions, 3 times at Wimbledon, so he's no mug, Simone Bolelli. Although Tsonga will be consoled by the fact that he's never lost to a player as low in the rankings before in a slam. Bolelli's currently ranked 313th in the world, but that ranking is a little bit misleading on the Italian because he lost pretty much the whole of the second half of last year to left knee surgery. He's an Australian Open doubles champion with Fabio Fognini, who I believe is also in action today. So Jo-Wilfried Tsonga will not be taking that win for granted, prowling around behind his baseline. He's just such a popular figure. I know Rachel Stringer was doing a piece with him earlier on this week, may even have been Sunday or Monday, and the queue for autographs where Tsonga is concerned is absolutely huge. The last thing to remind everyone, including myself, Tsonga has already won 3 titles this year. Now, he hasn't done that since 2009. So fatherhood, 3 wins already this year. And by the way, if you're getting a little bit annoyed by the helicopter, he's been hovering around here all morning. This is clearly the place to be. But Tsonga, in cracking form in 2017, this is a place where he has produced some of his very best tennis, and he is on court later today, and he's looking pretty good down here at Arangi in absolutely boiling conditions. It is going to be a scorcher today, on and off court.
If you play enough of them, one will come off. And that's the thing. When they come off, it's a great shot. When it doesn't come off, you're exasperated as to why they played it.
Oh. Yeah, well, he stood his ground well. Make sure you don't move until the ball bounces. See it clearly.
Oh, he's got it again. I love it.
Yeah, but this time he even tried to catch it.
So that's what you missed yesterday, but we have still got plenty more action to come today, and it is going to be an absolute scorcher at the All England Club, if it's not already. A couple of people enjoying the sun. Hello to all of you. Glad to see you got your sun hats on, and everyone is enjoying these beautiful British summertime temperatures. Lovely scene on the hill. There's still a few bits of grass left. It is a Murray day, so it will turn into Murray mania on the mound, I am sure. Many people hoping to come into centre court and watch. I'm sure the resale queue will be full up as well. This is really what everyone dreams of. Lovely sunny days at Wimbledon, and both of Britain's #1 players on centre court. Johanna Konta followed by Andy Murray. Let's speak a little bit about Jo Konta, because she actually came into this championships, Mats, with a little bit of ambiguity in the same sense that Andy Murray did. She had that horrific fall just last week on her thoracic spine, injuring herself a little bit. She said she needed 72 hours just to rest. That's what she had, and said that she felt fit when she came in here on Monday. Now, she had a very simple win in straight sets over Shui, the lady that had knocked her out in the opening round of the French Open. Today, she faces another lady that she recently lost to. Donna Vekic beat her in the final in Nottingham on grass. She'll be hoping to get her revenge for the second time in a row.
Yeah, no, that'd be a very tricky match, because Donna Vekic, she hasn't played that well in the last couple of years, but she's extremely talented. She was really, really good when she was young. She was talked about as being one superstar of the women's game, and now she's won the tournament, so the confidence that she has is obviously really high. But once you have been a really good player as a young player, that means you have the talent, you have the mind, you got everything that you need, because you can't be as good as she was at 16, 17 years old. And now she's coming back, so this is going to be a tricky match. But at the same time, I think Johanna Konta will get a lot of confidence from her first round victory, beating the same player that she lost lost her a couple of weeks ago at the French Open.
She seems so confident as well, doesn't she, Jo Konta? She sort of oozes this sort of ease and self-belief, and it's just lovely to watch and listen to her in post-round interviews.
Yes, I know that she has really worked hard with her nerves, I've heard, but you can't tell for sure. I think the difference with her and a lot of other women is that she has a really good serve. The serve never lets her down. She gets a lot of free points. She very rarely hits double faults, so she can play under pressure with that. And it's the forehand sometimes that's a little bit suspect, especially on the grass. She's got a pretty extreme grip, but she's a great athlete, and yeah, she's going to have a good Wimbledon, I believe.
Could she be a future world #1, do you think? She's well inside the top 10 now.
Well, she's the kind of player that could potentially do that because she's consistent, and her mindset seems to be consistent. She plays every point very focused, every match very focused. I couldn't quite tell you which would be her best surface. We're assuming that clay court is maybe her worst surface after what happened at the French Open, but it's difficult to say with the style of play that she has. But she is certainly one of sort of the 5-6 favorites to win this Wimbledon for sure.
Which is remarkable because she's actually never progressed past this stage of the tournament. She's never got through the second round before. What do you think it would mean to her to do that today, of course, in front of the home crowd?
I think it's huge. Yeah, I think it's, and I think the first round is so important for the home players, for the British players here, for French players at the French Open, because you don't want to lose in the first round. Once you win a match, you sort of relax a little bit. So if she can go a step further today, suddenly the doors are going to open up for her.
But meanwhile, the other side of the net, Donna Vekic has got to come into this in a funny way as the more confident player, having just beat her in a final and picked up her first title in Nottingham, would she not?
Yeah, I would think that the pressure is not going to get to her, the pressure of playing here at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
The crowd is going to be for Johanna Konta, which is fine when you're the opponent, because as long as the crowd is involved, it doesn't really matter that much if the crowd is against you or for you.
And with Donna as well, you spoke about how good she was as a teenager, 16, 17 years of age. We were all speaking about her. Sometimes when you're such a prodigy at such a young age, is it hard to translate your skills onto the main tour when you do reach that level and you do graduate from junior play?
Yeah, definitely, because obviously when the professional players, they play for a living. That's a completely different situation than the juniors. And I think even though you're a good player as a junior, you try and develop your game all the time. And sometimes just because you develop your game and you work on your weaknesses and you become a better player, doesn't mean you win more matches. Sometimes you get lost in the middle of trying to change your game a little bit. And that's what everybody does when you're 16, 17 years old. You turn pro. Everybody tries to work on their weaknesses. And not everybody is able to play their best tennis.
Well, Donna Vekic is now ranked the world #58. Jo Konta, the world #7. She is the favourite going into the match. She is playing in front of the home crowd and trying to make the third round at Wimbledon for the very first time in her professional career. That is what's up first on centre court today, and it will be followed by the world #1 and defending champion, another Brit, of course. Andy Murray takes on the fascinating Dustin Brown. Rob Walker has been watching Andy practice.
Well, a morning down at Orangi just wouldn't be the same unless we came down to practice court 15 to have a look at the #1 seed and the defending champion, Andy Murray. Yesterday he was doing quite a lot of work with the huge elastic band stretching his hip. This morning, before he started knocking up with Jamie Delgado and Ivan Lendl, he was doing some work retrieving the ball. Coaches just putting the tennis balls out to Murray's left and right, forcing him to stretch, no racket in hand, just working on the movement and loosening up those hips. Remember, he's been having 2 ice baths a day, one here at the facility and the other one at home, religiously following the advice of his physios to make sure he is fully stretched, loose and ready for his match on centre court. He's second up on centre against Dustin Brown. The two men get on quite well. I think they exchange a few text messages here and there. Murray respects the way that Brown plays the game, and we can expect Dustin Brown, who came through his first round match in fine style, we can expect Brown to be leaping around the court, serving and volleying. He beat Sousa in 4, and he produced what the commentator on the match described as already one of the candidates for shot of the championship, diving to his right-hand side to produce a winner. So Brown is no stranger to the second round. He was beaten at this stage last year, although he took Nick Kyrgios to 5 sets. And remember, he beat Rafael Nadal, making the third round. A really famous match for Dustin Brown. So he's not afraid of taking on the huge seeds and giving them a run for their money. Twice he's made the third round. That victory over Nadal was in 15, and he made the third round in 2013 as well. So Dustin Brown will be a very different prospect to Alexander Bublik, who Murray beat in straight sets on Monday, opening the action on centre court, as is tradition for the defending champion and the #1 seed. His 12th Wimbledon, and Murray has never failed to make the third round here at an event that happens close enough for him to drive himself in every day from home. He can avoid the relentless weeks of the hotels and long-haul flights. This one is just a short drive from his home. Couple of grunts there from Murray. He's now been knocking up for a couple of minutes and making himself just work and stretch. He is a real student of the sport, and he works so hard on his fitness. If you read about what he does in the off-season over in his apartment in Miami, he does some brutal fitness sessions. I'll tell you that one of the staple sessions is 10 400s off a minute recovery. I've done those sessions and they are brutal, and that's what Murray is prepared to do to his body to get himself primed and ready for these Grand Slams. So Murray, focused, ready, and making sure that he gives it his best against Dustin Brown, and there will be huge excitement when the British world #1 and defending champion heads out onto centre court, second up this afternoon.
So Andy Murray's been up and about at the All England Club early this morning, preparing for his match on centre court. It is his second round match, and he is the second one due on. This is the scene here on Henman Hill. I know many of you are watching us, and I know many of you may be watching us from around the world. So whether you're near or far, welcome to the All England Club. This is truly one of the most special places to be at this time of year, and I think these gentlemen agree. They're actually stood just in front of the flower bed that says 2017. You can see it there. They replant those every single year, and it's one of the many beautiful pieces of floristry, I think we should say, that are here. They bring in something like 50,000 plants and flowers into the All England Club for Wimbledon every year, so that is just one of them. Now, Andy Murray is undoubtedly going to be the match of the day. Not only because it's him, Mats, but because of the guy he's playing. We keep speaking about this, but Dustin Brown had the cheek to say in his post-round interview after he won his first round match, who said I won't be crowd favourite, which was quite funny because he knows that he has earned the respect of the British fans here because of what he's done in the past, beating Leighton Hewitt, beating Rafael Nadal, which will be the match that people remember from 2015. Do you think there will be some cheers for him in the crowd, and he will be able to feed off a little bit of support?
Oh, for sure there will be, because they want to see a close match.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody wants to see Andy Murray win, I'm sure, or pretty much everybody, but they want to see a close match. So I would think early on, if Dustin Brown comes up with a few trick shots and he holds serve and he plays well and he's engaged, which he usually is, I would think the crowd is gonna not split evenly, but they want to see a close match. They want to see Dustin Brown out there for 5 hours, and they want to see Andy Murray out there for 5 hours. So that, so I think that he's going to have some support. I have to comment a little bit about what we saw with Andy Murray there yesterday, or the day before. Was it yesterday, maybe? We talked about his close stance forehand,
yesterday.
remember? And when you see him hit the forehand there, what else that he's changed a little bit, or that he's working on, as I can see, is that he's using his wrist a little bit more. The racket head speed on his forehand is much higher now than it was, let's say, at the French Open, or that I've seen before. Not only is he stepping forwards with the left foot, so the close stance, but he's also trying to get his wrist through. And the forehand, and that I think is the Ivan Lendl effect again. You got to loosen up a little bit, and you got to go for your shots a little bit more, because Andy Murray tends to get a little bit too passive, especially on the forehand side. And of course his backhand is solid, but he needs his forehand to work to have a chance to win there. And he's working hard at trying to loosen up and get confident with the forehand, that's for sure.
Do you think that's particularly in advance of today's match, knowing that he's going to get all sorts of shots thrown at him? He's a very unpredictable player, but a very kind of fluorescent player, if you can call him that, Dustin Brown.
I would think that today he does not want to come out and be passive at all, because then Dustin Brown is going to be able to do all his tricks. So he has to play aggressive tennis, Andy Murray. Of course, he has to be a little bit of a goalkeeper, keep the ball in play. But yes, with Ivan Lendl there, I think that Lendl would be telling him, when Murray doesn't play well, be more aggressive, dare to go for your shots, step into the court, and like I said, racket head speed is very important for him.
Nice to see them adapting their game between the surfaces. And let's speak a little bit about these two guys in terms of their status on the tour. Andy Murray is, of course, one of the world's best, well, is the world's best tennis player right now, will be one of the greats that we remember in history. Of course, he's a multiple Grand Slam champion, two-time Olympic gold medalist, no doubt got more to come. Dustin Brown, is it fair to call him a journeyman?
Yeah, I guess a little bit. Yeah, I mean, he used to spend a lot of time in his Volkswagen van. He used to sleep in his van as well. So yeah, you could call him a journeyman.
No titles, obviously, this year. Andy Murray's just had the one in Dubai, which for Andy Murray is a bit of a surprise. We've made a lot about what the end of last year did to him. It was a terrific run. He won 5 consecutive titles. One of them was Wimbledon. One of them was the Olympic gold. He ended up beating Djokovic, of course, in the finals at the ATP World Tour event at the end of the year. Took over the world number ranking for the first time, but really took a lot out of him and suffered a bit at the beginning of this year, picking up shingles after the Australian Open, which as an athlete is not something you would expect to develop, and maybe has a little bit to learn in terms of managing the schedule.
Yeah, definitely. But when you chase something that hard, like he did towards the end of last year, and you achieve it, and you also achieve the #1 ranking, beating Novak Djokovic in London at the ATP finals, and I saw that match, and that was an exceptionally good tournament for Andy Murray. So I think he's on his way back, though. Paris, in the French Open, he played very well. He worked his way through matches. And today is a dangerous opponent, that's for sure. But if he can get through this one, I think there's going to be a sigh of relief a little bit. Because, like I said, Andy Murray and Dustin Brown, they are as opposite as you can possibly be as tennis players. In terms of behavior on the court, we know that Andy Murray cares most probably more than any player in the history of the game. Sometimes he cares too much, I think. Dustin Brown looks like he doesn't sometimes, so it's a great contrast of styles.
If anyone could rattle Andy Murray, it's going to be someone like Dustin Brown, isn't it?
With the kind of game that he has as well. And now, how is he walking here? I think that's what would be the interesting thing. How is his hip? Because we've heard that the hip might... Well, he looks all right.
Well, and again, is that a little bit of an Achilles heel for Dustin? Because as soon as you know that perhaps your opponent is 99%, you know, he says that he's fine and he looks okay, but as soon as you know that there is a slight element of doubt with one part of their body, you know that perhaps they're a bit more beatable than if they are at their very, very best.
Yeah, and also mentally makes a big difference, because you're just going to keep, and he's going to try and keep Andy Murray out here as long as possible, because you never know what's going to happen, especially as he knows that Murray hasn't played his best tennis this year. There's talk that he's struggling with being #1 in the world. I'm not sure how true that is. And now, on top of it, he has to defend the points here, defending champion. There's a lot of ranking points. He might not be #1 in the world, sort of come US Open, for example. So there's a lot of reasons for Dustin Brown to not let Andy Murray out of his sight for as long as possible.
Andy Murray has already lost 9 times this year. That is the same number that he did the entire season last year. It just shows you it's been matter of kind of 2 different calendar years for Andy Murray. Nevertheless, he is still the world #1. He is the defending champion, and at the moment he is progressing through the Wimbledon draw. We'll have to see how he copes with his second round encounter alongside Dustin Brown today. They will be followed on centre court by Rafael Nadal, the Spaniard, of course, who wasn't able to play here last year due to injury. He's delighted to be back, and he plays the American Donald Young. That could be a fascinating clash as well. Donald Young progressed a little bit through Queens. Nick Kyrgios retired to him, but he's been an up-and-coming player from across the pond for some time. So plenty of action, and that is just on centre court. I know you're going to be watching it all, no matter where you were. We're going to leave everyone on the hill now as we say goodbye to you. Enjoy the rest of your day at Wimbledon, but if you're with us from afar, keep going. Well, welcome back to the Wimbledon channel. If you're joining us from around the world, overseas, wherever you might be, we have continuing our coverage that will be going on until 7 o'clock British summer time this evening, after what is due to be really a packed day of tennis. This is how things currently look on the outside courts. Play is just getting underway because it is now 11:40. And play was scheduled to start at 11:30, and there are some really good matches out there, just to let you know. Court number 2 began with another British player. Heather Watson was playing Sevastova. Sevastova, actually the seeded player from Latvia. She's an interesting story as well. She actually gave up the game in 2013. She had persistent injury woes, but she has made a success of her comeback, and she actually won her first title in 7 years in Mallorca last month. And this is Court 2 live now, Mats, as we take a bit of a look. Heather Watson, always a fan favourite here, of course. She's a home player, but she is the underdog in this duel.
Yeah, she definitely is, but she seems to always play her best tennis here at Wimbledon. I can never forget when she was so close in beating Serena Williams here 2, 3 or 4 years ago. and she seemed like she's on her way back a little bit. Heather Watson, she dropped down in the rankings just a little bit, but had a decent tournament in Eastbourne, and yeah, I think she enjoys playing here very much.
It's fascinating what court people end up on, because obviously the British players tend to be, or obviously the high-seeded players tend to be looked after. But, you know, when you look at today's order of play, it's quite remarkable that a two-time Wimbledon champion, Petra Kvitova's match, for example, is still to be decided. Now, I don't know if that's something off the back of what happened yesterday. There was a couple of retirements on centre and they had to move matches around. But as a player, is it a case of the bigger the court, the better?
In general, yes. It's easier to play on the bigger courts as well, I think, because you have a little bit more space around the baseline and around the sidelines. And also, I always found it much easier to play when there are people on all four sides.
Okay.
So when you're playing on the outside courts, you always have people on the side, but you don't always have them behind you. And this feels like you're on a stage in a different way because people are sitting above you, behind you.
Well, this is one of the biggest stages outside of centre and number one. It is number two court, and Heather Watson just trying to serve out the opening game.
Miss Watson.
And she does it on her second serve. She manages to hold on to her first service game with not much stress there. Britain's Heather Watson in the opening stages on court number two. Meanwhile, we'll take you over to court number three, where they're still warming up, but this is another wonderful match. Elena Vesnina, the 15th seed from Russia, who reached the semi-finals at Wimbledon last year, is playing the new mum, Victoria Azarenka, who's a former world number one, but unseeded. She hasn't played really much tennis, I don't think, since the French Open last year. Gave birth to baby boy Leo in December. He's here at the All England Club with her. I don't think he's on court, but he's definitely, of course, with her every day. And it's an interesting point, actually, Mats, because as soon as you become a parent and you try and continue your career, no matter what you do, but in the case of a tennis player, her typical pre-match preparation or pre-evening preparation might not go as smoothly as she planned, because there are other factors involved now.
Yeah, and I think when you do become a parent, or when you sort of get married or find your love in life, I think that your perspective changes a little bit, and I think it's better. I don't think the perspective necessarily changes when you're on the court involved in a match, but like you said, the preparation and recovery is completely different. So, and that's good for players. And if anything, Victoria Azarenka sometimes looked a little bit stressed on court, and she was maybe too emotional at times. And I think having a child will calm her down, and will, you know, one of those lessons where, well, there are more important things than myself, and there are more important things than my tennis in many ways.
Well, she told us on Saturday that exactly that. She said, you know, I now know that tennis isn't the be-all and end-all. I now know that what I have off court, it means more than what I have on court, and sometimes that frees you up to be a better player.
Yeah, and I think that we have to look at Kim Clijsters, because Kim Clijsters had won one Grand Slam, then she had a baby, and she quit. She didn't play for years after, and then she decided that I'm going to try and play again. And suddenly she won 3 more Grand Slam tournaments and being a mom. So that's unbelievable. And actually, I talked to her quite a bit at the French Open, Kim Clijsters, and she relaxed. And tennis wasn't everything. She's able to go out there and give it everything, and then suddenly you come home and you completely forget about if you won or you lost, and you have your family to worry about.
Well, Victoria Azarenka is a world number one. She is trying to become the first mother to win the women's singles here since 1980. She faces today a lady who reached the semi-finals here last year and won in Indian Wells earlier this season. Elena Vesnina will join the opening game with some commentary.
Let's first. Love 15.
I think this is going to be a real cracker of a match.
No! 15-0. 105 miles an hour. Good start here from Azarenka.
Yeah, that's where she can be really effective, Azarenka, playing into the corners,
40,
really
15.
getting Vesnina end range, not letting her really to get behind and have a good crack at her shots.
Game is Azarenka. First game.
All right, well, we've got a lot to run through on social media today, but let's start with those who are best on social media, the youngsters. We were watching two veterans there, Elena Vesnina and Victoria Azarenka. They have a pretty good social media game too, but what about these young guys? These were the teenagers to start in the main draw here. 5 of them started the tournament off here, but only 1 remains. Frances Tiafoe, the young American, won on the 4th of July just yesterday against Robin Haase. And Tiafoe, he's called Big Foe on social media. He's got a big match in the next round. He takes on Sasha Zverev, Alexander Zverev. These are 2 young guys. A lot of us Americans have been waiting for Frances Tiafoe to break through. Could he beat Sasha Zverev in the second round? Maybe, maybe not. Let's see about the ladies. Here we go. The youngsters in the women's draw. Anya Konya seeded at number 27. She was a quarterfinalist at the U.S. Open. She took out Sabine Lisicki in the first round. Now, who's still around so far for these teenagers? Konya won, as did Naomi Osaka and Irina Sabalenka. Now, I'm guessing you don't know that name, but learn it. Irina Sabalenka, she helped the Belarusian team get to the Fed Cup final without Victoria Azarenka. So she helped them get there, and she's still here alive in the Wimbledon draw into the second round. All right, let's get social. First off, on Facebook. He's always a hit on social media. Actually, Roger Federer has very good social media game, as do his fans. I love this. This is a sign from last year, people turning the E in believe into an 8. Always believe. They wanted Federer to get that 18th Grand Slam. Well, look what they've done this year. Always believe there. A 9 now. They want that 19th Grand Slam after the Australian Open. I'm not quite sure if you can turn an E into a 9. Federer fans don't care. They want that 19th Grand Slam. They're not going to play by the rules, and that's just fine. All right, let's look at some of our big moments from social media yesterday. Svetlana Kuznetsova putting out this video. It was probably the best match point of the day against Ons Jabeur. The 2 players coming to net, exchanging some volleys here, and it's Kuznetsova who's going to get the overhead winner there to close out the match. Got to feel good to close out that way. And actually, Kuznetsova hanging out with a couple young Russians, posting on her Instagram account there with Karen Khachanov and Andrei Rublev. They're both through into the second round as well. Now, I love this at the LTA fan zone. You can have a little bit of fun in front of the Wimbledon, in front of the Wimbledon big screen. Look at that, Lucy Safarova doing her thing, the former French Open finalist, one of the best doubles players in the world. Let's roll that again. I like that, Lucy. You look good in a mullet. I don't think I've ever said that to anyone except Lucy Safarova. And here's Rufus, the original Hawkeye, before there was Hawkeye, just doing, is that the Rufus dance, I think? Live on center court, making sure all those pigeons stay away. A little bit of a head bob there from Rufus. Little jive. Dustin Brown now. Dustin Brown taking on Andy Murray later today. This was the last time we saw Dustin Brown on center court against Rafael Nadal in 2015. He put out some of the best hot shots we've seen, 55 seconds of them. Of course, you can go to the Wimbledon Facebook, Twitter, Instagram pages, follow all of our social media. But look at Dustin Brown. Is he going to do his thing again today against Andy Murray? We'll see. Let's watch one more. They're always worth it. Gosh, he's so cool and calm, isn't Dustin? Oh, missing that serve on cue. Thanks, Dustin. Let's see it here. Second serve. Ace out wide. Oh, ace up the tee. There we go. Nice serve there. Roger Federer, little slow-mo. Gosh, don't we love little slow-mo? Poetry in motion, Roger Federer is. Ah, that looks good. So smooth. Roger winning a record 85th Wimbledon match, 85 Wimbledon wins. I love this from the Wimbledon Instagram account yesterday. Hit play. Del Potro hitting a linesman. Sorry about that. Angie Kerber winning through into round 2. 4th of July. Happy Independence Day to my American fans. 85 for Roger. 10,000 aces. There it was. Where's that ball? Where is that ball that Roger Federer hit his 10,000th ace? I think we will find it eventually. And I love this one. Caroline Wozniacki waving to that center court crowd. She was moved to center court late day. Let's go to Twitter, my favorite. Day 3 preview. It's going to be a lot going on. Andy Murray, of course, taking on Dustin Brown. Now, this one might be the social media post of the day. Have a look. Who do we see? Do you see? There he is. Rafael Nadal visiting a Tesco, not only doing that, self-service. I think this chap helped him just a little bit. It looks like Rafa needed a little bit of assistance there. Let's keep running through social media now. If you saw it yesterday, it was the towel tussle making headlines. Jack Sock throwing a towel into the crowd, a young kid grabbing for it, but an older guy, I think, kind of tore it away. Well, Judy Murray's retweeting Jack saying, "Where is that kid? Have we found him? We need to get him a Wimbledon towel." The search continues. Now, I put this to my fellow presenters on the Wimbledon channel yesterday. Who's going to have the social media post of the day? It was Adam Hunt yesterday. Well, today, Cara Robinson. I mean, you can't have a better setting than center court. Cara, you win with that one. It's all about center court, isn't it? A little bit of a heart there. Mats Wilander, the best setting in tennis, I think. Let's keep running through Twitter here. Andrei Rublev through. Kristina Mladenovic was as well. What about Tamea Baczynski? She won just behind us here on court 18, taking out Monica Puig, the Olympic champion. Love this. Denis Shapovalov relaxing with his team. They're just like us, the tennis players, having stars out, having dinner out about. And I love this, always getting ready. Everything's always pristine here around the grounds at Wimbledon. Love that as well. Now, I want to close right here. Wimbledon Foundation, they put together these booklets, and you can pick them up at the information kiosks around the grounds, but these are for kids. And if you're an adult, I think you can grab one too. But basically, it allows you to explore Wimbledon. So you've got games, you've got a map, you've got all sorts of fun things you can do. Well, we actually had a couple of the players do these, and here's Roger Federer's credential. Does that look like Roger Federer? Not quite sure. Saying that his favorite player is Stefan Edberg. His special skill, the drop shot, and there's his breakfast, 2 eggs. Not quite sure how Roger has his eggs done. What about Rafael Nadal? There's his credential. Love that. Rafa with a little bit of a hairdo there. His favorite player, Mark Lopez. His special skill? He doesn't know. Here's Petra Kvitova. She's looking quite orange, isn't Petra? I guess when you win Wimbledon, you get quite the tan. There's her name on the trophy. Well, Angelique Kerber wants her name on the trophy too. Angelique with some nice yellow hair. And there's Johanna Konta. Look at the detail there. I was in the room when Johanna drew this. It took her a few minutes. She's got some nice green eyes, and she says that her special skill is gelato consumption. Now, he's out of the tournament, but Stan Wawrinka shared with us that his favorite breakfast, his champion's breakfast at Wimbledon, is eggs, strawberries, and some toast with Nutella. Yeah, could you not tell? That's toast with Nutella there. And I love this. This is my favorite part. You get stickers with the booklet, and you can pick the booklet up at any of the information kiosks. And this is, I think, the only chance I'll ever have to hold the Wimbledon trophy. I'm going to put it right there on my shirt. Please go pick up one of these for the kids if you have them at one of the information kiosks from the Wimbledon Foundation. Explore Wimbledon, and you could even hold or even put the trophy on your chest. That was very, very strange, but I just did that. Let's head out to Rachel Stringer. She's out around the grounds and she's exploring Wimbledon as we speak.
I'm with Mark Wild and Lorraine Boyle from Paul's Cancer Support. That's a charity supported by the Wimbledon Foundation. Mark, firstly, I know you're kind of at the forefront of this. Just tell us a little bit about Paul's Cancer Support, please.
Well, Paul's is a voluntary-led association that helps people affected by cancer. So last year, I think they helped about 697 people in the local borough, and I run a voluntary activity class down there, and we were very kindly funded by the Wimbledon Association to run a course which I put together called Steps to Strength, and yeah, it's about really inspiring patients through physical activity in terms of them building back their strength and becoming stronger in every sense, and ingraining exercise and activity into their rehabilitation. So yeah, and that's how I met Lorraine, was one of my first participants who's been amazing and really benefited from it, and that's amazing to me. So yeah, it was all started from the funding initially from the Wimbledon Association, and we've got about 22 people so far in the last 4 months. We launched in March, so yeah, we'll hopefully go from strength to strength.
Very apt. So Lorraine, I'm just going to bring you in. Obviously, Mark just said there about Steps for Strength. Was that the programme you were involved on? And if it was, what did it do for you, and kind of what activities did they put on that you benefited from?
It's been brilliant, really, because when I first came to Paul's, I'd had lung cancer and I couldn't breathe, I couldn't speak, and my stamina was really low. And I started with Mark's Get Active class, and then heard about the Steps to Strength programme, so signed up with that, and that just really helped me build up my stamina. And Mark made like a weekly programme for me which would be reviewed, and it would include things like coming to the Get Active class and going to yoga and walking for certain amounts and doing interval paced walking, and you know, he taught me loads, and it's made a massive difference. I've been able to go back to work now, and yeah, it really did help an awful lot.
Was it something you did individually, or did someone kind of recommend you to come on board? How did you get involved in the first place?
Well, actually, it was a friend of mine in South Africa sent me a text saying there's a cancer support centre near you. Get there, find out about it. So I did, and that's how I found out about it. And they just help you in lots of ways. There's the physical side, but they also give you counselling, and they do things like reflexology and massage, and they arranged a nutrition session as well. So it's like the sort of whole thing, but I think definitely the Steps to Strength really helped me build up my stamina and breathe properly again and speak.
Mark, how do you feel when Lorraine kind of speaks so highly of something that you've put on like that?
Oh, it's amazing to me, you know. I think I've been working with cancer patients for about 8 years, and they inspire me. So, you know, for me, I've learnt the power of what exercise and activity can do, and I want to try and influence as many people as I can to help them, really. And it's not just the physical sort of side of things. It's emotional, you know, the social interaction, and that's what I try and encourage. You know, it's not just about sort of getting. You don't need to get sweaty and uncomfortable. The perception of exercise is something which we need to overcome. And so in the future, I'm sort of working on trying to grow the Steps to Strength in terms of getting it more accessible to other people and overcoming sort of behavioural change problems and things like this, because really it's about building foundations and getting out and meeting people and being on your feet and moving your body, and this is what it does, you know. It helps people to build themselves back. Yeah, so.
Well, we know obviously Wimbledon do support you, and they've invited you down today, which we're over here at the moment overlooking the practice courts down here at Orangian. Just how amazing is this? You're watching kind of world-class athletes warming up to go maybe on centre court or court 1 or 2. How is that, Lorraine?
It's amazing. I said it's like a dream come true for me. I've always wanted to come, so I was so happy when I got the call to say you could come and you'll even get a tour, and it's just been brilliant, absolutely fantastic.
And Mark, I know you've been before. but you've had the backstage tour this time. So how was that?
It's great. I mean, you feel it's really sort of humbling actually to be here, and especially to share it with Lorraine and my brother and everyone else that do great things. And it makes all the hard work, worthwhile. And it's amazing just to come in and be up close and have an experience like this.
Well, you can't get closer than this. You can pretty much just reach out and grab the players there. Anyway, guys, thanks so much for chatting to us. Good luck with pools. Thank you
very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Well, this is where we are. Very lucky to be sat just on the side of centre court, and the court is being dressed just behind us. You can see the net is being put in. The Hawkeye team tend to come out and do some preparations as well. It really is very warm today. Definitely going to be the hottest day of the championship so far. Tom's doing a wonderful job here keeping us warm. Thank you for keeping us warm, keeping us cool. It's pushing, I would say, 30 degrees centigrade, and it's just gone midday, so it's going to be a hot afternoon for all the players out here and indeed everyone watching. But that is what we want in summertime in Britain, and Dustin Brown will be the second match up on centre court today. He plays Andy Murray, and this is him out preparing on one of the outside courts, I think, Matt, or it might be over at Orangi. It is actually at Orangi, although he would have had the opportunity to have used one of the outside courts today, because that is the luxury that you get if you're playing on centre or number one.
Yeah, maybe a little bit surprised, but I think once you've played a match, you know what conditions are going to be like at Wimbledon. I think the players use it more on the Sunday or possibly Monday before they play their first match, and it's nice to practice in here. But yeah, he doesn't look too stressed out, does he?
No, not at all. And it doesn't surprise me. He's such a nice guy. He's so easygoing. It kind of seems like nothing really phases him. You alluded to it a moment ago, Matt. He's got this awesome story. He used to travel the tour in his VW camper van. Didn't need to pay for hotels. Would just sleep in his van. Reminds me a little bit of John Daly in the golf world, who used to do a very similar thing. In fact, a lot of golfers do it now for different reasons, but they have quite posh trucks they drive around to keep their families in, and it's a lot easier. But he has gone about things, Dustin Brown, in a slightly atypical way. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, very fair to say. But I guess Dad is Jamaican, Mom is German. So imagine two more opposite cultures than Germany and Jamaica, first of all. So yes, he's a great guy, and he is really dangerous. And I tell you what, the heat here today is going to help him a lot, because the courts are going to play faster, balls are going to fly through the air much faster, and the way that he serves is going to get a lot of help from these temperatures today.
You make a very good point there. He could have chosen either nation to play for as well, and he did choose Germany ahead of Jamaica. It's just going to be the blockbuster match today. It's second on. Joe Conter will be first on court at 1 o'clock when play opens. This is Andy Murray completing his practice session earlier today. A bit of a limp, perhaps.
I think so. I think there's a little bit of a limp there, and that doesn't mean that he can't run at full speed for sure, but it might just be protecting us a little bit while walking. A lot of players do that.
Now, talk to me a little bit about the routine, because you're second up on centre. You don't really know what time that's going to be. You know the first match is on at 1 o'clock. Actually, in the interesting scenario that happened yesterday, Roger Federer's match started an awful lot earlier than he was probably prepared for after Martin Klizan's retirement over Novak Djokovic. There's a lot that goes into the warm-up, the stretching, when to eat. How do you try and manage that, not knowing exactly what time your match starts?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not easy, but second match, it's not that hard. Usually it takes about 1.5 to 2 hours for an average match. Between a warm-up and between that you're called for your match. So he would be eating a pretty big lunch somewhere along 2.5 and 3 hours before his match, and then you keep snacking depending on how long you have to wait for it. But yeah, every player has their own routine. Some players always practice at the same time, no matter what time they play. So I used to coach a French player, Paul-Henri Mathieu, and he wanted to practice at 11 o'clock, unless, of course, he played at 11, but otherwise at 11 o'clock. Now, if he played at 3 o'clock or 7 o'clock at night, it didn't matter. He wanted to do the same thing every time he played a match, so which I don't really agree with. I think that you need to practice about 4 hours before your match so that you have time to eat a good lunch.
Well, and that is kind of what Andy Murray did, it looks like, and perhaps the same for Dustin Brown. It will be a wonderful day here on centre court. It's been wonderful bringing you the Wimbledon channel for here. We're going to have to clear out and let the court get ready for the players and everyone else, but we will be around the grounds for the rest of the day, and we can't wait for it to continue. Matt Svelander and Cara Robinson will be back with you again soon, but for now, it is over to Craig O'Shaughnessy.
Early rounds at the championships don't typically produce blockbuster matches, and the reason is we've mixed the seedings up a little bit. It used to be only 16 players that got seeded at the championships. Now it's 32. So that keeps the top players away from each other until the third round. Well, today is a second round match, and we have an absolute legitimate blockbuster out on centre court. Let's go to our draw, gentlemen's singles, and right at the very top, we have world number 1, we have Wimbledon number 1 seed and defending champion Andy Murray against Dustin Brown. Dustin Brown is the excitement machine. He is organised chaos. When you're looking at a bunch of other matches here at Wimbledon, you're going to see forehands and backhands, side to side. We're going to see the grass getting worn at the back of the court. Not this match. I want to flash back to 2015 when Dustin Brown defeated Rafael Nadal in the second round at Wimbledon. Just to give you a little bit of a taste of what's to come, we're also going to cover Dustin's first round match and Andy's first round match. Now, anytime you can get Rafael Nadal hitting a tweener in a point, that's definitely taking Rafa out of his comfort zone. And this is what Dustin's going to do. We're going to see a lot of points coming forward. There's going to be a lot of approach shots. There's going to be a lot of drop shots. Rafa's been pulled to the front of the court, then he's been pushed to the back of the court, and Dustin is going to sit on that second serve return. And if Andy goes to his typical spots where he's serving, Dustin has the advantage of stepping up and ripping. There'll be a lot of early ripping. This is the kind of point we're going to see out on centre court today in the second round match. There's the drop shot coming forward, 2 guys at the net. Dustin gets through that one right there. Serving down the other end now. This is from the first round match against Sousa. So we see a serve, and once again, it's the exact same thing that we saw against Nadal. We saw drop shots, and there it is again. 2 drop shots in this point, 2 loves in this point. He pulls you back, he pushes you back, he pulls you up. In this match, Dustin hit 48 drop shots in 4 sets. Not 4, not 8, 48 drop shots. It was 20% of total points. Dustin won 57% of those drop shots. It's an amazing number. Typically, players that are very good from the back of the court, we're going to see this as well. Lots of diving. Looks like he's going down a slide there on his back. He's going to be attacking the net. He hit 26 drop shots, just like this, 26 drop shots in this match from the baseline. He hit 22 of them as half volleys or volleys from the front of the court. This, again, is a wonderful preview, and there's another one. He brings the opponent in. Andy's going to be coming in. There's going to be so many of these little cat and mouse exchanges at the front of the court. Now we go to Andy against Alexander Bublik in his first round match. Bublik hit 22 drop shots in the match. He only won 8, which was 36%. Andy is very good at running forward and picking these up. But the other thing is, Dustin's a little bit better at hitting those drop shots. So we're going to see a lot of that style of point. Now, Andy, in this first round match, actually hit 16 drop shots of his own. He won 10, which was 63%. So, I mean, we may see 50 drop shots in this match. Coming forward, good touch. I love the heavy backspin on the touch volleys. And he's going to be pulled forward a lot. Good deep return, attacking with a forehand, sneaking in. And he's very, very good at sneaking in. And once again, we saw the deep ball followed by the short ball. This is not going to be typical tennis at all. So what I love about this encounter is it's unusual. Centre court crowd is going to be going nuts for Andy, helping him get over the line. But when you see the spectacular tennis, the organised chaos coming forward, return drop shots, drop shot lob combinations of Dustin, you know, he's immediately endeared to the crowd. So I'm greatly looking forward to this one and greatly looking forward to bringing you all the stats and all the highlights from this magical centre court match.
I'm down here in the racket stringers. As you can see, it's very busy because without this room, the championships probably wouldn't happen because obviously to play tennis, you need a racket, don't you? I mean, makes perfect sense, really. Anyway, coming over here to speak to Richard Parnell. You're one of the racket stringers here. How are you doing this morning?
Not too bad, not too bad. Been here early.
Well, we all like early starts. The tennis players get it, so why not us? You're about to start something here, about to start stringing a racket. Can you please talk us through it?
Well, this one is for Bob Bryan, as it shows here. And we have the tension for the mains and the tension for the crosses. So 38.5 pounds for the mains with a 10% pre-stretch. and then 35.5 on the crosses, and he's going to use natural gut on the mains and a monofilament synthetic on the crosses.
So for those people that don't really know what that means, is that very tight? Is that got great tension? Is this kind of normal for a racket?
No, that what you would probably say was very, very low. Very low. Mains in natural gut means a lot of power, a lot of comfort, so natural gut is still the most comfortable string to use. Most players aren't using, they'll use it in a hybrid now, so when they mix two strings. So they'll use natural gut. Bob Bryan is using it in the mains, and then he's stiffening it up slightly with a monofilament in the crosses.
So why do some players go for a lower strung racket and some for a higher strung?
It's all a matter of personal choice. It's what they're brought up with. I've just done 4 rackets for Venus for her match now on at 1 o'clock, second on after 1, and she's using 66 pounds. So she's basically using almost double this one, and she likes a racket that's very, very tight because she hits out so much. She generates all the power herself, so she's just looking for control. So she's actually using 66, 64 with natural gut in the mains again, and it's another synthetic in the crosses just to dampen it a little bit and give her a little bit more control.
And she's using 4 today.
She's only had 4 today, but I think that's normally she'll do 7.
7 for one match, or?
Yeah, 7 for one match.
So in total, for one player, if they went through the entire tournament, they progressed through, how many rackets would you string for them?
Again, it depends on the player.
On average, one person for an entire match, a fortnight.
Very, very difficult to say, but I mean 7, 8. Kei Nishikori uses 8 for every match, and then during the match he'll kick us back a few frames to redo while he's playing. So we can actually go through 10, 11, 12 for him. Venus and Serena actually, they tend to have all their rackets done before, and they'll use maybe 1, maybe 2 of the lot they have done, and then we'll just cut them out and restring them so that they're nice and tight, so they're fresh.
Just quick question, I'm not sure if you'll know it, you probably will because he's an expert. The actual racket, how many times would a player use that?
Well, they tend to change them every 3 months because they're being hit, obviously, all the time. They're being restrung, so they're being stressed. So the frame tends to slightly change. It gets a little bit more flexible. So as they like a specific stiffness in their frame, then they'll change every 3 months. That's obviously the best ones, the ones who are getting frames constantly from the different companies. For any mere mortal, they'll last as long as they've got to last, but for this level of player, then pretty much every 3 months.
I'm now just going to ask you about your job. For anybody that might never become a tennis player but wants to maybe work at Wimbledon and experience exactly what goes on in the fortnights and wants to become a racket stringer, how did you get into it and when did you start?
Well, I started stringing with I strung my first racket when I was 9.
Because of why?
Because, well, my father showed me. I mean, he actually decided to learn stringing, showed me how to do it. I picked it up when I was 9, and then I've been stringing on the tour for the last 25 years. And getting into Wimbledon, obviously, working at Wimbledon is the pinnacle of the stringers' calendar. Is what every stringer dreams of doing, is actually being part of the Wimbledon or the Apollo Leisure Wimbledon stringing team.
Well, you just said obviously being here is a pinnacle, but what's the best part of your job?
Well, that's actually hard to actually choose and say, well, what's the best part? The best part is I'm obviously being part of a team, which is one of the best teams in the world. The quality is excellent here. I mean, out of everyone, Wimbledon is really the tournament that everyone would like to string. There's 14 of us, so out of however many hundreds of thousands of stringers in the world, we're lucky enough to be one of the 14 that are actually here working. So the best part, being inside, seeing exactly what goes on, being a part of the Wimbledon experience, really.
And obviously you've mentioned the Williams sisters. You've got Bob Bryan down here. Is there anyone's racket you haven't strung that you really, really want to?
Well, actually, Agassi. Agassi, I've got one of his rackets, but I've never ever strung for him. So he'd probably be he's the person that I'd like to string for. I mean, everyone else, Borg, McEnroe, all the other greats. But Agassi is actually the one person I've never strung for. And I mean, I've been doing it for a lot of years. Never had the chance.
Well, he escaped your stringing clutches, didn't he?
He did.
Well, thank you so much for chatting to us, and hope you have a good tournament. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Wimbledon channel, continuing live coverage of the championships here on day 3 at the All England Club. Cara off for a well-earned break. Centre Court getting ready for its first match of the day, and a big hello to everyone watching on Centre Court TV and Number 1 as well. An absolute picture here at the All England Club. As you can see from that shot there, a Centre Court on the right and the blue skies above, hardly a cloud in the sky. It's going to get up to about 30, 32 degrees Celsius in southwest London. It's going to be very warm today, so if you are inside the ground, you're going to need plenty of water, plenty of sun cream, because it is going to be a hot one, but perfect conditions for the players and the fans to enjoy a good day of tennis here at SW19. Now, as you can see from this umbrella, 7-time Grand Slam champion Mats Wilander, a man of many talents, particularly holding an umbrella perfectly straight. So thank you very much initially, Mats, for all of your help here. First, we must talk about the weather. It's the hottest day so far. It is warm. It's warm for the spectators. I've seen people drinking lots of water, the odd cheeky glass of Pimm's as well, but we'll keep that quiet. But for the fans and the players as well, it's quite difficult playing in this heat, isn't it?
Well, for the fans, it's more difficult than for the players. I think most players prefer that if they have a choice between too cold or too hot, they always prefer too hot and it's not necessarily the heat that they're in, it's the way that the tennis balls react, because the tennis balls become much quicker in the heat because obviously they're made out of rubber, and that makes a massive difference to how fast the ball travels through the air. So for somebody like Dustin Brown, who has a very quick delivery, he's got a good serve, doesn't throw the ball up very high, when he gets a little bit of help from the temperatures and the court makes his serve a massive weapon, so it makes a big difference.
That brings it on quickly, you sort of mentioned it there, to the players that these kind of conditions are going to suit. You've mentioned Dustin Brown, but some of the other players on the show courts today, who specifically are you looking at to see that these conditions are really going to help their style of play?
I think Johanna Konta is going to help her serve as well. She's got a big serve already. She's pretty consistent with it. It's easier to hit second serves because you can get more spin. So any player that has a good serve, it helps. And also players that spin the ball with a little bit of topspin. So somebody like Rafa Nadal is going to love these conditions because his forehand suddenly is going to bounce up and he's going to be able to grip the ball. So it's good conditions for most players.
Yeah, really interesting to see how these conditions affect the players here on day 3 at the championships. Plenty more from Mats to come, of course, but let's take you out to some live action on court number 18 at the moment. Just beneath us, very close to us where we're sat here, a ladies singles match. Dominika Cibulkova, who came through an absolute marathon in the first round, plenty of breaks in her match. She is the number 8 seed up against Jennifer Brady of America. 11:30 start, of course, on all of the courts apart from centre and number 1. They start at 1 o'clock in a few minutes time, just about 40 minutes time on centre and number 1. A picture here at SW19. We can join the commentators on court 18.
Left first serve. Love 15.
Oh, first double fault of the match. Doesn't serve too many of those, Dominika Cibulkova. No,
That's a poor miss.
Yeah.
15.
You've got love 15. And then you have a ball in the middle of the court. Just showing a little bit of inexperience there, Brady.
Battle of the slice, and Brady unable to
30-15.
unable to live with Cibulkova. 11 shots, and so awkward, the slice, and Cibulkova built for getting down to those shots. Brady much taller.
It's a little bit of a trade-off, the being tall, isn't it? You know, you get the advantage on the serve and in other aspects, and the reach, but you certainly, when the ball is low, you need to work a little bit harder, you know, to get everything down, the knees down and the racket head and everything else. Whereas Cibulkova, she certainly doesn't have that problem at 5'5".
That's well played. I think we're being ambitious with 5'5".
Well, maybe in heels. 5'5" in heels. How's that?
That's fine. She's not not wearing her heels out there. Imagine what that would do to the court. Anyway, we're serving a set point. And there it is. Well, so little between these two for much of that set, but the breakthrough came at 4-all, and Cibulkova sees it out, and the number 8 seed has the first set.
Data is very important to us at Wimbledon. We capture millions of data points throughout the championships, and we're constantly developing new ways to analyse and interpret them. It's about giving insight into the drama that's unfolding. Why does Nadal always serve to Federer's backhand on the first point of a pressure game? Why is a player winning and why is the other one losing? And how likely is that balance to shift or momentum to change? If we use the data in the right way, then we can move it beyond statistics and really develop this idea of getting under the skin of tennis matches at Wimbledon. The more we understand and the more we know, the more we can really bring the game to life for millions of people around the world.
Look who is here. This is Rufus, and he patrols the courts here at Wimbledon. Make sure there's no pesky pigeons lurking around. And Imogen is here as well. This is Rufus's owner, Imogen. How are you both, firstly?
Yeah, very good, although today's quite hot, so we are going to probably be popping some water on him because it's rather hot for Rufus today.
It's hot for the athletes and hot for Rufus, so I'll let you give him a little water. There we go, keeping him cool because he is super important. Imogen, I just mentioned there, he patrols all the courts here. Just can you tell in more depth exactly what his role is?
Yeah, of course. So he is Chief Pigeon Scarer here at Wimbledon. So he's been here for 10 years and his main job is to keep the pigeons off of the court. So they often come in and will try and eat the grass seed. So all year round here it's really quiet, nothing to sway them away. They've got a really nice little place to live, nice place to roost. So they would be tempted to nest and obviously to have their young here. They breed all year round, so it can be quite a big problem in a very short space of time. So Rufus is here to just remind them that actually it's not a safe territory because it's his domain and they're not welcome here, and they need to just give him some space and go find a tree somewhere else.
But we never see Rufus on TV when the matches are going on. So when does he do this? Is he quite sneaky?
Yeah, so we start at 5 o'clock every morning. So nice early starts during the championships. But the good thing is that then it means that we're out of the way by the time it's really hot during the day. And obviously Rufus trying to pick me out in a crowd, it would be fine, but he'd get completely swarmed by people wanting selfies. So it's not ideal.
And Rufus, I've been here for a few years now. Rufus has been here longer than me. How many years will Rufus have this job for, and when does he retire from this?
Yeah, so he's been here for 10 years, and anything, basically, he's a working bird, so as soon as he isn't flying is probably when he will no longer be around. So we'll keep bringing him until then. Anything up to 25 in captivity. And for Rufus's life, he gets fed a really high protein diet, gets exercise daily, has a nice bath, just chills out. He's going to go on forever.
I hate to see Wimbledon without Rufus, but if Rufus no longer could fly, have you got anyone in training coming up through the ranks?
Yes, we do indeed. So Rufus has his young apprentices, which aren't quite ready for the championships yet. They're not quite used to this whole media side of things, but they'll get there eventually. So and Rufus is going to fight them off anyway. He's like, this is my patch.
And so we know Rufus gets up at 5 a.m. Then he obviously goes and scares the pigeons off. Then what does he do after he's finished his job?
Yeah, so after he's done that, generally we'll go and find some. If it's really hot, we'll go and find some shade because it's not ideal for him to be out in the heat of the day. So we'll go and find somewhere nice. And look at him, he's just fanning his wings because he's
showing off.
Quite hot, yeah, exactly.
So you mentioned the protein diet. What else does Rufus eat? What would you feed him?
So generally it's quail, chicken, a little bit of rabbit, a little bit of pigeon. So he's got a really refined diet actually.
And Imogen, how hard was it to train him? Because he looks so tame here. He's happily sitting on your hand there.
Yes, it is a really intensive process. So we get them at 16 weeks when they've been reared by their parents, who are actually really completely wild. So it's very intensive. It takes up to a good like 6 to 12 months really until you're confident that you can fly them free, because obviously if you fly them free and they don't come back, that's a lot of waste of time.
Has he ever not come back?
He has his moments. Don't you, Rufus? He definitely has his moments, but generally he's pretty well behaved.
He knows who his mum is, doesn't he?
Exactly, yeah. He knows who gives him the food. He's got it sussed. He really has.
So do you think if I put my hand out and asked Rufus if he could come and sit on my hand, he would oblige?
You're at this now, aren't you?
Well, I'm not sure about that. Here we go. Rufus is coming to join me. There we go. This is Rufus. He patrols the courts here, making sure there are no pesky pigeons interrupting play at Wimbledon. There he is. What a beauty. Thanks, Imogen. Thanks, Rufus.
Thank you.
Well, I tell you what, Rachel, I haven't seen a single pigeon over 3 days here at SW19, so Rufus is very much doing his job. He's brilliant in those interviews as well, real charisma. Right, we're panning down to court number 2. They're right at one end of the grounds, that sunken court, a fairly new court inside the grounds at the All England Club. And British interest on that one, Heather Watson up against Anastasia Sevastova of Latvia, the 18th seed, and we can join it. Watson, a brilliant first set from her, 6-love, didn't drop a single game, and it's 3-2 in the second.
15.
Lovely.
There's a little bit of frustration
Love
from
15.
that. I thought she'd be a lot calmer because she said if she wasn't a tennis player, she'd be a doctor. And you wouldn't want your doctor acting like that, would you?
Sure wouldn't. Yeah, you think taking a break from tennis, you come back, you know, kind of with a different mindset.
Oh. 15-0.
Just trying to keep calm. It's always a difficult balance for Watson to attack more or put the ball in court. And in the first set, she won by being very aggressive, and it all worked.
$30-15.
Well done. That was really good movement.
30-all.
Bit of sarcasm there. But as Watson said last week in particular at Eastbourne, when she was moving so well, you know, use that. That is great on a grass court if you can get nice and low.
An opportunity now for Heather Watson to get back on serve in the second set.
30-40.
That was a good serve, though. Hard and flat.
A little bit of a luck to bring up
Advantage,
break
Miss
point
Watson.
number 2.
Game is Watson.
Well, there is only one cloud in the sky. It is absolutely roasting here today at Wimbledon. I know Cara has been saying it's the hottest day so far, and it is by quite some distance. We're over show court 3, and I'm just keeping my voice down because we're watching a really intriguing match between Elena Vesnina, the semi-finalist last year, and Victoria Azarenka, coming back from having her son Leo. And by the way, interesting stat dug out by my producer Justin. In the century of history here in the Women's Championship at Wimbledon, only one mum has ever won the title. Gula Wong back in 1980. Victoria Azarenka has her mum, and her boyfriend here to help with childcare duties. And it's a really intriguing match, this one, because Vesnina will feel as though she's got a great chance, having made the semi-finals there last year. Just checking the score, and actually Vesnina did well there because she's held the first game of the second set, and she was facing 2 break points. There was an early wobble from Azarenka in the first set. She saved a break point, I think, in the third game of that set. And then she had to wait until the 6th game. Vesnina managed to save 2 break points, but on the third, Azarenka got the crucial advantage. She looks good. She looks fresh around the court. Maybe, despite the fact that she's a double Grand Slam champion, a couple of people feel as though she might be a dark horse of this tournament, because people feel as though she surely can't come back and win her first slam post-baby. But she's in it to win it. She's looking good at the moment. The winner of this one will play the winner of the match currently involving Heather Watson. So we'll be keeping a close eye on what's happening on show court 2. But this is a very intriguing match, and Vesnina's done brilliantly there at the start of the second set, having lost the first to avoid an instant break. So as we're talking at the moment, Azarenka, the 2-time Australian Open champion, is serving. We're in the second game of the second set, and it's a really, really good match, this one. Early advantage to Azarenka, but Vesnina is class, and she's not out of this yet.
Thanks, Rob. Close to me now. Enjoying all of the tennis there around the grounds. We can head down to court number 12, a men's singles match taking place. Lucas Rosol, a very good grass court player, up against another man who's having a brilliant year. The number 16th seed, Gilles Muller, had a great run on the grass at Queen's. A big lefty, he's got a huge serve, and Muller has taken the first set, 7-5. They've been on court for just less than an hour. And we can join it at 2-1 in the second set. Still on serve, and it's Rosol leading 2-1.
Time. Seats quickly, please. Thank you. Thank you. Any seat for now, please.
Get that delay when people come in after the third game. 1-2, second set.
Love 15.
This is the first time Muller's been down love 15.
See there, Russell just moving around as well. It's a good tactic, trying to do something different on the return.
Oh dear.
And you just wonder whether that movement from Russell maybe put Muller off a little. You so often see it, don't you, David, when a player has a chance to break in the previous game, don't quite manage it, and there can just be a little bit of a hangover effect.
Into double figures in terms of aces now, Muller. Leading that race by a distance.
Well, it's his favourite serve. I think on a pressure point like 15-30, it's always going to go to it. Even if Rosol had been stood about 3 feet to the left, he still wouldn't have reached it.
So now a break point for Russell, his first since the second game of the match.
30-40. Yeah, it really was the return that set the point up. Excellent depth off the return and an easy put away.
Come on, man. Come on.
It's a good switch up from Muller. Talked about him going wide with that serve, and you need to keep your opponent honest, going down the tee every now and then. But I'm liking what Russell's doing on the return. He's certainly edged towards covering that lefty slice serve.
Muller, as we can see there, can serve it the other way as well. Very impressive.
This one was close. I didn't see any chalk. Did nick the line.
Advantage Muller. Mr. Russell has 2 challenges remaining. Game. Muller. New balls, please. 2 games on. Second.
When we're picking for Wimbledon, we start at first light. We walk our crops obsessively. We go up and down the rows, we look at every plant. It's still quite difficult to time something so it's absolutely at the peak of perfection when you want it. No summer is the same as another. I'm very conscious of the fact that every berry that we send to Wimbledon is a bit of an ambassador for the farm because it's such a high-profile event. Really exciting thing is if you can get a strawberry from the plant to the person who's going to enjoy it within a day. It matters a lot to me. It's something that I take very seriously.
My earliest Wimbledon memory was 1987 actually, so I was 8 years old and Pat Cash winning Wimbledon against Ivan Lendl. You know, I was gripped to watching this mad Aussie win his first title, and then Steffi Graf was my first real female role model for sport, and watched her win her first Wimbledon title in 1988 and was just hooked on the game. So yeah, she's always sort of been a real hero of mine, and I still play tennis now and absolutely love the sport. The original trophy for the Women's World Cup actually was a tennis trophy, and so it originates from Wimbledon.
Those are great pictures from all around the grounds here at the All England Club. That's the shot from the top of Henman Hill looking down on court number 1. You can see the new roof there that'll be ready for the 2019 championships. Everyone getting in position to watch on the big screen the action from centre court. Konta versus Vekic is the first match on centre court. That's inside court number 1. The first match on there is a men's singles match, Nishikori against Sergei Stakhovsky. Stakhovsky, a very, very good grass court player. We saw him beat Roger Federer here on centre court a couple of years ago, so that could be an interesting one. Nishikori, the 9 seed, against Stakhovsky, the Ukrainian. Now let's show you the match point from court number 2. We showed you a game from this a little bit earlier on. Heather Watson, British player, up against Sevastova, the Latvian seeded player, and there has been an upset, as you can see there. A couple of match points for Watson, having won the opening set 6-love so comfortably. He was able to come through the second 6-4. So brilliant to see some British success here, and good to see Heather A, back on the court and fit and playing, and B, playing with some confidence as well, because it's not been the easiest last sort of year or so for her, has it?
No, she won a couple of matches, though, I believe, down in Eastbourne, didn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, so that would be good for her confidence. And she, for some reason, she seems to love the grass. I spoke to Agnieszka Radwanska yesterday, and she also loves the grass. And it's kind of weird because neither Heather Watson nor Agnieszka Radwanska has a powerful game, but they're great movers, and they keep the ball in play. And it's not that easy to do on grass sometimes. So this is most probably Heather Watson's favorite service, but really good because to deal with all that pressure and all that people. We lost our umbrella here, Adam.
Yeah, where'd you got flying umbrellas everywhere? But we're back in.
Yeah, so it's great to see. Really, really good to see for Heather Watson.
Also, we were talking about this yesterday with Mark Philippoussis about the pressure of playing with a home crowd. He was saying how sometimes it's difficult when the Australian players play down in Australia because of the expectation there. Sometimes it helps them, sometimes it hurts them. Heather Watson, another player who has to play with that home pressure from the British crowd here at Wimbledon, and it seems to help her. Today she was playing with a bit of inspiration.
You know, I think what also helps her is the fact that Johanna Konta has come on the scene and is such a good player and is among the best players in the world, because suddenly the pressure is off all the other British women. And it's sort of the same thing as Andy Murray has done for the British men in many ways, where you see Kyle Edmund and of course Dan Evans, how he came onto the scene suddenly because Andy Murray got all the attention. So it's difficult for sure, but in the long run it must help them.
And the winner of that match, Heather Watson, who's of course through, she will play the winner of the match taking place right now on court number 3. Vesnina, the 15th seed, up against Victoria Azarenka. And Azarenka, really a bit of a dark horse. Back here now playing at Wimbledon. She's done so well here in the past. Whoever wins, at the moment, Azarenka's leading 6-3, 2-1 up with a break. If she does get through that one, Azarenka versus Watson, that should be a cracker in the 3rd round.
That should be very interesting, because you would wonder how much sort of energy and how much emotional energy Victoria Azarenka has, because when you haven't played any matches for such a long time, even though she's most probably the happiest she's ever been in her life, having her son Leo, so it's fine for a while, but at some point it's going to catch up to you, and I think playing against the crowd, against a British woman here, is going to be difficult for her. But she's been #1 in the world, and we don't know how she feels about her tennis right now.
And also, what is it about Heather Watson that she seems to have found a game? What you were saying there, that she plays well on grass despite perhaps not having a game that's obviously suited to the surface. What is it about her that works well on grass?
Because she's a great mover.
Yes.
And I think that the funny thing with grass is that we think that big service should favor them to be on grass, which it's actually not true, because a serve that's not a big serve is a weapon on grass, whereas a serve, so Heather Watson's serve wouldn't be necessarily a weapon on the clay court or a hard court, but here, because she's also not very tall, so the angle of the serve comes in and it slides through the grass a little bit more than other players, and then of course she's a great mover, but grass courts, used to be very aggressive tactically. These days grass courts, it's actually more about trying to keep the ball in play, and you find that players are not playing that aggressively anymore. Yes, they hit the ball hard at times, but the tactics themselves are not that aggressive.
Yes, very, very interesting. Plenty more front mats to come. That's the scene inside centre court. Johanna Konta, number 6 seed, British player, up against Donna Vekic, the first one, a 1 o'clock local time start. Court 1 as well, the first match is Kei Nishikori, the number 9 seed, against Sergei Stakhovsky. It's unfortunately time for us to say goodbye to everyone watching on Centre Court TV and court number 1. Matt's just to preview those matches first up on centre and court number 1, the last 2 matches to start here at the All England Club on day 3. We'll talk about centre court in just a moment, but Kei Nishikori against Sergei Stakhovsky, as I said, potentially tricky for Nishikori, because Stakhovsky, a brilliant grass court player, loves to come forward and volley.
Yeah, very tricky. And also I think that the players these days, they know with Kei Nishikori, but he's had 25 retirements in matches, and he leads that category on the men's tour. And when you have that reputation in 5 sets on a hot day like this, Stakhovsky is going to stay out there for as long as he possibly can, because you don't know with Nishikori. He has injuries all the time, and they're different, it seems, every time. So he is obviously quite a fragile player. Maybe he works too hard, maybe he's too quick, but Sergei Stakhovsky is an excellent grass court player.
How do you see this matchup? Because, as you were saying, Stakhovsky's going to come forward, a good grass court player. Nishikori likes to play from the baseline, hit it as hard as he can.
Yeah, I mean, it should be, in a way, a good matchup for Nishikori, because he returns really well, he hits really good passing shots, but at the same time, it's not that easy to break somebody who comes forwards all the time, like Sergei Stakhovsky, so the pressure is going to be on Nishikori's serve. And what does Stakhovsky do to Nishikori's second serve? Is he coming forward? Then there's going to be a lot of pressure. So it'd be a difficult match. Obviously, you would think Kei Nishikori comes through.
Absolutely. One to look forward to on court number 1. First up, Kei Nishikori, the number 9 seed, against Sergei Stakhovsky. Let's take you down to court 18, just behind us where we're sitting, Mats and I. Dominika Cibulkova up against Jennifer Brady. Cibulkova coming through a marathon in her first round match against Andrea Petkovic. We show you how she took the first set, 6-4. We showed you the last game of that set, and she is serving at 4-3 with a break in the second. We can join the commentators there.
Time.
Cibulkova comes sprinting out. Getting closer to a place in the third round. So anyway, back into it for Jennifer Brady.
Love 15.
That's a good start.
That's just too big.
Wow.
Plenty of time there, Brady. Just sets herself
Love
nicely
30.
and just absolutely thumps the ball. Good racket head work. That was what created the pace. Shoulder rotation.
If this is to be a comeback from Brady, he says it has to be now. Well, there were a couple of mishits and loose ones in there from Brady.
15-30.
Oh no, little clench of the fist from Brady, and this is her opportunity.
15-14.
That's where Cibulkova has to slow things down a little bit, just upset the rhythm. 2 break points for Jennifer Brady. No, but that's too good from Cibulkova.
30-14.
Still one break point for the American. And again, a great response from the number 8 seed.
2 tough points from Cibulkova. That wasn't an easy forehand, that one she hit. It was a pretty good slice backhand from Jennifer Brady that went up the line and really didn't get up very high at all. And Cibulkova did a good job of getting underneath it and dragging it cross court.
And again, it's how the very best players deal with the pressure and the dangerous situations.
Advantage, Mrs. Cibulkova.
Yes, they don't give it to you, do they? You have to earn it. Last 3 points, excellent from Cibulkova.
Cibulkova leads by 5 games to 3, second set.
Day 3 of the championships. The sun is shining. I just heard some champagne corks popping. Everyone's sitting out, enjoying the day on their picnic rugs just down there by the resale queue. But I'm over here in a quiet little spot with Jeremy Houghton. He is the championship artist, and just caught him doing a few sketches over here. Jeremy, thanks for joining us. What are you working on at the moment?
I'm just, walking around with my sketchbook, trying to sort of get under the skin of Wimbledon and see what really makes the place tick, find the various heartbeats and almost sort of tell little visual stories about what goes on both on and off the court. And, at the moment, I'm sort of around the periphery, looking at the people. I think the people of Wimbledon, the crowd, the supporters are such a big part of this event. And, their involvement, their enthusiasm, their love for the sport is a big part of the actual match play. And eventually, when I move into next week, I'll sort of move inside the courts and get really close to the players. But initially, it's out on the edges, on the outskirts, just understanding the sort of bigger picture. And with my process of sketching, I do lots and lots of sketches. And these are my sort of shorthand. If you look at something and you draw it, you're really having to look at it carefully and analyse it. And so through sort of a number of quite loose sketches, they're little visual notes which get stuck in here. And then with all my different images, visual notes, I also take photos. I'll be able to go back to my studio and sort of go through a process of elimination and filter out the unnecessary images, so I end up with what I describe as the nuggets or the heartbeats of the Wimbledon story.
But I kind of want to ask you, and I'm sure everyone will be interested to know, how does an artist get this amazing job?
Well, very lucky. Great phone call to get. Pleased I picked it up, and obviously I dropped everything and said yes, I would love to do it. I have done a number of kind of sporting residencies. I've just come back from doing a number of America's Cup paintings of the sailors out in Bermuda. I've actually painted a little bit here before. I was one of the Olympic artists for London 2012, so I have been here with my sketchbooks before. And so my thing is movement. I like to paint the dynamic energy of subjects, of things, and so sport is a great way to tell that story and to go through that process and really understand that dynamic process.
This is court 18 here. I'm not sure if you can see us or if we're seeing whatever's going on here, but this is court 18 in pencil. Yeah. How far into how this will look is this, and where will it end? What will it look like at the end?
Well, it won't end. I mean, sketches are by their nature sort of unfinished. And you know, if I was to go back and revisit this particular sketch, I'd probably start again and analyse it slightly differently. And I'm looking at shapes, I'm looking at lines, I'm looking at the contrast between light and dark, the sort of different tonal values. And this will help me when I go on to the next stage and start doing the paintings to narrow down what is the important or the essential bit of this particular composition. And when you're looking at court 18 from on that balcony, there's too much information. You know, there's too much going on. So you've got to sort of narrow down that focus so that you can just tell one part of that story and ideally find a bit of that story which tells the bigger picture.
And you're working in pencil here. What other, I don't know what the word is, what other mediums do you work in?
Yeah, well, I mean, I will often use watercolour, same sort of thing. Watercolour is a very good travelling medium. It dries very quickly. It's very loose, so you can capture. You know, this is you know, Murray in action. You can just really capture different shapes, and it's you know, to put it in a simplistic way, it's very much looking at shapes and tone. And if I can focus on the shape and tone at this stage and get those right, it'll mean that the finished pictures work that much better.
And have you got a player here at the Championships that you really hope you can capture? You've got Murray here. Who else is on your list?
I'm a big Federer fan, and it's probably a bit of a cliche, but he is an incredibly elegant player. And you know, from an artistic point of view, when you are looking at shape, you're looking at that sort of movement, you're looking at that dance on the court. He is probably, well, Tim Henman was saying last night, he's the most elegant player ever to have played. And I'm a big fan. If he were to win it one more time, I'd be chuffed. If the final were Murray against Federer, which it could be, that would be the ideal win-win scenario.
And where will your artwork end up?
The All England Club have commissioned a series of paintings, and they will get those, and they will be hanging in the corridors of the club. And the sketches, that there may be room for further exhibitions where I can exhibit and sell the sketches.
Perfect. Well, Jeremy, good luck with the tournament. SW19 is pretty big, so I'm going to let you go and capture some more of this amazing place. Thank you very much for chatting to us.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
All white clothing has been worn at Wimbledon since the tournament began in 1877. Since then, styles have changed and evolved. But to us, the all-white rule isn't just about fashion, it's about letting the tennis and the players stand out. Everyone who steps on a Wimbledon court, from reigning champion through to qualifier, does so wearing white. That's a great leveller. If a player wants to get noticed, they need to do so through their play. That's a tradition we're rather proud of.
I remember going to Wimbledon, not as a child, but recently in my adult years, and it was special because I took my friend who's a tennis coach, and we actually got to, I wouldn't say walk across the pitch, but we touched the grass, and we got a lot of Wimbledon goodies, and we got to take it back to the kids at the tennis club, and just to see their faces was really nice. And I watched Federer and Andy Murray play, and it was phenomenal. And I also got the chance to see Andy Murray after and doing his ice bath. Do you know what I like about Andy is he's under a lot of immense pressure mentally and even physically, but he maintains a very balanced lifestyle. And he's a real credit to the sport and the way he conducts himself.
Well, a real sense of anticipation on centre court. It's a beautiful day here at Wimbledon, and they're getting ready for the first match of three. Johanna Konta against Donna Vekic. They've got a 1-all career record. Konta up at 7 in the world in terms of the singles rankings. Vekic at 58. Mats, how do you preview this one?
You know, it's very difficult to predict for me because, first of all, it's very uncertain how Johanna Konta is going to feel out there in front of a full centre court against a player that she lost to the last time they played. So that might work in her favour in one way because the pressure is on in many ways for Donna Vekic. Obviously, you never want to lose to a player twice, but because she lost to Donna Vekic a couple of weeks ago, maybe she is focusing more on her opponent than actually being out there on the center court. Whereas if you're the favorite and you've beaten this player 3 or 4 times, now you're on the center court at Wimbledon. Obviously, all the pressure is on you, and I think then you have a tendency to start thinking about the outcome of the match rather than the process of it.
Absolutely. Konta had that slip recently, didn't she? She was carrying that injury here into Wimbledon. She said she was feeling okay to get through here. What did you see in her first match? Did she look like she was playing at 100% physically, or a little bit off that?
No, I thought she looked very good, and she had a tricky opponent in the first round as well. No, I mean, when you talk about Johanna Konta, I mean, she hasn't been around for that long, so you could potentially start saying that, hey, this could be the biggest match of her career in many ways, because she has to beat somebody that she's just lost to. Of course, she made the semi-finals of the Australian Open, but then you're playing with no pressure at all, and it was easy. Whereas today, I mean, the pressure is on Johanna Konta because of her seed, and then at home here, and really maybe the first hope for British tennis on the women's side for a long time, where we actually think she has a chance to win.
Absolutely, and she's never got past the second round here at Wimbledon, so plenty of expectation for her. The lady in your picture here, Donna Vekic. We must touch on the Stan Wawrinka connection. Are we going to be seeing Stan in the players' box? They're obviously going out now.
Oh, he must be
on
there.
Stan watch.
Yeah, surely he must be there, because he's out of the tournament. You know, you lose
on
first
a day
round.
Like this.
Yeah, a day like this, in first round at Wimbledon, you don't necessarily want to rush back and go practice anyway. You need to take a few days off. And the way he looked in his first round, he most probably needs to take a break from tennis anyway. So, as often as Donna Vekic has been in Stan's players' box, I think he owes her one.
Because she lost early, didn't she, at Roland Garros? Stayed all the way. We saw her in the players' box for the final when he was playing Rafa Nadal. So we'll be on Stan watch a little bit later. Confirmation of the head-to-head there. 2017, Nottingham in the grass. Donna Vekic winning in 3 sets. She lost the first set pretty comfortably, 6-2. Konta winning it, but then 7-6, 7-5. After that, in terms of the styles of play, you both like to play powerful from the baseline?
I would think that Donna Vekic hits the ball a little bit harder than Johanna Konta. Konta likes to take the ball a little bit earlier. In fact, she tries to take the ball as nearly the earliest of any player on tour, especially on the women's side. So she's going to rush Vekic with taking the ball early, and Vekic is going to try and rush, I believe, Konta with hitting big, powerful ground strokes. But I think the serve is going to make the difference. I really think that Johanna Konta's serve is I'm not sure it's underrated, but it's very solid. She gets free points, especially on the grass court, and her second serve seems pretty reliable. So you would think Konta is going to most probably come away with the victory.
Absolutely. The thing with Vekic, she emerged on the scene so young. I mean, you look at their age, 21 years of age. It seems like she has been around for a long, long time now. She's at her ranking of 58. What's the key for her to just take that next step to perhaps becoming a top 10 player rather than just around a top 50 player?
I think the key when you have as much success as she did when she was very, very, very young, and everybody starts talking about you, is the key becomes there is life outside the tennis court that you have to get on with, and you have friends and you have family, and I think that, you know, going out with Stan Wawrinka, something is more important than her tennis. But when you're 16, 17, tennis is everything. And I think that it takes these players some time to just get on with regular life and realize that, yeah, I'm a tennis player, I'm a professional tennis player, but I got to be happy off the court. And Donna Vekic, I think, is finding that now at 21 years old.
Yeah, should be really interesting, this one. The first of 2 British players taken to court on centre court. The first one, of course, there, lady in the picture, Johanna Konta, the number 7 in the world, British player, up against Donna Vekic, and then Andy Murray is the match after that against Dustin Brown. We can join the commentators on centre.
First set. Miss Vekic to serve. Ready? And play. Love.
Konta won the toss and elected to serve, and maybe with those kind of returns you can see why. Third meeting between these two. Konta won their first last year on the American hard courts. But it was Vekic who got her revenge on the grass of Nottingham just a few weeks ago. Konta won that first set fairly comfortably, and that's two tight ones, 7-6, 7-5.
Fifteen, 40. Thirty, 40.
Vekic has a very tough opening match against a Russian, Natalia Vikliantseva. Seems to be every letter of the alphabet in that name, and that was a long three-setter. Over 2 hours it took her to come through.
Deuce. No advantage, Miss Vekic.
Donna was very much a teenage sensation. Got to her first tour final at 16, first title at 18, but I got overwhelmed with all the expectation and hype around her. But back in the world's top 60 and playing some of the best tennis of her life. And that is a very...
Game, Miss Vekic. First game.
So a good start for Donna Vekic, holding her serve 1-love in the opening exchanges of that match against Johanna Konta on centre court. Let's take you from centre court over to that court you see at the very top of your screen. Court number 1, the roof that's going to be ready for 2019, isn't quite ready for this season's tournament. You can see lots of Japanese hats there, and that's because Kei Nishikori is currently on there against Sergei Stikovsky. Nishikori, the number 9 seed. And we can join it for the opening game of this one.
He's be in a bit of trouble if he serves and volleys. One of the few players to do so with regularity still.
First set, Sergei Stikovsky to serve.
So, first game, first set, Stikovsky to serve.
15.
Terrific start, opening his account with an ace.
Thirty. 40.
40.
4G15.
Suppose if there's ever a time to play a backhand shank, it's when you're 40 love to the good.
Game Stagowski. First game.
There are huge expectations. Even though you've done it before, you're thinking anything can happen. Everyone wants to do the best they can. So you have to practice all the time, every week, pretty much every day, to get everything perfect. Everything's kind of exaggerated when you're on court. Just before they serve, the noise just drops completely. It's really nerve-wracking. You can just feel your heart pounding. There's a huge amount of pressure out there. To maintain your composure in the face of everything that's going on, it's difficult. It's all about presenting yourself in the right way and being the best that you can be.
Everyone's at it now. And I guess if you play enough of them, one will come off. And that's the thing. When they come off, it's a great shot. When it doesn't come off, you're exasperated as to why they played it.
Oh. Yeah, well, he stood his ground well. Make sure you don't move until the ball bounces. See it clearly.
Oh, he's got it again. I love it.
Yeah, but this time he even tried to catch it.
Welcome back to the top of show court 3. You join us at a very, very dramatic moment because Elena Vesnina has just saved match point against Victoria Azarenka. Remember, Azarenka took the first set comprehensively, getting a break in the 6th game. They're now on deuce on the Vesnina serve. The break in the 2nd set came for 2-1 to Azarenka, but Vesnina's serve has been suspect since the very beginning of this 2nd set. Some good strokes being played there, and once again it's going to be match point for Azarenka. Vesnina managed to save 2 break points in the first game of the 2nd set,
Azarenka.
but the break came for Azarenka, and now for the 2nd time she has match point. Vesnina, who made the semi-finals last year, didn't do herself justice against Serena Williams in those semis, serving to stay in this match. She'll have to do it from a 2nd serve. 1 hour, 34 minutes of tennis. Azarenka has looked really good value for this. And by the way, Venus Williams' father, Richard, is here watching because Venus is in the bottom half of the draw, and there's another one saved, so we're back to deuce here. What an intriguing game this is turning out to be.
Yes.
Richard Williams is here watching Victoria Azarenka. I don't think they'd be due to meet unless either of them got to the semis, but that's how seriously the Williams camp are taking Victoria Azarenka's chances, despite the fact that this is her first slam back from having a baby. Her son Leo is here, so Vesnina has saved 2 match points. It's deuce. She's serving 3-5 down in this 2nd set. So Vesnina lives to fight another day.
Vesnina.
But, of course, Azarenka would have the opportunity to serve for the match. After taking that first set 6-3, it has been an absorbing, intriguing encounter. Vesnina has shown the class that has taken her to Grand Slam doubles victories in the past and the semi-finals here, and it's once again back to deuce. So Azarenka is just 2 points away from a straight sets victory over the number 15 seed. Little bit of luck there from Vesnina. And it's game point now for Vesnina, and that would leave Azarenka serving for the match. It's been an absorbing encounter. Azarenka has gone deep at Wimbledon before. Remember, she's made great progress here in recent years. We will bring you the action. You don't want to be looking at my face for too much longer. We will hope to bring you what could be the final game of the match, if indeed Vesnina does manage to hold. This is good work here from Vesnina, but every single time she puts Azarenka under pressure, Azarenka manages to respond, and that's an unforced error there from Vesnina. She was right on the verge of taking that game.
Yes.
And it's back to deuce again. So this topsy-turvy game. Just to remind you as well, Elena Vesnina had a really long medical timeout just before the preceding game began. I thought she was going to call it quits, a breakdown with Azarenka looking good, but she got a lot of treatment by the side of the court. There was a lot of discussions with the umpire, but Vesnina decided to carry on. So once again, she is now on game point. There will be a short break after this if she does indeed hold, and that will leave Azarenka serving for the match. It's absolutely baking here on show court 3. We did have a spectator who had to be assisted out. So if you are coming to watch Wimbledon today, make sure that you drink plenty of water and use the sun cream. There is very little shade for the spectators here. Vesnina serving now to force Azarenka to serve for the match. A great rally, but Azarenka showing poise as well as the raw power that has taken her to 2 Grand Slam titles. And once again, we are back to deuce. What an epic game this is. So, Elena Vesnina 2 points away from forcing Azarenka to serve for the match. Azarenka 2 points away from a straight sets victory against the number 15 seed. The winner, of course, will face Heather Watson. Heather had a comprehensive victory. I think it was over on court 2 earlier on today. Vesnina serving once again. Wow, a double fault, and it is match point for Victoria Azarenka. Vesnina has saved match points before. But here we go. Can Victoria Azarenka convert this match point? She's having problems with her serves here. That one's gone to let. Here we go. Vesnina living dangerously here. Oh, and what a way to lose the match. She has served a double fault. Elena Vesnina, the semi-finalist last year, goes out to Victoria Azarenka. Azarenka herself, a 2-time Wimbledon semi-finalist back in 2011 and 2012. But listen to this. A great reception for a very popular player. Australian Open winner in 2012 and 2013. Azarenka has reminded everyone here of the class that took her to 2 Grand Slam titles and 2 Wimbledon semi-finals, and she has to now surely be ranked as one of the players to watch in this tournament. It's her first Grand Slam back since having her son Leo. She hasn't competed at a slam since the French Open last spring, and Azarenka signing a few autographs on the daily programs that are available for all the spectators. It's finished in the second round this year for Elena Vesnina, but as she's getting some applause as she heads off, she did contribute to some good drama in the 1 hour and 39 minutes that it took this match to come to a conclusion. A very sad end with a double fault. But it's Azarenka who marches on to face Heather Watson after a 6-3, 6-3 victory. She survived a couple of break points very early in the first set, but since then she's looked pretty solid. I think Azarenka will be very pleased with this victory, and she'll look forward to what could be a raucous match against Heather Watson. Heather Watson generates great support from the British crowd, but as you heard there from the reception Victoria Azarenka got from the crowd, the double Grand Slam champion is very popular here at Wimbledon. Could she become only the second woman to lift the Wimbledon title, having become a mother? The first was back in 1980, Evie Goolagong. Well, a long, long way to go. Azarenka has moved into the third round, where she will face Heather Watson, and listen to that reception for the double Grand Slam champion. She is back, her son is here, and she will believe on the confidence she'll get from that performance, as though she could go all the way. Great stuff from Azarenka here on Show Court 3.
Absolutely great stuff, Rob. Perhaps one to watch as we head towards the second week. Victoria Azarenka, a victor on court number 3. First up there, 6-3, 6-3 over the 15th seed Elena Vesnina, and she's on a collision course for Heather Watson in the third round. And that means we're definitely going to have, Nick, a unseeded player in the fourth round, the ladies singles.
Yeah, absolutely. But Heather Watson and Victoria Azarenka are two names that we know very well on the women's side of things. And for Azarenka coming back after having little Leo, her baby Leo, in December, it actually reminds me a little bit, Adam, of Kim Clijsters when she came back in 2009. She only played 1 or 2 lead-up events before she played the U.S. Open and won that event. And so for her to come through the way that she has so far, Azarenka winning a great match against Cici Bellis and then winning today in straight sets against Elena Vesnina, that's going to be a very, very closely watched match against Heather Watson, and kind of a coin toss in a sense, because Heather Watson has that momentum coming out of Eastbourne where she made the semifinals, and I think it'll be a cracker. It'll be a great match.
Yeah, it'll be a brilliant one, because she'll have the home crowd, of course, supporting a British player here in the third round. Now let's take you down to court number 2 at the very end of the grounds here. The second match of the day after Heather Watson came through 6-love, 6-4 over Anastasia Sevastova. It's Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, number 12 seed, against Simona Bolelli, who's a qualifier. So he's come through 3 rounds of qualifying down at Roehampton, a short distance away from here. Won his first round match as well, and he is taking on Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, the enigmatic French player. And it's Tsonga who's dominating the first set, as you can see there, 5-1 up and serving for it.
That's the one. The trouble is, he has to hit that type of shot to win a rally. Yeah. That's the problem.
Love 15.
It's a big forehand.
Oh! Mr. Bolelli is challenging a call on the right far side.
He is challenging again. That is down our line. It looked very close.
Very good.
Tsonga just stood there and he made objected. I wasn't getting that one if it had gone in, if it is in. Oh, he did. Good challenge.
Love 30.
That serve. That's
15-30.
That one out wide. I'll never forget his match where he beat Nadal in the Australian Open when he got to the finals, and he was swinging that serve out to Nadal's backhand all day long. It was unbelievable serving exhibition, that match.
30.
And at the time we thought he's going to win a slam. It looked like it, didn't it then? Yeah. It's been close, obviously, but
40,
31. I mean, you have to start off so early to have a chance of getting that.
So here's set point after just 26 minutes.
Game of first set, Tsonga.
A terrific exhibition from Tsonga.
6-1, you lost
serving
it.
an all-court play, and he's taken the first set 6-1.
So a very good first set there from Jo-Wilfried Tsonga against Simone Bolelli. A lot of people were saying that that could have been quite a tricky match because Bolelli, as we said, come through 3 rounds of qualifying. He's a good grass court player, very experienced as well. I'm sure he would say clay, being Italian, is probably his favourite surface, but he's got some good results on the grass here. But Tsonga producing some brilliant tennis.
Well, there's always the danger when a player comes through qualifying, especially in the first couple of rounds, for them to feel as though that they're the ones that are better grooved than the seed or the player that's in the main draw. And actually, you look at Victoria Azarenka having a little baby in December. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga now a father too. It seems like the whole tennis tour at this point, you're seeing more and more babies around. But Jo-Wilfried Tsonga very disappointed at the French Open. He lost in the first round to Renzo Olivo in front of the home crowd in 5 sets. And here I think he feels just a little bit better on the grass. That big forehand, he's got that big serve. As you were saying, he's such a dynamic player. For him to open up 6-1 in that first set against Simone Bolelli, a player who's very grooved, who's playing well so far to get into the second round, I think Joe's going to be happy with that progress so far and expect himself to come through this match perhaps in straight sets.
In your mind, is he one to watch for the tournament? Because not many people have been really talking about him because his form hasn't been quite so good. He had to take a little bit of time off for the baby and other things that have been happening in his life. But is he someone we should be putting in the frame for the title?
Yeah, I think it was on Monday when we were all chatting when you and I were chatting with Mats Wilander, and he said, yeah, that Tsonga should be someone that we watch out for. He's got that big forehand. He moves pretty well. I think Joe's got to manage the body. We've seen some injuries in the past, but gosh, we've seen in the past that he's been able to beat all the top guys. There's no name that Jo-Wilfried Tsonga cannot surpass, but you know, he's a former Grand Slam finalist, someone who's been to those final stages of a Grand Slam, but for him to be able to see through a Grand Slam 7 matches, that's still somehow a tough ask at 31. I just don't know why he hasn't been able to get over that hump, because he's got all of the talent. You wonder if he's able to wrangle it to create some magic for himself this Wimbledon.
OK, absolutely. Let's take you down to court 18. Actually, just behind us, on the other side of the resale queue behind us, we'll dive down there, show you what's happening on court 18. It is Sam Querrey on court up against Nicolas Basilashvili in the early stages of this one. Basilashvili serving at 2-1 down in the opening set.
Oh.
Lafferty.
No one at home, but he couldn't make the burglary.
Just thinking whether I lock the door now, Barry. Thanks very much. Although he is a very good mover for his size, it's still going to be something which Basilashvili can take advantage of. He's going to struggle more when he's moving side to side, covering a lot of ground, will the big American. So Basilashvili will try to swing these serves out wide when he can, perhaps. Good example there of creating a nice angle on the backhand side.
30-10. $40-10. 40-13. Net for service.
Hurt the ground more than it hurt him.
He ran into it, didn't he? It's been a bit loose on that forehand side in these early exchanges.
Yes, it's not the only man or indeed woman I've seen at Wimbledon this year has a weapon with the forehand, but it's a questionable weapon. Doesn't always come on song at the right moment. That's nice. That's very nice.
He worked himself into a good position here in the court. What he does well here, Barry, is just takes a little bit off pace-wise and makes sure that he gets spin right at the back of the ball. Good net clearance.
Game Bashilashvili. 2 games all, first set.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
Yeah, plenty to look forward to here on day 3 at the Championships. Let's take you to court number 3 now. Live pictures from there. Another men's singles match. British interest there. Aljaž Bedene, the man in your picture, up against Damian Zumher, the representative from Bosnia. And they're about to warm up on there. And Bedene, Nick, came through against Ivo Karlovic in the first round. Karlovic slipped over, was suffering with an injury, but it was a really, really close match. Plenty of tie breaks as expected whenever you play against Karlovic. But great to see Bedene able to come through such a tough draw.
Yeah, late in the day on Monday, really those dramatic scenes that we love Wimbledon for. Late in the day, the shadows were growing, and Bedene getting through, winning that first Wimbledon match. It was the first match since 2002 at Wimbledon that featured 4 tie breaks. There were no breaks of serve, Adam. until that final set, 8-6 in the fifth. And Bedene now has the opportunity, both these guys, to reach the third round at a major for the first time.
Absolutely. If it goes to a tie break, we can say he's well practiced.
Yes.
Bedene up against Zumher, we can join the commentators.
Love 15. Love 30.
Even at this early stage, you don't get the impression that Zumho is going to be rushing into the net too much.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Good shot to finish off a lengthy rally, which also may be an indication of things to come.
It's not often the rallies you expect to see on a grass court, but I think you're right, John. We're going to see a lot of baseline exchanges. That was a great finish from Bedene. Not easy to deal with that when there's no pace on the ball.
That's let fossils. First game.
When we're picking for Wimbledon, we start at first light. We walk our crops obsessively. We go up and down the rows, we look at every plant. It's still quite difficult to time something so it's absolutely at the peak of perfection when you want it. No summer is the same as another. I'm very conscious of the fact that every berry that we send to Wimbledon is a bit of an ambassador for the farm because it's such a high-profile event. Really exciting thing is if you can get a strawberry from the plant to the person who's going to enjoy it within a day. It matters a lot to me. It's something that I take very seriously.
I see my team, but I don't know which round it was. Yes, so I'm serving against Venus. That was the semi-final. So yeah, I remember the match. It was very good from both of us. It was the match point, yeah. I remember I remember the feeling when I won against her, and I knew that I'm in my first Wimbledon final, so I will never forget it. It was really, really emotions for me. I mean, it was really special to playing and winning on the amazing center court with all the fans. They are cheering for you, and it was great. I mean, the feeling to know you are in your first Grand Slam final here in Wimbledon, of course.
Matches going on all around the grounds. We'll take you to court number 12, which is right at the bottom of your picture there. You can see next to adjoining court number 2. In fact, if you stand high up in court number 2, you can duck over the edge and see down onto court number 12 and watch both matches. It's a men's singles match. Gilles Muller in the picture there in the hat up against Lucas Rosol. Rosol, who upset Rafa Nadal here a few years ago. Muller, the 16th seed. He's having a great year so far. Now, the score at the moment, Muller took the first set 7-5. It was a very close second set. Rosol taking it on a tie break, 9-7 in that breaker. So a set all, and it's 5-3 to Rosol in the third. We can join the commentators.
Fine reactions off the net cord.
30.
And if you play any tennis, these are the types of points, I think, that really show you just how talented these guys are. Because that's unbelievable hand skills and reaction skills from Muller.
What are we up to now? 26 aces?
I suppose if you want to hit one, 40 love is the time.
Yeah, Muller. Two balls, please. Rosol leads 5 games to 4, 30 sets. 1-7.
So Muller staying in that third set, but Rosol will have a chance to serve for it at 5-4. The grounds of the All England Club. Looking at a picture here on Wednesday, it is very, very warm, as we've been saying, throughout. Blue skies overhead, about 30, 32 degrees Celsius. So lots of people on the hill enjoying a glass of Pimm's, trying to stay cool. We've seen some umbrellas out, not for the rain, but to keep them in the shade. Centre court in the top there. Blue skies overhead. Let's go out to court number 2, another men's singles match. Wilfried Tsonga, the number 12 seed, who raced through the first set 6-1 in less than half an hour. 27 minutes it took him to win the first set against Simona Bolelli. But Bolelli staged a fight back, shall we say, in the second set, and he leads 3-2, still on serve, though.
Still no breaks. Tsonga 2-3. No breaks in this second set. A couple to Tsonga in the first.
Love 50.
15 all.
It is a huge shot.
He just leans into this forehand. And that's where Bolelli has to do more with that return. Not going to get away with that. A couple of sloppy errors in this game. Bolelli keeping the pressure on. Ooh, it's a sloppy game.
15-40
so far.
Way out of context.
But it can happen with Tsonga. That's what Bolelli's doing a good job here, hanging in, holding his own serve.
It was there for him.
That was a bit conservative from the Frenchman there on that approach shot. Didn't do too much with it.
Still got one more chance. These his first break points of the match.
Juice.
Good night.
He was over for that, Bolelli, but
Advantage.
still couldn't handle
Tsonga.
him.
Tsonga
gets him out of trouble.
3 games all, second sets.
That might be the little...
All white clothing has been worn at Wimbledon since the tournament began in 1877. Since then, styles have changed and evolved. But to us, the all-white rule isn't just about fashion, it's about letting the tennis and the players stand out. Everyone who steps on a Wimbledon court, from reigning champion through to qualifier, does so wearing white. That's a great leveller. If a player wants to get noticed, they need to do so through their play. That's a tradition we're rather proud of.
Andy Murray, welcome back to Wimbledon. We've got a little bit of a quiz here. I first want to ask you about your first Wimbledon title in 2013. Broke a huge drought for British men's tennis. Who was the last homegrown champion to win the championships, and in what years did he win?
You won all 3 years? Oh God, I don't know exactly the 3 years. Fred Perry, 36, 35, and 33.
34, but we'll
You
give
won
you that
3 in
one.
a row?
Yes,
Oh,
you did.
okay.
Last year, you only dropped 2 sets en route to the final in winning the championship. Who were those sets against?
Tsonga.
And in what round?
The quarters.
Very good. You made your Wimbledon debut in 2005. Do you remember who you played in the first round? And I can give you options here.
George Bastel.
Yes, very good. You've served a total of 702 aces in your Wimbledon career. What do you think was the fastest? A, 131 miles an hour, B, 133, C, 135, or D, 137?
C.
D, 137.
Really? Wow.
So says IBM in 2010. Your longest match at Wimbledon is 3 hours and 57 minutes. It actually happened twice, in 2008 and in 2009. Against whom?
2008 Gasquet.
Yes.
And 2009 Wawrinka.
Yes, very good. From your longest match to your longest rally, it was 2013, 32 shots. Who was your opponent?
2013.
13. It was
the
kind of...
final against Novak.
Yes. Your brother Jamie is also a Wimbledon champion in the mixed doubles. Do you remember what year and who he played with?
He played with Jankovic, and I think it was 2007.
Yes, very good. All right, you're the only male player in the Open era to have multiple Olympic gold medals in tennis and multiple Wimbledon titles. 2 women have done it. Who are they?
Serena. And Venus.
Very good. You closed strong. We opened with some struggles, but you closed strong.
Thanks.
Well done and good luck at Wimbledon.
Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers.
Andy Murray, of course, second on centre court after Joe Conter up against Dustin Brown. Now, tell us how competitive it is, because whenever we do a quiz or anything that requires any kind of competitive edge with any tennis players, they're always super competitive.
They're so
They don't want to lose.
They're so competitive. And Andy Murray actually sat down in the chair, and I said, Andy, we've got a little quiz. There's some stats, they're easy, some are hard. And he goes, well, how many do you think I'm going to get? Yeah. And I said, I think you'll get 7 out of 10. I think he ended up getting 7 out of 10. So he did pretty good there. He wasn't aware that Fred Perry had won that 1934 title. He knew of 35 and 36. But Andy Murray, I would say, was probably one of the best studies as far as, the quiz go and those little stats. But Roger Federer, I don't think anyone tops Roger as far as stats and little numbers and the moments that he remembers of his career. He just remembers all
The great thing as well is they always ask, or a lot of them ask, the first thing they'll say is, okay, what are the other players getting? They immediately set the bar at what have the others got. Interesting character, Andy Murray, because we see the side of him on court. If you just watch his matches, you see he's very serious. Sometimes he gets a bit grumpy. He's very, very intense on court. But actually off it, he's quite a relaxed character.
Yeah, he's so delightful. I mean, Andy's under probably the largest microscope of anyone, I think, in tennis because of the British media, because he is sort of this homegrown hero for a lot of the fans here. For Wimbledon, winning here twice, but off court, he thinks about all of his answers. He comes in, he tries to do his media commitments as much as he can. He's an affable guy, and he's not easy to smile. That's not his personality, but he's polite, he's kind, he says hello to everyone in the room. And we actually, later in the room, we did a little segment, I think that'll be on BBC at some point during the championships, where kids asked him questions. Hi, Andy, what's your favorite TV program? And he was brilliant with it. He had a good time. And it was really cute to see.
Well, he's getting the practice in, of course, for child number 2 on the way. Well, let's catch up with Rachel Stringer now.
So I'm just outside court number 1, and it's an absolutely glorious day. It's 29 degrees down here, and I was on the lookout for any ladies who were dressed appropriately, trying to avoid the heat, and I found 2 here in very pretty hats and sunglasses. Guys, it is baking, but is that a good thing or a bad thing for you guys today?
It's good. It's a little bit too hot for me, but the hat is helping, and lots of water.
And actually, she just told me off camera, and I'm going to tell you exactly now. This was from a newspaper, £1. This is what she had. So you actually weren't prepared earlier, were you? You found this in a newspaper, not with a newspaper.
I wasn't prepared. Many people are wearing this hat, but it's doing the job.
You're the
yellow visor before, so she's upgraded now.
Well, you're the first person I've seen at the moment, so you're doing well. So, and what other precautions are you taking? I can see you're drinking water there. What have you got in your bag that you've got to avoid the sun today?
A little bit of sun cream, of course. I'm Scottish, so that's a precaution I always need to take. Umbrella, yeah, we've had an umbrella, which looks like we're confused with the weather, but no, it's been wonderful. So we'll be walking around with the umbrella all day.
So now that I know you're Scottish, the second question is, who are you supporting, which I guess I know the answer to?
Well, it probably comes as no surprise. Andy Murray, of course, but Joanna Konta's on at the moment. Alias Bedini, I'm not sure that's how you pronounce his name. He'll be on again today, so all the British.
And it's a pretty special day for you, and it'd be made even more special if Murray was to win, because tell everyone why it's so special for you.
This one let the cat out of the bag, but
it's a birthday.
Yeah, it's my birthday. I can't think of a better way to spend my birthday, though.
Exactly. Great day. Prosecco, tennis, strawberries. What more could you want?
Absolutely. So where will you be based today? What's on the itinerary? We know it's Murray, but have you got tickets? What's the day got for you guys?
I think we're just going to have a wander around because I've never been before. So we're going to have a look around some of the courts, see what we can see, and then probably get a spot on Marymount.
I'll have to nudge someone out of the way, I think. It's pretty busy.
You might have to. Henman Hill, Murray Mound is absolutely packed because it is a beautiful day. These guys are going to go enjoy it, and happy birthday, guys. Have a wonderful day at Wimbledon.
Thank you. It's both our birthdays.
Thanks, Rachel. Happy birthday to you. I was expecting to start
we needed
singing.
that, Rachel.
We've got some shots of the resale queue here just behind us. If you don't know what that is, basically the centre court ticket. So for people who watch perhaps the first couple of matches on centre court, so they'll be watching Contra and Murray. Then if they've got to go for whatever reason, they've got something on in the evening, they can choose to give their tickets back. They're then resold for charity. It's a brilliant cause. And all these people here behind us, you can see on their picnic, enjoying some food as we get towards past lunchtime, 2 o'clock local time, covering underneath the umbrellas from the intense sunshine here up above court number 18. They can line up and buy those tickets so they can get on centre court and perhaps see Rafa Nadal later. So it's a great initiative, isn't it?
Yeah, you're throwing your chips in hoping that you can get one of those tickets, right? I queued my first ever Wimbledon. I came as a fan, and I went to the actual queue,
right?
2009. But the resale queue, I didn't camp. I got up very early, 4 in the morning. But the resale queue, I think, is for those true tennis fans who want that shot at center court.
Yeah, and the money goes to charity as well, so a great cause. And it's always interesting today because the last couple of days we've been sat up here just seeing how long it gets, depending on who's on centre.
Yeah.
I mean, Rafa Nadal, a chance to watch him later on here on day 3. This queue will be getting longer and longer and longer and longer as the day goes on.
Someone just popped some champagne a few minutes ago behind us. We have not yet been offered a glass, but we're hoping to score one.
Champagne pims, we don't discriminate.
We don't discriminate at all, absolutely.
Yeah, we see some strawberries over there as well. And there are a few big screens around as well. That's the great thing about Henman Hill. Slightly further to over the right there, there's a big screen on the side of court number 1 where you can watch the action. So a lot of people who have got a ground pass, they're inside the grounds, they watch a bit of tennis on some of the outside courts, but then they make a beeline for Henman Hill to watch the big match on there.
The thing that I love, Adam, about Wimbledon is that you can literally come to Wimbledon and go anywhere and do anything. You can come and do it a million different ways. You can go and pick court 7 or court 18 or a center court resale ticket or whatever. You can experience the championships in so many different ways, which is what makes it another level of special.
The other side of the grounds to Henman Hill there, court number 7, right down the very south. Now time to hear from one of the victors early on day 3. First up on court number 2, British player Heather Watson, 6-love, 6-4 over Anastasia Sevastova, the seeded Latvian. Let's see what she thinks.
Heather, many congratulations. Why do you think you won today?
Thank you. I felt that I had a really good start to the match. Felt really solid out there. I felt good the last week in particular, and just really continued that and served well and hardly made any unforced errors in that first set.
That first set, you seemed to be really on it. You were hitting everything really crisply and clean. What were you thinking coming into this match?
Every match here I see as an opportunity, and I hadn't played her in a long time, 3-4 years, so I wasn't really sure how her ball was going to be. So I just kind of went out with just focusing on myself, not too much on what she was going to do, and just to swing free, stay aggressive, and move my feet.
Heather, what pleases you most after a performance like that? Is it the first set where you're completely dominant, or the second where, it gets a little bit sticky, but you fight your way through it?
I've got to say, that's a good question. Starts are very important, but I'm really happy with the second set because she raised her level, and the first set I just felt great, pretty flawless, and it's always going to change. I've got to expect her to raise her level and to try something new, and she did, and I was pleased with how I remained calm and just kept doing what I was doing.
Heather, do you think you're playing as well as you did 2 years ago when you last reached the third round?
I can't really remember. But right now, I'm very happy with my game, very happy with how I'm playing, like I've said, and I just feel like I'm in a good place and I'm confident and just really enjoying being out there on the court at the moment.
Heather, you had a sort of difficult start to the year, but then were fantastic down at Eastbourne, and obviously today was great. What do you put this sort of turnaround in form down to?
Well, the last couple months I've got a new coaching team on board and, just a coaching team. I haven't had one for a while, so I am just happy with that. I'm happy with them, and practices are going really well. I feel like I have structure and I'm enjoying it, which is the most important part, but it makes me want to work hard as well, and I feel like my tennis is just really improving at the moment.
Have they changed anything in particular about your whole routine to approach
Not massively. I think, I've been on the tour for a lot of years now, and when I was younger, it would be, when a coach would come in, it would be more, they're the dominant one and tell me what to do and I just do it and listen. But now, I'm experienced, I know my body and I know what I like, what I don't like, so it's kind of a bit of give and take.
Well, I don't know if you're aware that there were a couple of high-profile incidents yesterday on the centre court when two players pulled out injured consecutive matches. It's caused a lot of fans pretty unhappy. Paid a lot of money, come a long way, and that sort of thing happens. Is there something you think the authorities could perhaps change?
Yeah. Well, firstly, that's a shame. Yesterday, it's not that common to happen, especially in a Grand Slam. But it's tough because for the players that have worked their way the rest of the year to give themselves a spot in the main draw, they've earned that spot, and it sucks if they're injured because it's a big paycheck for them. So they want to take that even if they are a bit injured. And I think in other tournaments, for the men, there's a rule that if they pull out on site, they still get their first round prize money. And I think that's a good rule because it gives another person a chance an opportunity to play and to, even once they've lost in qualifying and stuff. And for the person, sorry, I'm really bad at explaining things. I just think that's a really good rule.
Heather, if reaching the third rounds have been a high point, could you maybe pick out a couple of low points that you've experienced over the past 12 months or so?
Well, last year here was a low point in my singles for sure, but then at the end of the 2 weeks it was a high point. But yeah, there's always ups and downs. It's sport. I'm happy at the moment. I'm winning at the moment, so it's hard not to be. But it's just about balancing the highs and lows and not making them too dramatic and be more level-headed. I think that's important.
What do you remember most, Heather, from the meeting with Serena 2 years ago? And is it a good memory or a bad memory because you didn't win?
The thing I remember most is just the support and the crowd during that match, and that's the best atmosphere I've ever played in my life, and I was getting goosebumps after every point, so that's what I remember most about the match, so it's positive.
We've seen some players in yesterday have sort of motivational quotes to sort of motivate them on. Is that something you do, write yourself notes? And if not, is there anything else that you do to sort of get yourself in the right headspace before?
I love a quote. There's a save button on Instagram. Mine are literally all quotes. I love them. And I couldn't give you one particular one because I've got hundreds. But yeah, they really help me. I feel like if I post a picture or something, I usually put a motivational quote underneath. Because for me, I love it and it inspires me and it's really relatable.
Did you have anything written down today, specifically?
No.
Just on the retirements again, there were 7 in the first round for the men and only 1 for the women, and generally there's always a lot more for the men than the women. So obviously best of 5 versus best of 3 is part of it, but do you think also there's anything that just women are less willing to quit?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't realise there was 7 for men. I mean, as you said, like, the men have to play 5 sets, so mentally to play with an injury through 5 sets is a lot tougher than 3. But me personally, I can't speak for anybody else, but if my leg was broken, I'd be crawling to the next ball. That's just me, though. I just can't retire.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
Okay, I'm going to start off easy, Rafa. You're a 2-time champion at Wimbledon. What years did you win and who did you beat in the final?
2 times. Roger Federer and Thomas Berdych.
We're going to get harder. The win over Roger in 2008 is said by many, of course, to be one of the greatest matches of all time. Can you remember the score?
6-4, 6-4.
Yeah.
6-7, 6-7. 9-7.
Yes! You're the second Spanish winner of the men's singles championship. Do you know who was the first?
Santana.
You know the year?
68.
66. How many winners have you hit in your Wimbledon career so far? 1,207, 1,257 or 1,357?
Second one.
No, third one.
You've
hit lots.
I thought I am less aggressive.
You recently won your 10th French Open title, of course. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Only one other player has appeared in 10 finals at the same Grand Slam.
Maybe Roger here.
Correct. Yeah. There are 2 players that you have faced here 3 times. Who are they?
Roger. Andy.
Yes.
I was thinking about Andy or Novak.
Last question. You're one of only 4 players in tennis history to have won the career Grand Slam and the Olympic gold in singles. Do you know the others?
Agassi. Serena.
Yeah. Andre Agassi's wife.
Oh, yes, definitely, yeah.
Listen, best of luck chasing your 3rd title.
Thanks.
He walks quite slow.
Rafa with some great answers there. Good score as well in that quiz there with Cara. Don't forget, Rafa Nadal is the final match on centre court today up against the American Donald Young. We're looking at another American there on court 18, not too far away from where we're sitting at the moment. Sam Querrey, the number 24 seed, up against Nicolas Basilashvili. It's Querrey who's taken the first set at 6-4, and he's about to get up and start the game at 3-2 with Basilashvili serving in the second set.
Love.
From up here and from the stand.
15 all.
You can take a box of balls out and practice your serve at some point if you want, Barry. I'll give you mates rates on the fee.
It's just a little embarrassing to watch another man cry. And it would be you who'd be crying.
With laughter, or?
Yeah, possibly both. That's where he's giving himself away. Too many of those that he just hasn't done enough to make sure that the shot is going to go where he wants it to go. It's just expecting it to do it itself almost.
Net for service.
Curry does a good job of soaking up the pressure when Basilashvili does get those big ground strokes in.
Oh, an early break point.
He's getting despondent now, I think, is the Georgian. This
Afraid
could be
so.
an opportunity here. Oh, that's poor. That is poor from Querrey, and he's not happy at all. He knew that was a golden opportunity to secure an early break.
He was a bit counting the clouds, wasn't he? That's where his vision was.
Net. Second service.
A little bit of frustration there on that call.
Advantage, Basilashvili.
His opponent helping him there. But it is amazing how often, if you're really struggling and you need a second serve, you're going to let. Pity he dug a couple out very well then. Cross court, the backhand, changing direction, not as good.
Advantage, Basilashvili.
There's a bit more interaction, I think, now between Querrey and his coach, Craig Boynton.
Game, Basilashvili. Ball changer, please. 3 games all, second set.
Umpire, we are missing one.
Let's take you from court 18 over to court number 1, another men's singles match. Kei Nishikori, number 9 seed from Japan, up against Sergei Stikhovsky. Good serve and volley, an interesting player from Ukraine. Shocked Roger Federer here a few years ago on centre court. A lot of Wimbledon fans will remember that particular match. Nishikori taking the first set at 6-4 in the heats there on court number 1. And it is Stikhovsky who leads 4-2 on serve with a break. So he's about to serve to go to 5-2 on court number 1. We can join the commentators.
Time.
I bet you there's some people out on court one that would kill for that umbrella.
Well, Nishikori coming in here seeded number 9. That's his lowest Grand Slam seeding since that 2014 US Open. Of course, he went all the way through to the final. Stikhovsky, number 11 seed during qualifying. So plenty of grass court tennis under his belt.
15.
Boom!
No. 30-15.
Tarkowski, Nishikori, still above 70% on his first serve. In this second set, I'm sure it's a number he would like to increase.
$40-15. $40-30.
It's double fault number 4 from Nishikori. Another unforced error.
Yeah, and didn't need to make it nearly as good as he tried to. Tarkowski was well behind the baseline.
Tarkowski, new balls, please. Tarkowski leads 4 games to 2. Second set.
Well, that is the action out on court number 1. I have to tell you, it is an absolutely baking afternoon here at the All England Club. Definitely the hottest day we've had so far. I'd imagine temperatures are well into the 30s, 30 degrees centigrade, which is probably high 80s if you're a Fahrenheit person. But it is a packed crowd because we've got some wonderful tennis going on. And this crowd on Henman Hill are watching Britain's #1 ladies player, Johanna Konta, in her second round encounter with Donna Vekic. And it's quite the match, I have to say. The first set was incredibly competitive, went all the way to a tie-break. Jo just managed to come through that one, so she took the first set 7-6. It's actually a repeat of the final from Nottingham just a few weeks ago. Of home support for her here across the grounds at the All England Club. She will be followed on centre court by Andy Murray, so it's really a wonderful day of tennis for all the British fans that are here. But I'm delighted to be joined by another former British player in the shape of Anne Keothavong, and we've got quite the view here, don't we, Anne, overlooking the hill?
Yeah, we've got the perfect spot here. We can watch Johanna playing and competing hard behind us and enjoy the glorious weather.
It is quite unbelievable, this weather. People say that it never gets hot enough in Britain. This is definitely hot enough today. But you've just come from court. You're on centre, weren't you, watching Johanna and Donna? We were speaking a little bit earlier this morning about the replay of this match. Johanna is, of course, ranked considerably higher, but Donna's been playing incredibly well. What did you take away from how tight that first set was?
Well, Jo did a great job coming back because I was actually surprised how well Donna Vekic started. I know they played a few weeks ago and Donna won, but only just 7-5 in the third set in the finals, and that was Donna's second WTA title. She's still very young, just 21 years of age, with heaps of potential. But Jo, she looked more ready for this year's championship. She looked prepared. She knew what to expect from Donna. But Donna was able to raise her level at the start there, really played with a lot of freedom, led 5-3 in the first set, was serving at 40-15 and blew 2 set points, got incredibly tight and allowed Jo back into that set. And when it came to the tie-break, Jo made no mistakes and she really stormed through it.
And you've got to think the importance of that first set is massive. You sort of said to me before we came on camera, if Jo gets the first set, she's usually all right. We don't want to tempt fate, but obviously a good move for her. Does it surprise you that Jo hasn't advanced past the second round at Wimbledon before?
It does, but she's had some tough draws here, and this is the first time she comes into the championships ranked inside the world's top 10. It's a different type of pressure on her now, but she's a genuine Grand Slam contender. Last year, she had a tough match in the second round, went out to Eugenie Bouchard, who played some inspired tennis. Bouchard, a former finalist here at Wimbledon, but we're not seeing that type of tennis from Bouchard these days. But I do think this is the year we will see Johanna Konta through to the second week.
Yeah, I would expect so as well. Heather Watson won a bit earlier on today as well, so pleased for her on you. I know you're good friends.
Yeah, we're good friends, and obviously, you know, with her being part of our Fed Cup team, for me, I am obviously biased towards the British girls. I want to see my Fed Cup team do really well here. And Heather put up a great performance against Anastasia Sevastova, who was seeded. Sevastova, I mean, looked like she was... she looked like she was playing with a lot of fear in that first set, but Heather barely put a foot wrong, barely made any errors whatsoever, won it 6-love in just 19 minutes. And the second set was more of a contest, but we saw Heather hold her nerve there, and it's a great win for the British number 2.
It's amazing because you mentioned her opponent that she played today, Anastasia Sevastova, who actually retired in 2013, gave up the game a bit. She'd had a lot of injury woes, but she's had this incredible comeback, hasn't she? Actually won in Mallorca just last month, so confident, I suppose, in that sense. But Heather she does perform typically quite well here in front of the crowd. She seems to embrace the atmosphere.
Yeah, she loves the home support, and knowing Heather like I do, you know, she loves the fans getting behind her, being really vocal, cheering her on, and there was a nice group of us around her box, really willing her on, and it's great to see her playing this type of tennis again, because her ranking's taken a bit of a knock. She's currently ranked outside the top 100, but after this tournament will move well inside the top 100 again. She needed a wild card to get into the draw here, but she's justified that. Last year she went out in the first round to Annika Beck in a really it was just heartbreaking, that match, but here she is, revitalised, playing tennis with confidence again after a great week last week in Eastbourne, where she made the semi-finals and just lost to Wozniacki in 3 sets. And yeah, just absolutely delighted for her.
I can see you're buzzing and I love it. She's ranked, you mentioned the ranking, was number 102 right now. Her highest ever is 38, so you're right, she has considerably dropped. But how much confidence does every single match win at a slam like this give you?
It becomes bigger and bigger. She just keeps growing in confidence, but it doesn't get any easier because she does face Azarenka in the next round. Azarenka, dangerous player in the draw, unseeded, coming back from maternity leave. And it's not going to get any easier, but she's on the right track.
Well, we're just going to take you back out to centre court now. These are live pictures, and Donna Vekic is actually a break up early in this second set, so you never know. We could be going the distance in this match. Either way, impressive to see young Vekic fight back from what must have been a very disappointing tie-break loss in that opener. Yeah, she's bounced back here, and it would have been easy for Vekic to really cave in, particularly having had 2 set points in that first set, and really looking like the stronger of the two. But
I mean, 2-love up with a break in the second set. Anything can change really in a matter of a few minutes.
Some people may have noticed a familiar face in Bekic's player box. Stan Wawrinka and her have been together for several years. I know they don't speak about it that publicly, but we can visibly see that he's there supporting her. To be in a relationship with someone that's such an experienced multiple Grand Slam champion like he is, can you imagine, or do you expect that she feeds off some advice from him sometimes as well?
Yeah, it's only natural. You know, there are quite a number of budding kind of tennis romances where players feed off their partners' energy and experience. And Wawrinka, well, unfortunate for him that he went out in the first round here, but you know, being the doting boyfriend, supporting his other half and cheering her along, and you can only take plenty of positives and good from someone who's a Grand Slam champion, right?
Exactly. He just needs this one to complete the career Grand Slam. Unfortunately, that won't be this year for Stan Wawrinka, losing in his opening round match to Daniil Medvedev. But back to Donna Vekic, she was playing against Johanna Konta today. You mentioned that she won a title earlier, just a few weeks ago in Nottingham. Of course, that was her second career title because, if I'm not wrong, she first won at the age of 17, did she not?
Yes.
She was a bit of a teenage prodigy, and then took her a while to continue that form. She's now 21 and seems to kind of be back to what we were expecting.
Yeah, I feel like she's been around forever because, I mean, Donna actually, I think she was 10 or 11 when she first came to the UK, was working with Dave Failgate, and I actually used to practice with her a lot when I played because she was based in London. And so, yeah, she speaks with a very English accent. She knows the city well. And I think, I mean, I'm sure she'll admit, you know, after winning her first title at the age of 17, the expectations were high. And she probably took her foot off the gas a little bit, you know, allowed too many other things to distract her away from the tennis court. But, you know, she's back in there. She's ranked at 58 in the world now, which is, I believe, somewhere near her career high. And, you know, she's still got years ahead.
Yeah, you're right. She is number 58 and her career high is number 57, so very close indeed. Well, Jo Konta holding on to her second service game of the second set. She is still down a break to Donna Vekic. It's 2-1 in the second, and if you want to continue watching live coverage from this one as Jo refuels, you can do so on BBC or ESPN. For more, though, we're going to join Nick McCarville and our touchscreen on the broadcast centre roof. Nick?
All right, Cara, let's take a trip around the grounds. We obviously previewed the day earlier, but let's look at what's going on at the All England Club. Johanna Konta winning that first set 7-6 over Donna Vekic, but she's down a break in the second set. Look at how offensive this match has been. 28 winners for Konta compared to 15 for Donna Vekic so far today. So we'll see how that one progresses there on center court. On the number one court, Kei Nishikori has a set in hand, but we can also see he's down in the second set to Sergei Stakhovsky. Now, Stakhovsky scored that Wimbledon upset in 2012 over Roger Federer. He's also 2-0 head-to-head against Nishikori, so we'll keep an eye on number one court as well. Out there across the grounds on number two court, two-set to love lead for Jo-Wilfried Tsonga over Simone Bolelli. A couple 30-somethings doing battle out there. Let's look at number three court. Aliaj Berene, he has a set in hand, but again, he's down a break against Damir Jumhur. Berene obviously coming off that 5-set thriller on Monday over Ivo Karlovic. These guys both trying to get into their third round at Wimbledon. Berene has done it before, but at the French Open last year. Just over the railing behind our camera on court 18. Another split set situation. Sam Querrey 6-4 and then 4-6 against Nicolas Basilashvili. That's a mouthful for anyone. And then Lucas Rosol, he also scored a big upset here at Wimbledon against Rafael Nadal a few years ago. Giles Mueller, the two of them into 5 sets. So a lot going on. Just over our broadcast roof, we can see Karen Khachanov, the number 30 seed. That's a name that we should learn to say more and more here in tennis, is Karen Khachanov. He's a Russian, he's a young guy, and he's 2-2 early on. That's what's happening around the grounds. We'll head out and see what Rachel Stringer is up to.
Jamie Murray, we can see you just behind there, supporting a fetching wig. Nice to have a bit of a joke before the seriousness starts.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've just been practicing, waiting to play. I think we're going to play tomorrow, so yeah, we're ready. I mean, weather's got hot, which is nice for us, and yeah, looking forward to getting out there and playing.
And you're talking about, obviously, Bruno as well, but you said weather's hot, so I think it's meant to thunderstorm tomorrow at 11 o'clock. How do you prepare for that when you don't actually know what's going to happen?
No, we just take it as it comes. I mean, we don't know when we're going to play. I mean, it might not affect us, but yeah, it's Wimbledon, isn't it? You kind of get the rain sometimes, and you know, it's part and parcel of the job. Just got to be ready when it's your time to step on court.
And you and Bruno are coming in, obviously, with a title, just fresh from Queen's. How's the preparation gone between that and now?
Fine. I mean, we practiced a bit, not loads. We had a couple of days off after Queen's and then a day off on the weekend. Just kind of make sure we feel fresh for the tournament, because, you know, if we want to go the whole 2 weeks, then, you know, there's a lot of tennis to be played, and yeah, it's important to feel fresh, feel like you've got a lot of energy to compete. For us, it's best of 5 sets as well. We're not used to, obviously, playing that only here in Davis Cup. So there's a lot more endurance to it.
You've obviously won the mixed doubles before, back in 2007. Do you ever look back on that and try and recreate the preparation routine and remember what you did then?
I honestly can't remember that long ago, yeah.
That was when you actually won it.
I did, no idea, yeah.
And I've just seen in the paper, you've given your top tips on how to become doubles champion. Why would you do that? Your opponents might be watching.
They might do, yeah. But they might not read the British newspapers.
Well, let's hope they don't, Jamie. Good luck for the tournament.
Cheers, thanks.
Thank you.
We're going to start off easy, Petra. You are a 2-time winner at the Wimbledon Championships. What years did you win, and who did you beat in the finals? And do you maybe remember the score?
So it was 2011. I beat Maria Sharapova in 2 sets. I think it was 6-3, 6-4.
Yep.
Good. Then 2014, I beat Eugenie Bouchard in the final. The score was 6-3, 6-love.
Correct. 1 out of 1. In 2014, you've actually only lost 1 set the entire tournament. Do you remember who that was against?
I think it was against Svetlana Pironkova, isn't it?
No.
Okay. Venus. Yeah, I do remember.
Correct. Your fastest serve ever here at Wimbledon was in 2011 at 113 miles per hour. But do you know how many aces you've served here in your career? And I've got 3 choices. 142, 152 or 162 aces.
I go in the middle because I have no other option. 152.
Well, 162.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
What a great serve. Your win at Wimbledon in 2011, of course, made you the 3rd Czech-born player to win the ladies' singles here. Who are the other 2?
It's Martina Navratilova, Jana Novotná, and I was the 3rd one.
There we go. And what about the men's? There's been 1 men's singles winner from the
Jan Kodesh.
Perfect. There have only been 3 female left-handed winners. You, of course, are one of them. Can you name the other 2?
Martina.
This is hard.
This is very hard.
Yeah. Anne Hayden-Jones won in 1969. Your longest match at Wimbledon is 2 hours and 39 minutes, actually twice in 2010 and 2012. Do you remember your opponents?
I think it was Kaja Kanepi,
Yeah.
one of them. And then
Francesca
Schiavone. I don't even remember. I played her.
Last question. If you win the ladies' singles again this year, you will become a 3-time champion. Only 6 other female players have won here 6 times in the modern era.
You want to name them?
Yes.
So, I do. It's Venus, it's Serena, it's Martina, Steffi Graf, Chris Evert.
She's got 3 names.
Billie Jean King.
There you go.
I made it.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Good job.
Thank you.
Well done. Best of luck. It's great to see you back.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Well, we're delighted to be joined by Dominika Cibulkova. And Dominika, congratulations. You're into the 3rd round, and you made slightly shorter work of that match than you did your first round encounter.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, that's the matter of confidence. You know, the first match gave me a lot of confidence. After a few losses I had the tournaments before, you know, it was very important for me to that match against Petkovic. And today, you know, I was really there. I was really focused, and I didn't panic even under pressure today against Brady, because she was really going strong on me. You know, her forehand and her serve, she was just going for it. And I stayed there. I was calm, and I used my weapons against her.
Let's just go back to that match against Petkovic, because I was watching that one. I was on the top of court 2 looking down on 12. It was nuts because neither of you seemed able to hold serve, but you were breaking each other constantly. It was something like 2 hours, 45 minutes. I mean, Have you had a match like that before? I mean, it just honestly seemed like neither of you could get your serves together.
Yeah, of course I had a lot of matches like that because, as you see, with my height, you know, my serve is not my biggest weapon, and it will never be. So, you know, I was returning pretty well that match, and she was also returning really well. So, you know, it was the bigger weapon for us was the return in that match.
And so, did you feel more comfortable with your serve today against the American?
Yeah, much more comfortable, and I felt much more comfortable today on my serve than on the return because she was going really for the big serve, and it wasn't easy to break her. So, so my serve was really working today. My ground strokes were really strong, so I'm really pleased with my performance today.
Well, we've seen you in the quarterfinals here before. You've been in the final of the Australian Open, but so far this year, it's been a tough couple of months for you on tour. Do you feel now that with these 2 wins, you're playing yourself into a little bit of form? Yeah, exactly as you said. I hope this will be the turning point of my season. You know, because the beginning was hard with the position. I was after Masters, and the first time to be number 4, number 5 in the world was different pressure I was dealing with, and then I had a few losses that affected my confidence a little bit. But you know, I was working really hard on myself, you know, on and off the court, and I'm really happy. I'm showing my good tennis again. Well, into the 3rd round. What about Anna? I think she's seeded 27th for this tournament, and weirdly, you've never met. Yeah, we never met. I think she's still really young. She's 19 or 20 years old. Probably I might be wrong, but yeah, she's really talented. Another big hitting girl. So I have to be ready for the 3rd round. You know, in the 3rd round, it's always a great match ahead of me. And you seem quite a bubbly person. Are you able, when you're contesting a slam like this, are you able to enjoy being here? Because you know, environments like this and matches like the one you're playing in the 3rd round, that's the reason you first picked up a tennis racket. But I guess when you get into the week-by-week slog, it can get easy to forget why you first played tennis. But you seem as though you enjoy it and you enjoy being here.
Yeah, of course, you know, slams are always extra motivation, and it's I'm so pleased to be here, you know, and playing tennis on this the biggest stages in the world. So it always gave me this extra motivation. Even you can be sometimes even more nervous, but you know, when you're a big player and you're used to play on the big stages, then this pressure makes you even better. So and I love to be here.
Well, we'll look forward to watching you in the 3rd round. Keep your eye on the pocket rocket. Don't forget, she has made the quarterfinals here before and is an Australian Open runner-up. Dominika Cibulkova through to the 3rd round in the searing heat today at Wimbledon.
Thank you, Rob. I know we all enjoyed watching her opening round match. That was quite an encounter with Petkova over on court number 12. Pleased to see that Cibulkova has made it through to round 3. Well, let's head out now to court number 3, and this is quite an interesting encounter between Aliash Bedene from Great Britain against, in fact, I'm going to have to ask Anne to help me pronounce this man's name. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Zuma, there we go. Okay, it's a fascinating story, actually, and I read about this morning because they're actually really good friends. And apparently he lent Zuma some clothing ahead of his 1st round match here on, I suppose, would have been Monday, and they've become incredibly good friends. I was hoping he would get his clothing back before this encounter today. He's just lost Bedene the 2nd set, having won the 1st. What's it like there when you have to play a really good friend in a really big competition?
Well, it's not easy, but as soon as you step on the court, it's business. And Bedene won't be thinking about the fact that they're good friends. Maybe only if there are a few tight line calls, they might kind of check each other out and ask each other for confirmation rather than directly to the umpire. But otherwise, it's business as usual because this is a huge match. Bedene has never advanced to the 3rd round before here, and with the home support would love to do so right here.
You have to look at really what happened to him in the 1st round as well, what the story that was, knocking out Ivo Karlovic and his 44 aces that he served during that match. That too, I believe, was on court number 3, so I think he's back on the same court. The match went incredibly long. There wasn't a break of serve the entire game until the last one in which Aliash was able to win.
Yeah, I watched that last game, and Aliash hit 2 stunning return winners off the Karlovic serve to win the match. And, well, I think it's been the longest match of the championship so far, around about 4.5 hours that first round encounter. And yeah, I spoke to his coach, Nick Cavaday. They were here until about 11 o'clock on Monday night because he had to obviously do his media and all the recovery. They've got ice baths here for the players to use, and obviously he had to go through his cool-down routine. And after a match like that, you've got to make sure you do everything as well as possible to recover in time for your next one. And yesterday was quite an easy day for Aliash. He spent about 45 minutes on the practice courts just going through the motions, not doing anything too strenuous to make sure he was ready for today's match.
Good to know, because at the Slam you do have that luxury of the day off in between, which you don't get at the regular tournaments.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference, particularly I think in the earlier rounds if you do have a tough one. And you know, the Slams, you're playing, there's Nick Cavaday on the right, you're playing best of 5 sets, whereas all the other tournaments outside of the Slams, it's just best of 3. So you've got to look after your body, and really that's your #1 priority.
Well, and it's fascinating that you bring that up, because when you look at the route that both of these guys had to the second round, Aliash, as we've been speaking about, had a 5-setter against Ivo Karlovic. Quite the match indeed. In fact, all of them went to a tie-break.
Yes.
And the 5th set was 8-6. So,
Yeah.
as you say, longest match of the tournament so far. Whereas Zuma had a straight sets victory, 6-2, 6-love, 6-1 over his opening round opponent, Olivio from Argentina. So it's a very different state of affairs coming in. And there's often a lot of conversation at these slams about the more rested player coming on court, who's had less hours on court. So I can understand how that post-match schedule, as it were, would have been incredibly important for Nick to ensure that Aliash went through. When you talk about your cool down, just share with our viewers a little bit what the typical player does. Would that take place before the media commitments?
Well, ideally it would, but given how long the match was and given what time it finished that evening, he probably would have done a quick change, got some food inside him as quickly as possible, and committed to, I don't know, answered whatever questions that were asked of him. And then gone in for an ice bath, I don't know, sit on the bike for a while and stretch down for quite some time.
OK, well, that was court number 3, and we're going to be heading to court number 2 in a minute. Look at this. Beautiful scenery here. A couple of people enjoying the boats in the nearby lakes to Wimbledon here. And we'll join some commentary on court 2.
He didn't bend low enough on the volley, but the speed that was came at him from the Tsonga forehand, didn't have much time to react. Seen 2 of those today from Bolelli, the drop volley. This one maybe not as good as the first one, but it's pretty close. Lovely technique there. Racket out in front, eyes level with the ball, feeling the ball short there.
Let's first.
Strange one to take on, that. Didn't need to, really. He actually had a backhand two shots before that where he could have easily got round and hit the forehand and didn't do so. And then that one was the one where he took the chance.
Songer is challenging the call on the left far sideline. The ball was called fault.
Songer stacked up with challenges. Dead right there. Wow. Bileli looked, he looked very confident that that was out.
Virtue.
Yeah, he didn't move a muscle, did he?
No.
This time it wouldn't go over.
Just a little bit late reacting there, though, Songer, for that backhand.
So break point. Remember, he's not broken Songer yet.
Juice.
No reaction. He'll do well to get out of this game, Songer, because he's been sloppy again.
Misjudgment from Songer.
Why on earth did he leave that? It was on his racket.
Advantage for Lily.
So break point again for the Italian. Being attacked from all sides.
Juice.
He's living dangerously, isn't he? That was close, that forehand.
Advantage, Songer. Game, Songer. New balls, please.
Has joined us here at the Wimbledon channel through to the third round. Congratulations, Heather. That
Thank you.
equals your best result here so far at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
And still alive in the draw. We want to go through some stats of the match, and you generated 8 break points. We want to have a look at all of them and get your thoughts on what you were thinking. I'm sure there's a lot of young girls out there going, I want to be like Heather. I wonder what she's thinking. I wonder what's going on in her mind. We have the stats right here. The things that really popped out at me, 19 total winners for the match. Now, through the tournament, through the first 2 rounds, 14 forehand winners, 7 backhand winners. You must be feeling pretty good from the back of the court.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been sort of a player that's a solid player, a good retriever, but I'm trying to take my game to the next level, and that's being more aggressive and hitting more winners and being more in control of the points, because that's how you win matches.
Yes.
And I want to feel in control of the match also. So I'm very pleased with that
Well,
today.
I've got some more good news for you. I looked at your baseline stats through the first 2 rounds. You're winning 57% of your baseline points. To give that perspective, when I look at all of the slams, at the end of the tournament, whoever finishes highest in that baseline points won percentage always seems to be right at 57%. So you are doing amazing in that area. Also at the net through 2 rounds, 70%, 19 of 27, feeling good coming forward.
Absolutely. That's another part of my game that I'm working on, and I feel very comfortable at the net. I've played lots of doubles in my career, and when I'm playing well, I come to the net a lot.
Terrific. Okay, Now, 5 double faults is going to go on the official tally list. Here at the Wimbledon channel, we gave you a big fat 0. You served very well there, so don't worry about that at all. Second serve points won, 56%. You are at 59% through 2 matches. That is a ridiculously high number. Hitting more kickers, hitting more sliders, going more at the body.
I'd say in my first match, I didn't hit as many double faults, but I wasn't as aggressive on my second serve as I was today, and that's okay. They come hand in hand. When you go for more, you'll probably miss more. But I was even with the double faults, I was pleased with how I served today.
That's fantastic. We're now going to go through the 8 break points. Heather, talk us through it, what you were thinking, what your strategy was, and we're starting with the very first one in the first service game from Sevastova. What's happening here? You're down right in front of us.
Okay, so I am just making balls at this point, not being, going line there, trying to be aggressive, and yeah, I was very pleased with that point.
Just being solid.
Yeah, being solid.
That's what it's all about.
Not over-pressing, making her play, there hugging the baseline.
Court position is amazing.
Taking my opportunity there. Just running for every ball.
And running her.
Yeah, and running her. Staying aggressive, staying close to that baseline.
Drop shots.
Chasing everything down. Oh, I like that one. I like that one a lot.
You love the angle, huh?
Yeah, I love...
cheeky angles.
I love drop shots and when there's feel involved.
And there's another one. Your opponent, Sevastova's... Now, here's a question for you. Do you remember where you hit this? If we look at the opponent, she's coming in, pressuring you with court position. You could go line, or you could get sneaky again and go short angle cross. Do you remember what happened?
I think I went cross on this one.
And... yes, you did.
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did.
And that's out.
Second set?
Second set.
That was a good serve.
Yeah, that was a good serve.
Yeah. Defense does go cross court. Good error.
Here we go. I think that was another second serve. Out.
Doing very well here. We're at love 40.
Solid. Just made a solid return there.
That's what tennis is most of the time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't beat yourself.
Yeah, you want to be aggressive and hit winners, but, you know, it's about trying to make your opponent miss. Yeah, I missed one there. You know, you make mistakes.
Now, you do make mistakes.
Right, next one's match point. I want to see it.
It's coming up. What I like here, and this is a lesson for all the young girls out there, you play 2 matches out there, Heather, one during the point and one between the points. And here we see great focus. You just lost the point. A lot of people will be out there and drop the shoulders and get upset and the racket pops and looking around and blaming the coach. You go straight to the strings. It's like, okay, what went wrong? Have I got to go to a backhand next? This is very good focus.
Yeah, you know, I lost 1 point. I'm not going to win every point of the match.
Can I have a high five for that?
There's nothing to get upset about.
I love it. Would you like to see match point?
Absolutely.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
15-40.
Again, being solid. Big targets, but staying aggressive and hitting through the ball, and that is just happiness right there.
Isn't that wonderful? That's congratulations. Well, we greatly appreciate you coming up. Some lessons for everyone at home, and we're going to hand back to Rachel Stringer right now. And Heather, thank you once again, and good luck in the third round.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
So we have got John Isner up here. He's very tall. He's 6'10", so I'll have to kind of bend up here to try and chat to him. John, first round match to Taylor Fritz went well. Just talk us through that, please.
Yeah, it was a very good match on my part. I served well, which is what I do best, so that's a very encouraging sign going forward. On top of that, I volleyed extremely well also. So all in all, it was a good win for me. I was on and off the court in pretty quick fashion, so already had my practice today, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
And yesterday, just off the court in time to celebrate American Independence Day. Did you celebrate that at all?
Yeah, we did a little bit. My match was a little bit late yesterday, but got back and celebrated our independence, so it was a good day.
What did you do? Anything special to celebrate? Because you obviously had 2 celebrations yesterday.
Yeah, no, not much. I had some friends and family over at the place I'm renting here, so it was a great night.
And I just wanted to ask you as well, John, like, this is a rest day. Playing tomorrow, what do you actually do on a day like this? You've obviously practiced, met some fans.
Yeah, I practiced. I went to the gym, met some fans, and stretched and ate a good meal. It's just these rest days during Grand Slams are actually very nice. You want to, of course, you don't want to just sit on your butt all day, but you want to get out and practice, and you want to do all the proper things to get ready for the next day, and that's what I've done.
And just a quick question on the hot topic at the moment of these athletes retiring. Yeah. Obviously, we know back in 2010 you did that 11-hour marathon. Yeah. What are your thoughts on some of the boys maybe not finishing a match?
Well, it's hard to comment on that because you never know in what physical condition those players are in. You know, I'm a big hockey fan back in the States. I know those guys played through everything. These guys in the playoffs played through a broken leg even. He played for 3 weeks on a broken leg. So, but it's a bit different when you're playing an individual sport. You're out there on an island all by yourself, and if you're not feeling 100% fit, it's tough to really give that match a good shot. I'm not one who has retired much in my career. I did play 11 hours in one match. I think yesterday was just an aberration a little bit, and I think our guys are, in general, a bit more tough.
Perfect. Well, good luck for the second round, and we hope to talk to you later.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good luck. Thank you.
Okay, Heather Watson, that was very serious stuff with Craig O'Shaughnessy, but let's have a little bit of fun with your social media, right?
Yes, please.
You like to have fun.
Yes.
A little bit, just a little bit out there on tour. Now, first off, should I just embarrass you right out of the gate? Love Island. What's up with that? You're obsessed with Love Island.
I am obsessed.
I'm not even British, and I know that it's a little bit trashy, right?
It's very trashy. My life off the court is basically just watching Love Island.
Perfect.
I'm not socializing a lot at the moment, focused on the tennis, but when I do have spare time, I'm watching the show.
Can you Netflix binge it, or how do you watch it?
It's on ITV2, so I just catch up.
Great. ITV2, love that. I don't even know what that means. Surbiton, a couple weeks ago. This is when I think things really started to click for you, right, on the grass court?
Yeah, absolutely. It was the end of clay court season, and I'd entered Surbiton just in case I was out of the French Open, which I was. I had 2 days to prepare, so not much time at all to get ready for the grass, but I was just so happy to be back on the grass at home. I actually stayed at home during this tournament. In your own bed? In my own bed,
that's amazing.
That's the first time ever that's happened to me, so it was really special.
Oh, that's great. And then tell me, that kind of leads to then that momentum that takes you into Eastbourne semifinals, and now you find yourself in the third round at Wimbledon.
Exactly.
So this was a good choice.
It was a very good choice, and I'm pleased.
Oh, now we're throwing it back here a little bit. Tell me, what are you here, 1 or 2 years old?
I'm 1 here.
Yeah.
This is in my...
Do we see the similarities here?
Cake, still eating cake.
Yes,
that's very much the same. But yeah, this was my first birthday. This is my mum, just her hand just here, and this is still our home today. Yeah, in Guernsey.
I love that. Well, let's look at your mom. This is when you actually had your mom as your coach. Was it in Monterey last year?
Yeah, my mum's been there my whole career.
Yeah.
She knows what tennis is about, and she...
Can we just do this? A little bit of a... I just love that. It's so cool. And your mom was courtside, and there was a lot of camera action on her because she was so emotional. Was it Mother's Day or her birthday or something when you won?
It was Mother's Day when I won the tournament in Monterey, and I'm an emotional person too, and I get it from her.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. There's no better Mother's Day gift than you winning a tournament, right?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
Now, we're throwing it back. This was Heather's outfit last year for the WTA, your pre-Wimbledon party outfit. You couldn't wear it this year. Why?
Well, my amazing friend, Brett Mettler, made this dress for me out of latex, and the umbrella was by chance and matched, which was perfect.
Because it was raining too.
Because it was raining too, so I had a waterproof dress with my umbrella, and I love it. I haven't worn it since because I haven't had the right occasion yet, but...
And this year you actually had to miss the party because of your Eastbourne success.
Yeah, because
You're
I was still
victim of your own success, Heather.
So yeah, so it was a shame I missed it, but there'll be plenty more years.
Now, flashing back, this was a year ago. I love this. Wimbledon effing champions. You and Henry Kontanen winning the title here. This was last year, right, in the mixed doubles. Are you guys playing mixed together this year?
Yes, we are.
Defending your crown.
Well, no, that crown's ours, so that's in my pocket.
Okay, got it.
So we just want to win it again.
Got it.
Yeah.
I love that. And is the draw out for the mixed doubles yet?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I haven't checked.
Hopefully soon. Now tell me a little bit about being part of the British Women's Fed Cup team, because you guys have such a family feel. Anne Keathavong's been on the Wimbledon channel a little bit with us, but Johanna Konta, obviously, Jocelyn Ray, all of these girls, Laura Robson, been a big part of what you guys have done in Fed Cup.
Yeah, well, firstly, I think we all look fabulous.
Yes, you do.
In our red dresses. And yeah, we have a great team spirit in Fed Cup every year. Annie, our captain this year, was also, I've played alongside her on the Fed Cup team, so it's great to still have her around. And yeah, I love it. I love being part of
Wait, and
Fed
I
Cup.
didn't even point this out. We've got the red dress emoji there.
I know.
Emoji game strong from
I didn't
Heather
need anything
Watson.
else. That's all I needed.
This was also, I think there was more emojis to this post.
I can't write something without an emoji because
What's your favorite emoji?
You can't ask
We're
me
asking
to
the
choose.
tough questions on the Wimbledon channel.
It would have to be like wink with tongue out.
Oh, wink with tongue out. That is
Or-
scandalous. That's a little scandalous.
Or the purple devil face, cheeky.
Oh, the purple devil face. Do you want to pick one more post? Where should we go here? Olympics there, hanging out at the pool, the Wimbledon party. Where are we going? This is the ball,
This
isn't
was
it?
the ball. This was the ball
one more
last
click.
year.
There you go.
And
Tan lines
tan
on
lines.
fleek. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, and I'm rocking the long hair and red lips, which
What
is my
was-
favorite look.
Tell us about that, Heather. The Wimbledon ball.
Oh, it was incredible. It was so amazing to be a part of it and dress up in a ball gown, and yeah, really nice to be there.
Yeah. All right, let's do one last thing, Heather Watson. Into the third round, you've got a date with Victoria Azarenka. There it is. Tell me about that matchup for you. I'm not quite sure. Have you played Vika before?
Yeah, I've played her quite a few times before, quite a while ago now, where lots happened since then, especially for Vika. But I look forward to it. It'll be really tough. Let's not look at this. Let's not look at this.
We don't want to look at that. Okay, that's fine.
But she'll be a really tough opponent, as you can see. I haven't beaten her before, but I really look forward to the challenge.
Okay, well let's let you hit your own name right there. Give it a little tap and look. You're into the fourth round.
Oh wow! I don't want to jinx it.
Well done. Very good. Heather Watson, best of luck. We wish you the best out there against Vika Azarenka. And I think the home crowd will be cheering you on.
I hope so.
Yeah, very much. All right, that's it with Heather Watson.
Thank you.
She is into the third round. Let's go check out center court right now.
Thanks. Thank you, Nick. What a little star, Heather Watson, bigging up her Fed Cup captain, Annie, who is still sat right next to me. Now, if you just take a little look at this screen, the time since the last point has been 6 minutes, over 6 minutes. The second-hand clock is counting on. This is centre court, and Donna Vekic came back, girlfriend of Stan Wawrinka, who you see in her players' book, to win the second set. So it is now 1-all in this second round match between Donna Vekic and Jo Konta. You can see Donna is in her chair there. Jo Konta has gone off court, which presumably to take a bathroom break, and sort of asked the question, is the heat rule in effect? Because it is incredibly hot here today, but not quite hot enough, we don't think, Anne, for the heat rule to be in effect. She's gone for a comfort break, but what is the time on the clock that she needs to be aware of?
Well, I mean, if the heat rule was in place, the players would be entitled to a 10-minute break here. But the heat rule isn't in place. Jo has, she's back now, but that has been a long, long break. I don't know whether she's had a change of kit or whether it's just been a comfort break, but they have been on court for, just under 2 hours. It looks like she changed her outfit there, which she's entitled to do because, let's face it, it is scorching today. So she'd be very, very much within her right to do so. Women aren't allowed to just whip off their dress on court like the men are allowed to whip off their shirts. But, a lot of the girls would do, but the rule is in place, they're not allowed to do it. And I dispute that rule. But anyway. It's tough. It's tough for anyone who's sat on court waiting for their opponent to come back after a long break, because the momentum, Donna Vekic winning that second set is all with her, and we see it happen a lot. Players, genuinely sometimes need to use the bathroom, and sometimes they use it to stall the match.
Sometimes it could be a little bit tactical. No doubt the momentum was with Donna Vekic after winning that second set 6-4. Johanna Konta took the first set 7-6. This is a tight match. It's going the distance. We'll have to see who wins the third. Let's join it in the early stages of this closing set with commentary on centre court.
What's the plan here, Kim, for Konta?
I think
what helped her win that first set, and like we saw with the statistics, that she was just taking a little bit of speed off her ground stroke. I think she needs to make sure that she stays aggressive enough and that she keeps putting enough variety into the direction of her shots.
Love.
It's been a 50-50 on matches when they've gone the distance this year. Won 6, lost 6. That's a really good start to this deciding set. Emphatic service game from the British number 1.
First game, final set.
So Johanna Konta holding on to her opening service game with relative ease there in the third set. This is an incredibly demanding match, not only because of the quality of the two opponents, but because of the conditions, the heat that there is here at Wimbledon today. Don't forget, this match started at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's now well past 3 o'clock, so they've been going for over 2 hours. There's so much at stake. The third round at the Wimbledon Championships. They played each other, for anyone that's just joining us, really just a few weeks ago in the final in Nottingham. Donna Vekic won in a very close match then as well, so perhaps it should be no surprise that we're seeing another close one. But if you would like to continue watching live coverage from Centre Court, you can do so on BBC and ESPN. Anki Othevong joins me now in this wonderful perch we've got overlooking Hemman Hill, the big screen behind us, so we can keep a close eye on what's happening. You were Joe's Fed Cup captain. You still are, in fact. What would you be saying to her right now if you had the chance, having just lost that second set?
Well, Joe actually in Fed Cup doesn't like too much information. You know, you can say too much at the change of ends, and it's just best to pick and choose your moments with her, and that's the way she likes it. Outside of slams on the WTA Tour, you have on-court coaching, so she's entitled to call her coach on once per set, but she just likes positive reinforcement. So in a Fed Cup situation anyway, we go through tactics the night before the match. We talk about what type of language she wants me to use, and certain things to look out for, and that's what I repeat when I sit there courtside to her at the change of ends. But sometimes saying nothing is actually the best thing. But right now, it's all about Jo staying cool, giving everything she's got on this given day, and just sticking to the game plan. I mean, there have been times where she's overpressed, but she's created a lot of opportunities in this match. Her, looking at the stats, her conversion rate on break points hasn't been great. She's only taken 2 from 13 break points, which really isn't good enough. But, you know, there's still plenty to play. Donna Vekic gets very tight. We saw her get very tight in Nottingham. She just about pulled it off against Jo. Today, different situation. Hopefully the crowd support will help get Jo over the finish line here.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to watch. It's just really great to have such a good match after what was a slightly disappointing end of the day, middle part of the day on Centre Court yesterday with those 2 retirements, and both of them are trying to achieve something here. It's interesting that you bring on the coaching aspect and how that differs from the tour to the slams. I was actually listening to Goran Ivanisevic on the Wimbledon Channel's radio on the way in this morning. Amazingly, 16 years since he won here in 2001 in that wonderful final with Tim Henman. He, of course, won as a wild card. Now, he since has been coaching. He worked with Marin Cilic for a bit, more recently worked with Thomas Burdick, not with either of them now, but he was asked a question, if you were able to come on court in the slams as you are on tour, would you do it? And he said, no, I wouldn't, because it's stressful enough in the box.
That's true.
Is it something that you'd like to see come to the slams?
No, absolutely not. In fact, I want them to take it off at the WTA Tour, because it doesn't always reflect positively on the player or the coach when you listen into some of these exchanges. Because if it's not going well for the player, they become very emotional, and as a coach, you're basically bearing the brunt of their frustration. But you know, it's a high pressure situation that they're in. If they call you on court, it's because they want certain bits of information or they want to vent. The latter isn't ideal.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine. I will never be in that situation, Anne. You'll be pleased to hear. Well, we're going to take you out to court number 18 now. We will keep you updated with exactly what is happening out on Centre Court. But this is an incredible battle between Sam Querrey, the American, against Basilashvili. And I have to say, it's 2-1 to Sam Querrey. And Sam Querrey, do not forget, is the man that knocked Novak Djokovic out of these championships in that shock result last year, and his game really hadn't been the same since until he won at Eastbourne just recently. He's still in the championships, having won an opening round match yesterday. But let's see how this one progresses. They are in the fourth set, the very late stages of it. Sam Querrey is trying to break to win the match. We'll add commentary now on court 18.
Goodness me. That was an invitation. He was grateful to accept. See if you can hit this ball away and move to a match point and take it.
6-4, 4-6, 6-3, 6-3.
So Sam Querrey comes through in 4, as you can see, 6-4, 4-6, 6-3, 6-3 to move on to the third round. The American going well here again. He produced his best Grand Slam result here, reaching the quarterfinals last year where he would lose to Milos Raonic, but he has advanced and he will play Jo-Wilfried Tsonga in the third round. That should be a wonderful match. So that's court 18. But we promised to keep you updated on everything that's going on. So we're going to head over now to court number 2. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga previously just won his match here against Simone Bolelli. We now have Florian Mayer preparing to play Marin Cilic. Marin Cilic actually been playing incredibly well. He used to be coached by Goran Ivanisevic. As we were speaking about a little bit earlier, we will see who gets off to the faster start here. Let's join some commentary on court number 2.
First set. Marin Cilic to serve.
So the number 7 seed, the world number 6, Marin Cilic.
Ready. Play.
Will get us underway in this second round match in the gentlemen's singles.
Push comes good. 15 love.
Straight in with a correction, Adel Noor, and straight in with a first ace, Marin Cilic.
Love. Net for service. Love. 40-15.
Up!
40-30. Deuce. Net. Second service. Yeah. Advantage mine. Game my first game.
Well, that's what's happening out on court number 2. Marin Cilic just got broken in his opening game against Florian Mayer in their second round match. We will take you, though, to court number 12. This is still the first match of the day. This began at 11:30 this morning. It's been going for almost 4 hours. It's Gilles Muller against Lucas Rosol. Gilles Muller is the 16th seed this year. Lucas Rosol, you will all remember from his wonderful performance against Rafael Nadal on his debut here in 2012. He beat him in 5 sets in the second round to get to the third round here at Wimbledon, which remains his best performance. Let's see who will advance as we join this one in the 5th set.
$15.
A 44th ace.
$30.
Make that 45. Could he serve it out with 4 aces?
Wouldn't put it past him. Great hand skills, got right on top of that volley.
15 minutes ago, this man was 2 match points down. Now he's 3 match points up. Muller comes from the brink of defeat to go through to the third round of Wimbledon for only the third time. And he has a chance of going into the last 16 for the very first time in the championships.
Novak Djokovic, we've got a little quiz set up here for you. You're a 3-time winner of the championships. What years did you win, and who did you beat in the final?
11, 14, and 15. Nadal, Federer.
1 for 1. The first win over Roger in 14 was an epic 5-set match. Can you remember the score of that match?
6-4 in the 5th set.
Very good. You want to try on those other 4?
No. Let's keep it to the 5th set.
You're a 3-time Wimbledon champion. In the 1980s, 2 players also won Wimbledon 3 times. Who are they?
McEnroe?
Yes. The other you know quite well.
Oh my God, no, I can't. I don't know.
Boris Becker.
Becker, oh my God. Sorry, Boris. It's just my brain stopped.
He accepts your apology, I think. You and Roy Emerson are the all-time record holders for number of victories at the Australian Open. 3 men have won 7 Wimbledon titles. Who are they?
Roger, Pete, Sampras, and we have to go before.
He played in the 1880s. His name is William Renshaw.
Okay. Yes.
Good effort, though, on those first 2.
2 out of 3.
You made your Wimbledon main draw debut in 2005. Who did you play in that first round match? And I can give you options.
Yes, I know. Juan Monaco.
Yes, very good. Your career match record is a sterling 54-9 here at Wimbledon. How many sets have you won in those 63 matches? I can give you options.
How many sets have I won in 53 matches?
54-9.
54, okay.
A, 129, B, 149, C, 169, D, 189.
B.
C, 169.
Okay.
You've made a grand total of 1 appearance in the doubles here at Wimbledon back in 2006. Who is your partner and who did you play?
Oh, this is a good one. He's a Bracciali.
Yes, very
Grande
good.
Bracciali, yes.
Novak, well done. I think you can take that quiz success and put it on
70
the floor.
average. What do you think? 70, 75%?
Yeah, 75.
All right.
Good luck.
Keeping the level. Thank you.
Cheers.
Data is very important to us at Wimbledon. We capture millions of data points throughout the championships, and we're constantly developing new ways to analyse and interpret them. It's about giving insight into the drama that's unfolding. Why does Nadal always serve to Federer's backhand on the first point of a pressure game? Why is a player winning and why is the other one losing? And how likely is that balance to shift or momentum to change? If we use the data in the right way, then we can move it beyond statistics and really develop this idea of getting under the skin of tennis matches at Wimbledon. The more we understand and the more we know, the more we can really bring the game to life for millions of people around the world.
Andy Murray, welcome back to Wimbledon. We've got a little bit of a quiz here. I first want to ask you about your first Wimbledon title in 2013. Broke a huge drought for British men's tennis. Who was the last homegrown champion to win the championships, and in what years did he win?
You won all 3 years? Oh God, I don't know exactly. 3 years. Fred Perry.
36, 35, and 33.
34. But we'll
You
give
won
you that
3 in
one.
a row?
Yes,
Oh,
you did.
okay.
Last year, you only dropped 2 sets en route to the final and winning the championship. Who were those sets against?
Songa.
And in what round?
The quarters.
Very good. You made your Wimbledon debut in 2005. Do you remember who you played in the first round? And I can give you options here.
George Bastel.
Yes, very good. You've served a total of 702 aces in your Wimbledon career. What do you think was the fastest? A, 131 miles an hour, B, 133, C, 135, or D, 137?
C.
D, 137.
Really? Wow.
So says IBM in 2010. Your longest match at Wimbledon is 3 hours and 57 minutes. It actually happened twice, in 2008 and in 2009. Against whom?
2008 Gasquet.
Yes.
And 2009 Wawrinka.
Yes, very good. From your longest match to your longest rally, it was 2013, 32 shots. Who was your opponent?
2013.
13. It was
Was
kind
it the
of
final against Novak?
Yes. Your brother Jamie is also a Wimbledon champion in the mixed doubles. Do you remember what year and who he played with?
He played with Jankovic, and I think it was 2007.
Yes, very good. All right, you're the only male player in the Open era to have multiple Olympic gold medals in tennis and multiple Wimbledon titles. 2 women have done it. Who are they?
Serena. And Venus.
Very good. You closed strong. We opened with some struggles, but you closed strong.
Thanks.
Well done and good luck
Thank
at
you.
Wimbledon.
Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers.
Well, Andy does always pride himself on knowing his Wimbledon history. Gets a little catch up with him before the championships began. Now, this is court 14, and we're going to join them in a tie-break in the second set. You'll see Monteiro won the first set 6-3. We'll see who wins the second as we join that commentary.
1-0. Gotcha. Ball, please. Two, 0. Catch enough. Two, 1. Catch enough.
Sheer insistence from Monteiro there, just chasing as many balls as he could. A resolute, determined competitor that the Brazilian is. Just staying in touch, but it's Hachanov with the mini break here, serving 2-1. Can he hold on? It's rather a late call. Hachanov just having a little protest at the umpire.
Sure.
Oh, the mini break is back.
And you can imagine the frustration inside this man's head. He knows he's got to go towards the forehand of the Russian more often, but when the Russian's getting it right, it's just he's getting stung. But occasionally he gets the odd error.
I guess that's where you got to think. The tactic paid well for me in the first set and a half. pay dividends if I
3-2,
continue to
Montero.
use it. Another error from the forehand of the racket of Khachanov.
Yeah, that's 2 consecutives from that side from the Russian. He needs to tidy up in a hurry. Otherwise, he's going to be 2 sets to love down. But there again, there's the flip side of the coin where you saw Khachanov just sort of winning the point with that big forehand strike. So it swings and roundabouts, but it's something that only he can temper. You feel he's the playmaker. He's got the match on his racket, or the set, I should say. It's all down to him. But these are the lessons that you learn when you're 21, aren't they? You know, it takes a while. You see in the men's game now, it's not uncommon to see so many players over 30 years old. He's got another 9 years to go.
Montero.
Jonathan just goes for the towel. Just trying to collect himself. Yeah, nice work.
4.
Oh, and there's an error.
5-4. Khachanov.
Khachanov gets his nose back in front for the first time since the start of this tie-break, and what a crucial time to get your nose in front.
What?
Overall from the chair. Oh, what an opportunity that was for Khachanov. It wasn't the quickest second serve by any stretch of the imagination, but he's sailed it right out the back of the court. And the biggest point of the match, or the biggest point of the set,
6-5
goes to Khachanov, and he has a set point. And more importantly, it's on his serve.
Yeah, he's looking increasingly secure off of the floor, is Khachanov, and it's the body language there of the Brazilian that tells its own story. It's been a tough ask this afternoon under this searing heat. Set point for Khachanov.
And he takes it. Khachanov digs himself out of a massive hole.
7 games to 6.
And we are all
1-7.
level in this second round match. Khachanov is on the scoreboard, and he'll be a mighty relieved man. He's taken the second set in a tiebreak 7-5, and it's level pegging.
We are on air down here in the Wimbledon Museum, where they have a new exhibition celebrating the BBC and Wimbledon's 90-year relationship and their 50-year relationship with colour TV. And I've got Anna Renton here. She is a museum curator. And Anna, how important is it to have this exhibition to celebrate this amazing achievement?
Well, it's really important to us to be able to celebrate this relationship between Wimbledon and the BBC, but also just to celebrate how important Wimbledon's been in the history of broadcasting, which might be something a lot of people don't know.
Well, it's a pretty special relationship they've got going, and one that lots of people like to watch. But Anna, can you talk me through some of the facts and figures which are going on over here? Because it kind of just shows how the relationship is with, I'm going to bring down here first, the relationship and how many viewers there are. Just talk us through that, please, Anna.
Yeah, so the BBC TV audience peaked at 17.3 million for Andy Murray's final in 2013. And they consistently get really high ratings for Wimbledon, which is great. So on this board, we're just kind of talking about some of those really interesting facts that we found out while we were researching for the exhibition. So there are 80 miles of broadcast cable used at Wimbledon.
That's such a long way, isn't it?
It's such a long way, yeah. It's a lot. Actually, the first radio broadcast used cable. It was actually cable that ran all the way from here to central London to do that broadcast. But then that would only be about 9 miles, so you think now there's an awful lot more.
80 miles. And I just want to draw your attention to this as well. I don't know if you can hear it, but the theme tune of Wimbledon and the BBC is going on, and that theme tune is Light and Tuneful by Keith Mansfield here, and this is obviously just showing exactly what he would have played. These are notes here, and that was actually, as it says up here, intentionally library music, and then it became so iconic, really, didn't it, that they made it the theme tune, Anna?
Well, yeah, I mean, the BBC just picked it as library music and then turned it into the theme that we know so well today.
And then talk us through Wimbledon through the ages. What is this? What is this to do with the BBC and the relationship with Wimbledon?
Well, so this is a lovely radio set, which is just like the ones that people would have been able to listen to in 1927. So 1927 was the very first radio broadcast from Wimbledon, and the commentators were Teddy Wakelam and Colonel Brand, and they were in a very small box on centre court. They got about 5 broadcasts done during the championships. And yeah, I mean, they had to kind of slot into the schedule amongst other things.
And talk me through, you said he was unfazed. He had a bit of a mishap, didn't he, at one time when he was commentating?
Yeah, so Teddy Wakelam once set fire to his notes with his cigarette, and but was very unflappable and just put them out and carried on commentating.
Carried on commentating, even though there was a fire to his commentary notes. I wonder if Rob Walker could do the same thing. And then come over here as well. And what is going on here, Anna, please?
So here we're just talking about 1937, which was the first television broadcast from Wimbledon. So TV was incredibly experimental in 1937. Only about 2,000 people had television sets, and there wasn't really a lot of programming on television. But Wimbledon was selected to be only the second ever outside broadcast, and we think it's probably the first time that tennis was broadcast on television.
But it could only have then a maximum audience of 2,000 people watching the championships back in 1937. Well, let's keep walking through this exhibition, and I'm going to draw your attention now to BBC Two Colour. Anna, talk us through this, please.
So 50 years ago, the very first regular colour television service in Europe began on the BBC, and it began with coverage from Wimbledon. So David Attenborough was the controller of BBC Two at the time, and he was looking to be the first in Europe to have this colour television. And so what he did, he had a very limited number of TV cameras, and he knew that if he set them up on centre court, he'd be able to have coverage all day, enough to be able to say they were the first in Europe.
What a clever chap. And that's, I guess, one of the cameras that he probably have.
So this is a camera from 1936. So this is one of the very old cameras, and it's very rare. There's only 6 of them in the world, and this one's on loan to us from the Science Museum in Bradford.
pretty special. And only 6 of those cameras in the whole world. Frank, I'm just going to turn you around to that. That's what the TVs used to look like back in the day. The youngsters watching, they don't look like that anymore. They're now flat screen on your wall somewhere, all high tech. And then Anna, what's going on here, please? This is obviously what the cameras now look like. We just saw the old school ones there, only 6 in the world. This is what they now look like. Anna, please explain what's this about.
So here we're just really talking about the amazing broadcast operation that occurs at Wimbledon now every year. So going from a period of time where there were maybe only 2 or 3 cameras on centre court, there are now 30 cameras on centre court, and they're taking in all sorts of different views, both of spectators, the action, slow motion, and there's even robotic cameras as well.
3 cameras to 30 cameras just on centre court. That's just one court has 30 cameras. That's mega, isn't it? And I mean, the last thing I want to talk about, Frank, I'm going to stand this side so you can see me. Anna, whose jacket is this and why is it so special?
So this is Sue Barker's jacket, which she's kindly lent to us for this exhibition, and it's the one that she was wearing when she interviewed Andy Murray after his victory in 2013. So it's a very special jacket for her, and we're really pleased to have it in the exhibition.
And there were some strawberry pants there as well, which look quite cool, don't they?
Yeah, they're amazing. So they're from the late Bud Collins, and so we're really happy to have those here in the exhibition as well.
Well, thanks for going through all that with us, Anna. This is the Wimbledon Museum down here, and this is the exhibition which is celebrating the BBC's and Wimbledon's 90-year relationship. Come and check it out.
New balls, please.
They're around today.
Ball change.
Okay, car is off for a well-earned break. It's Adam Hunt with you here on the Wimbledon channel. Let's take you inside court number 1, where Kei Nishikori is having to battle very hard against Sergei Stakhovsky. We knew that this one would be a close match, and Stakhovsky is giving a good account of himself, as he always does on a grass court. Loves to come forward, serve and volley. Nishikori currently serving the number 9 seed from Japan, and we can join the commentators for this one.
What a knifed volley that was. That was Stefan Edberg-like. Charging the net. Well, it was classical style.
Eighth double fault of the match now for Nishikori. That is a blistering forehand. My goodness. Really uncoiled on that one.
Nishikori. New balls, please. 2 games on, 4th set.
So we remain on serve here in set number 4.
So from court number 1 down to court number 3, and what's been a really, really interesting match there. Aliash Bedene against Damir Jumhur from Bosnia. Bedene took the first set 6-3, lost the second set 6-3, first, and he won the third set 6-3, so been very, very symmetrical, I suppose, the sets so far. And Zumher is serving at the moment to stay in the match.
Love 15.
Well, that was the smartest pickup of a drop shot we've seen from Bedene
13.
today. Just pushing it down the line. Plays for position and then being rewarded with the smash.
That's the way to do it. Well, Aliash Bedene, the British number 3, lent his shirts and shorts to Damir Zumur on Monday for his first round match, so he could win that and
40.
set up this second round tie today.
But today he's shown it. Who wins the championship. 2 sets to 1.
The British
6-3, 3-6, 6-3,
number 3 is through to a third round confrontation with Gilles Muller, a big server. But today, on court number 3, the British number 3 was very much the top dog.
So victory for Aliash Bedene there in 4 sets against Damir Zumher. He had to work very, very hard. Good performance, though, from the British player. Mark Philippoussis has joined me here now. Wonderful position, high above court 14. We've got a great view here. Sun is shining, couldn't be better here on day 3 at SW19. Aliash Bedene obviously transferred his allegiance to Britain, and he's done so well since then, and the crowd seem to have adopted him as one of their own.
Yeah, I mean, he's a solid player. He's a great athlete. I watched a bit of that match, his first round match, where it was 4
up against
tiebreakers,
Karlovic,
and then
wow.
I think won at 8-6. That's no easy feat. I mean, he plays like a solid player. He's physically strong. He's hungry, and he's a dangerous player out here.
Obviously, he's very good from the baseline. He's got a very good return game. We saw that against Karlovic. He had to withstand so much pressure from that serving, the big serves that were coming down from 6'10" from Karlovic. Is that the real strength you see from him, his return game? He's just able to step in?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he moves well. He's very consistent off the back of the court. But what was very impressive is against Karlovic, you know that if you lose the service game, the set's done. So for him to hold his concentration and not lose one serve during that whole match and win it the way he did was very impressive.
Interesting to get your view on the match on court number 1 at the moment. We don't see it too often anymore. Your days, I suppose, as a serve volley are gone now. We just see the players playing from the baseline, so much further behind the baseline. It's great to watch Sergei Stakhovsky. He loves to come in behind his serve. How does he make that work these days with the court so much slower, the ball slower?
It's difficult to do that first and second serve, but what he's doing well, he's mixing the play well. And that's his strength. He understands that against Nishikori, if he sits back and tries to out-rally him, it's going to be a long day. Nishikori is too good of a player and moves too well for that to happen. So he needs to do something to mix up the play, to put some pressure on and to keep Nishikori thinking. And look, he's a good hitter from the back of the court, but definitely his strength would be, especially on the grass, is getting to the net and trying to put the pressure on and making Nishikori come up with a pass. And if he does, you're just going to say too good.
Is that the key for success on, if you're going to use the serve and volley tactic these days? We saw when you were playing, for example, Pete Sampras, players like that, serve and volley almost every first, second serve. Yeah. Now, do you just have to pick your moments a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, a lot has changed since then. The grass is a lot slower than what it used to be. The balls are bouncing higher, almost similar to hard court. So it's very difficult to do that. On the first and second serve, you'll get punished, you'll get killed. The guys are too physical now. Everyone's hitting the ball harder now. With technology, with the strings and the rackets, so you've got to mix your play. I know guys are comfortable and they normally stay back, but still coming to the net and putting pressure on a player in a tough situation on grass is still a great play. And I think when someone does it and people are not used to seeing it, you can still do some damage and you can see some upset.
Really is such an intriguing tactic, and one, of course, you used so well. Just talk us through the mentality of a serve volleyer. When you stepped up to that line and you were going to send a big serve down, what were you thinking?
Well, the first thing for me, my serve very much revolved around, my game revolved around my serve. If I felt like I was serving well, everything else flowed. And especially on grass, I wasn't too phased because I had confidence on my second serve. So for me, serve and volley, I'm thinking, okay, you're thinking first serve and get behind it and make that first volley. And make him pass you, cover the net and make him pass you. Like I said, the ball was skidding through a little bit more on the grass. It was greener, it was a little bit longer. So you think it's old school tennis that I grew up in Australia. First serve, first volley, and you cover the net.
We see Stakhovsky as well. One thing we've noticed when we've been watching the coverage, he likes to try and get as close as he can to the net for that first volley. Obviously got a lot of distance to cover from the baseline coming in. Is that something you were looking for, to try and just cut off the angle and get as close as you could to the net?
Yeah, the first volley, kind of picking it up from the service line or just inside the service line, and then you're doing a split step and moving in to cover. If you're going cross-court, you kind of cover the line, and whereas an easier shot for them, and you look to cover. You want to get close to the net for that second volley, but not crowd the net, because then you're open for that lob. So it's a very fine line.
Yeah, certainly great to watch the serve and volleys. Hopefully Stakhovsky and some other players start to use it as much as they can here at Wimbledon. Now let's hear from one of the winners here on day 3, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, who came through against the Italian Simona Bolelli.
Thank you. Hey. How will you describe your match today? Was it good, bad, or just frustrated? You look angry sometimes.
Today was good because I won, and that's the most important, I think, to win. But yeah, I think I can play even better, and I have to if I want to go. If I want to do better in this tournament. So
you were angry at certain points of the game, especially the second set. You look angry at it.
Yeah, sometimes it's like this. Yeah, I was not enough focused on the game, and I have to. So on the next match, I will try to be better on this.
There seemed to be an issue with flying ants on the court while you were playing. How did that affect you? Was it a big issue? There were insects, bugs.
Oh, yeah.
Was that a big issue for you? What was that like?
That was strange. That was strange, and that was flies in French. We like des fourmis volantes. The flies.
Was it bad? Have
Yeah.
you experienced it before?
Yeah, I had few experience in United States sometimes with the light at night. Sometimes you have big bugs, or in Australia also you have this kind of things. But that was a little bit different because those one was very small, but a lot. And so that was special. Sometimes it was in my nose, in my ear.
Was it very distracting?
It's special, I would say.
Hi Joe. So Sam Curry next. You had a 5-setter with him here a few years ago. Do you think this could be a tougher test than you've faced so far in the tournament?
Sam is playing well. That's not a new story. I mean, he's playing well on this surface. He won a few things on grass. He always been very dangerous on this surface. So for me, it's a really serious match, and I hope I will be able to play good tennis and be even more focused than what I did today, and don't miss occasion to do the work.
Will you be changing your game at all in advance of the match?
Change my game?
Will you be preparing in any different way to face Sam?
Anyway, it's going to be different because it's a different player. But yeah, the most important for me is to improve what I did bad, today. Even if my level of tennis was good, but my comportment was not enough good. So yeah, I will work on this and try to come with with everything, you know, on the next match.
How do you see the chances? You think if you play better, you will win in the next match and go on to semis or finals?
You know, for the moment, I have a good record against him, but you know, it doesn't mean anything because that's the past, and I'm looking for the future and the present, and the thing is, we are both at the third round, and the most important for me is to win. So no matter what, you know, I will come on court and give my best.
Good to hear from Jo-Wilfried Tsonga there. Good performance from him against Simona Bolelli. Some people were saying that he might struggle in that one because Bolelli had come through qualifying, 3 rounds of qualifying, good first-round match as well there. Always dangerous playing a qualifier in the early rounds here at Wimbledon, but Jo-Wilfried Tsonga was able to produce some of his best tennis on court number 2 to be able to come through that one against Simona Bolelli. Now we're taking you down to court number 12, live action there, early stages. This man, Jiri Vesely, up against Fabio Fognini, the number 28 seed, and the winner of this one will play the winner of Andy Murray's match against Dustin Brown on centre court a little bit later. Vesely about to serve down 3-2 in the first set.
Might be worth a challenge.
15 love.
Fognini doesn't think so. Although he had a long ponder about whether to head upstairs for that one. That's out.
15 all.
Well-constructed point. Longest rally of the match. 14 strokes.
15-30.
Well, he does this very well because he catches that two-hander early, opening up the court, and then the old 1-2. Chance again for Fognini.
30 off. Challenge, you said? Fognini challenging the call, right baseline. Ball is called.
He's launched a challenge. This is a waste of a challenge. It was clearly beyond Vesely's baseline, and that's why Ali Nili was so surprised.
Great serve.
40-30. Mr. Fognini with 2 challenges to make. Game. Vesely.
All square again.
3 games all first sets.
So it should be an intriguing match, that one. Two quite different styles. The man in your picture just there, Fabio Fognini, likes to play from the baseline. Traditionally, really a clay court player, likes to keep it very slow, whereas Jiri Vesely, big serve, lefty, comes to the net a lot. 3-all in the first set. As I said, the winner of that match will play the winner of Andy Murray's match against Dustin Brown. The second one on centre court after Johanna Konta, who is currently up against Donna Vekic. Very, very close match in the third set. In that one, just to give you a quick score check on some of the matches. First match still on court number 1 and centre court. Kei Nishikori and Sergei Stikovsky on court 1 at the moment. Number 9 seed Nishikori against Stikovsky, who's employing some brilliant serve and volley tactics. Nishikori took the first set there 6-4, 7-6 to Stikovsky in the second, 6-1 very comfortable to Nishikori in the third set, and it's 4-all in the fourth set there. Into a tiebreak on court number 2 as we see Henman Hill. They're absolutely packed. A lot of people will have taken their seats there pretty early to watch the end of Johanna Konta's match, the first match on centre, which is on the big screen right on the side of court number 1, where they're looking, everyone down there. It really is standing room only. I can't see much grass left at all. They'll be looking forward to watching Andy Murray second on against the mercurial Dustin Brown. And just pushing in, as you can see, a brilliant sight throughout Wimbledon, seeing Henman Hill absolutely packed. Everyone down there enjoying their strawberries and cream, pins, perhaps a glass of champagne as well. That's the view from the back of Henman Hill, just a little pond at the front of your picture, and then court number 1, as you can see, that's what everyone's watching, the big screen that's got Konta's match on it. The roof on the top there of court number 1 just being worked on at the moment. It'll be finished in time for the 2019 championship, so it's quite a different feel really for court 1 at the moment. And we can take you down to court number 3 for what should be quite an interesting one. Jerzy Janowicz, remember him, the Polish player, really fallen down the rankings because of injury issues and some other things going on in his life that have seen him drop down the rankings, but he's playing on a protected ranking here, which is given to players who have had injury problems. They get a certain number of tournaments they can enter at their previous ranking. He got to the semi-finals a few years ago before losing to Andy Murray, and he is up against the Frenchman Luca Pouille, the 14-year-old, as we see the chair umpire for this one, Carlos Bernardes, the Brazilian. Pouille not had his best results perhaps on grass. A very good clay court player, did well at the French Open this year as well, up inside the top 20 in the world. The man in your picture there with the backwards cap. And we can join the commentators for the first game, the end of the warm-up and the first game in this one.
I think for Pouille, this is those matches that he's not particularly nice opponent to play against. Janowicz, he's dangerous. He doesn't give you much rhythm. It's one of those matches where if you're ranked higher and you play Janowicz, you have to focus the whole time. There's no sort of, you can't afford to drop at all, because you lose your serve against this Janowicz, you could be in trouble for the set. And you've got to get a lot of balls back in court, as many as you can. Sometimes you just dig it back into court after these big serves that are going to come powering in at you, and take chances when you get them. And as we know on grass, sometimes you may get one shot in the set, literally it, to break serve or win the tiebreaker. And mentally, you've got to be just tough the whole time.
Tell you what, John, if he comes through all these rounds, he's going to be mentally exhausted. He had Malik Jaziri in the first round. If he wins this, there's a chance he's got pair in the next round as well. Another player who doesn't give you a lot of rhythm.
No.
But has to deal with this one first and foremost, the 14th seed. As I say, he's had a good year. Pouille started a little slowly, but 3 finals, final in Marseille and one in Budapest, and then Stuttgart on the grass recently. Perhaps in the bigger tournaments this year so far hasn't performed as he would have liked. Lost in the second round, or in fact the third round of the French Open, 5-setter to Ramos Vinolas. But this probably his favourite tournament, although he is defending points. And how did you always feel when you went into a tournament defending points? Did you think, oh, I've enjoyed playing here before, so it's great, or did you feel that extra bit of pressure?
Well, there's a little bit of tension. You know, your ranking's going to drop if you don't play well, and that just adds a little extra pressure.
It was interesting. Won the toss and elected to receive. Can't imagine there'll be too many breaks of serve in this one, and so hoping to catch the man with the Scandinavian ancestry cold. Taking his time.
First set.
About ready. So this is a second round encounter. And it will be Luca Pouille to get us underway.
Play. 15 long. Let first service. Thirty long. Forty long.
Oh, that's a stunner.
Well, let's hope we have more points like this. It's the first game, and this is a superb point. Both players there. What a forehand. Hooked that one back in. Down the line. Gorgeous shot.
Again.
Well, Janovic was hoping Pouille would come out cold, but not the case at all. He's hit down a couple of huge serves, two of them over 130 miles an hour, and he's taken the first game. Of course, the heat helps the ball travel a little bit quicker.
So good start for the Frenchman there, number 14 seed Luca Pouille, taking the first game against Jerzy Janovic. Although that could be a really tricky match, because Janovic, you never really know what you're going to get with him. He's got a huge first serve, likes to come in behind it as well. A tough player to play on the grass courts. He's got good volleys, as we saw. He troubled Andy Murray here in previous years. He got all the way through to the semis, which really announced himself on the world stage, making the semis a few years ago in Wimbledon. And we're just seeing pictures from around the grounds at the moment as well. Henman Hill there. Mark still alongside me. Mark, we were just watching there Jerzy Janovic up against Luca Pouille. I suppose drawing comparisons between a player we were speaking about earlier, Sergei Stakhovsky. Janovic, I know he's fallen away because of the injury problems and things, dropping his ranking down, but he's another player, dangerous on the grass because he's got that big serve.
Absolutely. Anyone who has a huge serve and can mix it up on the grass is going to be dangerous. And definitely someone that you know, kind of no one wants to see on their side of the draw.
Is he someone, I suppose you intimated it to it there, that it's someone you just, when you see the draw, you kind of look out for those names, the dangerous players on a particular surface, and you don't want to play them?
Everyone's a little bit different. Certain guys like to analyse the whole draw and kind of see what's going on. And certain guys just worry about their match and don't want to look forward at all until they win their first round, then I'll ask who they play in the second round. So everyone's completely different, so it kind of depends on the individual.
And his opponent today, Luca Pouille, emerging youngster, obviously a great French player. Is he the man that the French spectators are looking to really take the French tennis into the next era, because of some of the other top players that France have got slightly older now?
Yeah, they're slightly older. Look, I don't think I've met a French tennis player who hasn't been talented. He's another very talented player. Has done well here in the past, and they definitely have their eye on him. Of course, they got their hopes on him. Like I said, they're Tsonga, Monfils, Gasquet as well. All incredibly talented. Yeah, a little bit older, but still got some years left in them. So they're not going anywhere. Anywhere.
Blessed, of course, with plenty of top players. I think around 10 inside the top 100. Lots of top French players. Now let's head out and find Rob Walker around the grounds. Rob.
Yes, good afternoon, Adam. Not a breath of wind in the sky, not a cloud to be seen. It is absolutely sweltering here. This is what we like at Wimbledon. Umbrellas being used for shade, not rain. We're over the top of court 2 here, watching a really intriguing match between Marin Cilic and Florian Mayer. Mayer had an opportunity. He had a break in the first set and had a chance to serve, but Cilic managed to break and then came through to win the tiebreak in some considerable style, actually. And you just feel that could end up being a really key turning point in the match. Cilic, of course, will fancy that he can win this one and go deep. They've 2-2 in terms of their head-to-heads, but Cilic has won their most recent meeting. Interestingly, they've only met once since 2011, and it was Cilic who won on that occasion. And you just wonder how costly that failed opportunity might be for Florian Mayer at the end of the first set. Mayer's no mug, though. He's made 2 quarterfinals here in 2004 and 2012. There's an update on the score. So they're 1-1. Mayer managed to hang on at the beginning of the second set, but Cilic looked so good in that tiebreaker. He won it to 7-2, put down a couple of big bombs of serves. And remember, Cilic has made 3 consecutive quarterfinals here. US Open champion in 2014. He's got Jonas Bjorkman in his corner. We were used to seeing him with Goran Ivanisevic. The champion, of course, beat Rafter in 2001. But Jonas Bjorkman, the man in the corner. And Cilic at times has looked as though he's been a little bit frustrated with the manner in which Florian Mayer has played this match, because in terms of power and ground strokes, Cilic is by far the better player, but Mayer did at least force it to a tiebreak. And I know Adam Hunt's made mention of the match on court 12. We've just watched a little bit of that one, and it's relevant because, of course, Andy Murray or Dustin Brown will play the winner of Jiri Vesely and Fabio Fognini. And interestingly enough, they're in a monster game at the moment. Fognini is serving down the far end of the court. It's Vesely, the big left-hander nearest the camera, who's desperately trying to get a break of serve here. They've been playing now for 37 minutes and they're only on their 9th game. So that gives you a little indication. And there, Fognini does indeed hold. So they go for a break and Vesely will return, serving 4-5 down, hoping to take that one all the way to a tiebreaker. Really intriguing match. Remember, Vesely had a cracking match with Thomas Berdych, although he lost it last year. I think he made the 4th round. He saved 7 match points, the big left-hander, so he'll be hoping he can get past Fabio Fognini. Come back towards the end of this set, where Marin Cilic will hope to double his advantage over Florian, the man he's tied with at 2 apiece. But Mayer is digging in here. It's 1-1 early stages of the second set, and we'll give you an update between Vesely and Fognini. It is absolutely sweltering. We've got to reiterate here, if you're watching the tennis and you're somewhere in the crowd, you have got to keep drinking that water. We've seen a few people collapsing, needing the help of the St John's ambulances. Slip, slap, slop, plenty of water. You don't want to miss a single second of drama at this year's Wimbledon. We're only on Wednesday and we're already cooking on and off court.
Thanks, Rob. Yes, it's very, very hot around the grounds on day 3 here at the Championship. Delighted to say we've been joined by one of the early winners here on day 3, Sam Querrey, through in 4 sets against Nicolas Basilashvili. Sam, congratulations. Just talk us through your match today.
You know, overall, I thought I played well. You know, through the first 2 sets, I let a handful of break points kind of get away from me, which bummed me out. But then I really picked it up in the third and fourth and played well. And you know, happy to get B on the 3rd round.
We're seeing some points here from your match. Basilashvili looked like, from what we saw, a player really likes to come in and hit it pretty hard, especially off the backhand.
Yeah, I mean, both sides. He's not a guy who's going to massage the ball around the court. He's going to give it a full swing, you know, every time. And it's hard on grass. You know, it's hard to handle that on grass. You know, the ball shoots through the court, and he, you know, when he's making a lot of those, he's a tough guy to play.
And talk about the grass courts this year. How are you finding the speed? A lot of players have been telling us it's slightly slower.
Yeah, I feel like they're the same as always. I'm not a good guy to judge court speeds.
You just go out
I just go out there, worry about my game. But, you know, they're in great condition as always, and I love playing out here.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, obviously an amazing year last year. I feel very confident, very comfortable out here.
Definitely. Even outside of last year, I love playing here. I love playing on the grass. You know, last year Matt gave me a little more confidence, but you know, I'm just happy to be out here. I played well in Queens. Yeah. Happy to win my first 2 matches, and I'm feeling more confident with every match.
Got to get a line, Sam, on the conditions today. I know, obviously, some of the other Grand Slams, I'm sure it gets much, much hotter than this, particularly down in Australia. But how hot was it out there? Were you struggling in the heat at all, or was this okay?
I mean, it was hot. No, I mean, it's the points at Wimbledon are always shorter because of the grass, so it's not as physical as some of the other slams. But you know, it is hot. It is one of the hotter days you get at Wimbledon. Usually, it's overcast and rainy, so it's a complete 180 from what you usually get, which is kind of nice actually. But I wouldn't mind if it cooled down a little bit for my next round.
Absolutely. We're not equipped particularly for the hot weather here in Britain. No AC in the houses. But let's talk about last year. Novak Djokovic, what a win for you across 2 days on court number 1. Where do you rate this in terms of the wins in your career? Was this the biggest one?
Yeah, you know, it wasn't a final. Like I played Rafael Nadal earlier this year in Acapulco and won that in the final. But this is probably the most exciting one last year, to do it at Wimbledon especially, and against Novak, who was playing so well at the time. It's probably the most exciting one for me, for sure.
When you think back to that match, we're seeing some pictures from it now. What's the first memory that comes into your mind? What do you think of when you think of that win?
You know, I was probably just as shocked as everyone. You know, he was
well, we
playing.
saw you at the end jumping around. You were absolutely delighted.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing at such a high level at the time, and to win that, and especially in the kind of dramatic over 2 days, 4 rain delays. You know, it's something that I'll always remember, and it was just a real thrill for me.
Mark, what was your analysis of that match? When you were watching that match, how did you feel as a former player, and how you saw that performance there from Sam? It was brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sam held himself incredibly well. Djokovic was dominating. He dominated the first year of the tour, simple as that. He won the first 2 Grand Slams coming to Wimbledon, playing great tennis. And it's not like you played him in the first round. You know, you played him in the second week. Djokovic, had some matches underneath his belt. And the fact, like you said, I think it was 2 days, over 2 days, came back, ended up winning, I think, the 3rd one, and then he got tight in the 4th.
He served for the 4th.
Exactly, yeah. And then so that was very impressive to me, because, winning straight sets is going to be very impressive, but the fact that Djokovic was on his way back, he had to come back the next day to complete the match, down 5-4, so, when he was serving for it and broke him and won in a tiebreaker, it was very impressive.
Great match to watch. Now, we're going to have to whisper, because your opponent in the next round is actually standing just to the left. I don't know if Bash, cameraman's going to show us. You can see in the black shirt there, that's Joe Wilfried Tsonga. He's doing an interview with the BBC. Now, he's right in the middle of an interview, so we're not going to be able to drag him in, but can you just preview this match for you? And if you're going into anything to do with tactics, keep it nice and low.
I mean, Joe loves playing here. He always plays well at Wimbledon. He's comfortable here. We played, I think, 3 years ago here, and he beat me 16-14 in the 5th in a great match, a fun match. I ended up losing it, so hopefully I can be on the other side of that this year if we play, if we do go 5 sets.
You get that revenge. Now, in that part of the draw, it's where Stan Wawrinka was. Obviously, he lost on day 1, so the seeds have fallen a little bit in that part of the draw. What do you like for looking at the draw? Do you look too far ahead, or is it simply just, as a lot of players tell us, next match, I'm not worried about anything past then?
No, of course, sometimes you look ahead, but I'm not looking past Joe. I mean, he's not a guy you take lightly. He's gone deep here a handful of times. He's got a big game, so I'm only worried about that one right now, and I know Stan lost, but I don't even know who the other guys are in that section.
Okay, and how has your game evolved on the grass court? Because I'm assuming when you were growing up in America, you didn't play too much on a grass court. So how did you find from your first appearance on the grass here at Wimbledon to where you are in your career now on grass?
I'm a night and day difference. I remember my first 2 years here, I think I lost first round back-to-back years. It was hard to find my footing, especially as a tall guy. It seems like a lot of guys, they struggle their first couple years to get comfortable on the grass. But as time's gone on, this is my favorite surface. I love playing on the grass, and I wish we had more events on grass.
Okay, Sam, well, thanks so much for joining us here on the Wimbledon channel. Good luck in your next round against Joe Wilfried Tsonga. I'm sure you haven't given away any of your secrets for playing. We'll be watching out for you. Thanks. And good luck in that match. Okay, let's take you from here high above court number 14 out to centre court. And this is what's been an absolute epic. Johanna Konta against Donna Vekic. Vekic's the 21-year-old, and you can see there that Konta has won it, and what it means to her. She had to battle so hard to get through it, and she is now through into the second round, beating Donna Vekic to make it through to the round of 32. She's through to the 3rd round here at Wimbledon. So that means next up in the centre court is Andy Murray against Dustin Brown, one that so many players are going to be looking at, so many fans are going to be looking to watching on centre court. And let's find out a little bit more about Andy Murray, who took part in our quiz. Great stuff.
Andy Murray, welcome back to Wimbledon. We've got a little bit of a quiz here. I first want to ask you about your first Wimbledon title in 2013. Broke a huge drought for British men's tennis. Who was the last homegrown champion to win the championships, and in what years did he win?
You won all 3 years? Oh God, I don't know exactly the 3 years. Fred Perry, 36, 35, and 33.
34, but we'll
You
give
won
you that
3 in
one.
a row?
Yes,
Oh,
you did.
okay.
Last year, you only dropped 2 sets en route to the final in winning the championship. Who were those sets against?
Songa.
And in what round?
The quarters.
Very good. You made your Wimbledon debut in 2005. Do you remember who you played in the first round? And I can give you options here.
George Bastel.
Yes, very good. You've served a total of 702 aces in your Wimbledon career. What do you think was the fastest? A, 131 miles an hour, B, 133, C, 135, or D, 137?
C.
D, 137.
Really? Wow.
So says IBM in 2010. Your longest match at Wimbledon is 3 hours and 57 minutes. It actually happened twice, in 2008 and in 2009. Against whom?
2008 Gasquet.
Yes.
And 2009 Wawrinka.
Yes, very good. From your longest match to your longest rally, it was 2013, 32 shots. Who was your opponent?
2013.
13. It was
the
kind of...
final against Novak.
Yes. Your brother Jamie is also a Wimbledon champion in the mixed doubles. Do you remember what year and who he played with?
He played with Jankovic, and I think it was 2007.
Yes, very good. All right, you're the only male player in the open era to have multiple Olympic gold medals in tennis and multiple Wimbledon titles. 2 women have done it. Who are they?
Serena. And Venus.
Very good. You closed strong. We opened with some struggles, but you closed strong.
Thanks.
Well done and good luck
Thank
at
you.
Wimbledon.
Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers. All right, Andy Murray nailed that quiz. We're going to see if he can win his match out there on center court. What a dramatic one from Johanna Konta coming through in over 3 hours. It has us asking on social media already, is that the match of the tournament? A 7-6, 4-6, 10-8 win over Donna Vekic. A little bit of revenge for Konta. Vekic beat her in the Nottingham final a couple weeks ago. And look at this, Robin Soderling, former top 5 player on the men's side. Great match between these two. Konta also, as Wimbledon pointing out here, a first for her into the 3rd round for the first time. It's just her 3rd win ever here on the grounds of the All England Club. Now, if we've still got this matchup, we do. Look at the scoreline, 10-8 in the 3rd set. Let's dive into these stats. I'm going to try to do my best Craig O'Shaughnessy here. And look at this, 55 winners from Konta. She was all over Vekic there. And then if we go there, also 12 aces, but this was the key. She got 3 breaks of serve. That final game, that last point against Donna Vekic, and a sigh of relief, a big fist pump, and the hill was going crazy for that moment. But I love that Johanna Konta was able to come through that match and obviously getting some accolades from the tennis world all over. Let's go ahead and take a dip around the grounds as we saw, obviously, Johanna Konta coming through there against Donna Vekic. And then next up, Andy Murray taking on Dustin Brown. Now, this is a danger match. We can see they've met just once, 7 years ago, but Dustin Brown is the guy that beat Rafael Nadal here on center court 2 years ago. Can he do it again against Murray? We're going to see here momentarily. And then to follow that match, Rafael Nadal taking on the American, the left-hander, Donald Young. If we go to number 2 court, Marin Cilic has a set in hand against Florian Mayer, and then we're on serve in the 2nd set. Let's continue our journey around the All England Club. Jerzy Janowicz, a winner in the 1st round, taking on Luca Pouille, the French seed, number 14. They're early on there. These two guys, they're meeting for just the 2nd time, Pouille having won their previous meeting in 2 tie breaks a couple years ago in St. Petersburg. Just behind me here on court 18, Steve Johnson a set and now a break up on Albert. And then let's look at court number 12. What's going on there? Yuri Vesely and Fabio Fognini there in a first set tiebreak. But I can promise you that all eyes go now to this Andy Murray-Dustin Brown matchup. We were obviously just watching. This turns into a Wimbledon classic. Johanna Konta and Donna Vekic producing some really, really great match. Really great winners out there. Great stuff. Elena Vesnina and Azarenka earlier today. Victoria Azarenka winning that match. She'll face next Heather Watson, Kei Nishikori, and Sergei Stakhovsky facing off on number 1 court. Andy Murray, he is on center court, and I think we're actually going to see Andy Murray walk out on center court in just a minute.
Thanks, Nick. So these are live pictures from centre court. We're looking forward to this one. It is Dustin Brown, the man in your picture there. He's so entertaining to watch up against Andy Murray, the number 1 seed, defending champion in the men's singles, and they're making their way out into that famous arena on centre court for the second match of the day. It should be an interesting this one, because we know that Dustin Brown can be very, very dangerous on a grass court. We saw him beat Rafa Nadal a couple of years ago on this very arena centre court. He's quite a difficult player to predict. He's got a big serve, likes to come to the net, play volleys from the net as well, drop shots. You never really know quite what you're going to get. Andy Murray, in his pre-match press conference when he was speaking about Dustin Brown, said how they were friends, that he loved speaking to him. He's quite a gentle character off the court. I'll be interested to see how this one goes. The second match here on day 3 on centre court at Wimbledon, and it's been a long time. They've at 1 o'clock, of course, they began on this court for Johanna Konta in her match against Donna Vekic. It's now 4:30 local time, so they've had to perhaps wait slightly longer for this one, and we can join the commentators for the warm-up in the first game on centre court.
Pull off another shot today. You doubt it. It's the sort of fit that you feel that Murray will enjoy playing against, the type of tennis that's going to come at him thick and fast. There's going to be some big serving, but he's faced bigger servers than Dustin Brown in the past and chopped them down to size on this particular court in this particular tournament. None so more than Milos Raonic last year, of course, in the final.
Hey, Dustin, all good? Okay, gentlemen, we play best of 5 sets. Final set will be an advantage set, 6-ball, 7-9, net device on, okay. And please do not damage the courts here in Wimbledon, please. Any questions? You choose? Andy? Tails. Head. You receive? Okay, have a good one, thank you.
Pretty sure Dustin Brown won the toss there and decided to serve. Murray deciding to stay at that end. Of course, a little trickier from the serving perspective if you're at the world number 1's end of the court at the start of this match. And it'll be a little tricky as well in terms of the energy that this crowd is going to be able to bring to this opening set here after sitting through in some pretty scorchingly hot weather here at Wimbledon. To go off, get a drink, get themselves back into match mode. These two have been sitting around in air-conditioned locker rooms. It's all a bit more pleasant. There's Ivan Lendl just about to take his seat. And Jamie Delgado just to the left of him there. Dustin Brown currently without a coach, so he could have nicked one of Andy's for today. He's a fairly big entourage. This guy has a fairly big following, not just on social media, but at the courts around the globe. He obviously wants to win, but he's also very happy to entertain at the same time as well. They don't always go hand in hand, as Gael Monfils has found out at times to his cost. They're the good seats right now. A little bit of shade from what was a particularly hot afternoon stretch. Judy Murray on the right of your picture there. Ever present and ever busy around British tennis, doing a wonderful job at grassroots level, motivating the workforces, and hopefully this man's accomplishments on court will be matched by her achievements off it, and there'll be a steady stream of quality players coming through on the British scene. 45th singles title coming in Dubai this year. 30 years of age now. It's been an extraordinary journey to witness over the years, from when he first played Wimbledon all those many years ago, and well, there's a fairly impressive resume in terms of the Grand Slams as well. He's reached the final of all four. He's obviously won Wimbledon in the US, and an incredible achievement down under. Just hasn't quite been able to climb the pinnacle in Australia. A runner-up on 5 occasions. That hurt him this year when he lost early to Misha Zverev, who played wonderfully well, serving and volleying in his way to victory, but that was a big goal of Murray's. Took a little bit of momentum and the air out of his challenge for 2017. Typical British summer's day. It's pretty much from July to August, you're guaranteed to get that kind of view. It's all a myth that it rains here a lot. 32 years of age for Dustin Brown, born in Germany, moved back to Jamaica when he was 12. His father is Jamaican. And then decided to play for Germany in 2010 when funding dried up from the Jamaican Federation. You can see he's made the third round a couple of times here at Wimbledon. And that was a good win actually against Salzman. He was 6-3, 5-3 down there, Dustin Brown, before he turned that around. But just the one time watched that match at the US Open. It was a pretty entertaining opening set, and it was one-way traffic after that for Murray, dropping just the 3 games in the last couple of sets. As I said, you kind of expect the whirlwind early on from Dustin Brown, but if you can weather that particular storm, things will be fairly seamless.
Time.
Pascal Maria from France in the chair. Pascal Maria, you just saw in the chair, and there is the world #1 about to embark on his second adventure at this year's 2017 championships against one of the most entertaining players out on the men's tour. I saw one headline that called it organised chaos that will be coming from the German. But he is a whirlwind of fun to watch. Lots of inventive shots. I don't know how much of it's strategic and how much it is just impulsive. Could have been British back in 2010. His paternal grandparents are British. He contemplated becoming British for a while. He was Jamaican at the time. The funding dried up, and then elected to play for his country of birth, which of course is Germany. Never any doubting Murray's roots firmly in Scotland, the British and world #1.
First set, Mr.
And
Andy
he should
Murray
be
to serve.
the best player out there today. What, if anything, can Dustin Brown bring to the occasion to trouble the world #1?
Play.
I'm not sure he meant that shot, the drop shot return. It wouldn't surprise me if that's part of the plan. I will tell you one thing he's going to bring is unpredictability. That is a guarantee.
Return and volley, that's not something we talk about too often, but we'll see a bit of that, I think, from Dustin Brown, won't we?
Well, it used to be chip and charge, but this isn't chip and charge. This is whack it and charge. Keep hitting the approach shots there, you're going to be tough to beat.
Couple of pretty effective returns. So if I were Murray, I'd think seriously about sort of finding his rhythm, taking a little bit off the first serve early in the match.
He got the speed gun on the serve. It was pretty quick as well. 121 mile an hour.
Mr. Murray turned the corner on the right near side. Ball was caught out.
Dustin Brown's actually looking like he's wandering across to the other side. Well,
30-all.
Hypothetically, if that was a call against you, would you be able to accept that?
Good seeing you again.
40-30. Game, Murray. First game.
So I'm sure Andy Murray starting as he'll want to continue. You can continue watching that on BBC and ESPN. He's held serve, 1-love, an early lead after just 3 minutes in that second round match against Dustin Brown. Now let's show you court #1 from centre court to court #1. This is match point. Kei Nishikori 2-1 up and serving against Sergei Stakhovsky, and he's got match point in that fourth set tiebreak at 7-6, and this is how he won it. So it's a backhand kick serve. Stakhovsky missed the backhand return, and we can send it out there from court #1 where Nishikori is through to the third round, out to our very own Rob Walker.
Yes, welcome back to the top of show court 2. Incredible drama on centre court and #1 court. Everybody who's packed in there has had value for money, but I tell you what, everybody here on 2 has had good value for money as well. And just a quick word, we're about to watch Cilic try and serve for the second set on that one, but a really good match going on there over on court 12. It's Jiri Vesely against Fabio Fognini. Fognini took the first one on a tiebreaker, so the left-handed man from the Czech Republic is under a little bit of pressure. So that's how it looks on 12. Remember, the winner of that one faces the winner of Andy Murray and Dustin Brown. And here is Marin Cilic the number 7 seed, about to try and serve for the second set. He's 5-4 up. Florian Mayer survived break points at 3-all, but Cilic took his opportunity in the preceding game, and here he is serving for what will be a 2-set lead. That's a good start. 110-mile-an-hour ace from the Croatian US Open champion from 2014. He's almost there. Cilic closing in on a 2-set lead. The winner of this one will face either Steve Johnson of the United States or Radu Albot. They're currently playing on court 18. Aggression there from Cilic. I guess he could afford to. 30-15. Mayer has done his best to make this difficult for the number 7 seed, who's made the last 3 consecutive Wimbledon quarter-finals. Two-set points then for Marin Cilic.
40-15.
He made good work of the tiebreaker at the end of the preceding set, winning that one 7-2. 2-set points then for a sizable advantage here on court 2. Too good from Cilic, just too good. A little fist bump, and he knows with 1 hour 28 minutes of tennis played, this is going to be a mountain to climb for Florian Mayer. Mayer did his best to withstand some early pressure in the first set, but it is Marin Cilic who now stands just 1 set away from a place in the third round, and it's a good record for Cilic here at Wimbledon. We know he's won the US here on grass. He's made the last 3 quarterfinals in succession. Before we leave, let's just take a quick update on the score. It's on serve early in the second set between Vesely and Fabio Fognini. Fognini, remember, took that first set on a tiebreak 7-3, so the Italian is looking good at the moment. They won't be interested in the Murray-Brown score right now because he's still a long way from securing victory. But the news here from court 2 is that Cilic is only a set away from yet another appearance in the third round. He has weathered the earlier Florian storm, and he's looking good, the big Croatian.
Thanks, Rab. So the sun's still shining. We're seeing the umbrellas above us. Thanks very much, ladies, keeping us cool here. It's very, very hot on day 3 here at SW19. Mark, we must talk about Marin Cilic because he didn't really too much enter the conversation in terms of a favourite to win the tournament, but he started well. And he was saying at Roland Garros how his grass court game has just developed and developed through his career. Is he a contender here in your mind?
Oh, absolutely. This is a guy who's already won a Grand Slam. He knows what it takes to win a Grand Slam. Like you said, he's getting more and more comfortable on the grass. He lost in the final of Queens in a great 3-setter to Lopez, and I think had match point in that. So obviously he's playing great tennis. He's, like I said, he's comfortable, and he's one of those players that actually, when he is confident, he's very, very dangerous out there.
What do you think's changed in him? Because earlier on in his career, his worst results in terms of the 4 Grand Slams always came here. He was always a seeded player that perhaps some people would look forward to playing. But then, as he's moved on, his grass court's improved so much. Why is that?
I think belief in his game. Also, you know, for a long time he's worked with Goran, past champion. Goran knows, one of the guys who knows exactly what to do out here. And I'm sure that, you know, they've worked a lot on his game to adapt on different surfaces. And these days, let's be honest, the grass court plays not like he used to, so similar to a hard court. So there's no reason why these guys that haven't been comfortable before can be comfortable now because, like I said, the balls are bouncing nice and high. Yeah, they're having 20 and 30 shot rallies on grass, and that never used to happen.
Florian Meyer, the player he's playing against, he's taken the first 2 sets, but Meyer has been around for a long, long time, and a bit like Dustin Brown on centre court, he's a very difficult player to play because you never quite know what you're going to get.
Absolutely, very unique, very unique. He's got some unique shots. He's got a big forehand and a big serve that he can
He's
slap.
double-handed on both sides, isn't he?
No, he's got a single-handed forehand.
Right.
He kind of flattens out on the backhand and can kind of hit like a... He's kind of got like a two-hander slice where it's kind of really funky. But like I said, he's a strange player, and it's not always easy playing guys like that.
What's the thing that's most difficult about those kind of players as we see Venus Williams on court 1 here? Is it just because they take you out of your rhythm, you don't get into that rhythm?
I think what happens is a lot of the guys, when they know they're going to play someone, they try and find a warm-up partner or a practice partner similar to them so they can kind of get a nice warm-up for the match. And when you play someone like that's so unique, you can't really find anyone that plays like him. So you just got to warm up and do your best thing and focus on your game #1 and then try and, work out certain things as the match goes on.
OK, plenty more from Mark to come here on the Wimbledon channel. We can dip into what you're seeing there. Court #1, Kang Wang up against Venus Williams. Venus Williams, good performance from her in her first round match. This is her second one on court #1, and we can join the commentators for this match.
Miss Venus Williams to serve. Ready? Play. Thirty-11.
Wow. Looking sharp already.
40-11.
Serves 111, 112 miles per hour.
For Venus Williams in her second round match against Kang Wang, the Chinese player taking the first game to make it 1-love, as you can see there, 4:51 at local time. Now let's take you down to a men's singles match on court 18. This man, the American Steve Johnson, the 26th seed, up against Radu Albot, the sole representative from Moldova in this year's championships in the men's singles. And it's Steve Johnson who's taken the first 2 sets, 6-3, 6-3, after an hour and 14 minutes. And here he is starting off serving at the start of the third.
Love 15. Love 30.
I know it may not seem like much, but this is an important set for Steve Johnson to try to get off the court as quick as possible. Because it only gets tougher from here.
Yes.
(15-30).
Yes, the winner of this match will play again on Friday. And the possibility of, if they get through to the fourth round, Ken Nishikori on Monday.
30-all.
Another beautiful serve from Steve Johnson right there. Great rhythm. Hitting his spot perfectly, hit both lines.
Mr. Albert is challenging the call.
Well, I did land on the line, but it was quite
Sideline,
clearly
the
to the
ball's called out.
side of the sideline.
(40-30). Mr. Albert has 2 challenges remaining.
It's a very good kick serve out wide.
Game, Johnson.
So Johnson 4 points
First
on the run
game,
from love 30 down. Good service hold for the American.
So Steve Johnson playing well there on that one. 6-3, 6-3. 1 love at the moment for him, as you can see. Packed the grounds here at SW19. Court number 2 right at the bottom, as is the hill. Everyone there watching Andy Murray's match on the big screen up on the side of court number 1. Really difficult to find any space to sit down. It's standing room only on Henman Hill, or I suppose Murray Mound, when Andy Murray's playing. They're all enjoying what has turned out to be an absolutely beautiful afternoon and early evening here at SW19. Still plenty of matches to come. Of course, Rafa Nadal is the next match on centre court up against Donald Young, the American left-hander. Battle of the left-handers on that court later after Andy Murray has finished. Early stages of that one, 2-all in the first set there, with Andy Murray serving the top seed and defending men's champion. Out on court number 1, just to tell you the score there. Again, early stages of a very long match before on that one as well. Kei Nishikori coming through it against Sergei Stakhovsky. What are they? They're enjoying some kayaking out there on the lake. I think that's just to the other side of the grounds here. Perfect day to be out on the water, escaping what is very, very hot conditions, about 30, 32 degrees Celsius at the moment. So just to run you through those scores as well, Wang up against Williams on court number 1, 1-all at the moment in the early stages of that one. Williams serving 1-all. And as Rob was telling us earlier, Florian Mayer, the German, is playing Marin Cilic, the number 7 seed on court number 2. Cilic having taken the first set 7-6, 6-4 in the second as well. An hour and 37 they've been on court, and in the early stages of the third, 2-1 to Meyer still on server. The match we were showing some action from a little while ago, about 45 minutes ago. Jerzy Janowicz against Luca Pouille. Could be an upset brewing in that one. Number 14 seed Pouille has lost the first set. It was an epic. It's always tough to break Janowicz's serve, and he wasn't able to. It went to a tie-break. Janowicz was able to win it 7-4 in the break. There are also plenty of doubles matches taking place. Today was the first day for the doubles tournament. They don't play on Monday and Tuesday because the draws are slightly smaller. Only 64 pairs in the doubles draw rather than 128 players in both the men's and ladies singles. So doubles matches taking place behind us. We're high above court number 14, where Montero is playing Kachanov. It's gone to a 4th set, and the doubles are playing on 15, 16 and 17. So if you are inside the grounds, you enjoy watching some doubles tennis, loads of great matches for you to enjoy. Court number 3, just to your right, of your screen there. That balcony that you can see on the left is actually where the players' restaurant is. So when the players have finished their matches or before they take out to court, if they want to get a meal, that's where they'll go. So you'll often, if you're star spotting, you can sit there and look up and see some famous players and coaches there watching. I'm just trying to check who that is there, but that is definitely Jurtjenovic, the man I was just talking about, against Luca Pouille in his match on court 3 at the moment. He's taken the first set, a bit of an epic on a tiebreak, 7-6, and we can join it for the first game in the second set.
Time.
It's a long way to go, though.
Sit quickly, please. Thank you.
I still think Pouille is going to find a way to break serve here.
Second set. Jurtjenovic to serve.
So Pouille set down, having not really done too much wrong in the opening set. Jurtjenovic to start the second.
Law 15. All.
It's the players' restaurant. Get to look down on court 3. Of course, this used to be court 2, didn't it?
Light, first service.
It used to be known as the graveyard court, didn't it? Yeah, John, has that stayed for court 3 or has it switched over to the new court 2?
I don't think we've had enough upsets yet on either of those two courts. One of them will get that name at some stage, I'm sure.
Light, first service.
Yeah. 15. Flat forehand from Jurtjenovic to make that very difficult for Pouille.
It's tough when he does this because he hits the drop set and then moves in behind it and he blankets the net. He's so wide, he's got such a good wingspan. There's not much room to aim there. He can stretch out, he could have got that if it had gone in. You can lob, but it's not easy getting over him if you're a giraffe.
Mr. Puig is on the court at the right baseline. The ball
with a lot of conviction. Both players moving to change ends. That's why that wasn't much conviction there. A couple of inches long.
Game, Janovic.
And
First game, second set. Mr. Puig has 2 challenges remaining.
All white clothing has been worn at Wimbledon since the tournament began in 1877. Since then, styles have changed and evolved. But to us, the all-white rule isn't just about fashion, it's about letting the tennis and the players stand out. Everyone who steps on a Wimbledon court, from reigning champion through to qualifier, does so wearing white. That's a great leveller. If a player wants to get noticed, they need to do so through their play. That's a tradition we're rather proud of.
Okay, San, you made your Wimbledon debut in 2005. Do you remember who you played in your first match?
Fabrice Santoro.
And the score?
4 sets.
Yes. A win at Wimbledon, though, this year, or any time, would give you a career Grand Slam. Only 5 players in the modern era have achieved that feat. Can you name them?
Roger, Rafa, Novak, Agassi.
Yes.
And Rod Laver.
Yes. I'm impressed. You have an 18-12 match record here at Wimbledon. You've won 66 sets. How many winners do you think you've hit? And I can give you 3 options. 783, 833, or 933 winners.
800.
No, 933. All right, you've served 388 aces at Wimbledon. Your fastest ever serve came in 2015. What was the speed? 3 options. 127, 137, or 142 miles per hour.
37, 137.
Correct. You remember that?
No, but I know it cannot be 41 and it cannot be 27, so...
There you go. You've played a number of epic matches here, 5 five-setters at Wimbledon. Your longest one was 3 hours and 57 minutes. Do you remember who it was against?
Gasquet or Karlovic?
Neither.
No, wait, so then wait, no. Andy Murray.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was the longest.
In 2009?
Yeah.
If someone who's never been to the championships asks you what it's like coming to Wimbledon and playing here, what would you say?
It's special for sure. I think you really feel the story of the tennis here. The fact that it's grass, the atmosphere is really quiet, and that's something really strange for a Grand Slam, but good.
Polite British crowd, you see. Last question. We see that you've obviously got a special symbol on your racket for your Grand Slam wins at the Australian, the French and the US. If you were to win Wimbledon, what symbol would you add for this one?
I don't think about that before winning. I prefer always after, but I think in London you have many options like Big Ben or different things.
That's a good one.
Yes.
I like it. Best of luck in the championships.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see my team, but I don't know which round it was. Yes, so I'm serving against Venus. That was the semi-final. So yeah, I remember the match. It was very good from both of us. It was the match point, yeah. I remember I remember the feeling when I won against her, and I knew that I'm in my first Wimbledon final, so I will never forget it. It was really emotions for me. I mean, it was really special to playing and winning on the amazing center court with all the fans. They are cheering for you, and it was great. I mean, the feeling to know you are in your first Grand Slam final here in Wimbledon, of course.
Welcome back to the top of court 2, where over my shoulder on court 12, Fabio Fognini has just doubled his advantage over Jiri Vesely. Remember, he took the first set 7-6 on a tiebreak, but he's made very good work in the second set. He won that opportunity to take it to a 2-set advantage to love. Fabio Fognini, quarterfinalist at the French back in 2011. 2 sets up, 1 set away from a meeting in the third round against either Andy Murray or Dustin Brown. At the moment, Murray is 4-3 up. Dustin Brown serving 15-30 down, but no break of serve yet. But that isn't the case on 12. And Fognini, who won the Australian Open doubles with Bolelli back in 2015, is a class act. Bolelli, incidentally, lost earlier today to Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Tsonga making quick work of that match. Fognini is a baseline performer, whereas his opponent, Jiri Vesely, who now has a really tough job to come back into this match, a left-hander, a big server. Vesely will believe he's still got a chance in this one. He went to 5 sets against Burdick last year, making the 4th round, and made the 3rd round in 2014. But this is going to be a tough ask for the man from the Czech Republic, who I think lives in the Middle East now. Fognini's got the louder of the supporters in the crowd. He's bidding to make the 3rd round here for the 3rd time. He's made it through previously in 2010 and 2014. He's married to Flavia Pennetta, who was a surprise winner of the US Open in 2015. And you may just be able to hear some applause there because Florian Mayer has just got a break of serve. Remember, he trails 2 sets to love against Marin Cilic, the number 7 seed, but he's just got a break. Mayer 4-2 up in the 3rd, so maybe there's a little bit of life left in that match yet. So, Fognini coming out, and we'll hope to put an immediate challenge on the left-handed serve of Jiri Vesely. Vesely 2 sets to love down. So Vesely taking the first point of the 3rd set. They've been playing for 1 hour and 32 minutes. And I know you've heard this before here on the Wimbledon channel. The heat cannot be underestimated today. It is absolutely boiling. For spectators, commentators and players alike. A few unforced errors have crept into Vesely's game as Fognini has begun turning the screw, and there was another. (15-all).
15.
Fognini just remonstrating with himself there, felt that was an opportunity missed. Shaking his head. He can sense blood here, he wants to finish the job. Exhibition tennis from both men. Oh, what a rally. Oh, my goodness me. Just long there from Vesely. A superb rally, and the crowd are showing their appreciation to both men.
30-all.
Beautiful drop shot from Vesely, the left-hander. Fognini stayed in the rally and forced the error from the man from the Czech Republic. And there's a fist pump from Fognini down the line with that backhand, and he has break point would be the perfect start to the third set for the Italian. Vesely in a bit of trouble here. Vesely trying the drop shot a couple of times. Fognini just on with that one. Deuce. Andy Murray, incidentally, has taken the first set in that match against Dustin Brown. The winner of that one will play the winner of this one.
Advantage Fognini.
Another break point for Fognini. Wasn't sure whether Vesely might temporarily think about challenging a bit early in the set to use up one of your three. Bit of a roar there from Fabio Fognini. He is turning the screw, having taken the first on a tiebreak and the second 6-4. He now has a break right at the start of the third set. And just to confirm, Andy Murray took the first set on centre, 6-3. And a quick update here. Marin Cilic just walking out to his baseline. He is serving to stay in this third set. Remember, he took the first 7-6, the second 6-4, but it's Mayer who is a break up towards the end of this set. So Cilic thought he was going to wrap this up in 3 straight sets, but Mayer is giving him a little bit to think about here, because even if Cilic holds, he'll have an opportunity to serve for this third set and take us into a fourth. Plenty more drama to come here on 12-2. Mayer hanging on just, but Fognini is turning the screw against Vesely. Is it going to be his name on the sheet to play Andy Murray? Murray 1 set up against Dustin Brown. It's just bubbling up nicely here at Wimbledon towards the climax of day 3, isn't it?
Thanks, Rob. I hope you're okay, but it's absolutely scorching out here at Wimbledon this afternoon. As you can see, Andy Murray has got an ice towel around his neck. He's actually just won the first set on centre court, 6-3 against, Dustin Brown, the German Rastafarian, I think is fair to call him. He's got a German father, I believe, a Jamaican mother. He chose to represent Germany, and he has got a huge fan base at Wimbledon after he sent Rafael Nadal crashing out of this tournament in the second round 2 years ago. 2 years prior to that, he did the same to Leighton Hewitt. He's got this incredible game, Mark, that is just so unpredictable. I watched the opening few games in this first set, and you can see Murray was, kind of a bit off his foot to begin with, because you just don't know what he's going to do next.
Yeah, I think I would call him the human highlight reel. He'll have some amazing points. It's kind of one of those guys where you grab your popcorn, you go and sit down and you watch and enjoy. He'll play some amazing shots, but shots that you never play. I mean, the percentage on it, it's just, I don't even know if you even practice them, but he actually makes them, but then he can hit some bad ones too. But he's a very unorthodox kind of player, and not an easy player to play against when there's someone like that, especially when you don't know what's going to come next. So it's very hard to keep the concentration, your focus, and worry about your game.
There's a little bit of, sometimes it looks like a little bit of a laissez-faire approach, but he manages to pull off some shots. He approaches them, though, in the manner that you don't often see in professional tennis.
Yeah, he's incredibly relaxed. He's a great natural athlete. He's incredibly fast around the court, and moves really well. But when he's there to hit the ball, he just makes very unique decisions as far as his execution goes.
Andy Murray has made the third round every single year that he's played here at the Wimbledon Championship, so he's hoping to maintain that streak today. Meanwhile, Dustin Brown, I spoke about him as a little bit of a journeyman with Mats Wilander earlier on today, and he actually managed to break what was a 4-match losing streak at the Grand Slams by winning his opening round encounter here over João Sousa from Portugal. That was a great match in itself. Match wins, each one, you can't deny how big they are for a player like Dustin Brown. Every single round you progress through. For some players like an Andy Murray, it might be expected, but for a player like Dustin Brown, it's a huge accomplishment just to step through each time.
Absolutely. You're not only talking about points. Obviously, there's a lot of points in stake in Grand Slams, but also a lot of prize money, and makes a huge difference. This is the guy that you mentioned, an absolute journeyman who I think I've heard years ago used to actually live in his van, traveling, playing tournaments in his van. And I love hearing stuff like that. I love that. And this is a guy that doesn't take things for granted. You know, there's plenty of highlights out there with him, but he's hungry. He wants to. You know, he believes that he's got a chance out there, as he should. Every player should feel that way.
Yeah, VW camper van, I think it was, that he lived in for a while. He's such a nice guy, I have to say. He's really nice. He's always been very accommodating to the fans and the media when he has here at Wimbledon. Well, just look at this view behind us. It's an absolutely sun-drenched afternoon at the All England Club. We've got plenty of play in action. Doubles out on court today as well, so you might see some familiar faces from singles. You might actually see some other players that you're not used to. In fact, this court right behind us is an interesting one because it's Kyle Edmund, of course, Britain's hope, who made it through to the second round after his win yesterday for the first time in his Wimbledon career. He's playing Yao Sosa, who'd already beat in his first round. So you do find some interesting pairings. Were you a fan of playing doubles?
I was. I love playing doubles. It's a great way to practice for your singles. I mean, obviously you want to do well in the doubles, but being a singles player, I use doubles as just a great opportunity because it's still match conditions, but it's an opportunity to work on certain things that I was trying to work on off the court, and especially for my singles matches. And winning doubles matches does give you confidence for the singles. There's a lot of guys who've had average kind of singles careers and done really well in their doubles, and all of a sudden they've had a great couple of years and ended up really boosting their singles ranking. It can make a big difference.
Yeah, I was speaking to Van Kjotevang about that yesterday, but just take a look at this view. This is, I guess we've got to call it Murray's Mound right now because he's playing, of course, traditionally known as Henman Hill. There is not a patch of grass on there practically, and I tell you, it's pretty much 30 degrees here today. That's well into the 80s if you're in Fahrenheit. They've had an absolute belter of a match already because Joe Konta played for over 3 hours, winning in 3 sets, 10-8 in the third against Donna Vekic. That was an incredible start to the day on centre court. Murray is now on, and of course everyone watching with anticipation as he tries to make it through to the third round here for another successive year. Our Rachel Stringer has been amongst it all on the hill, so let's send it out to her now. Rachel?
Henman Hill is packed behind me, and that can only mean one thing, that a British person is playing, and the British person today is Andy Murray. He's currently playing on centre court, and these three have just come off a massively packed Henman Hill. How was it in there? It's hot out here, isn't it?
It's hot and it's crowded, but it's good vibes, you know. It's a very nice view, nice weather, it's all good.
And what are we calling it these days, guys? Are we calling it Murray's Mound? Are we calling it Henman's Hill? Or someone on Twitter just said, is it Konta's Kilimanjaro because it's that busy?
I think it's Murray Mound, but Konta's Kilimanjaro is a pretty top name. So.
Bit of a mouthful.
Do you think Konta's Kilimanjaro could stick?
No.
Okay, honest as ever over there. Guys, how has today been? It is hot. How are you kind of trying to stay out of the sun, trying to keep a bit cool?
I mean, I've given up. I'm just hydrating with Pims. Need to get some water realistically, but we'll see, we'll see.
And you've just left Henman's Hill, I'm going to call it for now. Why?
Well, these two are off to go see their game, and I'm heading home now. So.
What game are you off to see?
Venus on court 1.
So you've got tickets for court 1, but you're still down here in Henman Hill?
Yeah, yes, poor form really, but sometimes, you know, got to be patriotic in that. Yeah, mix it up.
And apart from going to see Venus in there, what else are you going to do today at Wimbledon?
Buy some merch, strawberries, and that's pretty much it. Just stay chill.
Well, a pretty typical day at Wimbledon. Merch, strawberries, Henman Hill, Venus Williams. What more could you want?
Exactly, it's perfect.
Perfect. Go and enjoy the rest of your perfect day, guys. Thank you.
There are huge expectations. Even though you've done it before, you're thinking anything can happen. Everyone wants to do the best they can. So you have to practice all the time, every week, pretty much every day to get everything perfect. Everything's kind of exaggerated when you're on court. Just before they serve, the noise just drops completely. It's really nerve-wracking. You can just feel your heart pounding. There's a huge amount of pressure out there. To maintain your composure in the face of everything that's going on, it's difficult. It's all about presenting yourself in the right way and being the best that you can be.
Well, welcome along to the Wimbledon channel. If you're just joining us, you can watch live coverage on BBC or ESPN. This crowd are enjoying a Murray encounter with a man known as Dreddy, Dustin Brown. He's got enormously long dreadlocks. He's always had them. It's kind of his signature style. And Murray took the first set 6-3. He's hoping to progress through to the third round for yet another year here. Dustin Brown, though, is not shy, I should say, of a big upset. He's caused one previously against Rafael Nadal. That was in the second round 2 years ago in 2015. He beat Leighton Hewitt 2 years prior to that as well. He definitely has a fan base at the All England Club here. And it seems, Mark, as though his best tennis and his best form comes out on the grass.
Oh, absolutely. He's a guy who plays as much as he can on the grass. I know there's some couple of challenges before that, and he gets out on the first event on the grass, and then he's always very deadly out here.
Well, other than what's going on there right now, let's speak a little bit about what happened yesterday, because unfortunately, I don't think there'll be many people on centre court today who were on centre court yesterday. It was a very disappointing day for people that did have tickets, because we saw those back-to-back retirements, which is actually very rare. Of course, Martin Klizan, who was playing with Novak Djokovic, retired just after a set. We then saw Alexander Dolgopolov do exactly that in the following match with Roger Federer. There was a little bit of speculation afterwards about whether or not the Slam should adopt the rule that is in place on the ATP World Tour regarding prize money and when to pull out of matches if you're injured. What's your opinion?
Look, to be honest, I would agree.
That they should adopt the rule here?
Look, I know for a fact, I won't name names, but there is a person I asked last year, a player who was playing when I was playing, and I just said, hey, good to see you, how you feeling, how's the body? And he goes, not feeling that great. I'm like, well, you're playing? He goes, yeah, he ended up playing singles, doubles and mixed doubles, and pocketed maybe 50, 60,000, and he left and lost first round every single one, and he was injured. So I know for a fact that happens, and it's very unfortunate, especially at Wimbledon, when you've got, number one, you've got people who have lined up for a centre court ticket. Number two, that people have gone on a holiday and it's their only time, and all of a sudden they've paid for a centre court day before they continue on for their holiday. And number three, you've got lucky losers who are waiting in the locker room who would chew their arm off for a chance to get on that court. And these guys are injured before they start on the court because they want to collect that first round prize money, and every year it's just going up and up. And they collect that first round prize money and go home. It's not the first time it's happened. There are two back-to-back. It happens in the Australian Open, it happens in the US Open. There's a handful of them every single Grand Slam now for the past few years.
So what do you think is the solution?
Look, honestly, this, I don't know what the solution might be. It's, these guys are seeing the trainers before they play, then the doctors. The doctors and trainers are giving their opinion. Of course, at the end of the day, it's up to the player to think, is he strong enough, is he fit enough to go on the court? And they know they can't, but like I said, I think it's just there for the prize money. But what exactly should be done, I don't know. But I think there's certain guys that they're already injured and they've been injured in the event before this that I think maybe should be keeping an eye on.
Right.
And look, if you're hurt and you've got to play all the way through, unless something happens during the match that you end up getting incredibly unlucky and you're in an incredible amount of pain. But if you're sore and there's something bothering you before the match, I mean, I just feel like they're just playing enough where it's a set and they're ready to quit after that. And look, I don't want to say anything. It's easy to say something, by just sitting back and watching. But there's just so much of that, and I can understand the frustration for players that are lucky losers waiting to go on, and fans who are paying a lot of money. They work hard for their money and they want to see their champions play, the matches on the centre court.
But if they did adopt the rule that is currently in place on the ATP World Tour, would that necessarily fix the solution? It means that they could pull out of the match before it starts and still receive their first round or whatever round prize money it is, and the lucky loser comes in. First round, say. So they would still collect the prize money. It's just a match would still take place and it wouldn't be a disappointment for the people watching.
Yeah, but I personally don't agree.
Right,
because they're still winning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
exactly.
The only reason they're playing in the first place, I believe, in certain situations is because of that prize money. So if you're letting them get away with not even playing but still picking up the prize money, I don't see how that's fair, or beneficial, or it helps the matter in the first place. But I don't know what the solution is.
Right.
But I'm not a big fan of that.
No,
option.
I can understand. And, you know, actually frustrating for the likes of Djokovic and Federer yesterday as well, probably wanting to get a little bit more match practice under their belt. They both just played a set.
And then you see matches out here with incredible matches and guys battling for 4 hours, almost 5 hours in the 5th set, and and they're receiving the same prize money as someone who just wanted to walk on and play a set and shake hands to get that first round check. So there's so many different ways of looking at it. Yes, that's sports, I understand. But something has to be done. But it's such a fine line, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how injured are they? We don't really know. Only the player knows himself. So.
Well, it's one of those unanswered questions, isn't it? Just
absolutely.
One of those things we have to deal with in professional sports. We'll see if the Slams do make an adjustment to that ruling in years to come. It's certainly not in place at this year's Wimbledon Championships. We'll check in now once again with Craig O'Shaughnessy.
All right, well, you will forgive Craig O'Shaughnessy if there's a little sweat on that brow because he's made his way from center court onto the broadcast roof. You were just in the players' box for Dustin Brown, watching that first set. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was a very good set for Andy Murray. Dustin was always a little bit behind in that set. I thought there was, Dustin hit so many drop shots. You're watching this at home, it's like, holy cow, how many drop shots can be hit in a match? Well, I said in the preview, we could have 50, and I felt like we had 50 in the first 4 games. It's a little bit that Dustin needs to play more regular style points. He needs to stay in the rally with Andy. Andy's not doing anything from the back of the court. He's making balls. I mean, basically at this point in time, Andy's saying, I'm going to put every ball in play that I can, and if an opportunity presents itself to go for a winner, I'm going to do that. But Dustin, I'd like to see 75% regular points.
Okay.
And 25% circus, and it feels like it's flipped a little bit in the first set.
Craig, you're asking Dustin Brown to play less circus. Come on now.
Well, you know what? It's difficult. You don't want to overdo it. That's a big problem. You don't want to overdo the drop shots. A drop shot is a great secondary tactic that is a surprise tactic, and if you're doing it all the time, it removes the surprise.
Okay, well, let's dive in here. We'll go to Craig's home base and look at some stats here. What are these numbers telling? What really jumps out to me first, Craig, is one unforced error from Andy Murray.
Yeah, Andy's not going for anything, and rightly so. He doesn't need to go for anything. He needs to put the ball back deep in the middle, let Dustin kind of go for it a lot and hit himself out with a lot of these rallies, and too often that's exactly what's happening. So the one unforced error, when you sit on the side of the court, it felt exactly like that. And sometimes, you watch a match and you come and watch the stats and like, wow, that feels different, but that felt exactly like what I saw.
Okay, all right. So can we talk about a couple more of these key numbers for you out there you were seeing courtside?
Well, Dustin had an opportunity at 2-all, 30-all to generate a break point. And we see over here, so far, he has not generated one break point. Andy is 1 of 4. These are the big moments in time, the key moments. And at that 2-all, 30-all point, it was a good return. And Dustin had a backhand in the middle of the court. And it's like, you know what? Go big. Hit the ball big down the middle, the ball sitting nice and easy. And then you'll probably get a short ball that you can move in. And as you lean on that ball, Andy may lean off it, moving back to play defense, and it'll be a good time to hit a drop shot. In that moment, he was a little bit more on the back foot and hit the drop shot, lost the point. I think that was a really big moment in time that he overdid the drop shot from behind the baseline.
Perhaps his only opportunity, as you're pointing out, for him to break in the first set because he had that chance at 30-all. But let's watch some of this vision, shall we?
Yeah, here we go. We've got Dustin serving. He's hit a lot of those wide slice serves into the net in this match. He's just above 50% in first serves made, and there's just way too many serves going into the net. And we're seeing this a lot. And he gets away with this one, but there's too many first shot drop shots. I'd like to see him go deeper, 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 then go for the drop shot.
Let me pause right here. What did Dustin do against Rafael Nadal so well a couple years ago that allowed him to win that match that we're not quite seeing yet today?
Great question. And it's the mix. It's the mix of when you go big, when you go hard, and then when you go soft and when you go short. And I just think, maybe it's nerves. Hopefully we get to talk to Dustin up here afterwards, but he's just overdoing. The mix is not quite right. It's too prime to the front of the court. Just go big, play a couple of normal shots. Andy's going to miss a couple of balls.
Only a couple, though. He's Andy Murray, right?
Only a couple.
Let's play this vision again here, Craig, and what else do we see?
Yeah,
another dropper there,
exactly.
But that time he gets himself in trouble. Andy Murray's so fast.
He is, and those kind of points like that, Dustin needs to win. Good first serve, and again, that could be a really normal ball. He gets away with a net cord there, so extremely lucky on that point.
Again here, the serve from Brown. Nice serve into the body there.
There's a regular point. That's nice. He builds it, comes forward.
Oh, but then he ends up, Andy Murray's so good, especially from the backcourt into the front court.
Well, Andy knew it's coming. You don't have to, it's just one after another after
another. And that's too casual, right?
Yeah, it was a look away with Andy running off the court that didn't need to be a look away.
Here's your key point. 2-all, 30-all, Craig.
Right there. That needs to be hit. Look how high that ball is.
Andy Murray on it. Easy.
Andy grabbed a Pimm's on the way up, maybe a water as well.
Can he grab me one too?
He had some strawberries and he had a sausage with mustard and all the condiments. Lovely. I'm a big fan of onions on it. He had all day to do whatever he wanted. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That ball there from Dustin needed to be hit cross court.
Well, and I'm also seeing flat-footed there, right?
Yeah, he doesn't know what Andy's going to do, and we're seeing Andy in this situation. He has all day. He's got options. He's got there. He's got there, he can go drop shot, and this is the problem when you overdo the drop shot. I love the drop shot. I think Dustin should be drop shotting, Andy should be drop shotting, but it's just been done too much.
All right, so we play that out. That was the key point, and you can see Dustin Brown turning up to the box, turning up to you guys saying, gosh, maybe that was an opportunity gone, and then from there, Andy Murray really had this. Again, too casual. Too much highlight reel tennis.
Yeah. And I felt like this at times when he was playing Rafa, a very similar kind of deal. And in that match, he got the mix right. So there's a regular backhand. There's a great forehand. You get the right ball. That should have gone to the open court. And now we've got all this craziness. Nice lob, Andy. That's not good enough. That's a drop shot. Overhead.
Some strange points here.
Yeah. And he finally gets away with it.
Oh, the crowd obviously loves that, but again, just kind of junky points, right?
I'm not a fan of the drop shot overhead. I can tell you that right now.
We see.
It's just too high.
Yeah, yep.
And when you get beaten with that, doesn't feel good.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and Andy Murray, I mean, we don't talk about the speed that much from Rafael Nadal, but Andy Murray is faster than Rafael Nadal, so he's going to get in trouble playing those kind of points, right?
Well, the big difference that it feels like watching the first set is that what Dustin did against Rafa is he hit a lot of really hard balls, which pushed Rafa back and made him feel, I need time and space to move back to handle that power. Then all of a sudden, then the drop shot came.
Right.
In this match, it's flipped. The drop shot's coming, Andy's all over it, and Dustin hasn't prepped that strategy with those hard balls first.
All right, he's down a break now again in the second set. What does he have to do to turn it around?
He needs to go back a little bit more to regular tennis. Now, in the serve statistics, we have them there where Andy's serving. So in the deuce court, and this is tournament to date so far, when Andy's serving in the deuce court, he served 22 serves down the center in the deuce court, 1 at the body and only 6 out wide, which is up to probably 1 service game to go. So Dustin needs to sit on that. That'll be a backhand return for him. He needs to go middle to Murray's forehand. Murray's got such an incredibly good blocking backhand as a serve +1, so I'd like to see Dustin go a little bit more there. In the ad court, Andy's going 18 times down the middle, 0 at the body and 10 out wide. So Dustin sits on the middle, so plays a little bit more regular tennis, plays harder through the middle of the court, probably to Andy's forehand. Then sprinkle in some front of the court drop shots. Don't overdo it.
Well, what Dustin Brown needs is that Wimbledon channel feed in center court right now to have heard Craig O'Shaughnessy's advice there. Great breakdown there. We're going to head out now to the number 3 court and Rob Walker.
Well, we're still overlooking court 2. You're watching images from court 12, where Fabio Fognini has indeed just finished his victory against Jiri Vesely. 3 straight sets, 7-6, 6-4, 6-2. Remember, Vesely lost the opening game of this third set, and from there, Fognini really turned the screw. And for the third time, he has now made the third round here at Wimbledon. His previous 2 2010, 2014. And Jiri Vesely, who made the 4th round last year, had that epic against Thomas Burdick. He has already departed show court 12 as Fognini changes his shirt and he prepares to depart the court and do a whole array of media interviews. There was a lot of support for the Italian in the crowd, and I'm sure he will stop for a few autographs before doing the guard of honour walk back to the locker room. Comprehensive victory for Fognini in the end, so he will play the winner of Andy Murray and Dustin Brown. And of course, at the moment, Murray is in a very commanding position on centre court, having taken the first 6-3, and he's a break-up in the second. So, Fabio Fognini, former quarter-finalist of the French, is into the 3rd round here at Wimbledon. And just to let you know, we've got Petra Kvitova. She was one of those matches where she was waiting to be placed on a court. It will be Kvitova here on court 2, because we were fully expecting Florian Mayer to serve out the 3rd set. He had done so well to give himself an opportunity against Marin Cilic, but Cilic, with 2 consecutive breaks, has finished the match. I think it was 2 hours, 12 minutes. Cilic taking the 3rd set, 7-5. He's just departed to huge applause. A few people have disappeared here, but they will be returning for Madison Brengel against Petra Kvitova. Marin Cilic has gone through 7-6, 6-4, 7-5. He'll play the winner of Steve Johnson or Radu Albert. Steve Johnson is doing what Tony Hawks did in his book, playing the Moldovans at tennis. The last time I looked, he'd taken the first 2 sets, 6-3, 6-3. So it looks as though it could well be Steve Johnson against Marin Cilic. Fognini making quick work of his match against Vesely, and the crowd who have stayed here on court 2 will get a chance to watch Petra Kvitova very soon. No sign of the 2 women out here just yet. Beautiful early evening sunshine, Cara, and there is one more match to come on 2. But as far as the 2 matches you were watching me update on earlier, Cilic through, Fognini through, and he'll be hoping perhaps that Dustin Brown mounts a huge comeback on centre court. But come what may, the Italians into the 3rd round at Wimbledon for the 3rd time.
All right, Rob, well, we're taking you into number 1 court now, where this lady has actually taken the first set over Venus Williams. It's Qiang Wang. She is world number 55 from China, playing Venus Williams, ranked number 11. And Venus actually marked us up in the opening set, was she not? 4-2?
Yeah, she was up 4-2, and Wang came back and won the next four games straight. So that was a great comeback from her.
You know Peter McNamara well, spoke to him recently. He's coaching Wang now, is he?
He's coaching Wang now. I asked him about it. He said she's a great player, very talented player, and climbing very quickly on the rankings. And there's a lot of talented girls coming from China at the moment. And he said she's got a good, solid game. And she looks like a great athlete, too.
Well, this is only her 3rd Wimbledon. She's actually never made it past the first round, so she's already progressed further than she has in her Wimbledon career. Now, she's playing a lady who we all know very well. She's a 5-time champion. She's been through the ringer, I think it's fair to say, the last 2 weeks. This horrible story of this car accident that happened on the 9th of June, and of course 2 weeks later we find out that the older gentleman ended up passing away. He was injured in the car crash, but she only found out that news after she'd already travelled over here for Wimbledon. A very difficult thing mentally to try and deal with when you're out on the tennis court.
Oh gosh, absolutely. You know, sporting is tough enough to be focused and worrying about yourself and your opponent, and having something like that to be able to try and somehow block and focus on your match is incredible. I couldn't begin to think of how she's doing that, but I mean, she's a champion. She's trying to do her thing and stay focused. It's definitely not easy.
She was asked about that in her press conference after her opening round. She actually broke down in tears in the media room. It's tough to see anyone going through that. In a funny way, does it take her mind off the tennis a little bit and free her up on the court in a weird kind of way? It's hard to know.
It's tough to know. It's tough to say. I don't know how much that would free her on the court. You know, like I said, having your mind free or clear, so you're focusing on your match. And normally, sometimes during matches, certain things will come into your mind. I would imagine that would be sneaking in her mind at times. I don't know, but I mean, she's doing an incredible job to try and stay focused and do, come and do what she has to do.
Yeah, it's a difficult position. I think we all feel for her, for the family involved, and everyone in what is really a truly tragic story. Well, there are plenty of other people out on court here today. People have already completed matches as well, including a British hope in the name of Bedene. He joins us now up on the roof. We'll send it to Nick.
All right, well, there's actually only one British man into the third round so far. We're waiting to see if there will be more, but Aljaž Bedene, congratulations, your first time into the third round. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. Yeah, I mean, played a friend, which is never easy, won in 4 sets. I mean, especially after a match, a 5-setter against Karlovic. I think it was 4 hours and a half. My legs were heavy today, but you know, did my best and won in 4, so it feels good.
Yeah, well done. If we take a look here at the British guys, obviously making note of you right there into the third round. These are the guys still remaining. Andy Murray obviously on court, and then Kyle Edmund will play tomorrow. What's it like for you now? This is your 3rd Wimbledon, I think, under the British flag. Does it feel more and more like your home slam?
It does feel, yeah. I mean, the first match was on court 3. Today, the same on court 3. The crowd was behind me, and I think they helped me quite a lot. And today and 2 days ago, because especially today I was feeling tired, but then they kept me going, and I mean, that always helps.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about a couple days ago, it really was a fight for you. Talk me through this match a little bit. Before we came on camera, you were telling me you had a hard time going to sleep that night because of your heart, I think, probably pumping out of your chest after that win.
Well, the thing is, we finished quite late, and it was 4 hours and a half. When you play a guy like Karlovic, you always have to stay focused. And in that match, I haven't lost a single service game, and so obviously I was very focused. And after I won, obviously you can see,
yeah, a little bit happy there, right?
Very pumped.
As you should be.
Yeah, and yeah, I went to sleep, and I tried to sleep, I think, around 1 o'clock, and it was a nightmare. I mean, I tried to do everything from meditation to all different songs, but nothing worked. So I had a really bad night of sleep. But somehow I recovered and was able to play today.
Tell me about the British support out there. I think the crowd obviously got behind you this match. No breaks of serve until you got that final break at 8-6 in the 5th. Was that sort of the atmosphere that you dream of as a tennis player?
I mean, just before I broke him, I got goosebumps because everyone was clapping. And it was really, really good atmosphere, and I was enjoying it so much. And I'm really happy I got through this one because it wasn't easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, into the third round of Wimbledon for the first time. We were looking through your social media a little bit, and I loved this one because here's you doing some stretching, but also watching tennis. You guys play so much tennis. You're around it all the time. How much are you actually watching tennis when you're off the court?
Not too often,
no?
But yeah, Gael Monfils is always fun to watch.
Yes?
I do watch a few players. But I mean, overall, I don't watch too much tennis, and that's quite bad stretching. So,
yeah, French Open, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now tell me a little bit about this moment. This was in April, I think, at a Challenger event. You win the Challenger, one of your 3 Challenger titles this year, and then Andy Murray was there along with Patrick Mouratoglou, like tennis royalty for this event.
Yeah. Well, Andy was there the whole week. He was practicing.
Yeah.
And at the end he gave us, me and Benoit, trophies, which was quite a nice touch to the end of the perfect week, really, because I played a good tennis there, didn't lose a set.
Wow.
So, I mean, it was a good week, and Andy was there, so made it even better.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you're obviously trying to make it in your career, but your girlfriend's trying to make it. You were just telling me she's back home in Slovenia working on a singing career, right?
Yeah, she's back home in Slovenia, and yeah, she's just starting because she was from, I think she was 14 when she started her career in a group, pop group band, and she continued it till 18. And she stopped for a little while, and yeah, but she's back on again. So I'm hoping, we're hoping it's going to be good.
Are you doing any backup singing or backup dancing?
I can't sing or dance. Really bad at both.
Is this Barcelona?
This is in Barcelona.
Yeah, I know that fountain. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she doesn't travel often with me.
Okay.
But yeah, this was really good. Nice week.
Yeah, very good. Well, let's take a look at your draw. You're into the third round at Wimbledon for the first time. and you've got Giles Mueller. So talk to me about that matchup. If we look at your head-to-head here, you guys played just a couple weeks ago, and this was a tight match.
Yeah, well, Gilles won that tournament, so I mean, obviously he loves grass. He's a big server, loves to play summer volley as well. Loves to dictate points. I mean, he's not an easy player to play, but I'm always trying to be focused on my game and see what happens, really. But I obviously know how it is to lose against him, but just trying to change that and win on Friday.
Now, you made the quarterfinals in Sahur-Gambash, but then you had to pull out of Queens with a wrist injury. So was that sort of a factor? Were you worried about that, the wrist coming into Wimbledon?
Yeah, I was really worried because I did an MRI and it didn't look too good. But together with my team, we did everything we could. So, I mean, at the moment it looks really good because it's almost perfect.
Yeah, very good. Well, the wrist has held up through that first round, second round. Would you like to guess if it's going to hold up? Who do you think is going to win this match between you and Giles Mueller?
Well, I would say I'm going to win.
You want to go ahead and click on your name? Just touch it with your finger. There it is, Aljaž Bedene. You saw it here first on the Wimbledon channel, predicting himself into the fourth round. We really appreciate you joining us. Let's now talk with Rob Walker. I think he's got a Wimbledon champion with him. We thank Aljaž Bedene.
Yes, thanks very much, Nick. So, what a treat for those who have stayed here on Show Court 2. Petra Kvitova against Madison Brengel. And the first point goes the way of the double Wimbledon champion. Straight sets victory for her first title against Sharapova in 2011, and then also beat Bouchard in straight sets 3 years later. Fabulous to see her back to health and fitness and on the court here at Wimbledon.
Net, second service.
Kvitova won her second tournament back from that injury in Birmingham, her 20th singles title.
$15.
Extensive surgery on that left wrist. Injuries caused by an intruder at her home. The entire tennis community so delighted to see her back on court where she belongs.
$15-13.
Lost in the second round of the French to Matic Sands. That was her return. She was aiming to come back in the summer, but felt so good in terms of the recovery to the wrist. She brought that comeback forward to the clay.
$15-14.
A little bit messy on this opening service game from Kvitova, who now faces 2 break points. Madison Brengel down the other end of the court. An emerging player. He's been in the top 100 for the last 3 years and made the 4th round of the Aussie Open 2 years ago. A little bit wild there from Kvitova, so Brengel does take the first game. The early break goes the way of the American. The 2-time Wimbledon champion Petra Kvitova just under a little bit of pressure after the opening game. We should find out a little bit more about her, because although the headlines have been dominated by the attacker in her home and her great recovery from that injury sustained in the attack, there's a lot more to Kvitova than just a brave comeback. She has been a brilliant addition to the women's tour for many, many years. Let's find out a few little more nuggets about the woman who conquered all here in 2011 and 2014.
going to start off easy, Petra. You are a two-time winner at the Wimbledon Championships. What years did you win, and who did you beat in the finals? And do you maybe remember the score?
So it was 2011. I beat Maria Sharapova in 2 sets. I think it was 6-3, 6-4.
Yep.
Good. Then 2014, I beat Eugenie Bouchard in the final. The score was 6-3, 6-love.
Correct. 1 out of 1. In 2014, you've actually only lost 1 set the entire tournament. Do you remember who that was against?
I think it was against Svetlana Pironkova, isn't it?
No.
Okay. Venus. Yeah, I do remember.
Correct. Your fastest serve ever here at Wimbledon was in 2011 at 113 miles per hour. But do you know how many aces you've served here in your career? And I've got 3 choices. 142, 152 or 162 aces.
I go in the middle because I have no other option. 152.
Well, 162.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
What a great serve. Your win at Wimbledon in 2011, of course, made you the 3rd Czech-born player to win the ladies' singles here. Who are the other 2?
It's Martina Navratilova, Jana Novotná, and I was the 3rd one.
There we go. And what about the men's? There's been 1 men's singles winner from the
Jan Kodesh.
Perfect. There have only been 3 female left-handed winners. You, of course, are one of them. Can you name the other 2?
Martina.
This is hard.
This is very hard.
Yeah. Anne Hayden-Jones won in 1969. Your longest match at Wimbledon is 2 hours and 39 minutes, actually twice in 2010 and 2012. Do you remember your opponents?
I think it was Kaja Kanepi, one of them. And then
Francesca
Schiavone. I don't even remember. I played her.
Last question. If you win the ladies' singles again this year, you will become a 3-time champion. Only 6 other female players have won here 6 times in the modern era.
You want to name them?
Yes.
So, I do. It's Venus, it's Serena, it's Martina, Steffi Graf, Chris Evert.
She's got 3 names.
Billie Jean King.
There you go.
I made it.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Good job.
Thank you.
Well done. Best of luck. It's great to see you back.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
For the first time today, I'm feeling quite tall. I'm only 5'2", but it's because earlier I was speaking to John Isner, and he's 6'10", but Hack of the Dog here from CBBC. You're only, what, how tall are you?
I'm 2'2".
2'2"?
Yeah.
So I feel tall. I feel like a giant right next to you, because 5'2", 2'2", I'm quite a lot taller, aren't I?
You're my hero, Rachel Stringo. Hey, have you ever met John Infidel?
Well, I've met someone called John Inverdale, if that's who you mean.
He's the tennis bloke, isn't he? Is that working? Do you know Andrew
working,
Castle?
yeah.
Do you know Andrew Castle?
I do, but probably not as well as you, because I know you're a bit of a hero around here, aren't you?
I am a local hero. Do you know they carry me shoulder high through the streets of Wigan sometimes?
Yeah, but we're not in
Sometimes
Wigan now.
I don't even ask them to.
We're in Wimbledon, not Wigan.
Wimbledon, that's where the Wombles are.
Yeah, but Wigan and Wimbledon are quite far away, so...
Wigan's nearer to my house, though.
Yes,
Is that on? Is that on?
It is on. Anyway, Hack of the Dog,
What?
what have you been doing today on day 3? Have you seen much? Have you been anywhere?
I've seen Claire Balding, and she, ironically, she isn't. And
No, she's not bald,
No, she's got
no.
loads of her. And I've seen some tennis. I've been in the lavatory. I've tried each toilet on every floor.
Why did you go in there when you can stay at Wimbledon? Look how beautiful it is.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. The weather gets me down a bit. I don't have any sweat glands, do you?
I do have sweat glands, but I'm not sweating, so...
I don't have sweat glands. I don't have sweat glands.
No, but talk about Wimbledon quickly. Who do you think's going to win this year?
Sue Barker.
No,
If she
she's not
pulls her
playing.
finger out. If she pulls her finger out, she could win this.
Anybody that's actually playing?
Annabelle Croft, she's good.
She's not playing either.
McEnroe.
No, you're out of time. Sorry, you're losing.
Who
Right,
are you?
anyway, Hack of the Dog. See you later. You don't
See
know
you
anything
later.
about tennis. Bye-bye.
Armageddon's not coming back.
No, it's not.
Well, Wimbledon is not Wimbledon without Hack of the Dog. He always makes an appearance somewhere or other. This is court number 12 we're taking you out to now. Match is just beginning to get underway. This is Alina Svitolina. She's playing Francesca Schiavone. Svitolina actually comes in ranked world number 5 in the WTA ranking. She's actually never made it past the second round in her Wimbledon career. She's been playing here since 2012, so this would be a career best for her if she could progress through. Against a veteran opponent, Mark, would you believe Schiavone is playing in her 18th consecutive Wimbledon? She's been here since 2000. She's made it to the quarterfinals before, though. Hasn't been in the best of form recently, but I suppose if you've had that experience going deep in a slam, you can always draw on it.
Absolutely. She's a tough opponent. She's not someone who's going to hurt herself. You're going to have to take her to and you know, she's ready to hit 20, 30, 40 shot rallies on every single point if that's what it takes. She's got a big heart. She's in incredible shape. So you know, Svitolina is having one of the best years of her career, and you know, this is you know, hopefully this is a breakout year for her here at Wimbledon.
Schiavone has announced this will be her last year on tour, so along with Tommy Haas retiring from the main circuit at the end of this calendar year. We'll have to see how they get on in Wimbledon. Let's join this one with a bit of commentary for now as they start proceedings on court number 12.
Oh, that's lovely. As soon as you realised that the slightly mishit return was going to be a very awkward one, moved into the net.
See that shot quite a lot today, that slice that will stay nice and low into the forehand side of Svitolina. You've got to expect the unexpected when you're playing against Schiavone. Trying the little drop shot off the return there.
Game, Miss Svitolina.
So Svitolina holds on to her opening service game on court number 12. Incredible form. Mark mentioned it so far this year. She's been in 4 finals on the WTA Tour. She's won all 4 of them, which is more than any other player on the female tour. So you would expect her to progress through here as well. But as we mentioned, Schiavone, a veteran really. This her 18th straight Wimbledon. It will be the last one of her professional career in terms of the main ladies draw at least. So this is the scene here, the live look this afternoon. It's absolutely packed because Andy Murray is on centre court. He's playing pretty well though. He's 2-1 up against Dustin Brown and he's 3-1 up a break in the third. So seemingly progressing without too much angst. It's been quite a day already. Joe Konta had an incredible 3-set match that concluded 10-8 in the third set against Donna Vekic. But right now we will leave the hill and check in on an all-French affair out on court number 14. This should be an interesting one. Pierre-Hubert, who actually got through after Kyrgios' retirement in the first round, is playing Benoit Paire, who is a typically good performer here on the grass. We will join this one for now with a quick bit of commentary.
Time.
Lovely touch.
15 love. Dirty love. Hey. 40 love. Game pair. 3 games all. First set.
So 3-all in the opening set between the two Frenchmen out on court number 14. We should have tennis for a long time into the evening because it's an absolutely perfect night here at the All England Club. Conditions might change a little bit tomorrow, but we will worry about that tomorrow. For now, we'll enjoy the sunshine just like everyone is here on what we must call Murray's Mound, as Murray is currently playing on centre court. As I said, he is 2 sets to love up, and he's a break-up in the 3rd set as well. I'm now delighted to be joined by a former Fed Cup player for Britain, the top 100 doubles player, Claire Curran. You've been a busy lady because I was listening to you on the radio at 9 o'clock this morning. So it's been a long day.
After being stuck in a traffic jam.
Yes.
It's been a long day, but it's been a really good day.
Hasn't it?
A really good day.
Felt this morning, looking at the order of play, there were so many good matches set for today. Which was the one that stood out to you the most so far?
Well, the one that I've enjoyed watching the most actually was Azarenka today. She was playing Vesnina on court 3 early on today, and it was really interesting because Vesnina made the semis last year. Yeah. Good grass court player, but she's never won a set off Azarenka. 14 sets to 0. So 7-0. So I was actually quite interested in this. I thought Vesnina probably had a bit of a chance. Yeah. Based on the fact that Azarenka's just coming back. But Azarenka was sublime. You'd think that she hadn't had a child 6 or 7 months ago. Just a very good performance, and it's interesting now because she now plays Heather Watson, the British lady. Exactly. You mentioned Vesnina because she came in as a seeded player. She's the 15th seed. Mentioned the semi-finals last year. She also won in Indian Wells earlier this year. So it's not like she hasn't lived up to the form that we saw from Elena at Wimbledon last year. But it seems as if Vika is kind of this dangerous dark horse in the competition because she's obviously taken some time out to become a mother and spend time with Leo and get back to match fitness. She's unseeded. No one really knows where her level is, and seemingly it's at a pretty high point. And as we just take a look at match point here, it's at a pretty high level, which means she could go dangerously far. Well, I mean, it's good for her, but she could be dangerous to opponents that she meets as she progresses through the draw. Yes, and she's got a totally different perspective on life after having baby Leo. She says that winning makes no difference. She's still going to be happy if she doesn't win a tennis match. And she played very well in this match. There was one lovely moment in the match, actually, where it was something I had never seen before happening here at Wimbledon, where Azarenka was just hitting some serves whilst Vesnina took an injury timeout. And she got the ball boys then, after hitting a number of serves, she got the ball boys involved in feeding her some balls as she hit these forehands and backhands in practice. And that's not an easy skill. So, big shout out to the Wimbledon ball kids today. They did a fantastic job. That's great, 3. And keeping her warm while a player's off taking a comfort break, which we know sometimes can be a bit of a distraction if you were the one with the momentum. It'll be really interesting to see how far Azarenka goes because she's a former world number 1. We all know her calibre, and you mentioned she'll be playing Heather Watson next. Heather Watson to the 3rd round. Wonderful to have seen her win today. What would you expect between the two of them, do you think, on Friday? Well, I think Watson's going to push her a little bit more than Vesnina did today, and she's been playing really well in the build-up. Suddenly her confidence has come back because she hasn't really had a good year so far, but she did do very well last week in Eastbourne. Yeah. And she's playing well, she's moving well, and she's actually, I think the big thing is that Heather's really enjoying her tennis out there, and I think that she'll really look forward to that opportunity. And well, this is only, I think, 30 years I heard today. In 30 years, this is the first time that 2 British women have been in the 3rd round here at Wimbledon. So This is a really exciting moment for her, and you can see she's so pleased with that win. She played very well today in this in this encounter with the Latvian woman, and I really look forward to it.
And Anastasia Sevestoza, who she played, has enjoyed some resurgence. She actually retired with injuries in 2013. She's had an incredible comeback. She's won really just last month in New York, so definitely a good moment for Heather Watson. While we're speaking about the Brits, we must turn our attention to the other one who has made her way into round 3. Johanna Konta. Well, only just. My goodness, it was the match of the day so far on centre court against Donna Vekic in what was a repeat of the final at Nottingham a few weeks ago. This absolutely went the distance. This was match point now, and I have to say, speaking about nice moments in matches, just take a look at the embrace that these two ladies had at the net afterwards. Just admiration, respect, and you can see just how devastated young Donna was at the loss.
Well, she's crying. She was absolutely devastated, and she threw everything at that match today. But I mean, I think that this is what sport's about, isn't it? And these two women were just warriors out there in the court today. But it was after the match finished and the way that they embraced. That was such a special moment on centre court, and that's the first time that Johanna Konta has won on centre court. It was a big win because she's just followed 2 back-to-back players that she'd lost to the last time. And afterwards, she said when she was speaking afterwards, she said the most important thing is she raised her performance. And that's all she's going to be looking to do. Can she keep on raising her performances? Because to win this championships, if she is going to do that, she's going to have to keep on getting better.
It's actually baffling, or I should say surprising, given the form that she now is, the world number 7. She hadn't previously made it to the 3rd round here at Wimbledon. This is a first for her, which is a surprise. Having said that, amazing that the host nation does have 2 ladies playing in the 3rd round. A bit more used to seeing Heather Watson play well here, perhaps, than Jo Konta, but it feels a little bit like this is Konta's time.
Well, this is only the 2nd Wimbledon that we've seen Jo Konta. We've actually started to talk about her.
Yeah.
And last year, she lost in the 2nd round to Bouchard.
Yeah.
But it was a really good match. It was a very tough draw, and Bouchard was actually at her best that day. So it's not that she hasn't done the expectation on her. There hasn't been an expectation on her before now. And I think these first 2 matches that she's played against these opponents who are really, really tricky, I think they're really classy performances by Johanna Konta.
All right, well, let's take you in a moment into centre court. We'll update you on what's happening with Andy Murray. Just before we do that, out of everything else going on in the ladies' draw right now, who are you keeping an eye on? What kind of storylines or players are you beginning to see emerge after these first few days?
Well, it's interesting because I'm keeping an eye on the players that are the really big hitters. So it's the Kvitova, the Pliskova. These are the big dangerous people in the draw. If those girls go out, then I actually think this draw is open to anybody. That's when we don't know. But those 2 are the ones that are really dangerous in the draw.
OK, well, we are now on live centre court pictures. You just saw the scoreboard. It's 5-2 to Andy Murray in the 3rd set, and he will be serving to close out the match and progress to the 3rd round for yet another time in his career. He has done so every other time. The Hill are enjoying the afternoon sunshine. I think they're beginning to get a little bit of shade, and the temperature's cooling down just a little bit. It has been absolutely scorching day here. Not quite hot enough for the heat rule to come into play with the players. But you can watch live coverage of this on BBC or ESPN. We will be able to watch this game as well, and perhaps it will be the last one of the match. Let's pick it up with some commentary.
Time.
I don't know if that matters a whole lot. And it doesn't matter even now that he lost first round.
50 love.
I don't think that will have much of an impact on what happens at this Wimbledon.
30-15.
Again, the body serve just tucking Brown up nicely. And able to take a nice free swing at the ball.
Almost seemed like Murray kept him in the point. Make him suffer there. No need to do that at this
stage. 40-15.
It's been a swift dismissal of the challenge from the German. That's how he started it, and that's how he ends it, with a drop shot return that ends in the net as the two players meet at the net, and there was only really going to be one winner from very early on in the match. Murray with a big smile on his face, not just delighted to get through, but I think it's the sort of match that he would actually really enjoy being a part of. The outcome, as I say, never in doubt. There were some lovely moments from Dustin Brown, but Murray just simply world class out there.
There's no doubt about that. He was going to give you a level that he assumed, and he was correct, that Brown couldn't hang with, because the truth is Brown came out strong, was doing a lot of good things and playing well as he could, and he still wasn't able to make much of an impact. He was down 3-4. That's where Murray took it up another gear, and really from that point forward in the match, when he broke out the new balls, it became extremely one-sided. It's one of those guys you say you don't really want to play, but after you have played him and beaten him as convincingly as Murray has and did, that's where the big smile comes out in the face. And, that was all right. Brought out the best in me. Thank you.
Well, he would have thoroughly enjoyed his time out there. It's such a rare occurrence for a lot of these players to get onto the centre court here at Wimbledon that no matter the fact that he didn't win, he wasn't expected to win, and to be honest, he was outclassed for the large majority of it, but still got the opportunity to play the world's best player at Wimbledon. And as I said, it's been a wonderful journey for Dustin Brown to get to the professional ranks, a fairly unique one as well, and a unique brand of tennis that we don't get to witness every day. Murray's, however, will witness for another day here come Friday up against the Italian Fabio Fognini.
Well, that would be downright normal, and that Fognini's, quite a character in his own right, but compared to Brown, he's pretty much a monk out there. So we'll see what he has to offer. Certainly the style totally different. Flashy, expressive, emotional, all like Brown is. Plays fast at times. Don't know what is going to happen, but certainly grass would be his least favorite surface. Fognini coming into that match.
So there's the tail of the tape. Brown did have some opportunities. That'd be the only thing that Murray perhaps will be a little concerned about, if those first serve percentage is still under 50% against somebody that can return as aggressively as Fognini. But apart from that, it was perfection on centre court once again. And we'll be hearing from the winner of that second round match, Andy Murray, who will be chatting with Rishi Persad.
Andy, well done. But by the levels of unpredictability being predicted for this match, how relatively straightforward was that?
Yeah, I mean, after the beginning of the match, I mean, he started, I think, very well. He was coming up with some great drop volleys and, you know, really going for the returns. Once I got the break in the first set, I felt the momentum was with me. I was starting to see the shots he was going to play a little bit quicker, and that allowed me to get to some of the drop volleys and also come up with some good passing shots, and I played well.
Of the things that you did well, what pleased you most?
I mean, until right at the end of the match, the last 3 games, I didn't serve particularly well, but the rest of the match I served well. I was getting a lot of free points there, serving a lot bigger than I did in the first round, which was good. And, you know, he wasn't able to attack my second serve like he tries to do, so that was positive. And I think I moved pretty well too, you know, against guys that play a lot of drop shots and come forward. You need to move well, and I did that.
As you can imagine, there is no hip in the country under more scrutiny than yours at the moment. How is it after that match?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you know, I've moved well. The first couple of matches hasn't affected me. I've been getting good practices in, you know, and I feel good. Hopefully it stays that way. But, you know, so far I'm very happy with how I've been feeling on the court.
You've only dropped 7 games in each of your matches so far. How pleased are you with that particular stat?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was against 2 guys that have, you know, tough game styles. You know, not easy to read, and I did pretty well. I concentrated very well on my own service games, you know, which is positive. And then, you know, I put a lot of returns back in play. I think that was very positive today. Returned a little bit better and didn't give him too many free points on his serve. So it's been a good start, and hopefully keep it going.
Well done today.
Thank you.
Well, I've joined Claire Curran here at height above court number 8. Brilliant position here. We see Andy Murray. You can continue watching, of course, on ESPN and BBC, the action there from centre court. A good performance from Andy Murray, a straight sets victory. And Claire, was that a little bit more comfortable than you thought?
Well, during the first set, it looked like it was going to be really, really tight. I mean, some of the shot making was incredible from these 2 guys today, but especially Dustin Brown. We knew that he was going to come up with shots, but I mean, I saw him at one point playing a drop shot smash, but he was moving Murray around the court, and that was going to test his hip. If anything was going to test his hip, it was the way Dustin Brown was playing the game. So I am really surprised that the score was that close. I didn't think Murray would lose, but it was you know, he very, very close match. And so already now Murray is through to the 3rd round. He's played 6 sets, but most importantly for him, he's come through unscathed on his body.
Absolutely. We saw Rafa Nadal really struggle. He lost to Dustin Brown here at Wimbledon a couple of years ago, but Murray was able to go through him today fairly comfortably. Why did someone like Rafa struggle against Dustin Brown and all the variety that he brings, and a player like Andy Murray wasn't really troubled by that?
That's a great question. Dustin Brown, the worst person for him to probably play if he was going to have another upset on centre court is Andy Murray, because he's so good at dealing with this cat and mouse tennis. In fact, he can just play it himself, and he's been used to playing these little games since he was such a young boy, that type of player isn't really such a big problem for him. But for Nadal, Dustin Brown throws him off his rhythm completely, and Nadal likes to get a rhythm, and the fact that he can play drop shots from nowhere, that would have caused him a huge amount of problem. He didn't know how to deal with it. But again, it's one of these things, like everybody, it's all about the matchup, and you know, one person can take you out of a draw, but if you had played a different person on that day, you would have gone through the draw.
Absolutely. 2 straight sets wins so far for Murray, and centre court's turning into a bit of a fortress for him.
Well, it was a fortress for the British players today, obviously with the match earlier in the day with Joe Conta. But I think it's very hard, and I have said this for the last couple of years, I think it's very hard for any player to beat Murray before the semi-finals at Wimbledon. And I guess really what I'm saying is I think it's very tricky for anybody who's not one of the big 3 others, or maybe 4, to beat Murray here.
Absolutely. So Andy Murray safely through to round 3, a straight sets victory for him on centre court against Dustin Brown. And we can join Nick McCarville now, who's by the touchscreen. Nick.
Well, it's a beautiful early evening up here on the broadcast roof. Some great scenes today here at Wimbledon, just getting a look there at the hill. Obviously, Andy Murray, the man of the moment. That really was straightforward for him today. 6-3, 6-2, 6-2. He has always reached at least the third round at the All England Club, and he does it again today. Let's take a run through social media today and see what's been trending. What have people been talking about out there? Well, Victoria Azarenka, she got a nice bouquet of flowers from little son Leo. Look at that, Leo. These yellow flowers look pretty good. Mom will like that. Thumbs up there from Leo. Moving on, Novak Djokovic. He had a visitor today, PK Subban from the Nashville Predators, an NHL star. They were Stanley Cup finalists this year. He's there on the left with Novak, hanging out there at Wimbledon. This was Team Konta before her big battle there with Andrew Fitzpatrick, one of her trainers, and Wim Fissette, her coach. I don't think they knew that they were in for quite the 3-hour battle that they had, but wonderful words from Johanna Konta after that win. The fans were incredible, and the respect they showed my opponent too. This arena is one of the very best in the world. Emotional Johanna Konta after that win. Over 3 hours, she wins 10-8 in the third set. What an effort today. Also, what an effort from our own Rachel Stringer. Wait till you see this. Rachel, why didn't we get you a milk carton to stand on? Look at this height difference. And that is some great arm work there, Rachel, to get that microphone all the way up to John Isner. I think we're going to have more social media posts. That's going to be trending overnight in the United States. Now, our own Craig O'Shaughnessy out there today obviously didn't go the way for Dustin Brown. He was helping Dustin, of course, but Dustin losing in straight sets. Now, I love this. We were talking about the resale queue for the show courts, again, raising £18,000 for charity. That money all goes to charity. Very, very great. Now, this was a moment on social media that a lot of people were talking about. Flying Ant Day. You could see flying ants all over the grounds, in the grounds, etc. And I think we've got, do we have some video of this? Yes, we do. Let's roll that video. There's some of our flying friends making their way through the courts. That's a lot of ants out there on the courts doing their thing. It's actually, it happens quite often, I think, in early, mid-July in the UK. We get Flying Ant Day or Flying Ant Week, perhaps, but we saw a lot of them out on the courts today at the All England Club. Let's stay on the social media track here and just a few more posts. A lot happening on social media. Of course, you can follow all of our Wimbledon accounts. And a lot of the talk today was this the match of the tournament? Johanna Konta and Donna Vekic, just a second round meeting. WTA, they're asking, was it the match of the year? A nice embrace from the two women there. And you don't get a better shout out than Billie Jean King herself saying, take a bow to both Johanna Konta and Donna Vekic. It really was a high quality match, and that was reflected in the social media chatter about it after. Naomi Brody talking about it. Of course, bravo to both Donna Vekic and Johanna Konta. Now, we've got a little bit of an update here. Jack Sock, it was the towel tussle. Yesterday, he tried to throw a towel out to a little boy, and an older gentleman grabbed that towel, took it for himself. I've heard sources say that the kid has been found and a towel has been given to said kid. So hopefully that is true. And if so, then everything finishes with a happy ending. And then Ana Ivanovic, former world #1 French Open champion, looks like she's in London having dinner with Kirsten Flipkins. I wonder if we're going to see Miss Ivanovic here on the grounds of the All England Club. We just might. Again, I can't stress enough what a big moment this was, social media-wise. Obviously, in the career of Johanna Konta, the first time in the third round for her, but social media was exploding with accolades, not only for Johanna Konta, but also for Donna Vekic because of the quality of the match that they played. Now, It's Wednesday evening, sun starting to set. We've got some long shadows here on the roof. That means Thursday's order of play is out on center court. Gael Monfils will take on Kyle Edmund. Kyle Edmund getting the nod for center court, and then Karolina Pliskova will take on Magdalena Rybarikova. That's followed by Dusan Lajovic getting his opportunity to take on the one and only Roger Federer. On number 1 court, starting at 1 p.m., it's Novak Djokovic taking on Adam Pavlicek, the young Czech player. That could be a good match there. Dominic Thiem then does battle against Gilles Simon, and Angelique Kerber takes on Kirsten Flipkins. Lastly, on the number 2 court, it's Grigor Dimitrov against Marcos Baghdatis, Agnieszka Radwanska against Christina Mikhail, and then Milos Raonic and Michael Yuzhny doing battle, and Svetlana Perankova. She's a tough player. Grass is Perankova doing battle with Caroline Wozniacki. So lots going on social media, but let's check in now. We'll see if Rachel Stringer's still using that long arm to chat with John Isner.
Well, play is almost finished on day 3, but these rowdy bunch have just actually got in. How long have you been queuing for?
Oh, probably about 3 hours, I would say. 3? Yeah.
Just about.
3.
And you've got a few mixture of accents going on here. Where are you all from?
From Australia, I am.
New Zealand.
Australia. Yorkshire. Australia.
Scotland. Oh, so we've got a bit of a mixture going on here then, haven't we? Have you made friends in the queue, or were you already friends?
Well, we all work together, actually.
Yeah, tell me about this. What's going on? Vibe. Who wants to be the spokesperson?
Get in there.
No, we're a teaching agency, so we help out teachers and teaching assistants, and yeah, hopefully growing one day.
It's like a day trip down here. Day trip.
No, we work in London. Yeah, so...
Our boss gave us the afternoon off, so cheers, Harry. Pleasure.
So who are you wanting to see? You've just got in. Where are you going?
Oh, I'll be Nadal. He's always been a favourite.
If Leighton's playing, then we'll Leighton Hewitt definitely.
I think this chap here's a few years too late anyway, so you're going to try and get on centre court.
Well, fingers crossed, hopefully.
I'm British. I would have loved to have seen Murray, but I'm not sure whether we're going to have a chance to go there yet.
Well, maybe if you go to centre court, he might be on the way out and go around to Arangi. That's the practice court. You might see him warming down. That's the tip of the day. Right, guys, enjoy your day. Go and soak up the sunshine. It's a beautiful day.
Well, they're hoping to get inside centre court. We can take you inside the famous arena there, bathed in the early evening sunshine as they wait for the 3rd match of the day. Rafa Nadal, the number 4 seed, up against Donald Young.
Best of 5 sets, final set advantage, 16 play, new ball 7-9. Machine pulling the nets and using
this
Hawkeye.
Match.
Any questions?
Of course, the umpire of
Heads,
several
tails,
Grand
anyone?
Slam finals. Great to
Heads.
see him in charge of this one. Young, a lefty up against Rafa, a
It's
lefty.
heads.
Claire, how do you think that'll match up, the
Serve.
two lefties playing each other?
Have a good
well,
match.
as I say, the lefties neutralise each other, but they played twice before. Nadal's 2-love up against him. This is Donald Young, although he's the boys' champion here from quite a few years ago. This is if he wins this, it'll be the first time that he's been in the 3rd round. He's obviously an exceptionally talented player. He's been doing very well in doubles recently at the French Open. He made the final in the doubles, so actually that gives the player a lot of confidence. He'll enjoy playing, obviously, on centre court, as anybody would, and he'll really want to put on a very good display against Nadal. But the form that Nadal showed in the 1st round, and obviously with the success coming into the tournament, I think he's going to be a tricky opposition this evening.
The interesting thing about Donald Young, you said he won the junior title here. He was such a promising junior player. Everyone was saying he was going to make it very, very quickly. And actually it didn't take too long for him to crack the top 100. But then after that, it took a little while for him to just make that step up from the challenger level, the lower level of the ATP Tour, really to having the best results at the Grand Slams and the Masters events. What do you think has changed perhaps in him that made him get into the top 50 and up towards the top 30 now? Is it just a belief thing?
Yeah, well, I would say that the expectation was so high on him, and even top 30. If they had said all those years ago he'll be a top 30 player, we're talking about Donald Young like he was a potential top 10 player. The difficulty for him is he doesn't have a real weapon in this game, and whenever you're playing against the top guys at the Grand Slams, you need a big weapon out there. And whilst he's exceptionally talented, he's got great hands, he can move the ball around the court, he's super feel. It's just, what is he going to hurt a player like Rafa Nadal with tonight?
We see a shot of Rafa Nadal's coaching team there. Uncle Tony and Carlos Moya with his head in his hands, perhaps looking at his phone down there. Carlos Moya brought onto the team. It worked so well at Roland Garros. How much do you think he's helping Rafa? What do you think he's focusing on? Is it just perhaps a little bit of confidence-giving, pep talk here and there? What do you think he'll be focusing on?
Well, I think the first thing is that they're good friends, and I think Moya sees this as more like he's just kind of with his friend or slash kind of a brother to him. But he obviously brings the experience of having been there and done that before. And I think he's made significant improvements in his games with his serve and also with his backhand. But then we don't know, is that Tony Nadal, who is that? I just think the team blends so well together, and you can see they're really a very, very tight unit.
Such a strong record, of course, at Wimbledon. You see from that graphic there, 41 wins, just the 9 losses, and 82 win percent. Obviously, when people think of Rafa Nadal, they think of the red clay, particularly in Paris. But he is a great player on a grass court as well.
Well, that's not a bad record for somebody who's been playing as long as Nadal has played. And as you say, he's a clay court player, so we think. But he's got two Wimbledon titles to his name. So, I mean, what's been stunning about him through the years is the way he's able to adapt his game from the clay to the grass courts. And obviously this year he didn't play that warm-up event, so we haven't seen a lot of him play. But
what did you make of that decision? Because he went home to Mallorca. There's obviously that WTA event at Mallorca, so he was able to practice on the grass without really having to leave his home island down there in Spain. Were you surprised by his choice of not playing any competitive matches?
Not at all, because I think actually it was a very smart decision for him. Look, he could have been burnt out if he had have gone to one of those tournaments. He could have been completely flat now. And Nadal is purely thinking about winning Grand Slams. It's not about just being here, it's about winning them. He had such an exhausting but exhilarating clay court season. I mean, that must have taken so much out of him to win 10 French Opens, that I think he rightly deserves that kind of rest and recuperation. And also, he's older now, so he knows his body and he knows it needs a rest, and he also has an experience that he didn't have maybe in the past that he can draw from.
Needs to economise. We saw Donald Young's record there at Wimbledon, just the 2 wins, 6 defeats. What is it about his game that doesn't perhaps translate so well onto grass? Was it what you said before, he just doesn't quite have that weapon that you need on a grass court?
Yes, that's what I think. I just think he kind of floats the ball around the court a little bit, and that means that players come at him and he's always defending. And you don't want to be defending when you're on a grass court. You want to be up there in the baseline and trying to make things happen. So it'll be interesting to see in this match, has he made a little bit of a transition there, and will he look to take more on?
I suppose it's always tricky, though, to play against a player who really has nothing to lose. Donald Young's going to be thinking this, OK, grass isn't my favourite surface. I haven't really played my best tennis on this surface. I'm on centre court. I don't get to play on centre court. Perhaps even his first appearance on this famous arena. I'm up against Rafa Nadal. I can just go for it.
Just go for it. That's what his coach will be saying to him before the match. That's what he'll be thinking about. Go for it. You've got nothing to lose. Look, you're playing in one of the greatest, if not the greatest, stadiums in the world. It's a beautiful night. You're playing against one of the all-time greats. Just go out there, give it a go, and see if you can put a little dent in history yourself. Absolutely, plenty of Rafa fans. He's always so well supported here in London. There were some brilliant photos on social media last night of him in the Tesco Express in Wimbledon Village. Someone was helping him with the self-scanning machine there as he bought a few drinks. I think he was getting some water for the house that he's renting this week. So it's great to see the players up in the village. We were talking earlier, before we came on air, a little bit earlier with Mark, that because everyone stays around Wimbledon, a lot of the players like to rent houses. If you go up to Wimbledon Village, which is a short walk from here, you can see them having breakfast, having dinner. It's not that uncommon to bump into a top player. No, it's not, and that's the lovely thing about the championships, in that they have the ability to stay, and most of them stay in a house up here, and the village is just lovely. All the restaurants. Why is that? Is that just because we're in hotels for the rest of the year? It's nice to have a family here, and it suits them a bit better. What's the reason for that? Well, they can make a home away from a home, and if you think about it, they're travelling so much, so many weeks of the year. Obviously, Murray talks about how great it is for him to be here at Wimbledon, and he can get to stay at home. So this is really as close as it gets for these players, but it's also lovely to be able to come here and stay in the village and go up to all the lovely restaurants up there and just kind of mingle. And I myself love driving through the village because I like to, like everybody does there that comes to Wimbledon, they like to spot the tennis players.
Yes, exactly. You can do some tennis player spotting. So if you are here at SW19, you're going for a meal later in Wimbledon Village, look out for the top players after their matches. Now, they're just coming towards the end of their warm-up, just hitting their serves before they start this match. The third match on centre court. Rafa Nadal in the picture there, up against Donald Young, and we can join the commentators on centre.
Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Young won the toss and
3 months break at the end of last year. Federer's was 6 months, has rejuvenated their careers. Amazing final they played in Melbourne. Whoever thought they'd see that again? And for the first time since Wimbledon here in 2013, Nadal has chosen not to play a warm-up tournament. Body was tired after La Decima was achieved. Wanted to completely recoup, and the way he started in the first round against Millman, he's sharp, he's keen, and he's looking for his first third round here since he was runner-up in 2011. And for Donald Young, well, as I said, when he walked out onto court, he didn't look anywhere other than in the stands, at the top, everywhere, to try to soak up his first time on this amazing court. Boris Becker said that Wimbledon changed his life so much, he calls it home. Donald Young had a good look around this amazing house as he takes on the great champion, the 2 times Wimbledon champion, Rafael Nadal. Donald Young on the spin of the coin.
Ready, play.
And chose to serve.
It's not the start you wanted. Shanking your first forehand.
Do you remember your first match on this court?
It was against Pfister, Hank Pfister from America on a Monday night. And this time of the day, the shade in the corner where Nadal is returning plays a big factor. The sun is really low. It's really difficult to pick up to serve. Let's see how Rafa handles it.
30-15.
He doesn't.
Five aces for Young in his opener.
Nice forehand cross court by Young.
Juice.
There's a couple of games in this court. If you haven't played on it yet, it's always nerve-wracking. It's a very special court.
ideally love to hold this opening service game, yeah.
Advantage, Nadal.
It almost goes without saying, but a break point.
Game, Nadal.
So perhaps a sign of things to come. Rafa Nadal breaking Donald Young in that first game. You can continue watching that on ESPN and BBC, depending on where you are. 3 minutes gone there on centre court. We can head up to the roof to find Craig and Nick, who are by the touchscreen.
Well, things could have gone very well today for Dustin Brown, but they also could have gone disastrously bad. And I think they went the latter, joined by Craig O'Shaughnessy. Craig, you're going to walk us through this match. Yes. We're seeing the stats, we're seeing the replays, but you were there courtside for most of the match. Tell us what you saw.
Well, full credit to Andy Murray. You know, the first thing that stood out to me, you play 2 matches when you go out there on court. There's the match that happens during the point, which Andy did very well at, running around the court, hitting forehands and backhands. And there's the match that happens between the points, which is all about the body language. And with Andy, especially this year, there's been opportunity for him to get a little angry, a little negative, look up to his box, start chirping. None of that today. He was very, very solid between the points. His head was down. He was looking at the strings. He was very focused. And which leads me to the second part, is primary and secondary patterns. So for all of you young players out there, stick to the primary patterns first. It's 7 or 8 times out of 10 you're going to play something that you like, your forehand, your backhand, whether it's big through the ad court, attacking the opponent's backhand. Then you throw in some secondary patterns. You throw in some drop shots or some lobs or heavy spin. What happened today, whether Dustin was nervous, whether Andy forced him to do it, Dustin early on went way too much to the secondary patterns, and it almost felt like it flipped. There were too many drop shots, there were too many balls coming in, and it was certainly played out in the rally length. So when Andy Murray was serving, the average rally length was 2.9 shots, and we're counting balls in. So the serve went in, the return from Dustin went in, Andy hit his ball in, and
usually
then that
the
was
point
it.
was over.
And that was it. So Dustin too often went to the drop shot, and when he was, it just wasn't working enough. His numbers were serve and volley, 11 of 22, 50%, not good enough. At net, 29 of 50, 49%, too many drop volleys, and he only won 32% from the baseline. We want to say Dustin played bad. I want to give Andy Murray the credit for that today.
Well, and you were talking earlier about too much circus tennis, but I look at, this is the number. We'll get to some video in a second. But
this is my touchscreen,
I know, but I'm taking over. Look at that, 28 unforced errors for Dustin Brown, only 5 in this match from Andy Murray. We talk about how good Dustin Brown can be, even when that circus tennis lights up, when he goes with those secondary patterns. But 5 unforced errors from the world #1, and also 31 winners. I mean, that's tough to beat for any player.
Yeah, those stats really stand out. Andy's game plan was very simple. I'm going to put the ball in the court, and I'm going to ask the question of Dustin. Can he make all of these circus shots again and again and again? And if he can, then I'll adjust to that. The problem for Dustin is that things went downhill, and then he had no plan B, which should have been, I'm going to stay back. I'm going to put the ball in the court. I'm going to extend the rally. I may stay back and moonball. I may lob. I may just, do whatever is different, because going to the front of the court was not working today against
Should we watch
Andy Murray.
some of it? Should we take you through it, Craig?
I'm not sure I want to, but full credit to Andy. Really nice. So this is the kind of tennis, but that one there shouldn't be a drop volley. Great serve +1 forehand from Dustin. Andy was running to the net there.
5th game here of the 3rd set, and again, just another unforced error.
Yeah, you're on defense, don't play offense, don't play that. Put the ball in the court, that's fine. Look at Andy just asking the question. He's not doing too much. This is really solid tennis from Andy. And when you go down the line so much, it's going to catch up with you.
Good job there of turning offense into defense, but again, just not quite executing when he needed to.
Well, when Dustin looks back at that, he's standing tall, trying to hit a ball at his knees from coming across his body and going over there. It's about as tough as you could possibly do. And when things are going bad for you, You've got to make things simple. So, again, I love talking to all the young players out there. If you're playing a match like this against a higher-ranked opponent and things are not going well, just go back to the basics. Please put the ball in the court first and foremost and try and get some momentum from there.
Okay, well, that volley error into that brought up match point. And again, match point indicated another sort of rhythm that you saw, drop shot into the net.
Yeah, the horse had bowled it by then, but you can't be backing up, hitting a return winner. I mean, you know, Dustin knew it. It was not his day. And that's one of the elements here. When he played Rafa, he got the mix right. He went big through the court. I remember on set point, he stepped around and hit a return winner that, you know, Rafa almost took his kneecap out, just, you know, almost knocked him over. There was not enough of the big ball and the deep ball today, followed up by the short ball. So, yeah, again, Dustin, not at his best, but you've got to give Andy the credit for making all those shots and being so solid between the points.
Well, and you know, a lot of question marks around Andy Murray coming into this tournament, but he really seemed to be all systems go and ready for an opponent like Dustin Brown.
Yes, he certainly did. I thought it was great. It was a perfect hit out for Andy. You know, he's limping a little bit when he's walking around between the points, but he looked great. He looked absolutely normal once the point was in play.
All right, well, Craig O'Shaughnessy is going to cry himself to sleep tonight, but I think Rachel Stringer has found some fans out there that are pretty happy with the Andy Murray win today.
Murray has finished. He has exited centre court, as these two here, Team GB fans. They've just had a day on centre court. How was it in there? Joe Conter, then Andy Murray. You've had a day of dreams, haven't you?
Excellent. Fantastic. Fantastic, amazing. Conter's match just went on and on and on, and it was just epic.
Definitely got value for money today, didn't you?
Definitely, definitely, yeah. It was a bit easier for Andy Murray, but it was still an entertaining match.
And we've been talking about the heat all day today. How hot was it in there for you, and then how hot do you think it was for the players?
Extremely hot. We were melting, literally.
How were you trying to keep cool in there?
Drinking lots of water, yes, and wearing hats and sunglasses, so we've been fine.
Did you feel a little bit for the athletes out there?
Definitely, yeah, it's definitely very hot for them, yeah.
And have you been to Wimbledon before, or was this the first time for you guys?
First time.
How did you get tickets then? Tell me about how you got the tickets.
Just put my name in the ballot and got lucky.
So how did you...
Brought my mum along, because she's always wanted to come.
And how did you feel when you got the tickets, when you got the email saying you were going to centre court?
Really excited. I had my ticket for my birthday and I've never ever been, and it's something I've always wanted to do, so yes, very excited.
And finally, how has Wimbledon lived up to your expectations?
Exceeded very much so.
Excellent. Really excellent.
You've got one more match to go. It's Nadal, so guys, I won't hold you any longer. Get back in there. Thank you so much. Some very happy fans there. Just come out of centre.
Well, there is no doubt about the story on the first Wednesday of the 2017 Wimbledon Championship. Johanna Konta of Great Britain through to the third round for the very first time after that 3-hour, 10-minute epic. Johanna, that is some way to mark your debut, what will be your debut in the third round.
I feel very fortunate to have come through that match. Like you said, it was a real epic battle, and the fact that Donna and I got to showcase such a high level of tennis on centre court at Wimbledon, you can't really ask for too much more. I will definitely be looking back on this match for many, many years and taking a lot of good things from it.
And I guess you knew it was going to be tough, especially after she beat you earlier this year. So how much confidence does it give you, the fact that you were able to overcome someone who has got the better of you already in 2017 on one of the sport's most important stages?
Well, like you said, she's beaten me not that long ago, actually. It was only a few weeks ago on the same surface in the final in Nottingham. So I knew going into the match that I was going to be competing against a very informed Donna, and I treated it as such. I prepared the best that I could, but I think both of us were unprepared for how well I think each of us played. I think we really fed off each other's level and really raised our game, and ended up showcasing an amazing battle for the fans.
It was a great advert for women's tennis. It really was. When you went off after the second set, what did you do? Did you take a couple of minutes to think, okay, I can still do this. I believe I'm the number 6 seed. I can conquer. Were you trying to G yourself up mentally? What did you do in those few moments when you went off court?
I was actually very quiet mentally. I just went off. I needed to change my clothes. I was soaked through. It's very warm today, very humid, so was definitely sweating a lot. So I needed to put a fresh change of clothes on and also go to the loo. So it was more along those lines of a bit going through the motions there and just keeping things kind of very simple in my mind, not thinking too far ahead. I think it was about keeping good perspective. She played very well to get that second set, and I was just really enjoying being part of a very high level match.
Huge mental pressure on both of you in that third set. How did you manage to maintain your composure and your belief? Because it was thoroughly absorbing tennis from one end of the court down to the other. In the pressure of that environment, in the context of being on centre court, how did you manage to maintain your composure?
I actually think that once you get to a certain stage in a match, and obviously you get to a certain amount of time on court, you really try to make sure that you put your energy in the right places, and there wasn't really much energy left to spend on nerves or thinking too far ahead or the enormity of the situation. It was just about, for me personally, focusing on what I wanted to achieve out there, my game plan going into the match from the very beginning, and just keeping things in good perspective. Definitely, there was no reason why I couldn't come through on top in that match, but equally for her as well. I think it was one of those matches where both of us kind of deserved to win.
Oh, it was an absolute epic. Many congratulations. We don't often see and enjoy a 3-hour, 10-minute women's match. Absolutely superb. Best of luck against the Greek opponent in the third round. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your time.
Yes, a brilliant performance from Johanna Konta today. She had to work so hard. 3 hours and 10 minutes on centre court, winning eventually in 3 sets. 7-6, 4-6, 10-8 in the third set. The number 6 seed through to the third round. Now let's check out what is today's HSBC Player of the Day.
Quiet, please. Play.
With attraction. That's on the line. He's one of the best lobbers ever, that's for sure.
15-14.
Well, Claire, what did you make of that cheeky little lob? It's normally, I was going to say, Dustin Brown doing that kind of shot.
I was thinking spatial awareness comes to, the two words come to mind, because Andy Murray has that in abundance. He hits it from behind him and then flicks it so high up, and Dustin Brown didn't even see it coming.
That's the thing, Andy Murray's got such brilliant hands, hasn't he? Let's just look forward, I suppose, a little bit to tomorrow. Day 4's order of play. First up, Gael Monfils up against Carl Edmund, the British player, and a great opportunity for Carl, who's never played on centre court before.
Well, it's lovely to see him there, and he's playing against probably one of the most athletic and charismatic tennis players that there is, and Monfils will certainly be diving around the court. It's a big challenge, obviously, for Kyle Edmund. First time he's ever won a round at Wimbledon here already, and now he's on centre court. But, you know, his career, he's been improving every single year, and this is a really good opportunity for him. But he's going to have to attack if he's going to have a chance against the Frenchman, because he's got lots of other little weapons up his sleeve.
Absolutely, and he's got so much power, Edmund, on that forehand side. How much of a source of inspiration is centre court for a player playing on there for the first time? How much do you think that'll help Edmund in his development?
Well, I think for the home nation, for the British players here at Wimbledon, playing on centre court is such an advantage for them. It should be an advantage. Now, on the other hand, it depends how Kyle Edmund approaches it, and I don't think he'll approach it in a way that he's scared when he's out there. I think he will absolutely embrace it, because remember, he's played a lot of big matches in the Davis Cup, so he's used to the big crowd. I'm sure he's going to really look forward to that. But we've seen through the years, especially I think down in Australia, there's been so many good performances by Australian players at Melbourne Park whenever they get onto their centre court. So it's good. It's lovely to see Kyle get out there onto the centre court.
Now, we were talking the second match on centre court tomorrow, Karolina Pliskova, the number 3 seed against Magdalena Rybarikova, and you were saying Pliskova, she's got a Grand Slam in her, and perhaps here at Wimbledon.
Well, it's coming. I mean, the last couple of Grand Slams, she's consistently been getting better. She hasn't played or performed that well at Wimbledon, but she's a different player this year than she was last year. But Rybarikova is a very good grass court player. She's got a couple of grass court titles, and that will be a tricky opponent for her to play against, because she's going to manoeuvre the ball around the court, and she's going to ask Pliskova to play shots out of her comfort zone. And that's going to be that's a very interesting match.
OK, it's been intriguing as always to talk to you here high above court number 8. Brilliant position here, and so many matches taking place still in the early evening sunshine at SW19. We'll show you some pictures from around the grounds. That's the scene on Henman Hill. They're still packed out there, enjoying some Pimm's, strawberries and cream, watching the big screen. I think it's Rafa Nadal who's on the big screen at the moment in his match against Donald Young, and the matches are still taking place on number 1 court. The third match has only just gone on, actually. Simona Halep, the number 2 seed, in the early stages of her match against Haddad Mayer, the Brazilian player. Haddad Mayer, of course, who knocked out Laura Robson in the first round. So SW19 still buzzing with action here towards the close on day 3. And we thank you so much for joining us here at the Wimbledon channel, and we'll leave you with the capable hands of the radio team until the close of play.
Very much indeed, Rob. Some people really enjoying themselves here on the third day of the championships. And you're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. A very warm welcome to those of you who are watching on the Wimbledon channel on the third day of the championship, 7 o'clock on the dot. And here on centre court alongside me is Barry Cowan. We're watching a rejuvenated Rafa Nadal. You were saying just a few moments ago, Barry, that it's almost as though we've gone back 10 years, because he is the complete package, as he's at the moment got a 3-2 lead over Donald Young.
I think a better version than what we saw when he last won the title.
Even better?
Yeah.
How so?
I think we often talk about the big four, and what the big four have done is they have kept raising the bar. And it's been Djokovic latterly, hasn't it? He has raised the bar, and he's forced Federer to explore other areas of his game that he needs to improve. Also the same with Murray. And, of course, Nadal had all sorts of problems against Djokovic. So he had to improve the serve. He had to improve the backhand. He had to be even more aggressive. And, of course, for Rafa, it took him a period of time to really fully buy into it in terms of his psyche. The real utter belief on the big moments. So now he's playing the best tennis, and it's up to Djokovic and Murray to play catch up a little bit of what Rafa and Roger are doing. And that's why those four have just continued to improve, and the standard now with those four is better than what it was a decade ago.
Interesting stuff, Barry. Thank you. As Nadal is serving at 3-2 and advantage. And yes, the complete package he certainly is. And I know that the crowd here on centre court are thoroughly enjoying it as he goes into a 4-2 lead. Just enjoying watching a master at work. So while Nadal makes it all look very comfortable, as did Andy Murray just a short while ago, 1 hour 36 in straight sets for him. Gosh, it was a hard day's work at the office for Joe Conter. The British player, 3 hours and 10 minutes, 7-6, 4-6, 10-8, eventually coming through against Donna Vekic. And Sonia McLaughlin, you were in Joe Conter's press conference a little while ago. I'd be very interested to know what her reaction and analysis was of that match. Pleased with her day's work, I'd imagine.
Very much so. Well, she certainly is composed in a news conference as she is on centre court, Mary. She's very eloquent, very articulate, although she did confess that she was shaking up there on the top table, although not through nerves in front of the assembled media, but because she'd just come out of an ice bath and she hadn't actually warmed up yet. Now, she did look a little tired, which is not surprising after that epic tussle against Donna Vekic, winning it 10-8 in the third set. As you say, it went over 3 hours. Afterwards, we saw what will no doubt be one of the images of this Wimbledon, as Vekic broke down in tears at the net as the pair hugged each other. So So what can you say to a defeated opponent who is so emotional?
After such a battle, you kind of feel both your own and her emotions, because there wasn't much separating us, for example, me being in her position, her being in mine. So because there was so little separation of going either way, I think you almost do end up feeling a little bit of both, or I do anyway. So I could very easily put myself in her shoes and feel what she was feeling. So it was more of a sense of kind of congratulating her and us for the battle that we presented on centre court, which was, I think, it was a great atmosphere to be a part of, and then also just to understand also what she was feeling, because as players we've all been in that position as well.
Well, inevitably, she was asked if this win was significant in terms of proving she's a contender for the ladies' title, and she dismissed any notion that, as a British player on home soil, she's under extra pressure, as Andy Murray has been in the past. The only pressure that Joanna Konta feels is the expectation she clearly puts on herself. Now, as well as a tricky opponent today in Donna Vekic, she also had to contend, Mary, with another sort of tricky opponent, the dozens and dozens of flying ants on centre court.
Jo, how were your encounters with the flying ants today? Lots of players have been.
Well, there were many.
By them.
There were many. It was interesting. It kind of went in stages. At one point there was a lot, and then actually towards the end of the match I don't think there were that many, but I definitely have taken home a few in my belly and then in my bags.
Swallowed a few?
I'm pretty sure I have.
Tasty?
I didn't think about it, rather not.
I don't think she's the first person or first player who will have swallowed a flying ant during the course of this particular Wimbledon. Now, if you're wondering at all what the players do in their downtime at Wimbledon, how they relax away from the high pressure of playing in a Grand Slam. We saw Rafa Nadal, who's on court now, was in the newspapers here in the United Kingdom because he actually nipped the local supermarket to do his own shopping. For Joanna Konta, it's all about baking.
Me handing out cupcakes was because it was the second time it was actually muffins. It was the second time I've ever made muffins in my life. So I was really, really looking forward to basically trying it out on my guinea pigs. It came back positive. So that has given me, I guess, that much more confidence to surge forward and make some more creations, not just vanilla, maybe some chocolate chip or banana muffins.
And Mary, if Joanna Konta is listening, clearly if she's she's off tomorrow because she's into the third round, so she doesn't play tomorrow, having won today. Chocolate chip muffin would be fine and dandy for the team on the Wimbledon channel. So if she's, will they be gratefully received in our office? And I should say a really significant day, not just for her, but for British tennis as well, actually, given this is their sort of home Grand Slam, because Joanna Konta, one of 4 British players into the third round for the first time in 20 years.
Wow, that is quite something, isn't it, Sonia? Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I'm sure that those muffins would go down very well. We're still waiting for those brownies that Jill Krabus' sister provides every year. So we're still waiting for those to come good. Thanks very much indeed to Sonia McLaughlin for bringing us those little clips from Jo Konta's press conference. Barry's an interesting development, things happening on number 1 court here.
Yeah, Halep, Simona Halep, the second seed. Well, she's 3 love down. So an early break for Beatrice Haddad-Maia, who beat Laura Robson a couple of days ago. And the lefty, she's a big hitter.
Yeah.
So she's made a really good start on court 1 early stage. She just hit another winner, a backhand return that went past Simona Halep, who made the final of the French Open and was in control in that final against Ostapenko before Ostapenko just played incredible tennis under real pressure. Just kept hitting winner after winner after winner. Just to keep an update on court 2. Kvitova broke back. Brengel broke Kvitova's serve the opening game of the third set. Kvitova broke back, and now they are 2 games all in the third set. Ostapenko actually is just warming up on court 12 in her second round matchup. It will be interesting to see how she does Mary, on at Wimbledon this year, Ostapenko, with sort of the pressures of having won the French Open. All the expectation was, of course, she'll just be able to do it again, but it's we know it's not
quite that straightforward, is it?
And interesting, we talk about Jo Konta, but Donna Vekic is back on court for her doubles.
That's
barely an hour and a half after her match, which physically,
3 hours 10 minutes she was
and
on
emotionally
centre.
how she would have felt, but probably no surprise that she is within a game of losing that doubles.
Now, if you're listening and you're intrigued by that Halep match on #1 court, you can get dedicated commentary there by going to Wimbledon.com, or you can download the official Wimbledon app. Meanwhile, here on centre court, Nadal is coming out to serve at 4-3 in the opening set to Donald Young. So let's pick up some commentary here with our team, Arvin Palmer and Barry Milnes.
So out they come for game number 8. There'll be new balls coming out as well, with Rafa about to serve from the Royal Box end. And although his team are still bathed in sunshine as it comes into the south east corner here, or the eastern side, he now is in shade, as is the whole of the court itself, and he just prepares himself, and the crowd gradually hush in anticipation of this next game, which starts with a serve down the middle, but it just caught the tape, the clear beep of the monitor on that. Just raised his eyebrows, disappointed that he didn't make it, because it was a good strike.
Yeah, these neck cord devices, I mean, they can be very sensitive.
Well, something they're going to experiment with not having, aren't they, in the
right.
next gen finals in Milan this year. That's a good serve down the centre, short return, little short ball then from Nadal, flicked back by Donald Young, but the reaction from Rafa so strong, so quick, and he puts a blocked volley winner down the middle of the court.
Yeah, won't be too happy with the drop shot, just a little heavy-handed, but he stayed alert. The full stretch with the backhand volley to be able to control that racket head.
Yes, he took the right hand off the racket. He had to stretch as far as he did. 4-3, 15 love, almost half an hour played, and again he's caught the tape in his attempt to serve cleanly. His serving percentage, 80% of first serves in, 75% of points won on the first serve. Actually only 50% won on the second. 2 out of 4 points currently that he's won there. Ooh, he didn't miss the tee by much there. Back at his mark, preparing himself in his unique way. And now launches this one. It kicks up, forehand return is long, and yeah, Donald Young just didn't get a read on that, or a play on it. Certainly it just went off his strings and went very high over the baseline by Nadal.
Well, this court has been baked today, so the surface just becoming a little bit firmer. It's going to take a little bit of spin, a little bit of kick. It's certainly got up there.
Backhand return. Now the forehand drive cross from Young, but Rafa comes back with a good shot up the line and then attacks with that volley. And that, for the pro photographers and even the amateur fans here, would have made a great shot, just capturing him in full flow coming forward. An imposing play that was, intimidating.
Yeah, airborne when he made contact with that backhand volley, and doing well at the net. 6 from 8, Nadal. Extremely aggressive right now.
Game points down the centre. That is the game. Stretch return in the net from Young. And nothing he can do yet to get in amongst Nadal's serve. Just the one break point in the match, which Nadal had, of course, to break him at the start of it. And he's held that advantage ever since to lead 5-3 now. He's just gone to his chair. Did he bring out a new racket? Didn't quite see that, but he's now darted over to get his towel, wipe himself down, and try not to take too long. Of course, there is a time limit, supposedly, but perhaps he bends that a little bit. There's Rafa time, isn't there, as well as real time, I think. Perhaps it's something to do with relativity.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, he can play with the physics of this sport sometimes in a way that is truly out of this world, and certainly that's great driving from Young, but he's got to be quick across, and then he lands long with his forehand up the line, hoping that the space that he'd got there on Nadal's position would be the one that he'd find, but he couldn't. But of course it's played at such a pace, and trying to be able to control the ball as you're running like that to one side, then hit it in a different direction, not easy to do. He's looked to come in behind that serve, hoping for a volley if need be, but he didn't land it in the service box.
And most of his service games have been a bit of a battle to get through. But there, Nadal, just a little shake of the head. The return flies away.
Well, this would be ideal for Nadal if he could get another break as far as he's concerned. Start the second set serving, so looking as if he's not dropping that intensity for a second.
At 15 all, Young from the far end, too far. Bounces the ball 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and now halts, and then off it goes, but it was off target.
Young is challenging a call on the service line. The ball's cut out.
Not sure he's going to get any joy out of this challenge, but he kind of needs to try anything he can right now. The big screens, the rhythmical clapping of the crowd as they wait for the image, and it shows that it was beyond the service box. It is 15-30. It's another double fault from Donald Young. His next serve is good though, but it comes back strongly, and then he hits a great second shot, and Rafa just unable to get that back over the net.
Did very well there, Young, just used the pace of the Nadal return. I mean, it was fired back, just abbreviated that backhand.
Donald Young making his 7th appearance at Wimbledon, his 33rd slam, but he's never yet made the 3rd round here. And of course, when he looked at the draw and saw who he'd be facing at this stage, he must have thought, not sure I'm going to necessarily improve upon that this year, but you never know. And that was a lovely shot from him, this final drive that he makes with that forehand. And tough to read, isn't it? I mean, whether he's going to whip that cross court or hit it with that off shot up the line. Missed just the side of the service box with the next attempt. The ball girl just reacting now, getting that quickly back to her mark. Nadal, picture of concentration. And Donald Young has managed to ace him. So the set is not over yet, but Nadal will serve for it next, leading by 5 games to 4.
Yeah, you fancy Rafa to come out and serve that first set, see it through. I'm Richard Kaufman. Obviously, Mary Rhodes is not here anymore. Either that or her voice has deepened greatly over the last 5 minutes. Fortunately, that's not the case. It is myself alongside Barry Cowan. And Rafa, well, you've got to say Donald Young has, Barry, stuck to his task, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think that's really important, and I think that's the stride that Donald has made in the last year or so, because there was so much expectation when he burst onto the scene. In America, they thought this was going to be the next American big hope, and he really struggled with that weight of expectation. But I think now the acceptance, and that's what you got to do against someone like Nadal, accept that it's out of your control, but just fight for every single point, and who knows what can happen. But Nadal has been mightily impressive.
Well, back with the action on centre court in a moment. We'll pop over to court number 18, where Rupert Bells sat rather comfortably.
Very comfortably, watching Caroline Garcia do what she has to do. Well, pretty comfortable at the moment against Anna Bogdanic. First, there was a break of serve in the first set to Garcia for a 4-2 lead. But then she was promptly broken back by her Romanian opponent, who's qualified for both Australia and the French Open this year, but was a direct entry into this event. But then on the 10th game, there was a break of serve against Bogdan, so Garcia closing that out, and at the moment she is 40-15 on her serve. So looks pretty routine for a French lady who's had a pretty good year, a quarter-finalist at Roland Garros, who's also a semi-finalist in the Strasbourg tournament. So all in all, playing some good stuff at the moment is Garcia, and in control of this match, having taken the first set. We've been in action 50 minutes. Lovely evening for watching tennis, Richard.
Yeah, it's been a very nice year major-wise for the name Garcia, hasn't it? Talking about another sport, of course. Barry, just pointing out something in the Kvitova game?
Well, she looks in real trouble physically, Kvitova. After a couple of points, she's struggling.
Yeah, Petra Kvitova may be in trouble. Going to be 4-2 down if Brengel can see off her serve. But, of course, our focus right now on the action in centre court. Rafa Nadal serving for the first set. Barry Milnes and Arvin Palmer in the box.
So Nadal's next serve at 5-4, 15 love is good. He goes out wide one way, then follows it in and hits a swing volley winner the other side. And Donald Young, who elected to serve at the very start of this match, was broken at the start of it, has been on the receiving end of that kind of play so often in this opening set that has continued to show how well Nadal is playing right now, as he did at the French. And here on the grass courts of Wimbledon, he had an excellent win in his opening round, wasn't really troubled in that.
40 love.
And he's dealt with everything that Donald Young pretty much has been able to throw his way. Certainly not enough to challenge the Nadal serve. And here he is at 3 set points, 5-4, 40 love. The Spaniard hits the body serve and it comes back but goes wide, and a little celebration from Nadal, a little shake of the fists as he nails that last game of the opening set and claims it 6-4.
Well, just a fantastic set of tennis there from Nadal. Didn't put a foot wrong, really. I think set the tone of this match early on in that first service game, breaking immediately, and Young just looking up to his connections and just kind of shrugging his shoulders, thinking, well, what do I have to do here? I didn't play a bad set, but so tough for him to get into a Nadal service game.
So Nadal is actually just going off the court briefly, but he'll return a set to the good, having taken that set 6-4.
Well, what a gorgeous evening it is in SW19, southwest of London. It's been a balmy summer's day, hasn't it? Temperatures up to around 30 degrees, really hot for some in the sunshine. Most of the crowd right now, pretty much Royal Box apart, are in the shade, and nice cool evening temperature. A lot of movement going around as there is at the end of the set. Not just Rafa, who's popped off out of centre court right now. Some of the crowd also milling around, making their way out, maybe to go to the toilet or to grab a drink or two. And of course, coming up to dinner time. I haven't had mine yet. Barry, you had your dinner yet?
No, going out a little bit later with Arv, actually. Don't see enough of him during the day. And
well, I assume you're thinking he's going to be done pretty quickly then with the Rafa Nadal match.
Oh dear, slip of the tongue. Yes.
Well, the first set suggests that would be the case. More on Rafa in a moment. Let's catch up with what's happening on number 2 court with Naomi Cavendish.
Well, it has taken another turn. It really has been topsy-turvy. Kvitova won 6 games in a row from 1-love down in the second set after losing the first set 6-3. So that tied it up at a set all. She is now 4-2 and 30-love down on Brengel. And I have to echo what Barry was saying, really struggling on the movement side, looks exhausted after almost every point she's playing. Brengel sensing her opportunity, making life incredibly tough, just getting everything back. Kvitova cannot get it past her. And she's just looking so fatigued. We know it's been a hot day. The shadows are incredibly long on this court, and you could not get 2 more opposite demeanours on the court. Kvitova really looking laboured and slow between the points, and Brengel just bouncing around, a ball of energy. She's up for this one.
Well, Naomi, you're right. You know, we were talking, weren't we, Naomi, about the fairy tale, the possible fairy tale before the tournament for Petra Kvitova. She was trying to play it down, and it's not surprising that maybe she is feeling it pace-wise, given how long she's been out for.
Yeah, absolutely. And you cannot replace matches. It doesn't matter how fit you get in the gym. There is nothing like playing matches back to back with so much emotion. It makes you incredibly tense and you use a lot of energy that way. And on top of that, you're playing Madison Brengel, who loves a giant to slay. She's very good at that. She loves to throw in her junky tennis. She doesn't play tennis like a lot of the players, and she's having great success out here.
Well, Kvitova just winning that point, trying to get it back to 4-3 down, but a breakdown in that final set. We'll be back with you, Naomi, for what could be a conclusion pretty soon. We're going to pop off to court 3. Jill Crabus and Nick Lester watching the action between Georgie and Keys. Early stages, guys.
Yeah, it should be a good one. There's certainly some big hitting, we suspect. As Jill just turns her microphone down, I think I blasted your ears out there, Jill. I do apologise, because we've played a couple of games. Camilla Giorgi of Italy, who's ranked 86 in the world, taking on the 17th seed Madison Keys. Jill Crabas, of course, as you say, fellow American, alongside me. And you sense in this match, Jill, there's not going to be much of an opportunity, because there's going to be 2 big hitters going at it.
Yeah, not a lot of long points here on court 3 between Keys and Giorgi, both going after their serves and after their ground strokes. I mean, both big strike hitters. not going to say a lot of long rallies, but a lot of winners and a lot of unforced errors probably from both players. But so far, completely tied right now, 1-all, 30-all with Madison Keys serving.
I should just mention, shouldn't we, that Madison Keys recently had surgery again on the same problem that she had at the end of last year.
Right, she had a tough issue with her wrist and had surgery on her left wrist. Came back and tried to play the French Open. Fortunately, that wasn't too successful for her and had another problem, had to get another surgery after the French Open. Actually, there was a lot of talk because everyone really surprised that she decided to come back on the grass at a Grand Slam for after the French Open, because the grass course, you know, if you have a really hard-hitting opponent, for example, like a Georgie, you can catch a lot of balls late, and that's really tough on the wrist, and that can actually cause a lot of soreness. So a lot of surprise here that she came back at Wimbledon, but so far she's looking pretty good. Hasn't had many complaints about that wrist so far yet.
Yeah, Georgie made the run of 16 here in 2012. That's as far as she has gone, but we are at 1 apiece. Keys has the advantage here in the early stages.
Okay, well, as you say, early stages there. Early stages on #1 court as well. Beatrice Adadmire off to a flyer against the #2 seed, Simona Halep. But the Romanian has bounced back 3-love down. Now 3-all in that match in the first set. Adadmire serving at 40-30. I'm Richard Kaufman, and you're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. Been great to hear from you all day long as well. Keep your thoughts coming to us on our Twitter handle at Wimbledon CHNL, or get in touch with us on email. As I say, it'd be lovely to hear from you on this gorgeous late Wednesday evening, radio at AELTC.com. Early stages of the second set here at the moment. Donald Young maybe under a little bit of early pressure. 15-30 on his serve against Nadal. Of course, Nadal broke him early on in the opening set before going on to take it 6-4. Obviously, Barry hoping the match is done fairly swiftly because he's hoping for a dinner date with Arvin Palmer, but he's vacated the centre court chair alongside me, Peter Mercado.
Hello, Richard. Where's our invite?
We're
this private sort of dinner business going on. Where's the team? Solidarity.
Well, we're here late. We're going to be here to the. I was going to say the bitter end, but that would be wrong. To the sweet.
They could be settling in if they're sitting outside, like most of the spectators who are wandering around today are. They're settling nicely, particularly a lot of the shaded areas out there. The bands are going, and the Pims is flowing freely, and that's just a magic scene that you want to see on a Wednesday afternoon, a warm Wednesday afternoon / evening.
Well, Rob Nothman's, I'm sure, enjoying such fine spirits around Wimbledon right now. Rob, where are you?
I am on the hill, and I am with Henry. And how old are you, Henry?
I'm 8, and if I was on the hill, I would roll down it, I think.
Right, okay. Well, you're not going to roll down the hill because you've got Rafael Nadal on the big screen behind you. But you've been at school today and have now come on to Wimbledon, haven't you?
Yes.
So what was the plan? Is Mum with you here?
Yeah.
Okay, so how did she sell you this? What did she say to you? Did she say, do you fancy going to watch the tennis?
Well, no. So I was meant to go to my friend's house for a sleepover, but then he was poorly, so I left school early, and my sister was coming here too. She's in there at the moment.
Oh, she's in centre court. How lucky is she?
And I came here because my friend Jack, he's poorly.
Right.
So,
Well, I tell you what, Henry, we wish Jack a speedy recovery. I've got to say, I've interviewed quite a lot of people over the last 3 days here at Wimbledon. You are one of my best interviewees. You're really good at this. What do you think of the tennis? That's the most important thing. Who do you think is going to win Wimbledon in the men's singles?
I don't actually know.
What, you don't know who's going to win? So if I said it would be either Andy Murray, Rafael Nadal or Roger Federer, which one of those three do you think will win?
I would say Andy Murray.
Yeah, I think that's the right answer. Now, where's Mum? Just point out Mum here. Mum is over here. Mum, move a bit closer to me. What's your name?
I'm Alison.
OK, so Henry is a great interviewee. You've got him well trained, I've got to say that. Now, by the looks of things, you and your friend have come here extremely well prepared.
Yes, we've been in the queue for 3 hours, so we have, actually. So
just take us through your little picnic hamper.
Well, we've got a bottle of bubbly and a rosé and chocolate and cheese.
Right, and let me just look at my watch. It's now 7:30, so you've got to get cracking on all of that if you're going to get it done before the close of play. Are you confident of finishing that?
Very confident we'll finish. We live just round the corner, so I think we'll stumble home, hey, Henry?
Right, so how come your daughter is inside and your son is sitting here with you?
Well, we were literally just given centre court tickets by two lovely guys. So my husband and daughter went to watch. And Henry sat back, didn't you, Henry? So it's been very good.
Oh, excellent. And did you need to sell it to him quite hard? I know his friend Jack was poorly, but did you have to sell it to him to come to Wimbledon?
You were a little bit grumpy to start with, weren't you, Henry? But he's come round.
Right. And have you always been a massive tennis fan?
My husband more so than me, who's a Kiwi, but we've entered the ballot every year and only got it once. We live around the corner, so we're lucky to get centre court tickets now, so it's good.
And as a local, having an event of this magnitude right on your doorstep, what is that like?
It's amazing atmosphere. Southfields is absolutely amazing. So it's great. Lots of traffic, but lots of people, and it's fun. And going down to the park, which is around the corner from us, is just fantastic on a Sunday when it first starts. So it's good.
Well done. Enjoy the rest of your picnic hamper. You better get cracking, as I said. There's a lot to get through there. And Henry, I spy a chocolate orange in there, and I think that's got your name on it.
Yes, it has.
OK. Well done to one and all. Lovely to meet you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you should get that down in before it starts to melt as well on a day like this. It is a lovely part of London where we are right now, near Southfields. Remember going there as a youngster, of course. My football team don't play too far away from here. Now, enough of that, because some dramatic scenes on court number 2. Some worrying scenes there, Naomi.
Well, yes, Madison Brengle secured another break to take the lead to 5-2 in the third set against Petra Kvitova. Remember, this is world number 95, Madison Brengle, against two-time Wimbledon champion Petra Kvitova. And unfortunately, she is receiving a medical timeout. She really has looked quite laboured in this third set particularly. But I don't think her movement has been anywhere near as good as we've seen in the past couple of weeks throughout the match today. But she is receiving a medical timeout. She's currently just getting her heart rate checked, so I don't think she's feeling particularly well. It might be the heat. It's been incredibly hot today, but she has the doctor out, and yeah, looking a little concerning. She's very red in the face. She's been struggling a lot with her sweat, and yeah, just getting checked out. She's now listening to her breathing, so hoping there's nothing really seriously wrong with her.
Yeah, Naomi, they took her blood pressure as well. Now they're checking her breathing by using the stethoscope on her back as well. So these are obviously signs, Peter, aren't they, of someone who is feeling the heat, feeling the pace.
Around French Open time, so she hasn't played a hell of a lot of matches, and certainly not matches in this sort of heat. She was getting her wrist checked out as well, Naomi. It's just a myriad of problems that she has, and obviously safety first with this. And a tough situation for Madison Brengle too, because she's coming out now and ready to serve it out. She just has to wait that little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's really been a ball of energy, and I think she's won this crowd over big time. She's just going out to maybe hit a couple of serves and keep her energy going and try and not sit down too long. Doesn't want to cool down, but time has been called. Play will resume. But it doesn't look good for Kvitova. Physically, emotionally, it looks a little concerning. But also the fact she's been playing Madison Brengle, she's been outplayed here today so far, particularly in this third set. She's got a lot of work to do to get back into this match, and I am not sure whether physically she is able to do that.
Yeah, she doesn't look like a player, does she, Peter? You know, you're seeing Madison Brengle on her toes and kind of dragging her feet to the back of the court. There is Petra Kvitova.
Still got to finish it off, and the dynamic of playing against the injured player just adds an extra bit of spice to this final game, Naomi.
Yeah, it does indeed. And the fact that Madison Brengle is serving for it, I wouldn't read too much into that. We've had a number of breaks, and she doesn't have a big serve, let's be honest. Normally just starts the point. But as I say, Kvitova has been struggling, and the errors have really been flying in this third set, and Brengle just getting every ball back in court. It must be so frustrating for Kvitova. She's hitting big shots and expecting a short ball, and Brengel's just able to defend so well. She anticipates well, just gets a racket on the ball, finds a way to get it over the net with some funky slice on it. And Kvitova's been struggling. It's now 30-love to Madison Brengel. And she's serving into the body of Kvitova. Goes with a forehand, and that's a backhand winner for Maddie Brengel into the big space. Kvitova unable to recover, and that gives her 3 match points. She's wanting to get on with this point so quickly. And she serves very slowly down the tee. She's not going to challenge. That was right on the baseline, I think, that return from Kvitova. Big forehand from Kvitova, back onto the baseline. Brengel, very unsteady point there. Not sure at all what was going on. She could have challenged. She has 3 challenges.
Yeah. She could have challenged twice, Naomi.
She has 3 challenges, 2 shots really close to the baseline. She's match point up, but not sure what she was thinking there. But OK, she'll try again. So another soft serve into the body. Forehand cross-court, backhands from Kvitova going cross-court. Goes on to the forehand of Kvitova. She goes wide. Pick up from Brengel yet again, just getting the ball back in play. Brengel bunting that ball back up in the air on the backhand side. Another forehand from Kvitova. She does not want to take this on, does she? Not feeling confident at all. Stretched out to the backhand side, and that'll do it for world number 95. Madison Brengel comes through in 3 sets against 2-time Wimbledon champion Petra Kvitova, 6-3, 1-6, 6-2.
Well, credit, you have to say, first of all, to Madison Brengel. It's a terrific scout for her and a great achievement to be in the 3rd round of Wimbledon. This is a player who's been around for years, Peter, and hasn't really made a mark on Grand Slam, certainly not at Wimbledon before, so this is a huge moment for her.
Absolutely, and in that final game, as Naomi said, not the biggest of serves, but every single one first serve into play. And yes, okay, they went into a rally situation, but she got cheap points first off, and a great way to close it out, because it could have been a lot tougher for her. Admittedly, Petra Kvitova, as we saw in the previous sit-down, struggling physically, obviously with her wrist, and then getting her heart checked and blood pressure and that sort of thing. And it's one of the things that Petra came back, and she had this bright start at the French Open where she did win her first match, but it still will be a grind to get back, and she will continue to get better and better the more matches she plays.
Naomi, I mean, she saw it through in Birmingham, so you kind of felt, well, if she can win in Birmingham, why can't she win here? I mean, do you think it was just the fact that it was a very hot day, or do you think there's a little more to it than that?
Well, she didn't play well. She really was struggling from the beginning. In the first set, she was way out with her range, missing a lot. And Brengel is a nightmare player for her. And Brengel's a nightmare player for anyone that is not playing well, because she just throws in so many awkward shots. She comes to the net, there's drop shots, there's spins. She'll hack the ball up in the air if she has to. She will do anything to get that ball back in play. And if you're not feeling great, it's incredibly frustrating. And Kvitova was really over-pressing in the first set and was just coming up with far too many errors. And then in the second set, I thought, right, she's got back on track here, got her rhythm, she found her range, and she won 6 games in a row, really had Brengel figured out. Brengel didn't really change throughout the match. It was the fluctuations of Kvitova, really, that we were dealing with. And then in that third set, she really started to struggle physically. I think it's because it was hot, but not helped by the fact that for the majority of the match, for the first hour and a half, she was hitting shots that would be a winner against a lot of players, or at least get her a short ball. And Brengel was getting behind them, getting them back deep. She was getting a racket on anything, so she was extending the points. So there's Kvitova having to hit 5 or 6 great shots to get it past her, rather than 2 or 3. And that's really draining as well. So I do think it was a combination of a lot of things. Heat was definitely a factor, but so was Madison Brengel. And what a way to tough that out.
Absolutely. We just got a brief look at the stats, Naomi, and it was all on Kvitova's racket. She hit a hell of a lot more winners, but she made a hell of a lot more unforced errors. And if Madison Brengel can just maintain that consistency, as you say, can be like a brick wall, because that's obviously the strength that she has, because she hasn't got a powerful game, but she just keeps the ball in play so well. it does create headaches for the top players, and she's just got to continue to maintain that consistency.
Yeah, she loves playing big hitters. She's got a win over Serena Williams as well, doing the exact same thing. Anticipation is through the roof. She loves to feed off pace, and she moves at such a smart time. Just as you've committed to your shot, she'll then move in one direction, and she anticipates so well, as I say, so you can't change your mind. You've already committed to going cross court, and she's there chasing it down. It means that as a big hitter, you constantly have a small target to play into, which is very frustrating because big targets are just so much easier. We all want big targets all the time, and every time you think you've created a big target, Madison Brengle recovers so fast, is right back in the middle of the court and has closed down your space. So again, you're having to second guess yourself. Nothing's easy. And yeah, I mean, it was a tough matchup and tough conditions as well. And clearly Kvitova just not feeling quite right. So yeah, Madison Brengle goes through, and she slayed another giant, and she can do this.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing too is, Naomi, if you've got a heavy hitter from the back of the court like Kvitova and you're not getting that breakthrough, you have to try and change your game as well. So try things you wouldn't ordinarily do. Maybe throw in a little bit more slice, riskier drop shot, maybe come to the net, which is not the natural game plan.
Yeah, I mean, she really could have come to the net. She actually started the match coming to the net, couple of serve volleys, knocked off the volleys really well. But in the middle set, I think as she started to get tired, she was moving to the net really slowly. And Madison Brengle loves a target. She's got such great racket manipulation on the ball. She's got no power whatsoever to speak of at all. And I know Maddie very well. I've played her a number of times and we're good friends, so I can say that. I'm allowed. She has no power whatsoever. But she can just maneuver the ball at the last second. So she's very good at watching her opponent and just a flick of the wrists at the end, get the racket around the outside of the ball and just get it ever so slightly away from you. So in the second set, Kvitova was coming to the net, but she was a step further back than she was in the first set. In the third set, she was a step further back than she was in the second set. And Madison Brengle was coming up with passing shots all over the place, so she stopped doing that pretty quickly. But I think it came down to the fact she was tired, it was hot, so she was struggling a little bit. And Brengle was making her play just so many shots. She was making her play 2 or 3 more shots than she wanted to.
Well, Naomi, thanks for the insight. Great insight from Naomi Cavendish there with that, I suppose, surprise defeat, you have to say, for Petra Kvitova. Let's head to number 1 court right now because the number 2 seed is in action. And let's get our commentary there. Richard Connolly is watching that one with Chris Wilkinson.
And Simona Halep here is 2 points away from taking the opening set. A forehand pass as the impressive Beatrice Haddad-Maia came to the net again. Haddad-Maia, who's had this first set really in her hands a couple of times, but has let it slip. And this is Halep serving at 6-5 at the far end of number 1 court with that 30-love advantage. She goes down the tee and misses off the top of the net here. But if I tell you, Beatrice Haddad-Maia won the first 3 games of the match, was pegged back to 3-all and then led 5-3. You'll see how close she's been, but with a backhand cross-court return into the tram lines, she is now facing 3 set points. The world number 2 has righted the ship. She's defended for all her life. She's forced Haddad-Maia to play those extra balls, and she serves out wide. It's good. She's got a forehand here, cross-court, backhand from the Brazilian up the centre of the court, forcing Halep back, and she's missed that one, though. Haddad-Maia goes long with the forehand, and Halep has worn her down in this opening set. It's taken 47 minutes, Chris Wilkinson, a topsy-turvy set. But Halep, in the end, won the last 4 games there and has taken it 7-5.
Yeah, very impressive towards the end of that opening set. She does what she does well, defends great, was tough to beat when it mattered. I just feel maybe the opponent's got a little bit nervous, a little bit tight. This is a big match for her, never played a top 10 player before, and maybe that was the telling factor. But all credit to Halep, managed to get over the finishing line.
She had that one moment in, what was it, the 8th game of the match, when she got frustrated, Simona Halep, all of a sudden, and whacked a tennis ball towards the umpire's chair. It hit the umpire's chair. Of course, there was a ball boy and a ball girl stationed either side. It didn't strike either of them. Halep must have given herself a fright at that moment. She was broken to love, but has righted the ship, has won those 4 games in a row, And the number 2 seed, the world number 2, has taken the opening set here by 7 games to 5.
OK, well, Petra Kvitova out, as we mentioned, and a bit of a problem for the French Open champion right now as well. Court 12 watching Françoise Abonda against Yelena Ostapenko. And, well, could see a turn-up in the first set, Peter.
Yeah, I watched Françoise Abonda play the opening round at the French Open a couple of weeks ago, and she was well beaten in that match. So it's been a great turnaround from the young Canadian. Although it's love 30, or now 15-30 as Abonda is serving. As we said, a wonderful night here, but yeah, Yelena Ostapenko in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, serving for the set, Abonda at 5-3. We'll update you on that in a moment. Madison Brengle through then. So who's she going to play? Court 18 is where Rupert Bellis. You'll play the winner of your match, Rupert.
Well, I reckon she's going to be playing Caroline Garcia unless something dramatic happens here, because Anna Bogdan is currently 2-5 down in the second set. First set went 6-4 to the French opponent. Pretty convincing. Yeah, there was 3 breaks of serves. It all just at the moment. Bogdan, who is much lower ranked than her opponent, 115 in the world. Garcia, seed 21 here. And at the moment there is a gulf in class. Although it's 30-15 on the Bogdan service, she's trying to stave off what seems to be the inevitable. Garcia looking to attack the second serve to try and close it out in this match. But Garcia has played well, although I've just witnessed a terrific passing shot from the backhand of Bogdan with Garcia at the net. So it's 40-15. So there's a little bit of a life here, but I can't see it lasting long with Garcia due to serve. She's won 3 straight games until this one. That's what's turned this set in her favour. But Bogdan has tried her best, but on the face of it appears to be outclassed. And for Garcia, who's had a pretty good year indeed, a quarter-finalist at Roland Garros, mentioning earlier, then with her likely opponent, she must be feeling pretty confident. So it's 5-3 at the moment. Garcia about to serve for the match.
OK, Bogdan might last a little longer than Rupert's voice by the sound of it.
It'll be a photo finish.
He battled through brilliantly there, didn't he? Showed the perseverance of Petra Kvitova coming out after her little medical earlier on. By the way, we haven't mentioned what's going on centre court. Rafa Nadal, a break-up in the second set, having taken the first, and he might go a double break-up. He's got another break point coming up. Ostapenko, first of all, Peter.
5-4 back on serve against Françoise Abonda.
Abonda couldn't serve out. Broken back there has the French Open champion. Court 3, let's find out what's going on, or maybe what happened in that first set. Jill and Nick watching Georgie and Keys.
Yes, first set to the Italian, Camilla Giorgi, ranked 86 in the world. An upset on the cards here, potentially, because just the one break came early on, and Madison Keys in trouble, having lost it by 6 games to 4. What do you make of it all, Jill?
Well, I think Georgie's been a much stronger player so far in this first set off the ground. I think really Keys is looking a little bit slow on the baseline. I think she's coming up with a lot of errors that she doesn't usually make, even walking slow in between points, which we usually don't see from her. And the only thing that's been holding her in that first set really is her big serve. She's been serving very well, and so that's helped her stay in that first set. But Georgie in the end got that break of serve, and Georgie's really been serving well herself and getting that big first strike off of Madison's return, and she closed that first set out really well with a love game.
Yeah, these two have played on 3 previous occasions. Madison Keys has actually won 2 of the 3, but as Jill was saying, their games are so similar. It really is about who can get the early strike in. Madison Keys in trouble down a set.
French Open, they mentioned it earlier, didn't they, Nick and Jill? In a way like Kvitova, obviously not such a serious incident. It's something she decided to do. Obviously, Kvitova's was a horrific incident at the end of last year. But to go straight from surgery, first tournament back into a Grand Slam, it's hard to think that she would really be match ready. Peter.
Yes, I'm sorry, I thought you were directing it back to the team out there. Yeah, it is. It's a tricky one for Madison. She was so disappointed in terms of, you know, wanting to keep on the court and put together a solid 12 months and really build on the gains that she'd made last year. So it's a little bit disappointing that she's a set down, but she can turn it around.
She could do. On court number 18, things might be coming to a conclusion, Rupert Bell.
Yes, match point, Caroline Garcia, 40-15, 5-3 second set, hour and 21 minutes. The number 21 seed misses with her serve going down the centre. Bogdan trying to stay in this. She's just been outclassed. Garcia has just done everything just that little bit better. Into the body of that serve now. Garcia with a backhand. Deep to the backhand. Scooped back by Bogdan. Bogdan runs onto that, but comes up. Oh, a little lovely half volley from Garcia. Keeps her alive in the point. And then Bogdan comes up with a great passing shot. Good rally that. How often do we see that when the death throws appear to be for the opponent of the person serving for a match point, and then they just swing free and easy, and then they can conjure up a bit of magic, and that's what we saw there from Anna Bogdan. But Garcia, though, has match point number 2 to take it into the third round, and that clash with Madison Brengel, Petra Kvitova's conqueror. So Garcia serves now. Second match point out wide to Bogdan. Got back well. Big forehand out wide. Stretching Bogdan, who gets to it. Now another big forehand probing away on the backhand. A terrific get on the half volley by Garcia. And then an angle drop shot cross court. And then Bogdan, well, the ball's fired right at her by Garcia, taking evasive action. All she does in the end is put the ball out of court. So Garcia, after an hour and 22, has moved through the number 21 seed in very convincing fashion. And now she's leaping around the court, very happy to have made it through to this stage, having come through 6-4, 6-3.
Not quite so convincing, though, Peter, for Yelena Ostapenko.
Now down a set. Francois Abanda breaking the Ostapenko serve again. 6-4. She takes the opening set there on court number 12. Interesting times out there.
Yeah, we'll get some more reflection on that in a moment. But by the time we headed back out onto centre court action, because Rafa Nadal may be getting close to taking set number 2. Arvin Palmer and Barry Milnes are men watching this one.
So Nadal missing a game point there with a long forehand, but 2 more game points. 40-15 at 4-1, second set, having claimed the first by 6-4. Broken Donald Young on 3 occasions now. He hasn't looked like being broken himself. And as he whips another forehand into the backhand corner there, Young tries to flick it back, but only as far as the net. And it really is looking at writing on the wall here for the American at this stage. Just 69 minutes they've been playing, but he's already down 6-4, 5-1. Arvin.
Well, Young just not balanced for any shots at the moment. He's just been given the runaround. Nadal just attacking the open court, just keeping him on the move, and that's not the way Young wants to play. It's been so difficult for him to make any sort of headway here. He's just felt the pressure from the very first point of the match. Has always been playing from behind.
Trying to stay in the second set. Donald Young begins the next game with a decent serve that Rafa returns long. This battle of left-handers. Serve out wide, return comes to the stretch volley from Young, which flies away behind Nadal towards the royal box end. And it may not be long before Nadal is just a set away from the third round again at Wimbledon. Somewhere he's not been very often since he was last runner-up here back in 2011. It's a good serve that for once Nadal doesn't handle. He frames that one and it goes wide up the side past the net post. Young taking a towel, selecting which balls he wants to have for this next point. Picks one of them and now bouncing it a few times very rapidly. Serves that quick arm action that he has, but he just doesn't have the control again. He's put a forehand into the net. He made a comment, as you heard, rather negatively, understandably feeling this intense pressure that Rafa has brought right from the start. And Nadal 2 points now. That's all that may be required.
40-30.
Well, James Giothava on the other side has actually overruled that, saying it was good, it was on the line. And whether we'll get a TV replay of that, I'm not so sure. But Nadal eventually accepting that the umpire was correct in his call, and he's a top umpire. And there's a lot of respect for what he does out there. And Young has served well to the Nadal forehand and got a stray reply off that. So another game for him. They've been a rarity in this set. But it's Rafa who will prepare himself to come out and serve for it next, leading 5-2.
Well, we'll be back for that in a moment or two. But, well, we lost Petra Kvitova, of course, a two-time Wimbledon champion earlier today. But some saying, of course, that she won her battle just by being here for this Wimbledon Championships and, of course, for the French Open before that. Interesting, we're just about to see Rafa Nadal expect to come out and take the second set here, Peter. I noticed that Donald Young has been trying to get things going for himself out on court. Apparently, when he was 3-1 down during the drinks break, he shouted at the box up there where his coach and his mum was sitting, and he shouted at his mum, "I want to hear you scream for every point."
Because the crowd's not going to do it for me. You might as well. That's what you're there for.
Well, I mean, that's true. I mean, Rafa is, you know, especially when a player's been away for a couple of years like Rafa has, it just intensifies the yearning, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
From the crowd.
Hey, look, and he's out there and enjoying the experience. He's been around for a long time and making more of a mark, I guess, on the doubles court. Now he's formed some quite solid partnerships on the doubles court, so he's not uncomfortable with getting into the net. But as we know, Rafael Nadal is just a class above, and Rafa should finish off this set pretty quickly, I would have thought, Richard.
Well, let's see if he does just that. Back to Arvid and Barry.
The winner here, and it is Rafael Nadal serving for this second set. 5-2. He leads in command on centre court once again, the Spanish hero, the favourite, and the fourth seed this year, although he is the world number 2. He's hit a let first serve, but he'll attempt once he's ready and got the balls he wants for this opening point of this game to get it underway with a clean serve if he can. The American, meanwhile, ready to try and return, but just lacking enough durability really in this match. Not able to control as many shots as Nadal has. He's hit so impressively, so strongly, so accurately for the most part, and he's hit one into the corner there. But actually Donald Young, I think, quite rightly challenging this. It did look as though it had missed the meeting of those two lines, the baseline and the sideline. Was he right to do so? He needs something to go his way, because not too much has, and this didn't either. It has actually caught the corner right on the back edge of the baseline. That's how good Nadal has been this evening.
Yeah, you could tell by the body language from Young as well. He didn't really believe in that challenge. Was hoping more than anything.
Nadal, 21 winners, only 9 unforced errors. That, again, an indication of the level that he's sustained through this. He'll have to attempt a second serve here. He does. It kicks up, forehand up the line, short ball, then an attempted lob by Nadal, but that never launched, and jumping off the ground, Donald Young, middle of the court, is able to power it back through him.
Showing some good athleticism. There's never really been an issue for Young, such a good athlete. Got up to it nicely. Fired it through, some good wrist snap to it.
But Nadal through the match so far, and it's been going for 75 minutes now. He's yet to face a break point.
30-15.
And he wins another with a serve down the middle that is replied only as far as the net off that American forehand. Young with a 12-match losing streak against top 5 opposition. The only one he had was way back in 2011 against Andy Murray in Indian Wells that year, and that's not going to cut it either. That return not good enough off a very good serve, and so it's all looking rather predictable here right now, with Rafa the boss of this one at set points. 5-2, 40-15 from the far end. The Spaniard serves into the net, twiddles the racket, returns to his mark, takes another ball out as the other one is cleared away. Young swaying from side to side just down below us here. At the Royal Box baseline, he makes a good attack, comes forward and hits a very crisp forehand volley. That was a surprise. Nadal didn't expect to see him there, I don't think. And that's a very good play, but it's that kind of really high quality play that Young needs much more of. And of course, that's so tough to do when Rafa's playing in the great way he is.
Yeah, high risk as well, taking on a return like that. It's the first time we've seen that from Young. So really rolling the dice, just one perhaps final push from him.
Still a very large crowd here at this stage of the evening, almost 8 o'clock local time. Waiting to see if Nadal can close out this second set. 5-2, 40-30. The serve was wide off the first attempt. We watch it. He now serves down the middle. Again, Young makes the attack, makes a volley after that and stuns the ball sufficiently. He kind of almost hesitated a bit whether to come right forward, but he handled that so well, and Nadal put under attack there, put under pressure himself, and I can't think, have we had a deuce on his serve before?
I'm not sure we have, and well, Young might be onto something here. Looking forward to the third set. I think perhaps a little bit more of hitting and coming forward and charging. Why not?
Caution to the wind he's thrown, and can he conjure up something special again? He may have the opportunity, because Nadal's next serve only as far as the net. This one into the body, off the body, backhand return, awkward from Young, but Rafa caught out a bit there, comes forward, flicks the ball, and it goes long, and here's a break back point for Donald Young. Of course, he's a double break down, so still it's a long shot for him to come back in this second set, but he has the chance to break Nadal for the first time. Never managed to take a set off Rafa in their two previous encounters, both of those on hard courts some time ago now.
Let's for service.
Once again, Nadal just trying to get that over the net by a fraction, but actually catches it. And he's now looking for another ball and asking the ball girl how many more she has. I think one more in her hand. Then he flicks one back to the ball boy in the far corner. And he prepares to try and save this break point. Donald Young makes the return. Backhand volley from Nadal, and that's just brilliant from Rafa. The change up from him. He wanted to put the serve. He put it on a dime, Arvind, and what a beautiful volley to finish.
And taking matters into his own hands there with the serve and volley. He's actually...
He's got a problem with the tip of his one of his fingers, I think, because he's now talking to the umpire, showing him the issue. I think he may have got it. Has he got a split on his finger? He, of course, has a lot of tape on his racket hand fingers.
I think maybe one has just moved, and I think perhaps he's needing the trainer just to re-tape that finger.
Yeah, he's now gone back to the baseline. He actually was chewing on it for a moment to try and sort out the issue, and James Gyothavong's been on the blower on the phone, calling for the trainer, no doubt, to come and attend to that in due course. Great serve, though, despite that slight interruption. Nadal put it down the middle, flinging himself to his left. Young tried to make the return, but it only went up to the net and came back on his side. And so it's a set point for Nadal. 5-2 advantage. An hour and 19 minutes played on centre court. The serve is a fizzer down the middle. The line judge ducked out of the way just in the nick of time. It was a fault. It went wide. But it's still set point on a second serve. Nadal, forehand return, driven back. Young then at the net, makes the touch volley, but it goes into the tape and back towards him. And it is Nadal's set. But, as you say, maybe Young has found a way to certainly threaten Nadal more in the third set when that comes. But right now it is Rafa in charge, leading by 2 sets to love, 6-4, 6-2.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to go against what Barry and Arvin are saying there, Peter, but maybe it was that finger issue that caused a break point for the first time against the Rafa serve, because he has been fairly ruthless that game apart.
Yeah, and Donald Young just continuing to play to his game plan, that is try and get something remotely short coming to the net, and he's hit some wonderful volleys at the net. Unfortunately, just couldn't stick that last one, but he's trying to keep the pressure on Nadal. It's the only way he's going to be able to keep pace in this match, and he's 2 sets to love down. It's a long way back.
And it's a long 2 weeks, so for Rafa Nadal, this ruthless streak we know he has, of course all players want to have them, but he manages to stay focused all the time. He wants to be off court here as quick as he can.
Well, yeah, because we're now at 8 p.m. It's interesting that you know, we're going to play maybe another 40 minutes, potentially might be a little bit less. And then he's got all his post-match preparation. If he does get through in straight sets, he's warmed down, he's rehab, he's got to eat something, then do the media rounds. That takes a long time as well. So it's a couple of hours off the back of the match too, so it can go quite late into the evening.
Well, it's just gone 8 o'clock here in the evening. Jelena Ostapenko, just to remind you, the French Open champion, the 20-year-old Latvian. What a win it was for her, unseeded. A lot of expectations on her shoulders, but in round 2, struggling against Françoise Abanda. Lost the first set 6-4 to the Canadian, but she's serving 40-15 right now, and a break up 2-1. So as it stands, maybe heading for a third set there. How about the match on court number 3? Camilla Giorgi, Madison Keys. Any signs that one will go to a third set? Let's find out from Jill Krabus and Nick Lester.
Not looking likely right now. However, we are still in the early stages of the second set. As you mentioned, Camilla Giorgi won the first 6-4 against the American. She got a break in the second. She's currently just served an ace, so she leads 2-1, 40 love. Jill, a moment or two ago, you said to me you thought Madison was just starting to find her way back in, but it seems Giorgi's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I did feel it a little bit. I felt like Madison was spraying quite a few balls in the beginning of this match. And that's a great volley there from Camilla Giorgi to hold on that service game. So now she leads 3-1 in this second set. And I did feel like Madison was shifting a little bit because she was walking kind of slow in the beginning of the first set, and she was spraying balls by quite a few feet. But I felt like she started to find her range a little bit. But, you know, Giorgi, the way Giorgi plays, you know, she keeps applying that pressure, keeps hitting the ball really hard and deep, and she's doing a really good job of taking the ball early and not giving Madison a lot of time to get back into this match.
How fit do you think Madison Keys is right now? Jill, obviously she had surgery just a few weeks ago, so it has to be a question mark from what you've seen.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I've definitely seen her fitter, but that's to be expected after taking some time off from surgery. And I think it has more to do with match play for her. I mean, she hasn't played a lot of matches recently, and you can see that she looks a little bit rusty from that. But I've seen her a little bit fitter, but she's done a good job of trying to get herself back and a little bit fit to play Wimbledon here.
So it's 15 apiece here because Giorgi held, so a set and 3-1. We'll just see if Keys can find a way back into this game. The American, who had such a good year last year, making Singapore, of course, the end-of-season championships. That's is the barometer, the ultimate barometer, really, of how your year has gone. And she was able to qualify if it's the top 8. Backhand comes back down the middle from Giorgi. There's a half volley from Keys. Forehand from Giorgi's into the net. Fascinating player, Camilla Giorgi, because the serve is so vulnerable, Jill, isn't there? She's such a great athlete, and she's just so ultra-aggressive with the way she plays the sport.
Yeah, she just really has one game style, and when she's on, she's really dangerous, as we've seen in the past. And so far, she's playing a really clean match, and she hasn't given much up, and not many unforced errors for Madison to capitalize on. There, she just sprayed it long there, as I say that, and Madison goes up 40-15 on her serve. But so far, a really clean match from Giorgi.
Yeah, Lindsay Davenport is courtside and the direct opposite end from where we are. She has been Madison Keys' coach on and off for a couple of years now. It has been a tough year for the American. She skipped the early part of the season due to the recovering from the wrist surgery. As a backhand from Giorgi's missed time. That is well wide. That actually hit the sideline. That almost hit the linesman to the left of us, who's doing the far baseline. So that gives you a sense of just where that one landed. So Giorgi is in a good position here up a set and a break 3-2.
Thanks very much. Back with you guys in a short while. Some matches concluding on the outside courts. Before I get to Peter to update us on what's been happening, there are just one or two of your tweets coming in. It's been great to hear from you at Wimbledon CHNL to get through to us. Shannon enjoying our coverage as always, especially as she is sitting in traffic in Delaware in the United States and America. We're asking you for the fearsome opponents and the most ruthless, weren't we?
Yes. As
our social media topic. Norma saying Murray coming from 2 sets down at Wimbledon years ago as an up-and-comer. He was... the language was rather ruthless as well at times from...
Yes.
From
there are a lot of
Andy
apologies
Murray.
being given by a lot of broadcasters.
Yeah. So anyway, whatever your thoughts, maybe you want to get in touch with us on email as well, radio@aeltc.com is our email address. Donald Young's taken the opening game in the third set against Rafa Nadal, so an hour and 26 minutes into the match. Rafa looking really good, isn't he? The two-time Wimbledon champion on his comeback year, I suppose, at SW19 after missing last year with injury. But as I mentioned, Peter, one match concluded on court number 8. Rafa wasn't here last year, but one man who certainly made a mark a year ago, well, he's made a little bit of a mark this year as well.
Marcus Willis playing with Jay Clark, the all-GB combination, have just had a win in 5 sets. Out on court number 9, a packed court number 9.
And are you going to attempt to tell us who they beat?
Yeah, Jivan Nedunchinzayan.
That'll do for me.
Thank you. And Jared Donaldson. 5 sets to get the job done. By the way, too, the top seeds in the women's doubles, the ladies' doubles, Bethany Maddox-Sands and Lucy Safarova safely through 7-5, 6-2 over Jennifer Brady and Alison Risk. So the top seeds through there. In some other scores around the courts, Peng Shuai on court 17, 6-2 and 2-1 with a break over Carlos Suarez Navarro on court 17. The combination of Chan and Hingis 6-love over Cornet and Knoll. Ladies doubles score there. And one of the matches that we've been following, Francoise Abanda 6-4. And Ostapenko with a break, 3-2 in the second set on court 12.
So basically, we've got 3 seeds in trouble. Carla Suarez Navarro, the number 25 seed, Madison Keys, the 17th seed, and Yelena Ostapenko, the 13th seed, all losing their first sets in their second round matches. Who do you think is the most vulnerable out of those
right
3?
At this very point in time, I would have to say Carlos Suarez Navarro.
Yeah, because she's a breakdown.
Because she's a breakdown of the second set. If you're doing purely off numbers.
And off the 3 of them, which one would be the biggest surprise if they went out? Ostapenko, no?
I'd probably say Ostapenko, yeah. Yeah, just because this is Francoise Abanda's debut, come through qualifying to get into the main draw here at the championships.
We're talking about the French Open champion, but she's a former Wimbledon junior champion.
Yes.
Ostapenko, so you'd feel, you know, her aggressive game, if there's a surface that suits her best, it would be this, wouldn't it?
You would think so, yeah, and particularly against this particular type of opponent. But Abanda hasn't missed too much, and now she's got break point to get it back to 3-all.
Yeah, well, this is going to be interesting. We're just watching on our monitor. We're on centre court watching Rafa up against Donald Young, but Ostapenko looking like she was going to get it going towards a third set, but she is 3-2 up in the second set, but serving at 30-40, so a little bit of vulnerability. Obviously, when you win a major, that's a surprise for her, and, you know, she went and met the Latvian president, and I know she loves doing her dancing as well, so she tried to relax doing a bit of that too. It's easy, isn't it, to kind of lose the focus, I suppose.
Well, you look at someone like an Angelique Kerber who had so many pressures put upon her when she did get to that #1 ranking and did have the Grand Slam breakthrough, and she talked about that. She said, look, I still do all the preparation I have to, but on top of that, I have extra sponsors appearances. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of demands on your time in terms of the media, all sorts of people wanting a piece of you once you've won a Grand Slam title. So it takes a while to adjust to it.
And it's not like she had a lot of that beforehand.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Grand Slam winners that have been used to that coming left, right and centre before they won their first. But for her at the age of 20 and really coming supposedly out of nowhere, it's all new. But she's struggling. She's got it back to 3-all, has Abanda. She has broken back against Ostapenko in that second set. Really interesting what's going on court number 12. A little fist pump from Rafa Nadal. Came to the net, played a volleyed winner to put him 40-30 up against Donald Young in his opening service game of the third set. And Rafa showing his ruthless approach there.
And just back to court 12, these two have played each other in juniors, and it's Abanda who's won both times that they played in the juniors. Abanda reached the semi-finals of the girls' singles back here in 2012, losing to Alina Svitolina, and obviously has had those qualifying matches as well.
When was that? How long ago are we talking?
in terms of juniors?
Yeah, they're junior matches.
It doesn't say exactly when. Oh, actually, 2014 Roland Garros Girls Singles.
So we're going back 3 years. So, yeah. Interesting, though. Maybe it's going to be 3 out of 3 the way things are going.
Well, exactly.
With Abanda and Ostapenko right now.
Has got trying to get a bit of form up. It's only a second slam outside of North America. She's played the US Open a couple of times.
Well, she's serving at 40 love and 3-all right now, and looking good to take a 4-3 lead now in that second set.
Second round of the French Open, won her opening round match, and then was well beaten by Caroline Wozniacki. I remember seeing that match, and she was well beaten, but starting to make those strides in her career and really desperate to get through to the third round for the first time, and has held serve for 4-3.
Yeah, 4-3 up then in the second set, having taken that first set 6 games to 4. Could be a big shot. The French Open champion at the moment up against it against Françoise Abanda of Canada. Rafa Nadal did hold on to his serve, so 1 game all in the third set on number 1 court. Beatriz Haddad-Maia, the Brazilian, up against it as well. They're going with serve, though, in the second set. She got off to a flyer, didn't she, Haddad-Maia? But Simona Halep bit back, winning that opening set 7-5. Haddad-Maia leading by 3 games to 2 in the second set. Of course, there's been a lot of action going on today on centre court itself. We had 2 British victories, didn't we? With Johanna Konta coming through that marathon match, 3 hours and 10 minutes to see off Donna Vekic. It was probably one of the games of Wimbledon 2017 so far. And then Andy Murray, rather more straightforward against Dustin Brown, coming through in straight sets. And after his victory, he had a little chat with Richie Passad.
Yeah, I mean, after the beginning of the match, I mean, he started, I think, very well. He was coming up with some great drop volleys and, you know, really going for the returns. Once I got the break in the first set, I felt the momentum was with me. I was starting to see the shots he was going to play a little bit quicker, and that allowed me to get to some of the drop volleys and also come up with some good passing shots, and I played well.
Of the things that you did well, what pleased you most?
I mean, until right at the end of the match, the last 3 games, I didn't serve particularly well, but the rest of the match I served well. I was getting a lot of free points there, serving a lot bigger than I did in the first round, which was good. And, you know, he wasn't able to attack my second serve like he tries to do, so that was positive. And I think I moved pretty well too, you know, against guys that play a lot of drop shots and come forward. You need to move well, and I did that.
As you can imagine, there is no hip in the country under more scrutiny than yours at the moment. How is it after that match?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you know, I've moved well the first couple of matches. Hasn't affected me. I've been getting good practices in, you know, and I feel good. Hopefully it stays that way. But, you know, so far I'm very happy with how I've been feeling on the court.
You've only dropped 7 games in each of your matches so far. How pleased are you with that particular stat?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was against 2 guys that have, you know, tough game styles. You know, not easy to read, and I did pretty well. I concentrated very well on my own service games, you know, which is positive. And then, you know, I put a lot of returns back in play. I think that was very positive today. Returned a little bit better and didn't give him too many free points on his serve. So it's been a good start, and hopefully keep it going.
Yeah, delighted. Andy Murray, straightforward victory in the end, it seems, of Dustin Brown. Just before we talk to Nick Lester, who was watching that match, just one of your tweets coming in at Wimbledon CHNL, at Wimbledon channel CHNL, Ruby, hoping not to jinx Françoise Abanda by cheering for her from Montreal via Twitter. We're so proud of her, says Ruby. Well, Ostapenko looking good maybe to go and level it up in that second set at 4-all, serving right now at 40-15. But we're talking there about Andy Murray. Nick, you watched that match. I actually watched the man who's going to be his next opponent, Fabio Fognini. First of all, what did you make of Andy Murray today? Obviously a lot of talk about his hip and a so-called injury. Did you see any signs of it today?
No, I don't think he's fine. You know, whether he's 100%, I'm not sure, but I certainly think he's up. He's pretty close to it. I think it's very difficult when you play the top guys, especially the best movers. You know, you've got to do so many things well, and Dustin Brown obviously is an opponent who is unorthodox. But if he doesn't serve particularly well, and get many free points off the serve, then he's going to be in trouble against Murray, because of course he returns so well, and you know, it's all very well with someone like Brown having that element of surprise, being able to use the drop shot, but if Murray's making a lot of balls, keeping the ball to a decent length, then you know, it becomes very difficult for Brown to kind of force his own game on Murray, and that was the problem, I think, today for him primarily. It was just uncomfortable. You know, once he got to kind of the early break, then the pressure grows on Brown. He's suddenly trying to hit drop shots from deep positions, and you know, he is that sort of player. You know, we talk about it being casino tennis. That's the way he plays. He has to, you know, the chips have to fall in the right direction for him. And you know, when you play someone like Murray, who tests you in so many areas and departments of the game, that you've got to be right on it. And it was always going to be difficult for someone like Brown today, and that proved the case.
Well, Fabio Fognini, as I mentioned, his opponent next. Got to say, I was very impressed with him today against Yuri Vesely. His shot making from the back of the court particularly was almost faultless at times. Didn't drop his serve once in that match. It's going to be a test, isn't it, for Andy Murray?
Listen, with Fognini, it's all about the mental side. It's never been about his tennis. His game's always been there. He's got a huge forehand. He's an incredible athlete, incredible mover. Serve well. He's had a good season. But it's all about the mental side. When he applies himself and when he stays disciplined and when he competes, he is a very tough guy to play. Now, his grass court prowess is really poor. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head what his grass court record is, but
he's never been beyond the third round of Wimbledon, I can tell you that much.
There you go. And I'm pretty sure if you look at his record coming in as well, he's probably not played too many events on grass, because, to be honest, the majority of his work is done on the clay and on the slightly slower surfaces. He played the semis in Miami this year. Prior to that, had not done a whole lot. He's working with Franco Divine now, who's the former coach of Juan Martín del Potro. But, you know, this guy's a really, really class player. To be honest, I think on a grass court, it's going to be very difficult for him. But he just became a father for the first time, which obviously was a pretty momentous occasion in his life. His wife Flavia Panetta's back home, I know. So, you know, maybe that will just calm him down a little bit and try and spur him on, because he's great to watch. You know, and he beat Murray pretty comfortably in Rome just 5 weeks ago. A very different scenario, very different circumstances on the clay. But he's most definitely dangerous.
It's interesting too, Nick, because the head-to-head sits at 3-3. As you say, they haven't played on a grass court before, and Fognini, outside of clay events, really doesn't have a great record against any. Beat him in the Masters Series in Canada back in 2007 in straight sets. But as you say, that grass dynamic and out on the centre court or the number one court too is the other element to in front of the big crowd as well, which won't affect Fognini too much, only if he starts going down. If he's a breakdown, then it could all implode very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he's a guy who, as you well know, Pete, has let himself down on quite a few occasions on tour, and it's been tough to watch. But when he's engaged and when he does compete and when he is there, then he is a world-class player. There's absolutely no doubt about that. He's got an enormous forehand. It can be a little vulnerable, that side, but when it's on, he can certainly do some damage. And as I say, he's a tremendous mover. He's got a beautiful drop shot on him. That's one thing he uses on the clay very, very well. And you know, I think if you spoke to many of the Italian players who have known him over the years, the first thing they would say, in fact, there was a great quote from Andrea Seppi. I don't know if you remember it, was about a couple of months ago. Seppi was asked about Fognini and they said, what's the injury? And I think Seppi actually stepped in. It was a press conference with Corrado Barazzuti, the captain, and Seppi stepped in and said, it's the brain. That's the problem. And
yes, I do.
We all know that feeling, Nick.
Exactly, too true. But that, you know, if Seppi's saying that about his teammate, then you know that it's pretty obvious that Fognini's problems haven't always been necessarily tennis related, but they've been related to his capacity to compete. And it has been disappointing at times for whatever reason. I don't know. I always think it's, you know, it's the one thing I find so fascinating about this sport with regards to that scenario. You know, what is it that in his head that doesn't let him compete all the time? Because you watch him when he's playing well, and he is just a joy to watch.
Interesting, Nick. Just quickly before we go elsewhere, just update us on your match there.
Well, I'll bring Jill in because Jill's been watching while I've been waffling there. So
Jill,
just
tell us
break
then.
here, Jill.
Well, Camila Giorgi was up a break in this second set, 4-2. Madison had a good hold at 4-3, an easy hold for her as she's been struggling on her serve a little bit in this second set. But Giorgi still had that break, but came out, and her weakness is her serve over the course of a match, and came out and served 3 double faults. And came up with a good winner, but 15-42 break points for Madison, and Madison converted. But those 3 double faults just really hurt Giorgi, gave the break right back, and now we're even at 4-all in the second set with Madison Keys serving.
Yeah, so there you go. Maybe you'll come back to us, guys, in a moment when this set gets close to a conclusion.
We will do. One set coming maybe close to a conclusion. Peter, is the match on court number 12.
Jelena Ostapenko serving at 5-4 in the second set and 30-all against Françoise Abanda. She did a beautiful forehand. This one, the reply from Abanda, though, comes off the top of the net and just falls in. She puts her hand up in fake apology. You know they don't mean it, Richard. To break point, chance to get this back to 5-all in the second set. Abanda taking the first set 6-4.
Well, our fans in Canada will get rather excited here, because Ostapenko, you thought, well, here she goes, serving for the set, just broke Abanda, but now facing break point against her, and they're into a rally at the baseline, Peter.
Forehand to forehand, and it's gone big from Abanda. And she's annoyed with herself, slapping her hand on the strings. It's juice.
Yeah, just to update you, by the way, quite an entertaining third set we're having on centre court as well. Donald Young is kind of upped his level a little bit, maybe freewheeling now that he's 2 sets down, and really being aggressive, and he's 3-2 up, going with serve in the third set.
There's Ostapenko with a second serve here at juice. And this takes the net and just falls in. So juice 5-4. With Peng Shuai closing in on victory on court 17 as well.
And maybe close to victory on court number 1 as well, where the number 2 seed in the ladies section is playing our commentary team there, Chris Wilkinson and Richard Connolly.
Well, this one's nearly over, I think. Beatrice Haddad-Maia broken in the 7th game of this second set. Halep won the first set 7-5. She's 5-3 up in the second. Haddad-Maia serving at 15-30. So potentially just 2 points away from defeat. Looking a little fatigued, the Brazilian, who's played such a fine match here, but is being ground down by Halep, and the forehand is letting Haddad-Maia down now, time and time again. And with that latest mistake, the 25th unforced error of this second set alone, Simona Halep has 2 match points. She served for the opening set, Haddad-Maia, but couldn't take the chance, dropped 4 games in a row, and the world number 2 is on course at the moment. Match point. Haddad-Maia serves right at the body. The forehand return is good from Halep. Cross court goes Haddad-Maia, and a second time on the forehand. Halep is testing that forehand side though, and Halep's in charge of this point, and the cross court forehand wins Halep the match. She clenches the fists, and she's safely through to round 3. She was well tested by this young Brazilian with a big future, but Halep has come through here 7-5, 6-3 after exactly 1 hour and a half.
Well played, Simona Halep, through to round 3, as they say. Abanda broke Ostapenko, Peter.
5-all in the second set. Things tightening up there late in that second set. And 5-2 Peng Shuai in the second set. She's a set up against Carla Suarez Navarro.
She'll be serving for the match, which is exactly what Camila Giorgi's doing on number 3 court. Nick Lester, Jill Crabus watching that one.
Lost the opening point, though, having missed a forehand into the net. Madison Keys defending resolutely. And it's love 15 here as the sun is setting on court number 3. Still a very healthy crowd, though, in to watch this one as Giorgi, the Italian, throws in a 9th double fault. And that, Jill Crabas, is the Achilles heel.
Yeah, that's definitely her weakness. She has been serving well up until crunch time in this second set, and she gave away that break, like I said, with 3 double faults, and now threw in just 1 there, and now serving at love 30.
Camila Giorgi's father is courtside. He's an unmissable character, as Keys has just ripped a forehand winner for down the line, and it's caught the back of the line. What a shot that was off the return.
Yeah, Georgie actually being cautious on that serve, just spinning it in, trying to get that first serve in, but Keys made her pay. That was a really good return from Keys.
3 break points against the Italian, who made the last 16 here a few years ago. Of course, Madison Keys seeded 17 for these championships. There is a big question mark over her fitness, though, as a backhand return comes from her into the corner, just a little long.
One break point save there from Georgie. A good deep second serve, deep into Madison's backhand side.
Lindsay Davenport, I can just see in the far corner, just gesturing with her right arm as if to say, just spin it a little more. Lacking a bit of control there, of course. Davenport is Madison Keys' coach. Here this week is Lindsay. I presume she's playing the Invitational next week, the senior event that takes place on the outside courts. Some of the main courts as well. Second serve, backhand from Keys down the middle. Forehand from Georgie, back behind Keys. Picks it up with height. Georgie's going to hit a forehand down the line and has missed it long. And it was an error-strewn game. And Madison Keys has broken Camilla Georgie. And she was serving for the set, Jill.
Yeah, she was. And really, this match has been on Georgie's racket. I mean, most of the points, she's been in complete control. Even that last forehand, she had so much time to set up for and just overhit it. But that's her game. She doesn't really have a plan B game, just really goes for her shots.
20, yeah, sorry, Jill.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
22nd unforced error. Just taking a look at the stats. And there's a 23rd because a forehand return has gone into the net. Madison Keys beneath us here with just a little bit of momentum to work with. Hasn't looked to be enjoying, it's the wrong word, but she hasn't looked to be enthusiastic at times out here. Maybe that's a little harsh. Second serve, backhand from Georgie, cross court. Goodness me, she's mistimed that. It's gone well wide of the mark.
Well, I think you can tell that Madison's very uncomfortable and she's not really happy with the way she's been playing right now. But she's really allowing it to show on her face. And I think in this match she could be doing a better job of trying to stay a little bit more composed.
So 30 love here. We'll just see this point out very quickly. Keys has hit a forehand winner, so 40 love. The American has got the wind in her sails.
Court 17, 3 match points, Peter.
For Peng Shuai against Carlos Suarez Navarro, she took the first set 6-2 and now leads 5-2 and 40 love. 3 opportunities to close this out on court 17. As Peng serves onto the forehand of Suarez Navarro. It's right on the baseline. And Peng couldn't handle it. 40-15.
Yeah, so the Chinese player pretty close, though, to knocking out another seed in the ladies section. Carlos Suarez Navarro, seeded number 25. Meanwhile, Ostapenko will be coming out in a minute against Françoise Banda, serving to stay in the match.
As Peng serves, this takes the net and falls in. 40-15. 2 more match points as she waits for the ball kid to present the ball to her.
And I should say Rafa Nadal's just broken Donald Young in what's a very entertaining third set, but he's now 4-3 up in that third set.
These are all going to finish very close to one another as this serve blocked back by Suarez Navarro. Cross-court backhand from Peng. Big backhand again there from the Spaniard. Working hard here. Peng going into the corner, misses.
2 gone, 1 still to go, though, for her. And you often see a nervy end to a match as well, Peng Shuai. I mean, how much of an upset would this be?
Well, Peng has been right up the top of the women's game. She's been thereabouts for a long time and can pull out the upset. Suarez Navarro, obviously grass not her favourite surface. So
1 more match point, eh?
Yep, 40-30. As she serves now on the forehand of Suarez Navarro. Peng goes up the middle of the court. Now switches to the backhand of Suarez Navarro. Up the middle of the court from both players. Peng just hanging back a little bit. Now goes for it. Gets the short reply, goes into the net, and Peng Shuai has scored a win in straight sets over Carlos Suarez Navarro, 6-2, 6-2.
So the 25th seed is out of the ladies section. Ostapenko 40 love up on her serve. Lost the first. In fact, she's just won it to make it 6-all. They're into a tie break there, but we're going to head back on to centre court, see if Rafa Nadal can edge closer to victory with Arvin Palmer and Barry Mills.
4-3 with a break. Rafa serving from the far end, starting this next game. He missed the first serve. Second one now is replied by Donald Young, hitting the forehands, but they come back with more heat, more fire from Rafa. The vim and vigour of Nadal's shots, so strong again. The full force being felt by the American. 4-3, 15 love, looking to hammer home the advantage, Nadal, with that attacking play. And he serves down the tee. This one just wide. But again, good pace on the shot. Just lacking for once the accuracy. But overall, it's been so good again. We saw him practicing all of last week. The hours he spent doing just that. He makes a good attack with a forehand, and that high ball is going to go very long from Young, who kind of drops his head and the shoulders sag.
30 love.
And he's now got the look really of a condemned man here. 4-3, 30 love. Nadal prepares once again and tosses the ball, serves it down the centre. Wow, did he find the tee there? He must have done. There's no call. And it just was so vicious a shot that Young could only frame the ball into the ground. And 40 love now. Time running out. If Young is going to find a game in which to break back, will he get one more attempt at that? The serve is down the middle. That's that game done. Done to love. Done brilliantly by Nadal. And he strides to the chair. 5-3 up in this
Nadal leads by 5 games to
set.
3. Third set.
They've both actually gone to their chairs to do something or other. I think he's come back. Did he come back with it?
Nadal, the new racket.
New racket.
I'm not quite sure what Donald Young is doing.
He's got his back to us, and we can't see clearly right now what he is doing, but he's picked up another stick and come out now past the umpire's chair, but knowing that he's got to hold his serve once again to extend this match if he can. The crowd crying out, those trying to support him and help him find a way. But as they get into this next game, it is Young who strikes first. That 1-2 combination, the good serve, the reply was decent but not good enough, and he nails the big forehand winner, which he smoked up the line once again. That shot that he hits with such a quick arm he's got on that shot. He's made 26 winners, more winners than errors from him, but Rafa's made even more of the former. That, though, another forehand, and that's the off-forehand shot that doesn't always find the mark, but did there, right inside the corner.
It's been obvious this set that he's just tried to be a little bit more aggressive and just take a couple of more risks. He's been a little bit more consistent as well, which is good for him, but
the return was decent. They rally from behind the baseline. Nadal now thinks about the attack, goes very hard with that, goes too far. He stepped in, looked to come forward, no doubt behind it, had it landed in play, but it did not. And it's Donald Young, game point. So can he answer the last game with a love game himself on serve? He goes down the middle. He's just missed the service box, but he'll have another attempt with his second serve. Taken on the forehand, comes to his backhand. He just makes the shot to that, then is forced wide. He whips that cross court, but back it comes up the line, and Donald Young looks up to the gods as if to say, how is that possible? I think he's playing a god, isn't he, tonight?
I think he is. That was the old Rafa bend to that forehand. And it's looked out all the way until the very last second, landing plumb on the line.
Still game points for Donald Young. 40-15, 3-5, third set. Serve out wide, return short. Backhand drive from Young is overdone. Wide into those tram lines.
It's a fine line. Pressing and then just looking a little wild. We've seen that a couple of times now towards the end of this third set. Going for too much.
A pause, prepares himself. Deep breath, and now looks up. From the raw box end, serves out wide, return comes to his forehand. He has to chop that back, but only into the net, and Nadal so quick to attack with that shot of his and make a very tough ball there for Young to try and play onto. And it's at deuce, and Nadal looking to finish him off in this game. No need for the next, perhaps. It's deuce, and just 2 points separating Nadal from a place in the third round of Wimbledon yet again. Serve into the body. This time Donald Young does what Rafa has done so much of this evening. Good body serves from the Spaniard aplenty throughout this match, but this time he's caught out by a good one from Donald Young. Advantage to the American. Serve aimed at the tee but missing it. Nadal bends down, looking intent, drives it back to the forehand. Not the cleanest hit from Young. He's then forced wide, another mistimed shot. Nadal up at the net now, and then the little short-angled volley winner. And he's got himself to juice again.
But just using the forecourt nicely, not allowing Young an attempted running passing shot. She used the angle volley so well.
Serve to the forehand, run around forehand, drive. Oh, that's that beautiful shot that he hits. When he gets in the right position and the timing is there, it is a tremendous strike. And then he urges the ball girl with great vigour to bring in the towel. Having used that, he's now back up to the baseline in front of the royal box. And he's got himself another advantage in this game. He serves for it, comes forward, half volley pickup. Rafa then puts up a defensive lob, but it's in vain, and Donald Young gets warm applause again on this sultry evening. Back to the chair, he's still hanging on just, but he remains a breakdown in this third set. Will there be one more game or many more? We'll find out next, but he leads, Rafael Nadal leads this set 5-4.
Jelena Ostapenko has won the tie-break against Françoise Abanda 7-6. We're going to court number 3. There's a tie-break there too.
Certainly is. 5-4. Camilla Giorgi up here against Madison Keys, but the Italian just balloons a forehand well beyond the baseline, and we're back on serve. Jill Krabas here, and this has been up and down, this tie-break, Jill.
It really has, but the last couple points was the first time we've seen Madison Keys show some positive emotion, really pumping herself up, and those last 2 points, she really struck that forehand with a lot of power, a lot of pace, and really pushed Giorgi back.
Serve is long from the Italian, ranked 86 in the world, is Camilla Giorgi, 25 years of age. Second serve, backhand from Keys is a good one into the corner. Forehand from Giorgi, back cross court. Keys has gone, missed the forehand. A forehand going back behind has gone into the tram lines, and here is match point.
Oh, it was a great forehand there from Giorgi off the court, really moving Madison way off the court. And Madison all of a sudden just flying that ball wide. But good ball strike from Giorgi, and now Keys up to serve. First match point opportunity here for Camilla Giorgi.
Beat Elise Cornet in the first round at Giorgi. Keys serves, heading towards the body, but it clips the tape. Said will be another first serve. In that match against Cornet, she was down 5-love in the first, up 5-love, and lost it 7-5. Keys serves again, forehand from Giorgi. No, got that all wrong. Into the body, and the forehand return going down the line into the tram line. So they'll switch ends at 6.
Well, good serve there from Madison Keys. I was surprised Giorgi really moved inside the baseline to try and take that first serve early, try and rush Madison Keys, but she just actually mishit it quite a bit. So good serve there from Madison Keys.
So 6 apiece here in the breaker. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, because things might be coming to a swift conclusion on centre court. Let's go back to Arvind and Barry.
What a great start to this game by Donald Young with that fabulous forehand passing shot up the line. So love 15, Nadal serving, trying to serve this out to take his place in the third round.
A call on the left far sideline. The ball's got out.
Called out off the let cord when it then bounced. Did it bounce in the service box, or did it miss the target? The Hawkeye screen replay will show us that it just caught the edge. Donald Young slumps again. He just thinks, oh, really? Not many things have gone his way, but he's made things happen much more in this third set to his liking, albeit he is a breakdown. But can he find a way to break back to 5-all? It's 5-4 currently. Love 15. That serve in the net. They've lasted 2 hours so far. The ball taken out of the way. The next serve will eventually come from Rafa's racket. Here it is. It goes to the backhand return up the middle. Backhand driven deep by Nadal. Cross from Young, who then takes his next shot on the forehand. He comes with great pace, bringing the fire and brimstone there against Rafa, but in the end, he hits long. It just flew away, and Nadal gets on the board in this game. 15-all. Karen Khachanov, the Russian 30th seed, the youngster with immense firepower in his own arsenal of shots. He awaits the winner after beating Thiago Monteiro earlier today. Nadal steadies himself and serves that one into the net. Can Donald Young at this late hour make something happen and draw level and take this much further than it appeared he would manage to do? Return from him cross court. Rafa's gone long. He's hit the two-hander too far.
Well, that's the first nervy shot we've seen from Nadal. It didn't look as if he accelerated through that backhand as we've seen this match. A little opening here now for Young.
5-4, 15-30. We wait, we watch, we see him serve out wide, block forehand return. Rafa then runs on, hits the deep forehand with such topspin and then comes in with that volley attack. But somehow Donald Young managed to get to it, lifted the lob, but lifting himself off the court, Nadal hits the forehand winner volley.
Oh, that was a brave point from Nadal, really. The forehand, the initial forehand just dipped in, and then a couple of awkward volleys to deal with. Certainly the last one had to get up to it. Easy to make a mess of it. Would have been a little bit of tension in the arm there.
Hush again. Nadal ready. Steady and go with this serve down the centre. Return, takes it on the forehand. Slice from Young, chipping there to the forehand of Nadal. Rafa still using that forehand, the diagonal shot, then the big shot up the line. Donald Young, tremendous. Hitting the ball brilliantly, fiercely. No holding back and getting a break point as a result.
Yeah, he opened the court up beautifully there, did Young. Working the backhand slice and rolled the dice on the forehand, pulled the trigger.
30-40.
Inch perfect.
Thank you.
5-4, 30-40. Just wait for the noise if Young wins this one. The serve was actually a fault. Young hit the ball back and it went off the tape and into the court. And some thought it might have done the job, but Nadal has another serve. It's in, it's taken on the forehand, and it's long from Donald Young. He looks so disappointed now after that. He tried to take it on that forehand, having run centrally from the ad side, and he just didn't have enough room to hit the shot cleanly.
Got tucked up, and it looked as if he decelerated as well. I mean, just an anguished look on his face. Couldn't believe it's worked so hard for that opportunity.
Nadal at deuce, 5-4, third set, leading by 2 sets to love. The serve is long. Went to the backhand corner, out wide. Again, he goes through that lengthy routine before he gets into his rocking service motion. Strikes this only into the net, and he's double faulted, and he now turns away and can't quite believe what he's done there. But he's thrown a lifeline here for the American. Uncle Tony twitching and talking to himself up there in the player's box. Just irritated. Come on, Rafa, he's kind of saying. 8:45 in the evening, local time here. 1 or 2 flashbulbs flickering just then. Preparing for this next shot. It comes out to the forehand side. It's brought back, and then the attempted pass, and Donald Young has broken back, courtesy of the net cord pass. Rafa was trying to cover it, but it hit the tape and flicked over his racket and landed well inside the back of the court. And this match will go on. For how much longer, we've no idea, but it's 5-all in the third set.
Yeah, someone shouting out the crowd, come on, Donald, I don't want to go home yet. And he, well, he did it, didn't he? 5 games all. Who saw that coming? They're still going, are they? on court number 3? Let's find out.
They're certainly not, because would you believe it, Camilla Giorgi has just thrown in a double fault, and I'm just checking how many that is today. I think it's 10. Checking the numbers, it is. And the set has gone to Madison Keys. She had what, Jill, 4 or 5 match points?
I think 4 match points, but I mean, Madison just played those match points unbelievable. A couple huge returns off of Camilla Giorgi's serve, and Giorgi really didn't serve badly in those moments, and Keys just came up with the goods. But the double fault to give Madison Keys that set was the heartbreaker there for Giorgi. So we are going into a third set here on court 3.
Now at 8:46, I can tell you the sun has set in the distance from where we are. It's pretty dark. I would suggest that we are very unlikely to finish this match tonight, but we shall see. We are level at 1 set all.
Oh, I didn't see that coming either, Peter. We're watching Donald Young in front of us against Rafa Nadal, and Nadal obviously stung by losing his service there, maybe going to bounce right back.
Yeah, he'll be very, very frustrated. He hasn't finished this off. Now, on court 12, because I'm keeping a close eye on that one. They're 1 set all there. Jelena Ostapenko winning the tie-break, 7 points to 4 against Françoise Abanda. Abanda breaking in the opening game of the final set, and she leads 2 games to 1 on court 12. And just going by the information that Nick's provided us in terms of how much light might be available, I suspect this match will go reasonably quickly. It might go all the way down to the wire, but they're playing very, very quickly. So I think we'll get this result in on court 12, Richard.
Okay, so it's been an entertaining evening, hasn't it? I hope you're enjoying it as well on the Wimbledon radio channel. Peter Mercado alongside myself, Richard Kaufman. And you can hear the crowd getting very involved in this match on centre court, as I'm sure they are on court 12 and court 3 as well. 15:30, Donald Young serving against Rafa Nadal. Let's see if he can find a big serve. No, he's just a little wide on that one. Abanda, well, maybe she'll be frustrated she didn't see the tie break through, but you have to say credit to her after putting that disappointment behind her against the French Open champion Ostapenko. And a double fault from Donald Young means 2 break points for Rafa Nadal. But first, your just thoughts on Abanda, Peter?
Yeah, look, she would be disappointed, but Ostapenko lifting her level when it was required at the clutch moment. She was so excited. She screamed out when she took that set.
Yeah, she was very animated indeed, wasn't she, on court number 12. They've had plenty of action there today, haven't they, as Nadal and Donald Young exchange rallies at the back of the court, and Donald Young just slipped there as Rafa played a winning shot. Donald Young very disappointed. I think 1 with the slip, and of course 2 with the breakage of serve. So in a moment, Rafa Nadal again will be coming out to serve for the match. You don't think he's going to make the same mistake twice, do you?
Wouldn't have thought so, Richard. By the way, break point on court 12 with Jelena Ostapenko now. Love 40 on the Abanda serve, a chance to break back and bring things back to 2-all. Abanda saved 1. 15:40, very few spare seats available on court 12. As I suspect, there'll be very few on court 3, and obviously here on centre as the crowd get their last little drops of tennis action.
Well, I got to say, I mean, it may be, what, 10-9 in the evening, and Ostapenko has broken back, so 2 games all in that final set. I mean, it's almost still full in centre court when you think it's 10-9 in the evening. That just shows you. I mean, it may be a straightforward win this for Rafa Nadal, but Donald Young has provided some great entertainment
and pushed him, and that's what you need. You just a little bit of a push. Did well to get through the first 2 sets, pushed in the third. Ideal if he can close it out here.
Well, the umpire has called for time. Rafa was already off his seat. Donald Young now making his way out onto court. Is this where it ends? Let's find out with Arvin Palmer and Barry Mills.
So there isn't the greatest of light here, of course, with these high stands and the perimeter roof. It's perhaps not as bright in here as it might be on the outside courts, but Nadal, well, we know what he can do in the gloom. We saw it back in 2008 when he won the title, that amazing final with Federer. And he comes up now trying to finish off this point. He's under a smash, puts it in, but Young is there to defend. Then a little short ball, it flicks the net, and it's Nadal's point in the end. It just sort of took the pace out of that shot and just made it too difficult for Donald Young to come up to, having been pushed so deep. And it is Nadal who gets on the board first in this game, which he hopes will be the last of the night. 6-4, 6-2, 6-5 and 15 love at this stage. 2 hours and 10 minutes. There have been some memorable moments. And there, another point won by Nadal. That swinging serve out wide. And even though it is lefty to lefty from the ad side, it was still too good for Young to try and bring it back.
What do you give for a couple of more first serves here? Nadal has throughout this match served very well.
2 points away from the win. He serves down the middle, and now it's just the one. That was right down the tee. And again, it just had so much reaction off the court, the way it was struck. And Donald Young, lunging, couldn't land the reply. Match points for Rafael Nadal, the two-time former champion, trying to take his place in the third round again. He serves for it. The return comes back. Backhand drive from Nadal into the corner. The lob's gone up. Rafa's watching it. Where will it drop? It drops long. Nadal is through. He punches the air with that left hand, hits a ball high into the stands, and now comes up, having taken off the headband, to shake hands with Donald Young, who put up a brave challenge there. He certainly found some ways to trouble Nadal in that third set, the more aggressive play. But now Nadal with a great celebration, punching the air again and then waving with a big smile, looking around this arena. The flashbulbs go off in great numbers, and a great applause for him, quite rightly so. Another tremendous performance from one of the great heroes of the sport.
Yeah, I think you'll be absolutely delighted with that performance. Will Nadal really did hit the ball well. Backhand was looking good. The forehand there towards the end. I mean, pummeling winners, just pummeling Young. I mean, at some stages of that match, Young was just doing laps, just trying to hang in there. Credit to him how he did in the third set, how he was able to break at the death there, but Nadal just too strong in the end.
More whistles and cheers as Nadal takes off his top, gets out a fresh one to put on eventually. Donald Young clearing up things here, but yeah, he'll leave disappointed, obviously, that he couldn't again get into the third round of Wimbledon. He's never managed that yet, and yet he can take heart from putting up a really good fight here. He wasn't really expected to win, and he certainly perhaps got closer to taking a set off Nadal for the first time than he has ever managed before. But Nadal now actually putting a white tracksuit top on, zipping that up. Big smiles to the fans. Of course, he'll take a little more time to sort himself out. Donald Young still on the court as well as they clear up here. But what a match we've seen. What tennis we've seen today. The epic confrontation that Johanna Konta won against Donna Vekic at the start. That took over 3 hours to complete in the searing heat. Then the magical display from Andy Murray. Some great tennis, some great points at least from Dustin Brown, but not enough to really trouble the British number and world number one. And now this, Nadal beating Donald Young for the third time, beating him again in straight sets, and waving good night to this great crowd who stayed late in the day to see them perform as they have. And no doubt if Nadal continues to perform in that way, we're going to see much more of him before he's done at Wimbledon this year. He's actually signing a prosthetic leg right now. Somebody has come all the way on that to see him.
You can't turn down that autograph,
you cannot do. I wonder whether he's ever done that before.
Yeah,
but of course, he's obliging all those lucky fans who are packed into that left corner to the side of the Royal Box end. And more photos, more autographs. I wonder how many he's actually signed in his career. Countless numbers. Every man